Chen Feng was no ordinary chef. A master of state banquets, skilled in Sichuan, Cantonese, Shandong, and Huaiyang cuisines, the youngest to ever earn the title. And then, he woke up in a parallel world, with a street vendor system. System task number 1: cook a bowl of instant noodles. Reward 10,000 RMB. Chen Feng stares and laughs. He's a state banquet master, and the system wants him to cook instant noodles. He begins. Soft boiled eggs, plain noodles, a simple broth. System notifications pop up. Positive review from a customer. Successfully made a soft boiled egg. Plain noodles, completed. Chen Feng cries, laughs, and sighs all at once. Soon, Jiangbei City is talking. A mysterious food stall appears. And the dishes? They're insane. Wensi tofu, boiled cabbage and clear broth? Fried double crispy dishes? A stunned diner. Chen Feng just shrugs. I rely entirely on my cooking skills to run this stall. This system isn't very smart. From a simple task to state banquet level meals served at a street stall, Chen Feng turns instant noodles into a feast fit for royalty. He cooked instant noodles, and it turned into state banquet food, only on Manhwa Recap Haven, where even the simplest dish can become legendary. Late at night, outside the gate of Jiangbei University of Architecture, a few food stalls were scattered along the quiet street. Chen Feng slowly opened his eyes, sitting on a small stool by an instant noodle stall, as if waking from a nap. Memories of the original owner flooded his mind, and with them came the shocking realization he had transmigrated. This was a parallel world, similar to his previous life. The original owner of this body was also named Chen Feng. The deserted instant noodle stall in front of him belonged to the original owner. As Chen Feng sifted through the memories, he understood why no one had paid much attention to the stall. The original owner had no experience with cooking. Even boiling instant noodles correctly, something most people take for granted, requires proper control of heat. And the original owner couldn't even manage that. The memories continued. Like Chen Feng, the original owner had been an orphan. Their early lives up to the age of 9 were almost identical. But then came a turning point in Chen Feng's life, his 9th birthday, when he had been adopted by an elderly man who ran a steamed bun shop. Under the old man's guidance, Chen Feng had begun learning to cook at 14. Over 10 years, he mastered the 4 great cuisines of China: Sichuan, Shandong, Cantonese, and Huaiyang. By 24, he had become the youngest master of state banquets in the entire country. And then, just as he was achieving remarkable success, darkness had swallowed him and he had been transported to this parallel world. The original owner, however, hadn't been so lucky. Following the state's support, he studied, went to school, and eventually got into Jiangbei University of Architecture. But to make ends meet, he had started this tiny instant noodle stall. With his terrible cooking skills, the original owner barely earned enough to cover even a fraction of his expenses. Chen Feng was just beginning to accept this reality when his phone rang. The cracked screen flashed, showing a WeChat notification from Uncle Zhang, the landlord. Landlord Uncle Zhang: Xiao Feng, it's time to pay this month's rent. Chen Feng recalled that when the original owner had first rented this garage, Uncle Zhang had seen his pitiful state. Not only had he waived the deposit, but he had also allowed the original owner to stay a full month before paying rent. Now, that month was up. Though Uncle Zhang had even offered a little extra time, Chen Feng felt obligated to pay. But he was penniless. Forget hundreds of yuan for rent, he wouldn't even have enough for food if he didn't sell noodles. A monthly rent of 500 yuan was cheap for this area, even for a garage, but to cover it, the original owner would have had to sell hundreds of noodle packs. An impossible goal. For Chen Feng, however, the youngest master of state banquets, it was child's play. A rumble in his stomach reminded him he needed to eat. He grabbed a pack of instant noodles, set the stove, and boiled water with the kind of precision only a master chef could manage. While waiting for the water to boil, he tore open the packaging. Then a new sound rang in his mind. Street vending system, basic version, loading. Loading complete. Host is about to start cooking, beginner task issued. Newbie task, cook 1 pack of instant noodles to medium doneness, chewy texture, system score greater than or equal to 60. Time limit, 1 week. Task reward, multifunctional food cart, 10,000 Dragon Kingdom coins. Important beginner tasks are extremely difficult for culinary novices. Be brave. Chen Feng blinked. The system considered cooking instant noodles extremely difficult? He couldn't help but think, does the system really think that despite being a state banquet master, I am a beginner at cooking? Or is it reminding me to remain humble, to approach cooking with the mindset of an apprentice? He shrugged and focused on the noodles. With perfect timing, he pulled them from the boiling water. System rating, 99 points. The task was complete. Rewards had been distributed. Chen Feng picked up his phone. On the cracked screen was a notification, 10,000 yuan had just been transferred to his bank card. He paused. The system had said the task would be extremely difficult, yet he had completed it effortlessly. Then he remembered the system's assessment was based on the original owner's skills, not his own. He chuckled. Not exactly the smartest system, is it? After receiving the reward, Chen Feng promptly transferred last month's rent to Uncle Zhang. The man had been extraordinarily kind, and Chen Feng was not about to repay kindness with ingratitude. The other reward, a multifunctional food cart, lay dormant in the system, waiting to be retrieved. But it was late at night, and he couldn't very well pull out a giant food cart on a crowded street. That could wait until tomorrow. Just as he was packing up, 3 boys approached the stall, laughing and joking. It's so late, the cafeteria must be closed. Let's each get a bowl of noodles, my treat, one of them said cheerfully. Chen Feng smiled. Business had finally started to pick up. 3 boys approached Chen Feng's stall. The tallest one asked, "Boss, how much for the instant noodles?" 5 yuan a serving, 6 with an egg, Chen Feng replied calmly. Near the university, instant noodle stalls all kept fairly uniform prices, so his pricing didn't stand out. Then give me 3 servings, with eggs, and pack them to go, the tall boy said. Then he paused, as if remembering something. Oh, and no pickled cabbage flavor. Chen Feng nodded, added water to the pot, and started the stove, preparing the noodles with practiced efficiency. While he worked, the 3 boys began chatting. By the way, the slightly shorter boy said, I saw someone complain on the confession wall about a really bad instant noodle stall outside the west gate of our school. The tallest boy snorted. Come on, no instant noodle stall can be that bad. The short boy, being the eldest in the dorm, was nicknamed Boss by his roommates. He shook his head. I'm serious. That stall was run by a student from our school. I remember it perfectly. The 3 of them glanced toward Chen Feng's stall. Looks like it's this one. Chen Feng, cooking noodles with precise timing, overheard them. He smiled quietly to himself. Ah, so the original owner's reputation wasn't great, that makes sense. Bite. New customers detected. Task issued. Task, make a customer relatively satisfied with instant noodles. Reward, 10,000 Dragon Kingdom coins. Important, this task is extremely difficult for the current host. Accept with caution. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow, both amused and slightly exasperated. Of course, he accepted without hesitation. Even if it weren't for the system, Chen Feng would never neglect a customer. That lesson had been drilled into him from the very beginning by the old man who taught him to cook. No matter how simple the dish, even instant noodles, it deserved his full attention. Before the water reached a boil, he added the dried vegetable packet, giving the dehydrated vegetables time to rehydrate and regain their crispness. As the water neared boiling, he suddenly turned off the heat, puzzling the 3 boys. Then, with perfect timing, he cracked an egg into the pot. 1 hand for each egg. Most instant noodle stalls can't even handle this properly. Usually, instant noodles with an egg just means scrambled egg drops floating in the soup. But Chen Feng controlled the temperature precisely so that the egg would poach perfectly. Turning off the heat first allowed the egg whites to set without being disturbed by bubbling water. Then, once he turned the heat back on, the water would boil without ruining the egg's shape. Noticing the boys' puzzled expressions, he casually explained, I turned off the heat to keep the eggs intact. The 3 didn't seem to understand. Chen Feng smiled and asked, Are you taking these back to the dorm? The tallest boy nodded. Yeah, we got back too late, cafeteria's closed. Chen Feng quickly ran the calculations in his head, distance from the stall to their dorm, walking time, and heat retention. He added the noodles and seasoning packet carefully. Pepper and other spices went in last to preserve the flavor and umami. When the noodles were almost ready, he packed 3 perfect servings into takeout boxes. 3 servings with eggs, 18 yuan total. The boys paid via QR code, thanked him, and started walking back to their dorm. Chen Feng, watching them go, thought, perfect timing. The noodles will finish cooking perfectly while soaking in the hot broth on the way back. Even the slightest miscalculation could ruin the texture, but Chen Feng had mastered it. By the time they reached the dorm, the noodles would be exactly right, soft, springy, flavorful. Back at the dorm, Song Jie, the short one, nicknamed Big Brother by his roommates, felt curious. He had read the complaints online about this stall, so he observed every step of Chen Feng's noodle-making process. Being someone who often cooked at home, he was particularly sensitive to cooking skills. Let's see if it's really as bad as they said, he thought. The other 2 boys, too hungry to care, quickly forgot the details and just focused on getting their food. Song Jie opened the first pack. Steam curled up, fogging his glasses. Hungry, he tossed his glasses aside and took a bite. This tastes amazing. His eyes went wide. Congratulations, host. Mission completed. Rewards have been issued. Chen Feng, still packing up his stall, smiled quietly. The system's mission had been completed perfectly, even if the task was supposed to be practically hellish. The task that the system had labeled as hellish difficulty was completed effortlessly by Chen Feng. Of course, without his flawless control of heat and timing, it wouldn't have been so easy. The distance from his instant noodle stall to the boys' dormitory meant that if he miscalculated even slightly, the noodles would arrive soggy and overcooked, losing all their flavor. This kind of precise control using the heat of cooking and the gradual self-heating of ingredients was second nature to Chen Feng, a master of state banquets. It was a skill honed over years and applied in high-end dishes like the famous Shandong oil-fried double crispy. That dish demanded impeccable timing and knife skills, but especially perfect heat control. Even a second's deviation could ruin the entire dish. A chef of Chen Feng's caliber could cook it in a top hotel and have it delivered across multiple floors. Thanks to the self-heating process during transport, the dish would always arrive at the table in perfect condition. Experienced gourmets appreciated the effort, knowing that even a fraction of a second difference in timing could make all the difference. Having completed the task, Chen Feng was no longer penniless. After packing up his stall, he returned to his rented apartment, a converted garage. Small, yes, but sufficient for him to live in. The space was clean. Several boxes of instant noodles of different flavors were neatly stacked in one corner. At the far end was a bed, beside which sat a worn desk covered with textbooks. Chen Feng tidied up quickly and lay down. Physically, he wasn't tired, but mentally, he felt drained. Transmigrating to a parallel world, acquiring a not-so-intelligent system, and navigating his first day as this body's owner had been overwhelming. It was Friday, and according to the original owner's memories, there were no classes tomorrow. He could sleep in. Yet, even in this parallel world, Chen Feng couldn't abandon his studies. Although he now possessed the soul of a culinary master, the body he inhabited belonged to an 18-year-old freshman with a deep obsession for school. Chen Feng resolved to honor that. University courses were no challenge for him now he had access to all the original owner's memories. With the system ensuring he had no financial burdens and no fame to manage, he could focus entirely on learning. As he drifted off, his mind wandered back to his previous life. In his dream, he was 9 years old, standing at the stove next to a lively old man. "Xiao Feng, why do you want to be a chef?" the old man asked gently. "Because everyone smiled when Grandpa made steamed buns. I want to make food that makes people happy too," the young Chen Feng replied. The old man sighed, a mixture of melancholy and relief in his eyes. "Xiao Feng has lofty ambitions, but one person alone can't feed the world. If you learn to make many dishes, you must teach others too." The old man's regret was clear. He had hoarded his culinary skills in his youth. Without Chen Feng, much of that knowledge would have been lost. He patted Chen Feng's head lovingly, leaving only a kind smile behind, though his unspoken words were countless. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the small apartment. Chen Feng's disciplined nature, ingrained from his past life, had him waking early as usual. After washing up, he remembered the multifunctional snack cart still waiting to be claimed in the system. His apartment was too cramped to store it. "I'll need a bigger space to retrieve this reward," he thought. Glancing at the stacked instant noodles, he considered breakfast. In the original owner's life, saving money meant hastily cooking instant noodles each morning. Now, with his new financial freedom, he had real options. The streets outside were coming alive. Car engines, chatter, and the calls of breakfast vendors echoed through the early morning air. The city was waking up. Just as Chen Feng stepped toward the door, a knock came. "Xiao Feng, are you there?" Opening the door, he saw Uncle Zhang, the landlord, a middle-aged man of medium build, around 50, with a kind, weathered face. "I received the rent you paid yesterday," Uncle Zhang said warmly. "If you ever have difficulties, you can tell me. Don't worry about it." Chen Feng smiled politely. "It's fine, Uncle Zhang. The stall has been doing well lately." "Good, that makes me feel better," the landlord replied. "But remember, you're still a student. Focus on your studies." Chen Feng nodded. "Oh, right," Uncle Zhang said suddenly, reaching into a bag. "I went back to my hometown yesterday. These sausages were made by your Aunt Zhang. Try them." Chen Feng accepted the bag. Each sausage was hefty and handmade, a clear step above store-bought versions. "Thank you, Uncle Zhang," Chen Feng said. "Don't be shy, you're young. Eat well." Uncle Zhang laughed, then handed over a wedding invitation. "My daughter is getting married next month. Come share the joy." Chen Feng felt a warm pang. Uncle Zhang had no obligation to be this kind, yet he was thoughtful and sincere. Pocketing the invitation, Chen Feng stepped outside. The street was alive with the morning rush. Students, night shift workers, and office commuters all moved toward the bustling breakfast stalls. "Yangchun noodles." Freshly cooked Yangchun noodles. A shout caught Chen Feng's attention, pulling him toward the vibrant rhythm of the street. The shouts came from a loudspeaker hanging next to a small stall, and Chen Feng walked towards the stall selling plain noodles. This is the only stall selling Yangchun noodles in the entire Jiangbei University town area, and since Yangchun noodles are cheap and affordable, his business is quite good. Boss, a bowl of plain noodles. Yangchun noodles are a well-known traditional noodle dish. It is almost the simplest of the common noodle dishes. Yangchun noodles have no toppings or side dishes, only a few common seasonings. The noodles are cooked and then seasoned before serving. It's not much harder than cooking instant noodles. There were 3 or 5 small tables around the stall. Chen Feng found a place to sit down and waited for the stall owner to cook the noodles. A few minutes later, a bowl of plain noodles was served. Tender green scallions float in the light brown noodle soup, while white noodles lie quietly in the soup. Chen Feng took a closer sniff, and the aroma of lard and sesame oil filled his nose, along with a faint scent of pepper. Chen Feng picked up a mouthful of noodles. The reason the noodle soup is brown is because soy sauce has been added to the broth. The umami flavor of Yangchun noodles comes entirely from soy sauce and message. The noodles, while not terrible, weren't particularly good either, and the vendor had overcooked them a bit too much, making them overly soft. The vendor used a lot of lard, which gave the noodles a unique aroma, but also made them slightly greasy when you ate them. Chen Feng picked up the bowl, lowered his head, and tasted a mouthful of the noodle soup. There was too much message and too little soy sauce, resulting in an abundance of umami flavor but insufficient saltiness. The scallions were cut together, and several scallion pieces stuck together, failing to serve their intended purpose as a garnish. However, Chen Feng immediately realized that this was just an ordinary stall, and he couldn't be too demanding. As for the scallions being cut together, this is a very common mistake. The vendor may be in a hurry when preparing the vegetables, so some scallions are not cut completely, resulting in the scallions being cut together. Despite some shortcomings, the plain noodles at this stall are generally decent, with no signs of skimping on ingredients, making it a good value breakfast. The portion of a bowl of plain noodles wasn't very large, and Chen Feng finished it quickly. Just as Chen Feng was paying the bill, the system in his mind stirred again. Bite. The system has detected that the host has enjoyed a bowl of excellent quality plain noodles, with perfect color, aroma, and taste. A task is now being issued. Task objective: successfully prepare a bowl of plain noodles that scores 65 points or higher in the system rating and has a decent taste. Task reward: 10,000 RMB cash, and eligibility to accept subsequent tasks. Important note: given the host's current culinary skills, this task and subsequent tasks will be extremely difficult. Please be mentally prepared. This is already excellent? Chen Feng glanced back at the noodle stall, somewhat speechless. Although this noodle shop does good business and the owner's skills are decent, and the noodles taste good, in Chen Feng's opinion, the cooking time, knife skills, and seasoning are all far from excellent. Looking at the task information given by the system, Chen Feng decided to find a secluded place to pick up yesterday's multifunctional food stall. A dozen minutes later, Chen Feng looked at the food cart in front of him and showed a look of shock. This thing looks like an ordinary food cart, but its functions are extremely rich, far exceeding any food cart Chen Feng knows. The food cart comes with a stove, cutting board, sink, steamer, and oven. In addition, it also includes several small tables and chairs and small stools. Especially the stoves on the food carts, I don't know what kind of black technology they use. The stoves can even reach the firepower of the hotel kitchen when they are running at full power. A product made by the system is guaranteed to be of high quality. This thought flashed through Chen Feng's mind. After receiving the food cart, Chen Feng prepared to turn back and complete the new task issued by the system. Chen Feng doesn't have the ingredients needed to make Yangchun noodles right now, so he has to go out and buy them. Since the system had just released this task, Chen Feng decided to buy more ingredients and sell plain noodles at his stall today. There happens to be a fairly large vegetable market near Jianbei University Town. Although the original owner had this location in their memories, they had never been there before. Following his memory, Chen Feng arrived at the vegetable market near Jianbei University Town. Since it was the weekend, the market was quite lively in the morning. As soon as Chen Feng entered the market, the cacophony of sounds filled his ears. To make Yangchun noodles, you need noodles, scallions, lard, sesame oil, soy sauce, dried shrimp, and message. Message and dried shrimp can provide the umami flavor to plain noodles. Although he is a master of state banquets, unlike many people who are afraid of message, Chen Feng does not shy away from using message. Message is essentially a seasoning that provides umami flavor and is not harmful to the human body. In certain dishes, message can play a very important role. Even with broth to enhance the flavor of some dishes, adding a little message can make the umami flavor more complex and add the finishing touch. Of course, there are some dishes that absolutely cannot have message added. Although ordinary people can't tell the difference, top chefs and gourmets can clearly distinguish between the umami flavor of message, the umami flavor of stock, the umami flavor of vegetable stock, the umami flavor of dried goods, and the umami flavor of seafood. Only by using appropriate methods to enhance flavor can dishes achieve their best results. Taking Yangchun noodles as an example, Chen Feng could indeed prepare a pot of top-quality broth for today's Yangchun noodles, but the dish made that way would no longer be Yangchun noodles. In Chen Feng's view, every dish has its own unique flavor, and Yangchun noodles have their own deliciousness. Therefore, there is no need to prepare broth specifically for this purpose. Condiments like message and soy sauce, which are produced on a large scale, do not require much effort to select. Chen Feng walked halfway through the market and finally found a stall selling the freshest scallions. Scallions are just a garnish in plain noodles, so Chen Feng didn't buy too many. After walking a few more stalls, Chen Feng's attention was drawn to a stall selling dried goods. "Boss, how much are these dried shrimp?" Chen Feng asked. 21 caddies, the stall owner replied, waving a small net to shoo away the small flying insects on his stall. Due to the nature of the goods sold at dried goods stalls, the smell often attracts small flying insects. At 21 yuan per jin, this price is relatively expensive for dried shrimp, as regular dried shrimp usually costs only 14 or 15 yuan per jin. Chen Feng bent down to take a look, then nodded. "Not bad, it's top quality dried shrimp." With Chen Feng's keen eye, he could judge the quality of the dried shrimp without even touching them. Just then, there happened to be a stall selling sesame oil not far from the shrimp stall. Chen Feng saw that the sesame oil was of good quality, much better than the ready-made sesame oil in the supermarket, so he bought the sesame oil there as well. Next, all that's left is lard. Chen Feng walked towards the other end of the market, where there were several stalls selling fresh meat. At several stalls selling fresh meat, pork cut into various parts lay quietly in freezers, with pink lights above the stalls. Most meat stalls use pink lighting, which makes the meat appear more vibrant. On the table of the first stall, there were several transparent plastic jars containing some kind of white, paste-like solid. As Chen Feng had predicted, the jar contained lard. "I didn't expect there would still be meat stalls selling pre-made lard," Chen Feng thought to himself. Since lard is not expensive and rendering it requires considerable effort, most butcher shops no longer sell finished lard. The reason is simple: the profit margin for finished lard is too low. Therefore, most people who want to use lard can only buy the raw materials and render it at home. However, since the butcher shop had ready-made lard, Chen Feng saved himself the trouble of rendering it. "Boss, how much lard do I need?" 15 yuan a pound. The stall owner, a man in his 30s, replied when Chen Feng asked about the price of lard. The price of 15 yuan per jin, 500 g, wasn't expensive, but Chen Feng still needed to confirm the quality of the lard. "Boss, can I open the jar and smell it?" Chen Feng suddenly asked. "No way." The shopkeeper looked displeased and refused Chen Feng's request. "Buy it or don't buy it, why all the nonsense?" Chen Feng approached the stall, glanced at the transparent jar containing lard, and then turned and left the stall. "Hey, don't go. If you really want it, I can give you a discount." The butcher's attitude suddenly changed, and he took the initiative to ask Chen Feng to stay. Chen Feng ignored his boss. He had already noticed something fishy. The reason the boss didn't dare let Chen Feng open the jar and smell it was because his lard would give away the deception as soon as it was smelled. There are 3 commonly used raw materials for making lard: fatty meat, lard, and fat. Fatty meat goes without saying, while lard is the block of fat wrapped in a thin membrane in the pig's belly, and flaky fat is the clump of fat around the pig's intestines. Because fatty pork is expensive and has a low oil yield, and the rendered fat does not taste significantly better than lard, most professional chefs rarely use fatty pork to render oil except in emergencies. Therefore, the most common high-quality lard is rendered from pork fat. The fat rendered from pig fat is the lowest quality lard. Because pork fat has a high water content and is close to the pig's large intestine, lard rendered from pork fat is not only less white in color, but its aroma is also far inferior to that rendered from pork fat or pork belly. If it is high-quality lard rendered from pork fat, you can smell a rich aroma of oil as soon as you open the container. This is why Chen Feng suggested opening the jar and smelling it, as this is the most direct way to judge the quality of lard. The reason the boss reacted so strongly to Chen Feng's request was because he was selling inferior lard made from pig fat. Although flour fat oil looks very similar to high-quality lard, it has a unique characteristic: it has almost no aroma. This type of lard does have a market. Some small restaurants or workshops choose to use it in order to save costs. The price the boss gave Chen Feng was clearly the price of pork fat, a type of lard. Seeing that Chen Feng was so young, the shop owner thought that he definitely wouldn't know anything about these things, and that even if he bought them, he wouldn't be able to tell the difference. So he had a crooked idea. Chen Feng only confirmed this when he got closer and saw the fine black residue through the transparent jar of lard. Because of its high water content, after rendering the oil, the fat will not leave behind large chunks of golden or light brown residue like lard, but rather fine black residue. These fine black oil residues are difficult to distinguish unless you are very experienced. Chen Feng ignored the owner's attempts to persuade him to stay and turned to leave the stall. The best way to render lard is to buy pork fat and render it yourself. At another stall, Chen Feng bought a whole piece of pork fat for 12 yuan per kilogram. After returning to his rented place, Chen Feng prepared the purchased ingredients on the food cart and then began rendering lard. This is a good opportunity to familiarize myself with the food trucks produced by the system. Chen Feng glanced at the knife rack on the food cart and took down a Chinese cleaver. This knife is of quite good quality. Chen Feng held the cleaver in his hand, feeling its texture. After removing the fat and giving it a quick wash, Chen Feng found scissors and cut off the lymph nodes from the fat. The cleaver struck the cutting board, and a whole block of lard was transformed in Chen Feng's hands into many uniform small pieces, each about an inch long. Because it is rich in oil, pork fat is somewhat slippery when cutting, and cutting through the thin film covering the outer layer of pork fat also requires some skill. Therefore, cutting pork fat into small pieces is not an easy task for most people. But for Chen Feng, this was naturally not a problem. Lard itself has a fishy smell, so in order to ensure the aroma of the final product, it must be blanched before refining. Chen Feng filled the pot with water, turned on the heat, and then put the cold water into the pot. The reason for putting the food in cold water instead of boiling water is that as the cold water gradually heats up, it can better remove the fishy smell from the food. Next, Chen Feng added large pieces of scallions and ginger to the pot, and sprinkled in a small amount of white wine, using the scallions, ginger, and white wine to remove the fishy smell of the lard. After the water boils, some blood foam and impurities are released from the lard blocks. There was still a lot of blood foam stuck to the fat. Chen Feng picked up a strainer, scooped out the fat, and rinsed the blood foam off the fat with warm water. The reason for using warm water instead of cold water is that lard is an animal fat that solidifies when exposed to low temperatures. If you rinse it with cold water, the blood foam will stick to the lard and cannot be thoroughly cleaned. Chen Feng put the rinsed pieces of lard into the pot and turned on the heat. There are two ways to render lard, with water and without water. Adding water will slow down the rendering process, but it will make it easier to control the heat, making it a suitable method for beginners. Chen Feng, on the other hand, did not add water, thus eliminating the step of boiling the water away, which speeds up the oil extraction process, but requires the chef to have a higher level of skill in controlling the heat. First, turn the heat up high, and Chen Feng keeps stirring the pieces of lard in the pot to prevent the bottom pieces from sticking to the pot. If you add water to the lard, as time goes on, the water in the pot will first combine with some of the rendered lard, becoming increasingly cloudy. At this point, you should turn the heat down to low. As the water continues to evaporate, the cloudy oil-water mixture will turn into transparent lard. Chen Feng didn't add water, the lard simply separated as the temperature rose. At this point, turn the heat down to low. The pieces of fat in the pot will gradually shrink in size and turn into golden yellow cracklings. Chen Feng took a strainer, scooped out the cracklings from the pot, and then took another large spoon, placed it above the strainer, and squeezed the lard in the strainer to remove the last bit of pork fat. After scooping out all the oil residue, Chen Feng set it aside. This oil residue was a good thing. It could be served as a dish on its own or used as an ingredient in other dishes. Chen Feng took a container, strained the lard from the pot through a sieve, and poured it into the container. Freshly rendered, piping hot lard is transparent. As the temperature drops, it gradually solidifies at room temperature, turning snow white. It was lunchtime, and although Chen Feng had rendered the lard, he didn't immediately make plain noodles. Before rendering the lard, Chen Feng had already started steaming rice in the dining car, and the rice was just cooked at that moment. Although Chen Feng, who was a master of state banquets in his previous life, had tasted many delicacies, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't eaten rice with lard in a long time while shopping today. Freshly rendered lard is the perfect ingredient for making lard rice. After scooping out a bowl of rice, Chen Feng took a spoonful of pork cracklings and placed them on top of the rice. Another spoonful of lard was ladled out and poured over the rice, followed by a little soy sauce. After mixing well, a bowl of lard rice is ready. Pork lard rice may not be as delicious as those delicacies, but Chen Feng always believes that every dish has its own unique flavor and is delicious in its own way. Pork lard rice may not be a healthy dish, and it may even seem a bit cheap, but it does have its own unique deliciousness. Sugar and fat can bring immense pleasure, and in an era of scarcity, this is the most vivid food memory for a generation. Even in modern times, when resources are abundant, rice with lard is still a delicious dish, especially when it's freshly rendered hot lard paired with freshly fried pork cracklings. Halfway through lunch, Chen Feng suddenly remembered the sausages that his landlord, Uncle John, had brought that morning. Chen Feng immediately returned to his room, picked out a sausage, and sliced it thinly to serve with his meal. To extend their shelf life, homemade sausages often use a lot of salt and spices. The sausages that Uncle John brought were no exception. However, apart from that, since they are homemade, the seasoning ratios are often not as precise as those of large-scale industrial production, so the taste and texture of sausages made by each family are not exactly the same. Uncle Zhang's sausages have a 3:7 ratio of fat to lean meat, giving them a firm texture. They're perfect for pairing with rice mixed with pork lard. As evening quietly approached, it was time for Chen Feng to set up his stall, prepare all kinds of ingredients and drive the food cart to the previous stall location. Today, in addition to instant noodles, Chen Feng also added plain noodles as a snack. It's not lunchtime yet, so there aren't many people here. Before starting his business for the day, Chen Feng decided to cook himself a bowl of plain noodles for dinner. Otherwise, if things get busy later, Chen Feng might not have time to eat. Once the water in the pot boils, Chen Feng adds the noodles. The noodles Chen Feng chose were fresh dragon beard noodles purchased at the market this morning. These fresh noodles taste much better than dried noodles. These fresh dragon beard noodles contain water and are very thin, so they cook extremely quickly. Before the dragon beard noodles were cooked, Chen Feng had already prepared the soup base. After putting message, soy sauce, dried shrimp, and pepper into a bowl, Chen Feng opened the container of lard. The lard, which had been sitting for an afternoon, had solidified and turned into a snow cream-like consistency. Chen Feng scooped out a spoonful of lard and put it into a bowl. The noodles were cooked to perfection at this point. Chen Feng can rely on his rich experience to judge the doneness of the noodles, allowing them to be taken out of the pot when they are at their most chewy. Generally speaking, every household makes noodles differently. If you don't have Chen Feng's experience, you can also use chopsticks to pick out a few noodles, rinse them in cold water, and taste them to see if they are cooked through. Chen Feng first poured the original broth from cooking the noodles into a bowl. The various seasonings prepared in the bowl blended together under the influence of the broth, and the aroma rose under the high temperature. Then Chen Feng scooped the noodles into a bowl, sprinkled on some chopped green onions, added a few drops of soy sauce, and a bowl of plain noodles was ready. The system notification arrived at the exact moment Chen Feng dripped the soy sauce into the pan. Bite. A perfect bowl of plain noodles. System rating 100 points. Task completed. The reward for completing the Make a Bowl of Plain Noodles task is 10,000 yuan in cash and a new task. However, Chen Feng ignored the notification that the system reward had been credited to his account. The bowl of plain noodles in front of him was what Chen Feng cared about. Chen Feng used his chopsticks to pick up a strand of steaming noodles and put it in his mouth. The perfect cooking time resulted in a perfect taste, and the aromas of several seasonings in the soup base blended together, with dried shrimp, soy sauce, and message bringing a complex umami flavor. The lard not only enhances the aroma but also adds a touch of oiliness to the noodles. Chen Feng picked up a large mouthful of noodles, put it in his mouth, and after a few big bites, the bowl of plain noodles was quickly emptied. He picked up the soup bowl, and the light brown noodle soup went into Chen Feng's stomach. Chen Feng ate a simple bowl of plain noodles with the spirit of a warrior. It was precisely because of this pure love for food that Chen Feng in his previous life was able to reach the pinnacle of culinary arts in the Dragon Kingdom in just 10 years. After finishing a bowl of steaming hot plain noodles, Chen Feng's forehead was slightly sweaty. After you've eaten and drunk your fill, let's open for business. Only then did Chen Feng turn his attention to the system. Follow-up tasks for Yangchun noodles have been released. Make 10 customers satisfied with the simple noodles the host prepared. Reward, snack cart function module editing panel. Important note, this task is extremely difficult for the host, and it is estimated that it will take the host at least 1 month to complete. 10 customers, 1 month. Chen Feng was once again at a loss for words because of the system. Many passers-by cast curious glances at Chen Feng's food cart. Although Chen Feng's instant noodle stall didn't do very well before, most passers-by who frequently passed by would have some impression of it. The once simple instant noodle stall has suddenly been transformed into a food truck, a change that has attracted a lot of attention. Although Chen Feng's stall has added plain noodles to its menu today, he hasn't completely stopped offering instant noodles. Half an hour after opening, Chen Feng's stall remained empty. Curious passers-by wanted to come over and ask, but when they saw that the stall owner was still the same young man, they turned around and left. Chen Feng wasn't in a hurry. His stall wasn't very well known at the moment, so business wouldn't be great at first. As for the students at the neighboring Jiangbei University of Architecture, very few would go out of their dormitories to walk outside the campus just for a bowl of noodles. Young man, how much are your plain noodles? Chen Feng looked at the owner of the voice, a tall old man. Although the years had etched the marks of time on his face, the old man's voice sounded strong and vigorous, showing no signs of old age. 7 yuan a bowl, Chen Feng replied with a smile. The old man nodded upon hearing this. It's not expensive. Then he said, cook me a bowl of plain noodles. He then sat down on the small stool that Chen Feng had prepared. Chen Feng immediately started cooking noodles. The old man suddenly asked curiously, young man, you look very young. Didn't you go to school? Chen Feng replied with a smile, I'm still in college, and I occasionally set up a stall in my spare time to earn some living expenses. The old man wanted to ask something more, but before he could finish speaking, Chen Feng's plain noodles were already cooked. Eat it while it's hot, or the noodles will get soggy, Chen Feng said as he placed the bowl of plain noodles in front of the old man. The aroma of the plain noodles dispelled the question the old man wanted to ask from his mind. The old man unpacked the disposable chopsticks, picked up a mouthful of noodles, blew on it to cool it down, and then put it in his mouth. His brows, which were covered in fine wrinkles, suddenly relaxed. A bowl of plain noodles was quickly finished. The old man seemed quite satisfied with the taste of the plain noodles. "Young man, your skills are quite good," the old man said with a smile. "I was going to advise you to focus on your studies, but since you're such a good noodle cook, it's not my place to worry about you," the old man continued. After paying, the old man left with his hands behind his back and walked towards the gate of Jiangbei University of Architecture. Task progress 1/10. After the old man left, the system in Chen Feng's mind suddenly gave him a new notification. Songje's major also has no classes on Saturdays. Therefore, he spent the whole day lying in his dormitory today. He never forgot the bowl of instant noodles he ate last night. Suspecting he might have misremembered, Songje even checked the school's confession wall. It was finally confirmed that the instant noodle stall that had been criticized for its bad taste a few days ago was the same stall he and his two roommates had visited last night. On that confession wall post, Chen Feng's instant noodles were criticized as utterly worthless. The egg was completely broken, the instant noodles were soggy, and there were even tiny eggshells that had fallen in due to carelessness. This description is completely inconsistent with the instant noodles that Songje bought. So, in the evening, Songje, who had been longing to try it, decided to go again. Just as Songje was about to leave the dormitory, he was suddenly stopped by his roommate who was playing a game. "Hey bro, are you going to the cafeteria? Can you get me some food?" came the ravenous cries of his sons behind him. "I'm not going to the cafeteria, I'm going to that instant noodle stall outside the school." "Then please get me some instant noodles, I'll transfer the money to you via WeChat," the three people in the dormitory, excluding Songje, said in unison. When Songje saw Chen Feng's stall, he thought he had come to the wrong place. Yesterday's instant noodle stall has changed its appearance and become a very high-end looking food truck. The small blackboard on the edge of the food cart had the words instant noodles and plain noodles written in large characters. At this time, Chen Feng's stall was not too busy. There was only one customer in front of Songje, so he did not need to wait in a long line. 2 weeks from now, Songje, who went to great lengths to snag vegetables, will surely miss the days when he didn't have to queue. After finishing packing the noodles for a customer who wanted to take them away, Chen Feng noticed Songje standing in front of the stall. He remembered the classmate who had bought instant noodles from him late last night. "Boss, what's wrong with your stall?" Songje asked in confusion. Yesterday, Chen Feng's place was just a simple instant noodle stall with nothing but a few small pots, but today it has become a food cart with a cutting board and steamer. The change is so drastic that Songje is having a hard time accepting it. "Oh, this food cart was custom-made, it just arrived today," Chen Feng said. "What would you like to order today? Is plain noodles a new product? I'll have a bowl of plain noodles first. Take it away or eat it here?" Chen Feng asked. Only then did Songje notice the newly added low tables and stools on both sides of the food cart. After a moment's thought, he said, "Let's eat here then. After all, plain noodles taste best when they're fresh out of the pot." "There are 3 more servings of instant noodles, take them to go," Songje added. As they were talking, Chen Feng had already put the noodles into the pot. Songje, who often cooks at home, naturally knows about yangchen noodles, an extremely simple noodle dish that is the best choice for making do with a bite. However, when the plain noodles were served to Songje, he noticed that this bowl of noodles was different from the plain noodles he had eaten before. First, there was the aroma. Before he even picked up his chopsticks, the fragrance of lard and sesame oil filled Songje's nose. The sesame oil added at the end can significantly enhance the aroma of the dish. Songje had spent the whole day in the dormitory and hadn't moved much, so he wasn't particularly hungry. But when he smelled the aroma of yangchun noodles, Songje suddenly felt a surge of appetite. Picking up his chopsticks, Songje lifted a large strand of noodles and bent down to put it into his mouth. A bowl of plain noodles was quickly swallowed by Songje. "Boss, another bowl of plain noodles, please," Songje called out. The savory broth and chewy noodles were a perfect match. Songje exclaimed that he had never eaten such delicious plain noodles before, and even though he wasn't very hungry, he wanted to have another bowl. Songje, who cooks often, could tell that the soup base of this bowl of plain noodles didn't have any special secrets, it was simply a perfect combination of various seasonings. The simple seasonings, when combined in appropriate amounts, create a synergistic effect greater than the sum of their parts, representing the highest level of skill in culinary arts seasoning. Songje naturally didn't understand what this meant, he was simply amazed that such simple ingredients could taste so good. Compared to this bowl of plain noodles, the plain noodles that Songje makes at home are really just something to make do with. When the second bowl of plain noodles was placed in front of him, Songje didn't eat it as quickly as the first bowl. He savored the taste of the noodles in small bites, and in the end, he didn't even leave the broth behind. By the time he finished his second bowl of plain noodles, the 3 portions of instant noodles he wanted to pack were also cooked. Before leaving, Songje couldn't help but ask, "Boss, your broth for this plain noodle soup is so delicious, do you have some secret recipe?" Chen Feng laughed and said, "What secret recipe could a bowl of plain noodles have? It's just a matter of seasoning." "Oh, how do you make it? Could you teach me so I can make it for my family when I get home?" Song Jie said half jokingly. He didn't have high hopes for the soup base recipe Chen Feng told him, since a good soup base is the lifeblood of a small stall. "You want to learn? I'll teach you," Chen Feng said. Chen Feng had no intention of keeping the ingredients and techniques secret. In his previous life, his grandfather often lamented the factionalism in the catering industry, where everyone kept their own skills to themselves, which would only lead to the decline of Chinese cuisine. Therefore, whether in his past life or now, Chen Feng is very willing to teach the recipe to those who humbly ask for his advice. For every pound of noodle soup, add 2 grams of salt, half an ounce of soy sauce, half an ounce of lard, half a gram of pepper, half a gram of message, a pinch of dried shrimp, 8 grams of chopped green onions, and 2 drops of sesame oil. Chen Feng explained the soup base. Even for something as simple as Yangchun noodles, it's difficult to quantify the exact amount of seasonings used. Different brands of soy sauce have different salt content, and the dried shrimp from different vendors taste different. The thickness of noodles varies from household to household. Even pepper powder produced by the same manufacturer may have different flavors depending on the batch. Even when making the same dish, experienced Chinese chefs will adjust the ingredients according to the characteristics of different ingredients. As for how to achieve the perfect combination, it all depends on the chef's experience. Chen Feng told Song Jie that the recipe was equivalent to the one-size-fits-all recipe. If you follow this recipe exactly, you won't be able to create a soup base as perfect as the Yangchun noodles Chen Feng cooks, but there won't be any obvious problems either. In homes or most small shops, this kind of plain noodles already deserves to be called delicious. If you want to go further, the chef needs to have a strong enough ability to season ingredients and a deep enough understanding of the properties of the raw materials. Upon hearing that Chen Feng had actually told him the recipe, Song Jie's face immediately lit up with surprise and delight. But Chen Feng continued, "However, every household uses different noodles and seasonings, so I can't guarantee you can completely replicate it." Song Jie was not discouraged upon hearing this, and still sincerely thanked Chen Feng. All right, hurry back, or your instant noodles will get soggy," Chen Feng said with a laugh. Task progress, 10/10. It was only then that Chen Feng noticed that Song Jie was the 10th customer to buy Yangchun noodles that day. The reward has been issued. Chen Feng opened the system interface and found that in addition to the original task interface, the system also had a function to adjust the catering truck equipment. By adjusting this interface, Chen Feng can turn unused functions in the food cart into usable functions when preparing specific dishes. For example, you can turn a wok into an extra-large stew pot, or you could turn the steamer into an oven. This feature is quite useful. The system's advanced technology once again surprised Chen Feng. As the mealtime gradually passed, the number of people on the streets also gradually decreased. But Chen Feng did not close his stall. Noodles have 2 peak seasons at night, one is dinner time, and the other is late-night snack time. Many people like to have a bowl of plain noodles as a late-night snack after their dinner has been mostly digested. The second wave of customers began around 9 p.m. It was time for a late-night snack, and Chen Feng's stall welcomed several more customers. However, Chen Feng's stall has not yet gained fame, so the number of customers is not very large, far from the point where long queues form. With that in mind, Chen Feng didn't prepare too many ingredients at first. By the time the second wave of late-night customers had ended, Chen Feng had used up most of his ingredients for the day. There are still enough ingredients for a few bowls of plain noodles, and half a box of instant noodles left. Although today was Chen Feng's first official day setting up his stall, the food truck, which looked much more professional than the original owner's instant noodle stall, still attracted quite a few customers. After completing the task of cooking a bowl of plain noodles that satisfies 10 customers, the system did not issue any new tasks. However, it was too early to close up shop now, so Chen Feng decided to wait a little longer. Feeling utterly bored, Chen Feng began to think about what to sell at his stall tomorrow. Selling only plain noodles and instant noodles is indeed a bit monotonous. Moreover, it would be a waste to use such a fully equipped food cart, comparable to a hotel kitchen, just to cook noodles. Let's see what tasks the system will issue next, or we can ask the students at Jiangbei University of Architecture. Chen Feng is very confident in the variety of dishes he knows how to cook. In his previous life, Chen Feng spent 10 years mastering the 4 major cuisines of Sichuan, Shandong, Guangdong, and Huaiyang. With his exceptional talent and guidance from renowned masters, Chen Feng can now be considered a living cookbook. From elaborate banquet dishes to local snacks from all over the country, there's nothing Chen Feng can't cook. Even if it's a niche snack that Chen Feng can't make, with his culinary skills, he can figure out its secrets after just one taste. As Chen Feng was deep in thought, he put his hand in his pocket and suddenly touched the cracked screen of his phone. I'll find some time tomorrow to get a new phone, Chen Feng thought. Time passed slowly, and the traffic on the road became increasingly sparse. Jiangbei City is gradually taking shape, and by this time, most families are already resting. Chen Feng looked at the neighboring residential area, where fewer and fewer lights were on. However, the other food stalls nearby showed no signs of closing down. We'll close up shop in a little while. It's past 11 p.m. now, and very few people would come to eat noodles at this time. Just as Chen Feng was feeling bored, a figure walked towards his instant noodle stall. He was a slightly overweight man who looked to be in his early 20s. He was wearing an ill-fitting, inexpensive suit, and although the weather wasn't warm, he had unbuttoned the outer buttons of his suit jacket. The young man walked very slowly, even somewhat unsteadily, and couldn't even walk in a straight line. Even after walking only a short distance, he would lean on a telephone pole to catch his breath. A few dozen meters away from Chen Feng's stall, he stood leaning on a telephone pole for a long time, bending over and dry heaving for a long time. Whether it was the aroma of the plain noodles or the lights from the food cart that attracted him, he slowly walked towards Chen Feng's stall. The young man reeked of alcohol and was still wearing a suit, suggesting he had just finished working overtime and socializing, and had drunk quite a bit. He sat down on a small stool next to Chen Feng's stall and mumbled, "Boss, noodles." Then he laid down on the small table. He wasn't asleep, the violent heaving of his back seemed to indicate the pain he was in. Chen Feng didn't wake him up, but silently started cooking noodles. The sight of the noodle bowl touching the table made him look up. As he did so, the drunken man smelled the aroma of freshly cooked noodles and seemed to sober up a bit. It seems that although he drank a lot of alcohol, he didn't eat much and is now very hungry. Driven by both hunger and alcohol, he ate the noodles very quickly. The young man picked up half a bowl of noodles with his chopsticks and stuffed the entire bowl into his mouth. He chewed frantically, and before he could even swallow the noodles in his mouth, he picked up the bowl and shoveled the remaining noodles and broth into his mouth. In less than half a minute, the entire bowl of plain noodles was gone. Chen Feng had been silently watching him. After finishing the bowl of noodles, the drunk young man didn't say anything, but squatted on the stool and buried his head deep into his body. The young man's shoulders shrugged repeatedly for another half-minute. Chen Feng did not go over to interrupt him. Half a minute later, the young man raised his head. His eyes were slightly red and his voice was a little hoarse. "Boss, your noodles are delicious. It tastes just as good as my mom's cooking. Wah!" The young man finally couldn't hold back his tears. "Another bowl. Wah!" Chen Feng did not laugh at the crying man, but silently cooked him another bowl of noodles. Everyone has moments of emotional breakdown, and Chen Feng just feels sorry for him right now. The second bowl of plain noodles was served, and the young man still finished it at a very fast pace. After finishing the second bowl of noodles, the effects of the alcohol subsided considerably, and his emotions gradually stabilized. "Another bowl, please." The young man seemed to still be hungry, so he ordered another bowl. The noodles were cooked, and Chen Feng had used up all the ingredients he had prepared for the day. The young man ate his third bowl of noodles very slowly, seemingly savoring the flavor of each strand of noodle. After finishing the third bowl of noodles, the young man's expression relaxed considerably, and his drunkenness subsided by about 80 to 90%. "Thank you, boss." After paying the bill, the young man walked towards the nearby residential area. Chen Feng watched the young man's retreating figure. "I hope this bowl of plain noodles late at night can give you the courage to face life." Bite. Detection indicates that the dish prepared by the host has successfully cured a customer. A long-term hidden quest is now available. Long-term hidden quest, no regrets in this life. Task introduction: a diner's taste in food changes with their mood. Certain foods enjoyed in specific circumstances can not only conquer the diner's taste buds but also heal their soul, leaving them with a feeling of no regrets in this life. This is a long-term hidden task. There is no warning before it is triggered, and there is no limit to the number of times you can complete it. The rewards can be stacked. Mission reward: slight improvement in physical attributes. This task demands extremely high culinary skills. Given your current cooking abilities, please don't have too high hopes of completing this task again. Chen Feng, who was about to pack up his stall after watching the young man leave, was about to close up shop when a new task issued by the system caught his attention. No regrets in this life? Having been a master of state banquets in his previous life, Chen Feng naturally knew that certain delicacies in specific situations could truly make one feel no regrets in this life. The feeling of eating the same bowl of noodles every day is definitely different from the feeling of eating it again after 10 years away from home. This task can be completed multiple times, but Chen Feng doesn't know when he will be able to meet a customer whose mood is just right again. Therefore, this mission, titled No Regrets in This Life, is quite a challenge for Chen Feng. However, the reward for this task is indeed very useful. Subtle improvements to physical fitness. The drunken young man had just finished a mission for Chen Feng. When the system notification sounded, Chen Feng's previously tired body felt noticeably more refreshed. It should be noted that Chen Feng had been a chef for many years before transmigrating, and his body had become quite strong during his long career as a cook. However, Chen Feng in this parallel world did not learn to cook, and coupled with some malnutrition since childhood, his physical condition was much worse than that of the chef Chen Feng. And right after completing the mission, Chen Feng's physical fitness visibly improved. As time went on, the surrounding stalls selling fried skewers, oden, and starched sausages gradually closed down. It was time for Chen Feng to pack up and leave. After packing up, Chen Feng was about to go back when a system notification sounded in his mind again. Today's stall setup is complete. Sales revenue 327 yuan. Our sales have surpassed 300 yuan for the first time. New tasks are now being issued. A good food stall should offer a variety of dishes. Add a noodle dish, a meat dish, and a vegetarian dish to your stall. Task time frame 1 month. Note, given the host's current culinary skills, learning new dishes is extremely difficult. The 1 month time limit is very tight, so please make the most of this limited time. Today is the first time Chen Feng has set up a complete stall since obtaining the system. A turnover of over 300 is not much. A small stall with slightly better business can easily achieve a daily turnover of over 1,000. Some of the more popular stalls or small shops had sales that were 10 times higher than Chen Feng's sales that day. However, for a newly opened stall that doesn't yet have repeat customers, and selling only the 2 cheapest noodle dishes, instant noodles and plain noodles, a turnover of over 300 yuan is already quite substantial. Before Chen Feng transmigrated, the original owner often didn't even have a daily turnover of 30 yuan. As for the task just released by the system, Chen Feng had the idea of adding more dishes while setting up his stall today. After all, selling only instant noodles and plain noodles is indeed a bit monotonous. Chen Feng knows so many dishes that he decided to think carefully about which new dishes to choose tomorrow. As for the 1 month time limit given by the system, Chen Feng felt it was a bit too long. Oh right, I need to get a new phone tomorrow, Chen Feng thought to himself before taking a break. Chen Feng woke up early the next morning. Since he learned to cook in his previous life, Chen Feng had gotten used to waking up early. The streets outside the gate also began to show new vitality in the morning. Chen Feng went outside, wanting to find a place to have breakfast first. Ignoring the stall selling plain noodles, which was hawking its wares, I decided to skip it today since I had just eaten there yesterday. After getting a double meat rujiamo, Chinese hamburger, from another stall next to the noodle stall, Chen Feng began to think about his plans for the day. The system issued a new task yesterday, requiring me to add 1 noodle dish, 1 meat dish, and 1 vegetarian dish to my stall within a month. Pasta. Chen Feng looked at the rujiamo, Chinese hamburger, in his hand. A rujiamo, Chinese hamburger, doesn't seem quite right. Put the rujiamo, Chinese hamburger, into your mouth and chew it thoroughly. The meat is a bit dry. Chen Feng silently gave this rujiamo, Chinese hamburger, stall a low score in his mind. After finishing his rujiamo, Chinese hamburger, Chen Feng thought the system would suddenly pop up and give him a task to make rujiamo, just like yesterday. But the system did not. What kind of pasta dish should we add today? After thinking for a while, Chen Feng quickly came up with an answer. Yesterday, my stall only sold instant noodles and plain noodles. I shouldn't make too many changes today. Therefore, Chen Feng decided to add a slightly more complex type of noodle to the existing instant noodles and plain noodles. To grow this new type of noodle dish, Chen Feng needed to buy new ingredients, so he decided to buy a phone in the morning and then purchase the ingredients in the afternoon. There is a fairly large mobile phone store in Jiangbei University Town. The customers here are mostly students from the nearby universities. Chen Feng didn't have any special needs for the phone, so after randomly picking a phone with decent specs, he prepared to go to the counter to pay. Chen Feng, what a coincidence, you're here to get your phone repaired too. As Chen Feng walked toward the counter, a tall girl suddenly called out to him and greeted him. Chen Feng looked closely and finally found the girl in the original owner's memories. No, my old phone is so laggy it's unusable, I'm here to buy a new one, Chen Feng replied with a smile. The girl's name is Shen Xinyi, and she is the class monitor of Chen Feng's university class. Although she was Chen Feng's class monitor, the two, who were not particularly close, did not have much interaction. Therefore, after chatting for a few minutes, they went their separate ways. After leaving the mobile phone store, Chen Feng quickly put the chance encounter out of his mind. Instead of returning to his residence, Chen Feng headed straight for the vegetable market. Upon entering the market, Chen Feng's gaze was immediately drawn to a vegetable stall at the very edge of the market. Strictly speaking, I was drawn to the green onions displayed at the stall. The neatly arranged scallion surprisingly gave off a powerful feeling. The scallion is about 4 or 5 centimeters in diameter. Even after the top half of the green part was trimmed, the remaining length is still more than 1.5 meters. Compared to these, the scallions at the other stalls were practically miniature versions. Chen Feng naturally noticed the special features of this scallion. Boss, how much are these Zhangkaiyo scallions? Chen Feng asked directly. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, the shop owner was slightly shocked. He hadn't expected that such a young man could tell at a glance that the scallions at his stall came from Zhangkao. Zhangkao has been known for its scallions since ancient times. Whether used for stir-frying or added directly to dishes, the local scallions are more effective than ordinary scallions. Without much haggling, Chen Feng bought dozens of kilograms of scallions in one go. Green onions can be stored for a long time, and most dishes require them. If you can't use them all, you can also fry them into green onion oil. Therefore, it's good to buy more. Moreover, the yield of Zhangkaya scallions is not high, and it will not be easy to buy such good quality Zhangkaya scallions again in the future. After putting the scallions he had bought back at his residence, Chen Feng went back to the market and bought a few cabbages and 10 pounds of tomatoes. There are still plenty of eggs in stock, so there's no need to buy any. After putting all the ingredients away, Chen Feng went to the supermarket and bought a bag of high-gluten flour. At this point, all the ingredients for the new dish were finally ready. Today, Chen Feng is going to introduce a new noodle dish at his stall, which is stir-fried noodles. Stir-fried noodles are a traditional noodle dish from northern China. If Yangchun noodles represent southern noodles, then stir-fried noodles can be considered a representative of northern noodles. This is a common home-style dish. In many provinces in northern China, almost every household knows how to make stir-fried noodles, and almost every household makes them differently. The essence of stir-frying is to use high oil temperature to bring out the flavors of ingredients and seasonings, and then transfer these flavors to the main ingredient. To borrow a phrase from Shandong cuisine, if there is flavor, bring it out; if there is no flavor, make it penetrate. The key to making delicious stir-fried noodles lies in using the heat of the oil to bring out the aroma of the scallions, and then infusing that aroma into the noodles through the broth. Of course, in addition to these, other ingredients are needed, most of which are vegetables. In northern families, people generally use whatever they have on hand. If they have cabbage, they'll add some cabbage; if they have tomatoes, they'll add some tomatoes. This is why almost every household makes a different kind of stir-fried noodles. Chen Feng looked at the high-gluten flour in front of him. Since we're making stir-fried noodles, we can't use machine-made noodles anymore. Regular noodles can also be used to make stir-fried noodles, but in Chen Feng's opinion, to make stir-fried noodles taste and flavor the best, you still have to use hand-rolled noodles. Chen Feng loaded the ingredients onto the food cart and then began adjusting the cart's functional modules in the system interface. This is the reward Chen Feng received for the mission. To make hand-pulled noodles, you need a large enough basin, a work surface, and a rolling pin. After the editing was completed, the actual food truck also changed accordingly. Chen Feng poured the high-gluten flour into the mixing bowl. For making hand-pulled noodles, it is best to use high-gluten flour. Compared to low-gluten flour, high-gluten flour contains more plant protein, commonly known as gluten. When flour and water are combined, this component gives the dough greater elasticity, which plays an important role in the chewiness of noodles. However, to make chewy and delicious hand-pulled noodles, relying solely on the plant protein contained in the flour is not enough. 2 other common seasonings are also needed. After pouring the flour into the basin, Chen Feng filled the basin with water. When making noodles, it is best to use room temperature water, not hot water. The high temperature of hot water will affect the plant protein in the flour, resulting in a decrease in the elasticity of the final product. Of course, if you are making some softer pasta dishes, scalding the dough with hot water is a good way to improve the softness of the finished product. After filling the water container, Chen Feng took a little salt and baking soda and dissolved them in the water. This is a method to further improve the elasticity of hand-rolled noodles. There's a saying in the Bai family, alkali is the bone, salt is the sinew. Salt can improve the extensibility of dough, while alkali can improve its stretchability. In some parts of China, there is a local specialty called penghui ramen. This dish is made by adding alkaline wood ash to flour to make ramen, which makes the noodles more chewy. This is the wisdom of the ancients. If you are making a small amount of noodles, you can directly add salt and baking soda to the flour and mix well. However, Chen Feng was preparing ingredients for his evening stall, planning to make a large batch of hand-pulled noodles at once. With so much flour in the bowl, it was difficult to mix the salt and baking soda evenly. Therefore, Chen Feng chose to dissolve the 2 seasonings in the water used for kneading the dough first, and then let them fully blend with the flour during the kneading process. As for the amount of these 2 seasonings, it is determined based on the weight of the flour. There's a saying in the Bayan dialect, 1 part salt for every 100 parts flour, 1 part alkali for every 5 parts salt. That is to say, add 5 grams of salt and 1 gram of baking soda to every 500 grams of flour. After dissolving the 2 seasonings in water, Chen Feng prepared to start kneading the dough. This process was a piece of cake for the experienced Chen Feng. The amount of water used when kneading the dough is also important for making chewy hand-pulled noodles. There's a saying in the local dialect, soft dough for dumplings, firm dough for soup. For dumplings to taste good, the dumpling wrappers must be soft, while for noodles to taste good, they must be firm. Therefore, when making hand-pulled noodles, the amount of water used in kneading the dough should not be too much. The optimal ratio is 4.5 ounces of water to 1 pound of flour. In addition, Chen Feng added a sufficient amount of eggs according to the ratio of 1 egg per pound of flour. Adding eggs when kneading dough can make the noodles smoother. After cracking in the eggs, Chen Feng began adding water in small amounts several times. Add water with one hand and start stirring quickly with the other. Each small amount of water added is quickly absorbed by the flour, and the flour and water combine to form a flocculent mixture. Finally, after continuously adding water and stirring, the entire bowl of dough turned into dough flakes. The next step is to knead the dough flakes into a dough ball. To ensure the noodles were chewy, Chen Feng didn't add too much water, so it would take some time to knead the dough into a ball. If you are a beginner, you might get stuck at this step. If, after kneading for a while, you find that the flour just won't come together, you're likely to give up. But this step was no challenge for Chen Feng. With his superb skills, the whole bowl of dough flakes quickly turned into a smooth dough. As for the tapping technique when kneading dough, there's nothing special about it except practice makes perfect. But what if you're not proficient? Chen Feng recalled the time when he first started learning to cook in his previous life. I was not even 10 years old then, and when I stood up I wasn't even as tall as a large rolling pin. When the old man taught Chen Feng how to make hand-pulled noodles, Chen Feng eagerly started after he explained the steps. As a result, Chen Feng kneaded for half an hour, but could only barely pinch the dough clumps together and could not knead them into a smooth dough. Just when Chen Feng was at his wit's end, the old man told him, "The gluten in dough is like a rubber band. The length that can be stretched and folded is limited. If you stretch and fold a rubber band back and forth, there will eventually be a time when you can't stretch it anymore." "What should we do then?" asked Chen Feng, who was still young at the time. "Wait," the old man said, uttering only one word. At this point, simply cover the bowl and wait for 20 minutes to allow the gluten in the dough to develop and have room to stretch further, so that the dough can be kneaded until very smooth. Young Chen Feng covered the basin and waited for 20 minutes before continuing to knead the dough. Finally, he transformed the rough, gritty dough into a smooth one. My thoughts returned to the dough in my hands. Now Chen Feng can knead dough until it's smooth, the bowl is clean, and his hands are clean. Cover the bowl. Even if you can knead the dough until smooth in one go, there is still a waiting period. This waiting period is to prepare for the next step of rolling out the dough. If you are a beginner, you will need to wait twice, once before kneading the dough and once before rolling it out. This waiting period is called resting the dough on the white paper. If the dough is not allowed to rest, it will be difficult to roll it out thinly in the end. Since he learned to cook in his previous life, Chen Feng has always felt that the term resting dough is very apt. The sleeping dough slowly awakens, and the gluten tangled within it relaxes. Chen Feng first cleaned the cutting board, then sprinkled a thin layer of starch on it. Sprinkling this layer of starch is to prevent the dough from sticking to the work surface when rolling it out later. Half an hour later, Chen Feng removed the lid from the basin and gently pressed the dough. The flour produced by each manufacturer is not exactly the same, so Chen Feng had to press it at this time to know the difference. After confirming that the dough had risen properly, Chen Feng took it out of the bowl and placed it on the work surface. Chen Feng then took an extra large rolling pin from next to the cutting board. Rolling out dough is hard work. If Chen Feng hadn't received the reward of slight improvement in physical fitness yesterday, he probably wouldn't have been able to make hand-rolled noodles given the original owner's physical condition. Chen Feng placed the dough on the work surface but did not immediately begin rolling it out. Instead, a small amount of starch is sprinkled on top of the dough. This step is to prevent the noodles from sticking to the rolling pin or to each other. Next, Chen Feng still didn't start rolling. Instead, he picked up the rolling pin, placed it on top of the dough, and began pressing down from top to bottom. If the dough is small, you can start rolling it out directly, but Chen Feng made a lot at once. If he started rolling it out directly, the dough would become more and more uneven. Before you actually start rolling out the dough, you need to shape it into a shape that is almost like a pancake. After pressing down for a while, the dough turned into an oval shape. Chen Feng then rotated the oval dough 90 degrees and repeated this step. At this point, the dough has become almost flat and is ready to be rolled out. Chen Feng rolled the dough with the rolling pin from bottom to top, making the dough thinner and turning it into an oval shape again. But Chen Feng wasn't worried. He rotated the dough 30 degrees clockwise and rolled it out again from bottom to top. Continue this cycle until the dough has rotated a full circle and remains a perfectly round shape. Chen Feng kept repeating this cycle until the dough was completely rolled out thin. As long as the flour recipe is correct, the dough will not easily break even if it is rolled out thinly. The experienced Chen Feng rolled the dough to a very even thickness. By this time, the dough had become quite large. Chen Feng sprinkled a little starch on the top of the dough and spread it evenly. Next, Chen Feng used a rolling pin to roll up the dough. Such a large dough would easily break if handled by hand. Slowly lower the rolled up dough and fold it into a wavy shape. Chen Feng took out a kitchen knife. All he had to do was cut the folded dough into thin strips, and the hand-pulled noodles were ready. If you are making oil-splashed noodles or some mixed noodles from the Guangzhou region, you can cut the noodles wider at this step, into belt-like pieces. Chen Feng was going to make stir-fried noodles, so naturally the noodles needed to be cut into thinner pieces. The sound of the cleaver rang out, and the flatbread was quickly cut into noodles. After the noodles are cut, the process is not completely finished. The cut surfaces are subjected to great pressure, so the sides of each noodle are slightly stuck together. The adhesion at this stage is easy to handle. Chen Feng first pinched one end of the noodle with his hand and pulled it out. After this action, the middle section of the noodle was exposed in front of Chen Feng. Chen Feng pinched the middle of the noodle, quickly lifted it up, and gently slapped it a few times on the cutting board. Hand-pulled noodles have a lot of elasticity and won't break even if you slap them. This slapping process can also separate slightly sticky noodles. Chen Feng repeated the process, slapping and kneading the remaining noodles. The hand-pulled noodles are finally done. Chen Feng covered the hand-pulled noodles he had made with a damp cloth, preparing to use them when he set up his stall today. Making hand-pulled noodles is a laborious task. After making the hand-pulled noodles, it was already noon, and Chen Feng was also a little hungry. Since we have freshly made hand-pulled noodles on hand, it would be a bit unreasonable not to cook a bowl of noodles. After resting for a while, Chen Feng began to make stir-fried noodles. Chen Feng's stall will add stir-fried noodles to its menu tonight. Making stir-fried noodles at noon today is also a rehearsal for tonight's opening. There are 3 key elements to making delicious stir-fried noodles. First and foremost, the quality of the noodles must be excellent, with hand-pulled noodles being the best, followed by machine-made fresh noodles, and then dried noodles. Besides the noodles, since it's stir-fried noodles, the stir-frying process is essential. Therefore, the stir-frying technique is the second most important factor in making delicious stir-fried noodles. The third key element is stock, specifically vegetarian stock. As a common home-style dish and a staple food, stir-fried noodles do not pair very well with meat-based broth. The perfect accompaniment to stir-fried noodles is a vegetable broth, specifically an egg broth. Eggs contain an abundance of amino acids. By using oil and high temperatures to extract these amino groups into the broth, a uniquely flavorful egg broth is created. Before starting to cook the stir-fried noodles, Chen Feng first prepared all kinds of ingredients. First, crack 2 eggs into a small bowl. Use chopsticks to whisk the eggs at an angle. Whisking the eggs at an angle will incorporate more air into the eggs, making the egg mixture fluffier when fried. Once the egg yolks and egg whites are thoroughly mixed and small bubbles appear on the surface of the egg mixture, this step is complete. Afterwards, Chen Feng took out a tomato he had bought that morning and diced it. Many chefs choose to peel tomatoes before using them, but whether or not to peel them depends on the dish. Tomato skins are rich in trace elements, so Chen Feng generally doesn't peel tomatoes unless it affects the taste of the dish. If you're making tomato and egg drop soup, it's best to remove the tomato skin, but if you're making stir-fried noodles, there's no need to remove the tomato skin. After dicing the tomatoes, Chen Feng took a cabbage from the morning, tore off a few outer leaves, and then took a few tender leaves from the cabbage and chopped them into small pieces. Chinese cabbage is a sweet and fresh ingredient. Adding Chinese cabbage when stir-frying can enhance the sweet and fresh flavor of the final stir-fried noodles. Chen Feng then took a scallion from Zhangkaiyu, peeled off the outermost layer of skin, and cut off the root of the scallion. Scallions are the key ingredient for stir-frying. Furthermore, the white and green parts of scallions have different flavors. For the best stir-frying results, using the white parts is preferable. Chen Feng cut off a section of scallion, then used a cleaver to slice it from top to bottom. This step is to remove the core of the scallion. Because the core of the scallion has a high water content, it should not be used when stir-frying. Chen Feng only kept the outer few layers of the scallion. After the white part of the scallion, which had been cut in half, was laid flat, it became a square. Chen Feng cut the flattened white part of the scallion into diamond-shaped slices, each about 1 centimeter square. Then Chen Feng took out a star anise and added it to the stir-fry to enhance the aroma of the dish. Chen Feng placed the star anise on the cutting board and gently patted it with a cleaver. Star anise is a relatively large spice, and putting it directly into the pot would not help release its aroma. Chen Feng's 2 light taps cracked the outer wall of the star anise seeds, which helped the aromatic substances in the star anise to volatilize. With this, the preliminary preparations were finally completed. Chen Feng turned on the fire and heated the wok to a very high temperature. After heating the pan, Chen Feng poured peanut oil into it. Eggs are a good match for oil, so you can use a little more oil when frying eggs than when stir-frying other vegetables. When frying eggs, the oil temperature must be slightly high so that the eggs expand quickly as soon as they are put into the pan. When the oil in the pan was hot and just beginning to smoke, Chen Feng poured the egg mixture into the pan. The egg mixture begins to expand immediately upon contact with the hot oil. Chen Feng inserted the spatula into the pan and began to stir it quickly, breaking the originally large chunks of semi-solidified egg liquid into smaller pieces. To make egg broth, the solidified egg liquid must be broken up. Only small pieces of egg can better release the umami flavor, and in this process, the egg will fully absorb the oil. Soon, the small pieces of egg in the pan turned golden yellow, and the small pieces of egg, having absorbed enough oil, puffed up completely. Chen Feng poured the eggs out of the pot and put them in a bowl for later use. After cleaning the wok, Chen Feng reheated it. Heat a wok and add cold oil to prepare for stir-frying. This time, I used half the amount of oil I used when frying eggs before. Furthermore, Chen Feng did not use peanut oil entirely this time. To enhance the aroma of the stir-fry, Chen Feng added a small amount of sesame oil to the peanut oil used for stir-frying. The 2-in-1 oil stir-fry was a specialty of a famous chef in his previous life, which Chen Feng learned by chance. The smoke point of sesame oil is very different from that of other conventional cooking oils. If the heat is not controlled properly when adding sesame oil to a wok, it will not only fail to enhance the aroma but may also produce harmful substances. Therefore, adding sesame oil when stir-frying requires a higher level of skill from the chef in controlling the heat. After heating the oil, Chen Feng sprinkled in a dozen or so peppercorns. The aroma of Sichuan peppercorns was released in the hot oil. A few seconds later, Chen Feng used a slotted spoon to remove the Sichuan peppercorns that had changed color. If you leave the Sichuan peppercorns until the end, they will affect the taste of the finished dish. After removing the Sichuan peppercorns, Chen Feng added the chopped scallions he had prepared to the pot. When the chopped scallions come into contact with the 80% hot oil, they sizzle and release a rich aroma that instantly fills the area around the wok. At such high oil temperatures, if chopped scallions are left alone in the pan, they will quickly burn. But Chen Feng did not turn down the heat. Instead, he put the diced tomatoes he had already chopped into the pot. Adding new ingredients to the pot lowered the temperature inside. Chen Feng then sprinkled half a gram of salt into the pot. Most stir-fries add salt before they're done cooking, but Chen Feng added salt when he put the tomatoes in the pan this time to help them release their juices faster. A small amount of salt can alter the osmotic pressure environment around diced tomatoes, allowing the tomato juice to seep out more quickly. Soon, a sandy tomato sauce appeared in the pot, indicating that the tomato juice had been cooked out. After that, Chen Feng put the already chopped cabbage into the pot and stir-fried it vigorously over high heat. After stir-frying for a few seconds, Chen Feng sprinkled half a spoonful of soy sauce around the edge of the wok. When there is little water in the pot, the soy sauce added to the side of the pot is different from the soy sauce added directly to the soup. The soy sauce is in direct contact with the pot wall at the edge of the pot, where the temperature is extremely high. This high temperature can instantly bring out the aroma of the soy sauce. However, if soy sauce is added to soup, the boiling water should only be at most 100 degrees Celsius, otherwise the aroma of the soy sauce cannot be fully released. After adding soy sauce, Chen Feng stir-fried it a few more times, then added enough boiling water to the pot. Next, Chen Feng put the pre-fried eggs into the boiling hot soup. Next, Chen Feng put the lid on the pot and waited for 3 minutes to allow the umami substances in the eggs to be released in the boiling hot soup, turning the soup into a pot of egg broth. 3 minutes later, Chen Feng opened the pot lid, and the soup in the pot looked much thicker and whiter than before. During the frying process, the eggs absorb some oil, which is released along with umami substances in the boiling hot soup, turning the soup into a thick, white suspension. Because soy sauce was added earlier, the soup wasn't completely white. A little salt was added to the soup to make it salty. Then Chen Feng took out the hand-pulled noodles and put them into the pot. Hand-pulled noodles cook very quickly, they are cooked in less than 5 minutes. It's best taken out of the pot at this point, when it tastes just right. The preparation of stir-fried noodles is more complicated than that of plain noodles, and it also requires a higher level of skill from the chef in controlling the heat. Moreover, although this is an extremely common noodle dish, it often appears at some very high-level banquets because of its unique flavor derived from stir-frying. The moment the noodles entered his mouth, their chewy texture immediately satisfied Chen Feng. Although the original owner's physical condition was not very good, after being strengthened by the system, he had enough strength to make hand-pulled noodles. In addition, with Chen Feng's noodle-pulling skills and perfect cooking temperature, the taste of this bowl of stir-fried noodles was absolutely wonderful. While enjoying the delicious food, Chen Feng didn't think about much else. After finishing the bowl of stir-fried noodles and tidying everything up, Chen Feng began to think about the next stage of the system task. After setting up my stall for the first time, the system issued a task requiring me to add 3 kinds of food to my stall. According to the system's assessment, as a complete novice in cooking, I would need at least a month of study to master the basic cooking methods for 1 type of pasta, 1 type of meat, and 1 vegetarian dish. So the system gave me a 1-month time limit for the task. However, Chen Feng added new noodle dishes to the stall the very next day. What's really giving Chen Feng a headache right now is that he knows how to cook so many dishes, but when it really comes down to it, he can't think of any meat or vegetable dishes that would be most suitable. The 4 major cuisines of Sichuan, Shandong, Guangdong, and Hawaii, plus snacks from all over China, offer more than 1,000 kinds of meat and vegetarian dishes. Chen Feng currently only has a vague idea of what kind of meat dish to add, but hasn't made a real decision yet. Jiangbei City is the capital of Shandong Province. Chen Feng felt that if he wanted to add a meat dish to his stall, he could consider starting with local specialties from Shandong or even Jiangbei City. However, this is a food street next to a university, and the main customers of my stall are residents of nearby communities and students from Jiangbei University town. Many of the meat dishes are not affordable for university students. After sitting in front of the stove for an entire afternoon, Chen Feng finally made a decision. This is the new meat dish. It's a traditional delicacy of Jiangbei City and is sold in many fast food restaurants. It's also a good value for money, so students can afford it. However, by the time Chen Feng decided to add the new dishes, it was almost time to set up his stall for the evening. It's definitely too late today. We'll go buy the ingredients for the new dishes tomorrow. Chen Feng pulled himself together. It was time to set up his stall again. When Chen Feng arrived at the food stall in his food truck, several other snack stalls near him had already arrived at the food street. As dusk gradually falls, it's time for the city to close for the day, and the lively atmosphere of everyday life begins to spread. Chen Feng predicted that the number of customers today should be significantly higher than yesterday. Chen Feng was confident in his skills. With his culinary expertise, the day with the fewest customers would definitely be the first day of setting up his stall. Customers who visited Chen Feng's stall yesterday are very likely to become repeat customers. The foot traffic isn't too high right now. I should grab something to eat first, otherwise I won't have time to eat once I get busy, Chen Feng thought. Chen Feng isn't planning on eating noodles tonight. Even if you are an excellent cook, it doesn't mean you have to cook every meal yourself. Chen Feng walked straight toward a small stall selling fried skewers not far from the food truck. Boss, how much are the fried skewers? Chen Feng asked with a smile, looking at the various small skewers neatly arranged on the stall. The owner of the fried skewers stall was a young man in his 20s. Upon hearing Chen Feng's question, the fried food stall owner broke into a hearty smile. What money? Our two stalls are so close, we see each other all the time, how could I possibly take your money? Tell me what you want to eat, and I'll fry it for you. Fried skewers are a common snack found in many cities in northern China. Various raw vegetables, meats, and meatballs are skewered on sticks, and diners choose according to their own tastes. The vendor then fries the skewers, coats them with sauce, and hands them to the diners. This kind of snack is by no means healthy, and the skills of each stall owner vary greatly. However, this kind of snack, which is a mixture of salt, spices, and oil, is unhealthy, but it can indeed make people happy. The fried food vendor immediately offered to give Chen Feng the food for free, and Chen Feng was caught off guard by his enthusiasm. Before Chen Feng could respond, the fried food vendor had already picked up a stainless steel plate lined with a plastic bag and started selecting fried skewers for Chen Feng. You're setting up your stall so early, you haven't had dinner yet, have you? This cabbage is especially delicious, I'll get you two. With that, the fried skewer vendor placed 2 skewers of cabbage on a plate. And these chicken hearts, by the way, you don't have any dietary restrictions, right? And this crab stick is the one that gets the most positive reviews from customers. Seeing that the stainless steel plate was almost full, Chen Feng had no choice but to interrupt the enthusiastic fried skewer vendor. The vendor had already placed a whole plate of various skewers, some meat and some vegetables, into the oil. The oil sizzled and popped as the cabbage gradually shrank under the heat of the oil. The stall owner chatted with Chen Feng while turning the fried skewers in the oil. You look so young, you must be under 20. I have a younger brother who's about your age, and he's studying at a university in Sichuan. Are you still a student at the Jiangbei University of Architecture next door? Starting your own business at such a young age, you're really promising. While chatting, the fried skewers gradually came to a satisfying conclusion. The vendor uses a slotted spoon to scoop the fried skewers out of the pot and spreads the sauce evenly on them. When it comes to frying skewers, I'd say I'm second to none in the entire Jiangbei University town. The stall owner put the fried skewers into a food container and handed it to Chen Feng. Chen Feng wanted to take out his phone to scan the QR code to pay, but found that the stall owner had reached out and blocked the payment code on the stall. It would be too much of a formality to pay you. The stall owner waved his hand, emphasizing again that he was treating Chen Feng to this meal for free. Unable to resist the enthusiastic stall owner, Chen Feng had no choice but to put his phone away. Try it and see how it tastes, the stall owner said. Chen Feng took a bunch of cabbages out of the lunchbox. The cabbage loses much of its moisture under the heat of the oil, giving it a unique and wonderful texture after frying. As soon as the cabbage entered Chen Feng's mouth, the aroma of oil spread between his teeth. The vendor's skill in frying skewers is impeccable. While not perfect, it's more than enough for making them. The sauce is similar to most fried skewers sauces on the market, salty, savory, slightly spicy, and with a hint of sweetness. Chen Feng chewed slowly, seemingly savoring the taste. Finally, Chen Feng swallowed the fried skewer in his mouth and said, "Brother, your sauce is pretty good, but next time when you make the sauce, you can try adding 20 grams more cumin and 10 grams more pepper to every pound of sauce." Also, brother, you're probably using chicken bouillon in your sauces right now. You could try replacing it with a 50-50 mix of chicken bouillon and message. Also, the ratio of peanut powder to sesame powder can be changed, with slightly more peanut powder. Seeing the stall owner's shocked expression, Chen Feng continued, I was just saying that casually, but you can try it when you get back, brother. You have customers, so I won't disturb you any longer. With that, Chen Feng carried the food containers back to his stall. Song Jia, who had spent the afternoon working on a PowerPoint presentation on his computer, stretched and stood up from his desk. Boss! His roommates suddenly called out to him. Song Jia was completely focused on making the PPT and didn't notice what was happening in the dormitory. I could only vaguely hear my two roommates arguing. The roommate who had just called out to Song Jia was one of the two people arguing. I told him that the instant noodle stall outside the west gate of the school tastes better than all the other instant noodle stalls on campus, but he didn't believe me. The roommate who spoke was named Fan Ziyu. 2 nights ago, he, Song Jia, and another roommate had visited Chen Feng's instant noodle stall. The roommate who had just argued with Fan Ziyu happened to have other things to do 2 days ago and did not go out with Song Jia and the other two. He was in the dorm last night, so he wasn't the one who asked Song Jia to bring him instant noodles. He never got to eat the instant noodles from Chen Feng's stall. His argument with Fan Ziyu started with, what should we eat tonight? The two talked about the school cafeteria's few extremely bad food stalls, and then about the instant noodle stalls near the dormitories. At this moment, Fan Ziyu said, the instant noodles from that instant noodle stall outside the west gate of the school are far superior to all the other instant noodle stalls on campus, both in terms of taste and texture. My roommate clearly didn't believe me. He thought that instant noodles were something that wouldn't make much difference no matter who cooked them. So Fan Ziyu asked Song Jia to testify. Song Jia supported Fan Ziyu's point of view with his own experience. To be honest, the instant noodle stall outside the west gate of the school is really delicious. Seeing that the other party was still somewhat skeptical, and since it was lunchtime, Song Jia took the initiative to suggest, if you don't believe me, we can go and try it now. So the three of them left the dormitory and headed towards the food street outside the school. Young man, you have new products today? How much is this stir-fried noodles? A slightly aged but strong voice came from behind. Chen Feng looked in the direction from which the sound came and saw an old man standing in front of Chen Feng's stall. Chen Feng remembered this repeat customer. The old man had come to his stall yesterday and ordered a bowl of plain noodles. A bowl of stir-fried noodles costs 12 yuan, Chen Feng said. In Jiangbei City, this is the normal price for hand-pulled noodles. Upon hearing the price Chen Feng mentioned, the old man frowned slightly. The old man naturally knew about stir-fried noodles. This common northern noodle dish, besides the stir-frying process, has no toppings or other side dishes. If it were machine-made noodles, 12 yuan a bowl would be a bit expensive. Yesterday, the plain noodles were only 7 yuan. Why are the stir-fried noodles so expensive? Judging from his clothes and demeanor, the old man didn't seem to be short of money. It was just that his experiences when he was young had instilled in him a habit of thrift, which is why he asked this question. Upon hearing the old man's words, Chen Feng explained, the noodles used for the stir-fried noodles are different from those used for yesterday's plain noodles. The stir-fried noodles are made with freshly hand-pulled noodles today. Upon receiving Chen Feng's reply, the old man nodded slightly. Hand-pulled noodles? It's hard to find authentic hand-pulled noodles these days, so this price isn't too expensive. The old man then said, then I'll have a bowl of stir-fried noodles. Unlike yesterday, the old man did not sit down on the small stool next to the food cart after ordering his food. Instead, he walked to the food cart, seemingly to watch Chen Feng make the stir-fried noodle dish. Chen Feng figured there was no one in line anyway, so he might as well watch it. First, fry the eggs and then pour them out. Next, heat the oil in a pan, add Sichuan peppercorns, fry until fragrant, then remove the peppercorns. When chopped scallions are added to the pan, the rich aroma of scallions is released by the hot oil, and the sizzling sound spreads several meters away. The aroma of scallions was so strong that it overpowered all other smells within a 10-meter radius, even amidst the surrounding stalls that emitted various fragrances. Even the stall owner selling starch sausages next door was attracted by the aroma and turned his attention towards Chen Feng's stall. A few minutes later, the stir-fried noodles were ready. The old man found a place to sit down and sniffed the stir-fried noodles on the table in front of him. Then he picked up the bowl and took a small sip of the broth. The old man's eyes suddenly widened. He prided himself on being a worldly man, and while the bowl of plain noodles he had eaten yesterday was delicious, it only satisfied the old man and didn't quite impress him. But this bowl of stir-fried noodles is completely different. Speaking of the soup alone, the sweetness of the cabbage, the slight sourness of the tomatoes, the aroma of Sichuan peppercorns and scallions, and the umami flavor from some kind of broth are perfectly blended in this bowl of soup. In terms of pure umami flavor, egg broth cannot compare to meat broth made from a variety of meats. However, thanks to Chen Feng's superb seasoning techniques, the slightly weaker umami flavor actually made the other flavors in the noodle soup stand out even more. The flavor of the broth in this stir-fried noodle soup alone surpassed that of 99% of the soups the old man had tasted throughout the Dragon Kingdom that were known for their umami taste. The old man then picked up his chopsticks, scooped up a strand of noodles, and put it in his mouth. What chewy hand-pulled noodles! The old man couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. Hand-pulled noodles are indeed different from machine-made noodles. In fact, among all the hand-pulled noodles he had ever eaten, very few could compare to the bowl of noodles in front of him. The combination of these two ingredients in the stir-fried noodles is undoubtedly the best among all the stir-fried noodles the old man has ever eaten. The hand-pulled noodles, soaked in a uniquely flavorful broth, were continuously fed to the old man's mouth. After finishing a bowl of noodles, the old man's gaze towards Chen Feng changed somewhat. "Young man, your cooking skills have surpassed those of many master chefs," the old man exclaimed in admiration. Chen Feng, who was cooking noodles, just smiled and didn't say anything. While paying, the old man sighed, "It's a pity I'm old and my appetite has decreased. If I were 20 years younger, I would definitely eat 2 bowls in one go." After paying, the old man turned and left. Before the old man left, several people had already lined up in front of Chen Feng's noodle stall. Most of them were attracted by the aroma of stir-frying when they passed by. Gradually, scattered diners began to gather around Chen Feng's stall. Song Jie and his 2 companions soon arrived at the food street outside the school gate. Song Jie and Fan Zio had visited Chen Feng's noodle stall before, so they knew its location and headed straight for it. Another roommate who had argued with Fan Zio earlier didn't know where they were, so he had no choice but to follow the 2 closely. "Hey, wasn't that Professor Zheng who just passed by?" Fan Zio seemed to spot a familiar face in the crowd and asked. Professor Zheng is a renowned expert at Jiangbei University of Architecture and Technology. He is the head of the university's doctoral program and also serves as the dean of the School of Civil Engineering. The other 2 looked towards the crowd but did not see Professor Zheng. "You must have mistaken him. You've never taken Professor Zheng's class, so it's normal for you to be mistaken," Song Jie said. Aside from seeing Professor Zheng during speeches by leaders at various large-scale events, the 3 of them didn't have any other opportunities to meet him. As they spoke, the 3 of them had already arrived near Chen Feng's stall. Why are there so many people? What appeared before the 3 of them was a small stall that was surrounded by a huge crowd. "Boss, 1 order of stir-fried noodles, to go." Only a minority of diners, like the old man, finished their noodles at the stall. Most opted to take them away. Moreover, the few small tables with stools that Chen Feng prepared could not accommodate so many diners. After glancing at the line of people in front of the stall, Chen Feng made a rough calculation in his mind. Based on today's number of customers, it seems that the hand-pulled noodles I prepared are not enough. Chen Feng had no choice but to take advantage of the time while the noodles were cooking in the pot, take a basin, pour flour into it, and hastily make a batch of hand-pulled noodles. Thanks to his superb time management skills, Chen Feng managed to avert this crisis. The new dough has been kneaded and is now rising. By the time the hand-pulled noodles made in the morning are used up, the newly made hand-pulled noodles will have also risen and are ready to be rolled out. Song Jie and his 2 companions walked to Chen Feng's stall and stood at the back of the line. There were at least 7 or 8 people ahead of me in line. For a noodle stall that wasn't very big, it was extremely rare to have so many people in line. "Is this the instant noodle stall you mentioned that's so good?" Song Jie's roommate asked. "Yes, they only sold instant noodles the night before last, but when I came yesterday, they had added a type of plain noodles. It seems like they have a new product today," Song Jie said. "You'll know if the instant noodles here are good or not once you try them. You can bet on it if you don't believe me," Fan Zio said to his roommate. Having eaten there twice, he was confident in the instant noodles Chen Feng cooked. Although the instant noodles Chen Feng cooked looked ordinary, their taste and texture far surpassed those from the instant noodle stalls on campus. "Okay, then let's each order a bowl of instant noodles in a bit." Before my roommate could finish speaking, a sizzle sound suddenly came from the food cart. Immediately afterwards, a rich aroma of scallions wafted over. "What's that smell? It smells so good," the roommate suddenly said. Song Jie was a little unsure this should taste like the newly made stir-fried noodles. He had visited Chen Feng's stall yesterday, so he could only be sure that it didn't taste like plain noodles. But can stir-fried noodles smell this good? Although Song Jie was not a native of Shandong province, he knew about the common noodle dish, kiangguomian, literally stir-fried noodles, and the stir-frying step was an extremely common cooking technique. But he had never smelled such a strong aroma when stir-frying. "Is stir-fried noodles really that fragrant?" Fan Zio remarked. "Then you can order instant noodles for yourself later," Fan Zio said to his roommate. "I want stir-fried noodles." "Didn't you say you wanted to make a bet?" the roommate said. "You can just eat instant noodles," Fan Zio said with a smile. My roommate was very curious about instant noodles that can beat all the instant noodle stalls on campus, but the aroma of the stir-fried noodles had whetted his appetite. Actually, even if you don't eat instant noodles, you can still tell how good the food is from the other dishes, Song Jae advised his roommate, seeing that he was struggling with the decision. Okay, let's make stir-fried noodles then. My roommate finally made up his mind. The level of popularity today has exceeded Chen Feng's expectations. Today is Chen Feng's second day of officially setting up his stall, and yesterday's customers were very satisfied with their meals. Therefore, Chen Feng had anticipated that there would be repeat customers today, but since the number of days he had been setting up his stall was too short, the number of repeat customers should not be too many. But Chen Feng himself didn't expect that the aroma of the stir-fried food would attract so many people. Having been a master of state banquets in his previous life, Chen Feng was already quite used to the aroma of stir-frying in the kitchen. However, on this food street in the university town, passers-by, especially university students, are very curious about the aroma of scallions wafting from the wok. Fortunately, Chen Feng had prepared extra side dishes such as tomatoes and cabbage in advance, and the hand-pulled noodles could be made on the spot in time, so he was able to meet the quantity required by the diners. Boss, 3 bowls of stir-fried noodles, to go. A slightly familiar voice came from the stall. It was Song Jae. Song Jae is also a student at Jiangbei University of Architecture. Chen Feng even taught him the recipe for Yangchun noodle soup base yesterday. The stir-fried noodles were cooked quickly, and Chen Feng skillfully picked up the lunchbox and packed them up. Behind Song Jae, there were still many people queuing up. It wasn't until close to 7 p.m., after dinner time, that the number of people visiting Chen Feng's stall gradually decreased, and the flow of people finally stopped at 7:30 p.m. However, Chen Feng knew that although there were fewer people now, a new wave of diners would come during the late-night snack time. Therefore, Chen Feng took advantage of this time to make more hand-pulled noodles to prepare for the next wave of customers. Today, most diners ordered stir-fried noodles, far fewer ordered plain noodles, and not a single person ordered instant noodles. Chen Feng set up the stall so that more people could enjoy the food. As the variety of dishes offered at the stall increases in the future, it will certainly be impossible to cater to everyone. Therefore, Chen Feng decided to make choices based on specific circumstances in the future. Since it's impossible to cater to every single thing, he can simply change the type of food every few days. With Chen Feng's culinary skills, even if a customer brought him a whole book of the complete book of Chinese cuisine and asked him to set up a stall randomly, he could do it with ease. Right now we only have a few kinds of noodles. Tomorrow we can add a meat snack and a vegetarian dish from the backstage area, and then we can consider other snacks and stir-fries, Chen Feng thought. Chen Feng pondered in his mind, but his hands never stopped. Soon, a new dough was completely rolled out. Chen Feng took a kitchen knife and cut the folded dough into noodles. As the time for late-night snacks approached, the food street saw another small peak in foot traffic. Chen Feng's stall also welcomed new customers. There are more than a dozen universities of varying sizes in Jiangbei University Town, and at this time of day, many college students come out for a late-night snack. Although this place is called Jiangbei University Town, it has never been a specific administrative division. It is only called Jiangbei University Town because the universities here are relatively concentrated. Within the Jiangbei University Town area, there are still normal commercial and residential areas. Therefore, during the second peak of dinner hours, Chen Feng's stall was frequented not only by college students looking for food, but also by office workers who had just finished their shifts at 9 o'clock. Chen Feng spotted a somewhat familiar face among these people. That was late last night, the drunken office worker who ate 3 bowls of plain noodles at his noodle stall. This seems to be his usual route home from get off work. After getting off work today, Liang Wenbin immediately headed towards the Jiangbei University Town food street. There are several old residential areas in Jiangbei University Town with affordable rents. Liang Wenbin, who works in an office building nearby, rents an apartment in one of these residential areas next to Jiangbei University of Architecture. Last night, he attended a department dinner and drank until very late. He only remembered that he seemed to have eaten several bowls of noodles on the food street outside Jiangbei University of Architecture while he was drunk. Even though his memory of the hangover was very blurry, he still remembered how delicious those bowls of noodles were. So as soon as he got off work today, he immediately went back to the place from yesterday to look for that stall. Chen Feng watched Liang Wenbin walk towards his stall. Of course, he remembered the customer who had helped him complete the no regrets in this life mission. Seemingly recalling part of his drunken state from the previous day, Liang Wenbin revealed a slightly embarrassed smile. "Boss, 1 bowl of those noodles from last night, please," Liang Wenbin said. "Wait a minute." Just as Chen Feng was about to start cooking the noodles, Liang Wenbin suddenly said, "Did you launch a new product today?" "That's right, stir-fried noodles, 12 yuan a bowl." Liang Wenbin seemed to be caught in a dilemma for a moment. After a moment's hesitation, he said, "How about another bowl of plain noodles from last night?" Although he was drunk last night, the taste of that bowl of plain noodles is still firmly etched in his heart. Chen Feng didn't say much about Liang Wenbin's choice. Today, when setting up a stall, stir-fried noodles are much more popular than plain noodles for most diners. However, in his previous life, when Chen Feng was just learning to cook, the old man had taught him there are 100 flavors in a dish, and the one that suits your taste is the most precious. Therefore, Liang Wenbin's choice is not unexpected. A moment later, Chen Feng cooked the plain noodles and served them to Liang Wenbin. Looking at the steaming bowl of plain noodles, Liang Wenbin could still feel the taste of last night. He was working overtime until late at night and drank nearly 2 jin of beiju, a type of Chinese liquor, at a dinner party. He was so focused on drinking that he didn't eat much. On the way back, the combined effects of alcohol and hunger caused him immense suffering. When he tasted that bowl of plain noodles, he felt like he had returned from hell to heaven. At that moment, he even felt that this life has been worthwhile. Liang Wenbin snapped out of his thoughts, picked up his chopsticks, and devoured the bowl of noodles in a flash. Some delicacies become a white moonlight in someone's heart because of a specific experience. When you taste these delicacies, you are not only tasting the food itself, but also the feeling at that time. This feeling is something that no matter how fancy the dish, it cannot replace. It was quite late when Liang Wenbin left. As the crowds dispersed from the food street, many stalls also began to close up shop. Just as Chen Feng was about to pack up his stall, a timid voice suddenly reached his ears. "Hello." The sound came from the nearby stall selling grilled starch sausages. Although the starch sausage stall was not far from Chen Feng, he had not paid much attention to it, only knowing that the stall owner seemed to be a girl. Chen Feng looked toward the starch sausage stall. The stall owner was walking towards Chen Feng, holding 2 starch sausages in each hand. It was the first time Chen Feng had seen her face clearly. She looked very young, only 18 or 19 years old, similar in age to the original owner of this body. She seemed to be a student from one of the nearby universities, setting up a stall here during her leisure time. Her long, black hair was tied into a ponytail and hung behind her head, and her pretty face, without any makeup, showed a hint of anxiety. "Hi classmate, hiccup. I have too many starch sausages left over today, hiccup. I can't eat them anymore. It's such a waste to throw it away, hiccup. There are 4 left. Can you help me eat them?" Then, seemingly afraid that Chen Feng would misunderstand, she blushed slightly and added, "I don't accept money, it's just a shame to throw it away." After saying this, the girl hiccuped again, and her face turned even redder. Seeing that the girl's face was almost flushed, Chen Feng, who also disliked wasting food, reached out and took the starch sausage from her hand. As Chen Feng took the starch sausage, the girl's tense body finally relaxed, and she turned and ran away. Chen Feng hadn't paid much attention to the starch sausage stall next door. Business there seemed to be lukewarm, people would occasionally come, but it wasn't exactly booming. However, starch sausages are a type of food that can always be sold. Chen Feng's stall was much busier tonight than yesterday. He had to make hand-pulled noodles several times during the night, and he was exhausted. Although this amount of work wasn't enough to tire Chen Feng, who had been a chef at state banquets in his previous life, it was physically demanding. After a night of booming business, Chen Feng was also a bit hungry. The starch sausages from the stall next door were perfect for a late-night snack. Chen Feng put a starch sausage into his mouth and chewed it slowly. As its name suggests, starch sausage is mostly made of starch, so it often has a soft texture, like chewing a piece of dough without any gluten. The cooking was passable, the edges of the cuts on the surface of the starch sausage were crispy. However, the vendor's knife skills were poor. The cuts on the starch sausage were uneven, affecting the overall taste of the sausage. As for the topping on the surface of the starch sausage, the aroma was not strong, and it was quite ordinary. Chen Feng knew at a taste that it must have been a ready-made topping purchased online. However, Chen Feng disliked wasting food, and since he was also hungry at the moment, he finished the few starch sausages. Looking back, the owner of the starch sausage stall had already packed up her stall and fled as if she were running away. The few words she exchanged with Chen Feng seemed to have exhausted all her courage. These starch sausages are quite good for a college student vendor. If it weren't for the high foot traffic at the Jiangbei University Town Food Street, this stall would probably be doing much worse business. If Chen Feng were to give it a score, he would barely give it 60 points. When Chen Feng finished eating the starch sausage, the system reacted again. Bite. The system detected that the host had consumed high-quality starch sausage, a popular snack enjoyed nationwide. Although starch sausages aren't very nutritious and don't taste particularly good, they represent a generation's childhood memories. The hidden quest food from memories has now been triggered. To create dishes that will leave a lasting impression on 5 diners. Task duration, long-term. Task reward, shop number 18, Food Street, Jiangbei University Town. Note, this task was triggered by chance and is far too difficult for the host at present. Please do not set your sights too high. Focus on improving your culinary skills now, and consider completing this task when the time is right. Food from my memories. Chen Feng read the text in his mind, never expecting that eating a starchy sausage would cause the system to issue a new task. The condition for completing this task is to recreate the dishes that the 5 diners remember. This condition is not difficult for Chen Feng. As long as the diners can name the Chinese dishes, Chen Feng can definitely make them. The reward for this task truly shocked Chen Feng. A shop in the Jiangbei University Town Food Street. Although Jiangbei University Town is not the core area of Jiangbei City, it is still a prime location where land is extremely valuable, and a shop here can be quite expensive. As for the system's final note, it only left Chen Feng speechless once again. This system really doesn't seem very smart. Chen Feng thought to himself. After packing up and returning home, Chen Feng was planning to purchase the ingredients for tomorrow's new dishes, but then he suddenly remembered something important. I have class tomorrow morning, and it's at 8 a.m. Chen Feng certainly didn't intend to skip class. Having inherited the original owner's body and memories, he was well aware of the original owner's obsession with academics. Like Chen Feng, the original owner was an orphan. Moreover, the original owner was not adopted, and his path to education was extremely difficult. He relied entirely on the country's assistance and his own efforts to finally be admitted to Jiangbei University of Architecture. Graduating from university smoothly was the original owner's obsession. Chen Feng has his own principles. Although he came to this parallel world, his cooking skills have not diminished in the slightest. With his cooking skills, he could live a very easy life even if he didn't go to school. What's more, now there's a system. Academic studies are no longer so important to Chen Feng. However, since it was the original owner's obsession, Chen Feng decided to fulfill it, at least to graduate smoothly in the original owner's place. Chen Feng recalled the original owner's class schedule in his mind. He had no classes tomorrow afternoon, so he could prepare the dishes there. Chen Feng arrived at the classroom on time at 8 o'clock on Monday morning. In his previous life, Chen Feng had been learning to cook since childhood and had never attended school. However, after transmigrating, he retained the original owner's memories, and the course, Theoretical Mechanics, was not too difficult for him. The class finally ended at 11 a.m. Chen Feng left the classroom immediately and headed straight for the vegetable market outside the school. In the same teaching building where Chen Feng had his class, Song Jie, a sophomore, and his 3 roommates walked out of the classroom as their get-out of class ended. Are you still going to the linear algebra class this afternoon? Fan Ziyu asked. The linear algebra teacher takes attendance every other week. There was no attendance last week, so it's time for this week, Song Jie said. Linear algebra class starts at 1 p.m., so I need to hurry to the cafeteria, Fan Ziyu said. Sigh, the cafeteria. Song Jie sighed. Ugh, the cafeteria. The other 3 roommates sighed in unison. The culinary skills at the canteen of Jiangbei University of Architecture are hard to describe. The stir-fry stalls have even produced culinary abominations like stir-fried grapes with bananas. If it weren't for the tight schedule, Song Jie and his 3 companions would never have gone to eat in the cafeteria. It's a pity that the instant noodle stalls on the food street outside the West Gate are only open at night, Song Jie said. Although Chen Feng's stall no longer mainly sells instant noodles, Song Jie still habitually calls it the instant noodle stall. The 2 men who had gone to Chen Feng's stall with him yesterday nodded in agreement. The noodles yesterday were absolutely delicious, Fan Ziyu said. What kind of noodles? Another roommate asked in confusion. His name was Zhang Jinhui. Because he was not in the dormitory yesterday, he did not go to buy food with Song Jie and the other 2, and therefore did not get to eat the stir-fried noodles cooked by Chen Feng. The stir-fried noodles were the best bowl of noodles I've ever had, Fan Ziyu said. The best tasting? Zhang Jinhui looked incredulous. He was from northern Shaanxi, which is known as the province with the highest carbohydrate content in China, and the average level of noodle production there far surpasses that of other provinces. You probably haven't eaten truly delicious noodles, Zhang Jinhui said. He had great confidence in the quality of noodles in northern Shaanxi. You'll see when you try it tonight. That stall is open every night, Fan Ziyu said. By the way, the stall owner seems to be a student from our school. As they spoke, the 4 of them had already reached the entrance of the cafeteria. Although the food in the cafeteria isn't very tasty, the prices are reasonable, and it's lunchtime right now, so there are still quite a few students eating there. Therefore, the 4 of them waited in line for a few minutes at the stir-fry window. Is this a new dish? Song Jie looked at a tray in the window, on which were neatly arranged large pieces of pork belly. The cafeteria lady was very aloof at the moment, unwilling to say another word. Song Jie was curious about this new dish that he had never tried before, so he ordered a piece. His roommate behind him was too lazy to order for himself, so he chose the same as him. After finding seats in the cafeteria, the 4 of them sat down. What kind of dish is this piece of pork belly? Song Jie asked. Braised pork belly. You don't know such a famous snack? Fan Ziyu, a local of Jiangbei City, said. These bright red, marbled pieces of meat were so tempting to look at that Song Jae didn't ask why it was called bazi ro, braised pork. Instead, he picked up a whole piece of bazi ro and took a small bite. After taking a small piece of braised pork into his mouth, Song Jae's expression became complicated. The greasy fat and dry lean meat, with their strong meaty smell, churned in Song Jae's mouth, almost making him vomit up his breakfast. After chewing for a long time, he finally managed to swallow the piece of braised pork. "I really shouldn't have trusted the cafeteria's standards," Song Jae said. "Braised pork is delicious. We Jianbei people have been eating it since we were little. Don't be fooled by its appearance of being fatty, it's not fatty at all." As he spoke, Fan Zia picked up a piece of braised pork from his plate. The taste of the braised pork in the cafeteria made him too ashamed to utter any more praise for this famous snack. Finally, Fan Zia gave up on the braised pork. He said, "I'll treat you to Super Italian Revival Restaurant another day. Their braised pork is the most consistently good in the entire Jianbei city." Super Italian Revival Restaurant is a long-established chain of Chinese fast food restaurants in Jianbei City. The restaurant's braised pork belly is known as the passing grade of Jianbei City. If a restaurant's food can't even compare to that of a Super Italian Revival restaurant, it won't survive in Jianbei City. Apart from the cafeteria, this organization, which monopolizes the university's catering industry, can maintain a stable customer base no matter how bad the food is. Although its braised pork belly isn't the best in Jianbei City, it's the least likely to be a disappointment. The standardized process ensures that the quality of this braised pork belly is extremely consistent, though also extremely mediocre. Mediocrity is not a derogatory term. When a dish is mediocre, it is at least not unpalatable. At least the food in the cafeteria doesn't deserve the word mediocre. "I haven't had any stir-fried noodles from the Zyman instant noodle stall for a full 16 hours, said Song Jae, who finally managed to finish the 3 canteen dishes, 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish in front of him. Achoo! Chen Feng suddenly sneezed as he arrived at the entrance of Jianbei University town. Rubbing his nose, Chen Feng walked into the market. He had already prepared all the common seasonings beforehand. Today, when he came to the market, in addition to preparing flour for the stir-fried noodles he would be making, he also needed to prepare ingredients for the meat that he would be adding today. Previously, he broke the 300 yuan sales mark on his first official day of setting up his stall, which triggered a task from the system. The system required him to add 1 noodle dish, 1 meat dish, and 1 vegetarian dish to his stall within a month. So yesterday he launched the stir-fried noodles, and today he's preparing to make an additional new type of meat. This meat dish is Jianbei City's famous classic snack, braised pork belly. Chen Feng walked straight towards the meat stalls at the very back of the market. Ignoring the first meat stall that was hawking its wares, Chen Feng remembered that the stall owner had tried to sell him pork fat as lard last time, so he naturally wouldn't patronize that stall again. As Chen Feng walked around, he observed the pork. He could tell how fresh the pork was by its color, and naturally, he wanted to choose the freshest pork. Fresh pork is bright red. However, nowadays, meat stalls often use red lights above their stalls to make their pork look better. Under this light, the color difference between fresh and unfresh pork is no longer so obvious. Besides color, the freshness of pork can also be judged by its surface condition. Fresh pork has a relatively dry surface with a light layer of oil, and it will feel slightly sticky when touched. Unfresh pork often lacks noticeable fat on its surface and instead releases water, making it feel slippery to the touch. With Chen Feng's experience, there was no need to touch the meat. Even with red lights above the meat stall, Chen Feng could rely on his keen eyesight to judge the freshness of the pork. "Boss, how much is the pork belly?" The main ingredient for braised pork belly is pork belly, which is divided into upper and lower pork belly. The upper and lower pork belly are named after the different parts of the pig's body they are located in. The upper part of the pork belly has a higher proportion of fat, so it has a firmer texture. It is generally used for stir-frying pork belly, or for making fillings or meatballs. The lower layer of pork belly, also known as 5-layer pork belly, has a softer texture and a balanced ratio of fat to lean meat. Its characteristic is that the fat and lean meat alternate in layers. This type of meat is suitable for making braised pork belly, and it is also the best raw material for making braised pork belly. 17 yuan and 50 cents a pound, the stall owner replied. "Okay, cut me 30 catties of pork belly, with the skin on. Do you have a blowtorch here? Can you singe the skin off the pigs for me, young master?" The stall owner was shocked that Chen Feng had bought so much pork at once. You know, buying 30 catties of pork belly at once is something that ordinary people rarely do unless it's a restaurant buying in bulk. 30 catties, Chen Feng repeated. He felt this quantity was a bit conservative, since it was the first day selling pork belly. He decided to make a smaller batch, starting with 30 catties, and adjust the quantity based on today's sales tomorrow. Okay. Buying 30 catties of meat at once is considered a big customer for this stall owner. Although it can't compare to the order volume of restaurants, it is still far beyond what individual customers can do. The stall owner immediately got to work, skillfully breaking down the pork and then using a blowtorch to char one side of the pork skin. Many butcher stalls are equipped with blowtorches, which are used to burn off the fine oil and pig hair on the pig skin. Even if the butcher shop doesn't have a blowtorch, Chen Feng can clean the pork skin at home. He just needs to heat the pan, rub the pork skin side down against the inside of the pan a few times, and wait until the surface of the pork skin turns golden brown and black. Pig skin has numerous pores and sweat glands, which are the main source of its meaty smell. Scorching the pork skin can effectively reduce the pork's fishy smell. Soon, the skin of the 30 pounds of pork belly with skin was seared. Chen Feng took the extra-large plastic bag handed to him by the stall owner and left the market. After bringing the pork back to his residence, Chen Feng pondered the other ingredients he would need. The usual spices and seasonings are already prepared, but making pork belly also requires a special seasoning that is hard to find in the market. While selling meat, Chen Feng noticed that this condiment was not sold in the Jiangbei University Town vegetable market. But Chen Feng knew that this special seasoning would definitely be available in Chinese medicine pharmacies. Chen Feng went to the traditional Chinese medicine pharmacy again and bought half a pound of dried lotus leaves. At this point, all the ingredients needed for braised pork belly have been prepared. Braised pork belly is a classic snack in Shandong cuisine. It gets its name from the fact that it is cooked by tying it together with cattails or cotton thread. Of course, there is also a legend that braised pork belly was eaten by Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei when they swore brotherhood in the Peach Garden, hence the name braised pork belly. However, as far as Chen Feng knows, there is no clear record of the so-called Bazairo got its name from the oath of the Peach Garden, so it is most likely a folk legend fabricated by later generations. From the perspective of cooking techniques in Shandong cuisine, braised pork belly is a typical braised dish. To make stew, the wok on the food cart alone is not enough. Fortunately, the food cart produced by the system has a modular editing function. Chen Feng re-edited the structure of the food cart according to the various kitchen utensils needed to make braised pork. A large stew pot appeared on the food cart. Chen Feng looked at the stew pot and nodded. This stew pot was the perfect size to cook 30 catties of braised pork at a time. Chen Feng put the pork into the sink, picked up a steel wool pad, and began to scrub the charred pork skin under the running water. After the pig skin is charred, it is then scrubbed clean with a steel wool pad to thoroughly remove the grease and sweat glands from the surface of the pig skin, greatly reducing the pork's fishy smell. After washing the pork clean and placing it on the cutting board, Chen Feng realized that he didn't have any cotton thread on hand. Cotton thread is one of the important raw materials for making braised pork. In the past, when resources were scarce, people often used dried cattails to tie the braised pork. In the past, braised pork was sold by the piece rather than by the pound, so merchants tried their best to ensure that each piece of braised pork they sold was the same size. At that time, raw materials were not abundant. Small pieces of pork, bundled together, could be sold for the same price as large pieces of meat. Otherwise, customers will definitely not be satisfied if they spend the same amount of money each time but get different sizes of braised pork. Now that produce is much more abundant than before, there is no longer a need to tie small pieces of pork together, but cotton thread is still indispensable. Actually, dried cattail is better than cotton thread. This aquatic plant is very tough after being dried, and it is more pleasing to the eye when used in styling than cotton thread. There is a saying in ancient poetry, the cattail is as tough as silk, and the rock is immovable. The cattail here is a close relative of the cattail. However, it's difficult to buy cattails at this time of year. Therefore, Chen Feng had to settle for using cotton thread instead. As for why cotton thread is necessary, braised pork belly is a type of red braised pork, and the raw material used is pork belly that is divided into several layers. After being stewed for a long time, if it is not tied with cotton thread, the pork belly will easily separate into layers. After the layers are removed, a whole piece of braised pork will break into several small pieces. However, if it's homemade, whether the braised pork is intact or not doesn't affect its edibility, and the binding with cotton thread is no longer so important. But since Chen Feng is going to set up a stall, he definitely has to ensure the appearance of the braised pork. Chen Feng returned to the supermarket where he had previously bought flour and soy sauce, and also bought a bundle of white cotton thread. Never use colored thread to tie up pork belly, otherwise the thread will bleed color during stewing, leaving an unpleasant stain on the meat and potentially causing food safety issues. After cutting the cotton thread into small pieces, Chen Feng finally began to cut the meat. Chen Feng picked up a cleaver and cut the pork belly with skin into large pieces. To make braised pork belly, you basically cut each pound of pork into 8 pieces. Soon, under Chen Feng's skillful knife work, the 30 catties of pork were cut into pieces that were 15 centimeters long, 5 centimeters wide, and 1 centimeter thick. Knife back cut is the term used in the catering industry to refer to a type of braised pork. This name comes from the old-fashioned kitchen knives of the past, which were much thicker than modern kitchen knives, with the thickest part of the back of the knife being about 1 centimeter thick. The thickness of the braised pork is similar to that of the back of an old-fashioned cleaver, hence it is called knife back piece. After cutting the pork, Chen Feng did not blanch it. Blanching is to remove the blood and fishy smell from the meat. If the ingredients are not very fresh, or even frozen meat, then blanching is necessary. However, the pork that Chen Feng selected today is fresh enough that blanching can be skipped. Moreover, while blanching can remove the pork's odor, it also causes some of the pork's freshness to be lost, affecting the final taste of the dish. Chen Feng poured boiling water into a large basin, then added some cold water to make it lukewarm water at around 40 to 50 degrees Celsius. This warm water is used to wash the cut pork. When cleaning the blood off fatty meats, never use cold water. Animal fat will solidify when it comes into contact with cold water. Once the fat solidifies, it will affect the absorption of flavor by the ingredients during cooking and may even affect the final taste of the dish. Therefore, Chen Feng chose to wash the cut pork belly with warm water. After the pork was cleaned, Chen Feng set it aside for later use. Next, Chen Feng began preparing the spices for stewing the braised pork. The flavor of braised pork belly is typically salty, savory, and spiced, with 5-spice powder being the main spice used, along with a small amount of other spices. Chen Feng's spice recipe for stewing braised pork belly was learned from a famous chef in his previous life. In his previous life, Chen Feng learned to cook from a young age and later traveled throughout the Dragon Kingdom, where he learned a gourmet recipe by chance. After learning the famous chef's version, Chen Feng tried it many times. This recipe can bring out the meaty aroma of braised pork to the greatest extent, which is wonderful. Later, when Chen Feng returned home, he cooked a braised pork dish for his grandfather. After taking a bite, the old man said calmly, "The spice ratio is good, but you could add some lotus leaves." That's how Chen Feng came up with his current spice recipe for braised pork belly. The key to making braised pork belly is the aroma of the meat. So how do you bring out that aroma? Therefore, the core principle of spices is less is more. Unlike dishes that require a lot of spices to stimulate the taste, braised pork belly only needs a small amount of spices to bring out the natural aroma of the pork belly. Spices serve two purposes: first, to suppress any flavors that clash with the pork's natural aroma, and second, to complement the meat's flavor. The main ingredients in the spices are Sichuan peppercorns, star anise, cinnamon, cloves, and fennel seeds, while the auxiliary ingredients are angelica root, bay leaves, dried tangerine peel, galangal, and cardamom. Chen Feng prepared the spices according to the following ratio: 1 clove, 30 red peppercorns, 30 fennel seeds, 1 piece of cinnamon, 1 star anise, 1 piece each of angelica root, bay leaf, and dried tangerine peel, 1 small piece of galangal, and half a cardamom pod per pound of pork belly. Cloves are the most dominant of the 5 spices. If you add even half a clove, its flavor will overpower the other spices. With Chen Feng's culinary skills, he no longer adheres to specific spice ratios but can freely combine them according to the characteristics of the food. However, since it is a food stall, it would be better to have a wider variety of spices. If you're a casual cooking enthusiast trying to make braised pork at home, you must include the main ingredients in the spices. However, you can omit the other ingredients besides bay leaves if you don't have them at home. In addition to the above, there is also a dried lotus leaf as a finishing touch. Chen Feng washed the dried lotus leaf he bought from the Chinese medicine store, preparing to add it later. Dried lotus leaves themselves don't have a particularly strong flavor, but they can neutralize the heatiness of the meat and reduce the greasiness of pork belly. It's a perfect match when added to braised pork belly. Chen Feng took out the star anise, gently tapped each one with the back of his knife, and then removed the seeds from the cardamom. Different spices are placed into the spice bag according to the specified ratio. Chen Feng is making 30 jin of braised pork in this pot, so he naturally needs a lot of spices. If he doesn't put the spices in a spice bag, they will inevitably stick to the meat during the cooking process, affecting the final appearance of the dish. Chen Feng did not put the dried lotus leaves into the spice packet. Whole dried lotus leaves would not affect the appearance, so they could be put directly into the soup. Braised pork belly is a type of red braised dish. Red braised dishes usually do not use caramel coloring, but rather dark soy sauce for coloring. But this time, Chen Feng chose to caramelize sugar. Add a little oil to the pot. There are usually 2 ways to caramelize sugar: water and oil. Water is slower, but the heat is easier to control, so it is the choice of most beginners. The experienced Chen Feng naturally chose to stir-fry in oil. Very little oil is used when caramelizing sugar, just enough to slightly moisten the wok is sufficient. Even though Chen Feng was making a relatively large amount of caramel this time, he only used a small amount of oil. The usual method for coloring is to use 1 ounce of sugar for every pound of meat, but Chen Feng simply poured 3 pounds of white sugar into the wok. Turn the fire up to the maximum, and then Chen Feng began to stir the white sugar frantically. Generally, caramelizing sugar is done over low heat the whole time. This makes it less likely to overcook the sugar and makes it easier to control the heat, resulting in more even melting of the sugar. However, Chen Feng, being highly skilled and daring, directly used high heat to caramelize the sugar. By perfectly controlling the heat, the sugar is heated evenly through hand stirring. Just as he was about to finish, Chen Feng abruptly turned off the stove. However, the wok, which was burning hot from the high flame, did not cool down as quickly. Therefore, even though the stove was off, the caramel color in the wok continued to change due to the high temperature. 1.5 seconds after Chen Feng turned off the heat, the syrup in the pot suddenly started bubbling. Chen Feng poured in the boiling water he had prepared beforehand. The caramel stopped changing as the boiling water cooled it down, and the color remained at the perfect red. Chen Feng poured boiling water because if he poured cold water, the caramel coloring would suddenly explode, and the splashed syrup might even scald the chef. Pour out the caramel coloring and set it aside. Then add it to the broth when stewing the braised pork. Next, Chen Feng sliced the scallions diagonally into sections and the ginger into large slices, a technique known in the industry as scallion and ginger. Add the oil back to the cleaned wok, and once the oil is hot, Chen Feng adds the chopped scallions and ginger. After stir-frying for several dozen seconds, the scallions and ginger began to release their aroma. Then, Chen Feng poured 3 bottles of light soy sauce into the wok all at once. Light soy sauce needs to be cooked to better release its savory and fragrant flavor. Once the raw soy sauce flavor had dissipated, Chen Feng poured the scallions, ginger, and cooked soy sauce into the stew pot. Next, Chen Feng added more than half a pot of hot water to the large stew pot, added the caramelized sugar he had previously prepared, and then added cooking wine at a ratio of 1 ounce of cooking wine per pound of meat. Sugar can enhance the flavor. Although braised pork itself is not sweet, if you want to improve the flavor of braised pork, you should add a total of 2 ounces of rock sugar to the broth. The amount of rock sugar is far too small compared to the soy sauce. After a long stewing process, the sweetness of the rock sugar will not be noticeable. On the contrary, the natural umami flavor of the pork will be fully brought out by the rock sugar. Next, Chen Feng put the spices into the pot and turned on the heat. Chen Feng did not add meat at this time, so that the flavor of the spices could be fully released in the water first. After the water boiled, Chen Feng turned the heat down to low and waited for 10 minutes. By then, the water in the pot was full of the flavor of the spices. Only then did Chen Feng put the chopped pork into the pot, followed by 5 cleaned lotus leaves. Boil the spices first, then add the meat. This will allow the pork to absorb the flavors better. After the pork was added, the temperature of the stew pot, which was originally boiling, dropped and stopped boiling. Chen Feng turned up the heat and brought the broth in the pot to a boil again. After boiling, Chen Feng did not immediately change the heat, but kept it at a high temperature to ensure the pork was thoroughly cooked. After simmering over high heat for 10 minutes, Chen Feng turned the heat down. Cover the pot with the lid. To ensure the braised pork has the best texture, it needs to be simmered over low heat for 2 hours. While waiting for the braised pork to cook, Chen Feng didn't sit idle. Taking out a basin and flour, Chen Feng prepared to make the hand-pulled noodles he needed for his stall that evening. Actually, braised pork belly and hand-pulled noodles are not the best combination. If you want to pair it with braised pork belly, the most perfect staple food is still rice. Thinking about this, Chen Feng began to consider whether he should sell an extra boxed meal when he set up his stall tonight. Making rice is very simple. The food cart produced by the system comes with an extra-large steamer. Chen Feng only needs to go to the market to buy some rice, add water, and steam it. But this creates new problems. If you're going to sell rice, having only braised pork as a side dish is too monotonous. After thinking for a moment, Chen Feng decided to make the other vegetarian dish required by the system this afternoon. There just happens to be a vegetarian snack that can be made together with braised pork. The braised pork in the pot still had a long time to cook, so Chen Feng took the opportunity to buy the ingredients needed for rice and vegetables. Because the food carts are equipment produced by the system, their safety is guaranteed, which is why they can be left unattended. If it is a regular stove, someone must be watching it when it is lit. Water and fire are merciless, safety comes first. Chen Feng hadn't decided which vegetarian dish to choose yet, but since braised pork was served, rice was naturally a must. Braised pork without rice would be unacceptable. Since rice is to be served, braised pork belly alone is not enough, a combination of meat and vegetable dishes is better. Chen Feng immediately set off for the vegetable market. Standing in front of a stall selling grains, oils, rice, and noodles in the market, Chen Feng looked at the 4 large characters Vuchang rice on the stall and felt both amused and exasperated. Vuchang rice is the finest of rice varieties, and like Zhangkaya scallions, it represents the highest quality among certain ingredients. However, it's normal to be able to buy Zhangkaya scallions in Jiangbei City, since Zhangkaya is right next to Jiangbei City. However, it's quite unlikely that you can buy authentic Vuchang rice from this unassuming rice stall. Young man, would you like to buy rice? It's Vuchang rice that just arrived yesterday. It's 3 yuan and 50 cents a pound. The stall owner noticed Chen Feng standing next to his stall and asked him warmly. Hearing the price, Chen Feng became even more certain that this was not genuine Vuchang rice. The rice I'm selling really comes from Vuchang. You can see it clearly written on the bag if you don't believe me, the stall owner emphasized again, seeing that Chen Feng didn't quite believe him. Ordinary people who don't often buy groceries might actually be fooled by the place of origin indicated on the rice bag. Although this rice is labeled as originating from Bachang, it is actually rice from other regions that has been transported to Bachang for packaging. This rice, produced in other regions, is processed and packaged locally in Bachang and then transformed into Bachang rice. Moreover, genuine Bachang rice cannot be this cheap. At 3.5 yuan per kilogram, even if you go to the local rice paddies in Bachang to buy from farmers, you still cannot buy genuine Bachang rice. Is this long-grain fragrant rice? Make it cheaper, 3 yuan a pound, I'll buy more, Chen Feng said. Although the rice sold by the stall owner was not genuine Bachang rice, the quality of the rice was not bad, and the price of 3.5 yuan per jin was not too expensive. Therefore, the owner was not ripping people off, he just wanted to use the name of Bachang rice to make his own rice easier to sell. Long-grain fragrant rice is also produced in northeast China. Although it is not as good as Bachang rice, it is not much different. Ordinary street stalls or canteens wouldn't use such good rice. In particular, some canteens usually use hybrid rice, which has a high yield but a mediocre taste. Seeing that Chen Feng had identified the variety of his rice in one sentence and that the price he offered was reasonable, the stall owner asked, "How much do you want?" Chen Feng did a rough calculation in his mind and decided to buy 100 jin first. While 100 jin, 50 kilograms, may not seem like a big deal to a rice stall owner, it's still a considerable sum compared to individual customers. Is it for personal consumption or commercial use? If it's for commercial use, I have some cheaper options here, the stall owner asked casually, seeing that Chen Feng was buying a large quantity. Chen Feng shook his head and smiled, "This is fine." After making the payment, Chen Feng asked again, "Do you offer delivery?" After receiving an affirmative answer from the stall owner, he asked for the stall owner's contact information and arranged with the stall owner to deliver the rice to a certain place later. Chen Feng couldn't possibly carry over 100 kilograms of rice back by himself. Although the market wasn't far from his residence, the original owner's physical condition was far too poor. Even after undergoing a system enhancement, he was still far inferior to Chen Feng in his previous life. If he had to carry the rice back by himself, he would probably be exhausted. Then Chen Feng went to buy ingredients for vegetarian dishes. Tiger skin green peppers are a vegetarian dish that pairs perfectly with braised pork belly and can even be cooked together directly. When Chen Feng had selected the green peppers and brought them back to his residence, the braised pork in the pot had already been simmering for some time. Chen Feng took out the green peppers, washed them, and prepared to make tiger skin green peppers. Chen Feng washed the green peppers, removed the stems and seeds, and then dried them with a clean cloth. He set them aside for later use. Tiger skin green peppers need to be deep fried before stewing. If the surface moisture is not wiped off, the green peppers may splatter when they come into contact with the oil. Chen Feng was going to set up a stall this time and needed to make a lot of tiger skin green peppers at once, so he chose to deep fry them. Actually, if the number of green peppers to be made is small, you can just put a little oil in the pan and fry them. Add clean peanut oil, and the oil temperature in the pan quickly reaches 55%. Actually, you only need to use 50% oil temperature to fry green peppers. However, when a large number of green peppers are put into the pot, the temperature of the green peppers is much lower than the temperature of the oil in the pot. Therefore, putting green peppers into the pot will cause the oil temperature in the pot to drop. If the oil temperature is exactly 50% at the beginning, it will drop below 50% after adding the green peppers, resulting in a less than perfect final product. Different types of cooking oils have slightly different boiling points, but they are generally around 300 degrees Celsius. Therefore, 300 degrees Celsius is also known as the perfect oil temperature, and 50% oil temperature is naturally 150 degrees Celsius. Chen Feng relies on his perfect control over the heat to judge the oil temperature by feel alone. When Chen Feng first learned cooking, he had to insert wooden chopsticks into the oil and observe the small bubbles around the chopsticks to determine that the oil temperature was 50%. When the green peppers started to wrinkle, Chen Feng took them out of the water. Green peppers and braised pork can be stewed in the same pot. Their flavors do not conflict but complement each other. Green peppers enhance the aroma of the pork, and the broth makes the green peppers even more delicious. The braised pork belly needs to be stewed in the pot for 2 hours. If the green peppers were stewed for that long, they would have fallen apart long ago. Therefore, green peppers should not be cooked too long in the pan. Chen Feng timed it perfectly, and when the pork belly had been stewing for 1 hour and 50 minutes, he lifted the lid and poured the green peppers into the pot. The optimal cooking time for green peppers is 10 minutes. Although the green peppers were fried, their temperature dropped after being left outside for a while, so putting them into the pot would also slightly lower the temperature inside the stew pot. Of course, the impact of these green peppers on the temperature of this large pot of hot soup is negligible, and may have only a slight effect on the finished dish. Ordinary chefs do not have the ability to correct these effects. the art of controlling the heat is ever-changing. The amount of heat needed to compensate for those few seconds of low temperature, and the time required to do so, requires extremely meticulous calculations. Even simple calculations are far from sufficient, as there are simply too many variables involved. It even relates to whether the pig used as the ingredient for braised pork was active during its lifetime, which is related to the firmness of the pork. Pork with slight differences in firmness will also have slight differences in the time it takes to absorb flavor. The addition of green peppers further complicates the process of timing the cooking. Of course, even if the cooking time is a little off, it's not a big problem. With this spice recipe, even if the cooking time isn't perfect, as long as it's cooked through, this braised pork belly is already better than most braised pork belly on the market. But Chen Feng was naturally not satisfied with this. Chen Feng didn't calculate the cooking time, there were too many variables involved, and simple calculations couldn't achieve perfection. Chen Feng relied on only one thing: his intuition as a top chef. Chen Feng subtly adjusted the heat on the stove based on his intuition, and then adjusted it again a few seconds later. After these two minor adjustments based purely on intuition, the cooking time for this braised pork belly has reached perfection. It's done. 10 minutes later, the pork belly was fully cooked. Chen Feng turned off the heat, letting the braised pork and green peppers soak in the broth. Bite. The system has detected that the host has added 3 dishes to the stall. Task: add dishes. Completed. Reward received: added editable module to food truck. Just as Chen Feng was about to see what editable modules had been added to the food truck, the cell phone rang at just the right moment. It was the stall owner at the vegetable market who delivered the rice Chen Feng had bought today. Chen Feng rinsed the rice twice, added water, and put it in the steamer to steam. While waiting for the rice to steam, Chen Feng also prepared the hand-pulled noodles he would need for his evening stall. Only then did Chen Feng remember about the new mission reward. Chen Feng mentally reviewed the food cart's editing interface and nodded slightly. Great, a new refrigerated display case function has been added. This function is very useful. Just then, Chen Feng's phone rang again. It was a QQ call, and an avatar that Chen Feng didn't recognize before was flashing. The other party was not someone Chen Feng knew. After searching through the original owner's memories, the profile picture seemed to belong to Chen Feng's class monitor. Chen Feng answered the phone. A pleasant female voice came from the other end of the phone. Hey Chen Feng, there's a class dinner tonight, are you free? The voice sounded familiar, and Chen Feng suddenly remembered that he had run into her yesterday when he went to get his phone replaced. The girl's name seemed to be Shen Xinyi. I'm sorry, I have something to do tonight and can't attend the dinner, Chen Feng said decisively. I still have to set up my stall tonight. I made so much braised pork this afternoon, am I not going to sell it tonight? Are you kidding me? All of our classmates will be here tonight, and our counselor will also be there. The dinner will be paid for from the class fund, Shen Xinyi added. That's a pity, but I really don't have time, Chen Feng said again. Shen Xinyi finally hung up the phone in disappointment. Chen Feng glanced at the time. The rice was already cooked. There was still some time before dinner, but not too long. It was perfect to set up the stall a little early. Chen Feng packed up his things and drove the food truck to his stall. It's time to set up the stall again. When Chen Feng was about to reach the stall, the food street was still sparsely populated. But Chen Feng saw that there were already people waiting at the spot where he had set up his stall yesterday. Are they repeat customers? But isn't it too early to come for dinner at this hour? Chen Feng couldn't help but think. As the distance closed, Chen Feng was able to see the other person's face clearly. It wasn't a customer, but rather the owner of another stall nearby. Chen Feng remembered the other person, of course. Just yesterday, Chen Feng wanted to buy fried skewers from the other person's stall, but he didn't expect the other person to be so enthusiastic and actually treat him to them for free. While tasting the fried skewers, Chen Feng also offered suggestions for improving the sauce. The fried food vendor saw Chen Feng approaching and waved to him with a smile. After Chen Feng offered his suggestions for improvement yesterday, the fried food stall gradually became busier as customers arrived. Once busy, the stall owner forgot about Chen Feng's words. He didn't remember Chen Feng's suggestion until he packed up and went home. This afternoon, while preparing ingredients for his stall, he suddenly realized that the batch of sauce he had made last time was almost used up, so he prepared to make a new batch of sauce. Only then did he remember what Chen Feng had told him. The fried food vendor tried hard to recall Chen Feng's suggestion from yesterday: add 20 grams more cumin and 10 grams more pepper per pound. Increase the proportion of peanut powder by 10%, and replace half of the chicken essence with message. Although the fried skewer vendor was confident enough in his sauce, he didn't believe that a young man like Chen Feng could offer suggestions for improving his sauce recipe. Besides, Chen Feng was a noodle seller, how could he possibly know so much about fried skewers? But the confident look on Chen Feng's face when he said those words yesterday kept replaying in his mind. At that time, Chen Feng's demeanor was completely unlike that of a young college student. The stall owner even recalled his experience as an apprentice at a snack training school when he was young, and Chen Feng's demeanor yesterday was very similar to that of a teacher at the snack training school. So the stall owner, still wanting to give it a try, first made a small amount of sauce using Chen Feng's improved recipe to taste it himself. The moment the sauce touched his lips, the stall owner, who had been selling fried skewers for nearly 10 years, widened his eyes in surprise. Even though the proportions of a few spices were slightly changed, the final flavor was several times more complex. The aromas of several spices complement each other, like a balanced chemical formula, giving the sauce of this inexpensive snack a surprisingly rich feel, making the various flavors more distinct and impacting his taste buds. Compared to the improved sauce, the sauce I made before was far inferior. That's why he arrived at Chen Feng's stall early today, before even setting up his own, to wait for Chen Feng and properly thank him. Compared to the suggestions Chen Feng gave him for improving the sauce yesterday, the fried skewers he treated Chen Feng to were nothing. While pleasantly surprised, the fried food vendor was also quite puzzled. The most important reason why Chen Feng's recipe was so perfect is that Chen Feng did not directly reveal the recipe, but instead gave suggestions for improvement after tasting the sauce he made. This shows that when Chen Feng tasted the sauce he made, he had already discerned the recipe and even discovered its flaws. As soon as Chen Feng parked his food cart, the fried skewers vendor immediately came to greet him. "Young man, yesterday's recipe." "Oh, I was just saying it offhand," Chen Feng said with a smile. "I made some improvements based on your suggestions, and the taste is greatly enhanced," the fried skewer vendor said seriously. "I can't take advantage of you. How about this? I'll buy the recipe for this sauce, you name your price," the fried skewer vendor said. This decision was made after careful consideration. As a seasoned snack vendor, he certainly knows the commercial value of a good sauce recipe. He learned the sauce recipe for his fried skewers at a snack training school for 5,000 yuan. After Chen Feng improved his recipe, the taste of the fried skewers reached a new level. Chen Feng is so young, so this recipe is very likely a family heirloom. Since the other party has passed on the family sauce recipe to him, the fried skewer stall owner will inevitably feel guilty if he doesn't repay the other party. "Don't give me money, I don't want it." Chen Feng refused decisively. The so-called family recipe, and his suggestion to wait for improvement, was simply that Chen Feng, after tasting the other party's sauce, directly made up for the shortcomings of the other party's sauce with his profound knowledge of seasoning. "I just hope you can treat me to fried skewers often in the future," Chen Feng said with a smile. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, the fried food stall owner said, "Okay, then brother, you can come and eat whenever you want in the future. The stall will always be free for you. And your recipe, I promise I won't share it with anyone," the fried food vendor added. "Actually, it can be shared with outsiders," Chen Feng suddenly said. Having learned many culinary styles in his previous life, Chen Feng had no prejudice against any particular school of thought, nor did he harbor any sense of self-importance. Chen Feng simply wants more people to enjoy delicious food. Prejudice against certain groups will only hinder its spread. "If you find a suitable apprentice, it's fine to share the formula," Chen Feng said with a smile. "Brother, you've got some customers at your stall." Noticing a few people heading towards the fried food stall, Chen Feng reminded them. The fried food vendor thanked Chen Feng again before leaving. After the fried food vendor left, Chen Feng had already set up the food cart. Because it's Monday, there are slightly fewer people on the food street than yesterday. Chen Feng added braised pork, rice, and tiger skin green peppers to the menu under the food cart. The braised pork belly is priced at 8 yuan, the tiger skin green peppers at 2 yuan, and the rice at 2 yuan. The braised pork belly, priced at 8 yuan a piece, is slightly more expensive than the braised pork belly at most fast food restaurants on the market. In Jiangbei City, chain fast food restaurants like Super Italian Fuxing Restaurant usually charge 7 yuan a piece for braised pork belly. However, the quality of Chen Feng's braised pork is far superior to that of braised pork made in fast food restaurants. In some relatively high-end Shandong cuisine restaurants, braised pork belly can even sell for 50 yuan a piece, but the quality of the braised pork belly served in these high-end restaurants is still not as good as the braised pork belly made by Chen Feng. However, the premium for that kind of braised pork belly, which can sell for 51 yuan, does not come from the taste of the dish, but from the restaurant's decor and style, as well as its reputation. In Chen Feng's opinion, selling his braised pork belly for 8 yuan a piece is just right. After all, Chen Feng's original intention in setting up a stall was to allow more people to enjoy delicious food. Making money was just a side benefit. In his previous life, as a master of state banquets, Chen Feng had already experienced both fame and fortune, so he did not value wealth too much in this life. Since the system doesn't mandate it, Chen Feng's pricing leans towards good quality at a low price. This not-so-smart system shouldn't be issuing tasks like sell a bowl of fried rice worth 5,000 yuan. Thinking of the not-so-smart system in his mind, Chen Feng smiled slightly. "Boss, what are you laughing at?" The sudden sound interrupted Chen Feng's thoughts. Chen Feng looked toward the source of the sound and saw the person standing outside the food truck, looking at it with great interest. They looked like passers-by. "Hello, what would you like to eat?" Chen Feng asked. He didn't have a deep impression of this first customer of the day. The person was probably not a repeat customer. Only then did Chen Feng notice that the other person was also holding a small video camera. While speaking, the diner was also taking pictures of Chen Feng's stall with his camera. "Boss, can I appear on camera?" "If you don't want to appear on camera, I'll blur your face in post-production." "It's nothing." Chen Feng, who had participated in many TV programs as a guest in his previous life, didn't mind the other party filming him. "A restaurant review blogger?" Chen Feng asked. The man, who looked to be in his 30s, slightly overweight, and with a slick-back hairstyle, nodded. "What would you like to eat? Are there no other dishes besides braised pork belly and tiger skin green peppers?" the man asked. "Not yet, but we may add new dishes in the future," Chen Feng said. "I've been eating noodles for several days in a row, so I won't have any today. I'll have a bowl of rice, 2 pieces of braised pork, and 2 tiger skin green peppers," the man said. After saying that, the man sat down on a small stool, placed the small camera with a tripod on the table, and adjusted its position. Li Heiren is a chef, or at least he used to be. Just last month, Li Heiren was a chef at Yurenju, a well-known restaurant in Jiangbei City. Until the beginning of last month, something happened inside the Yurenju restaurant, which led to a drastic change in personnel. Li Heiren, a chef, lost his job as a result. After losing his job, Li Heiren stumbled upon some restaurant review videos on Douyin. Having been a professional chef, he discovered that most food bloggers are almost completely ignorant about cooking. When faced with delicious food, some bloggers can only say it's delicious and nothing else. Therefore, Li Heiren had the idea of switching careers to explore and inspect shops. Although he was once a chef at Yurenju, his culinary skills are still quite good, and his professional explanations of the dishes surpass most restaurant review bloggers. However, because his video shooting is just starting out, his account has not been able to take off, and his video views have remained lukewarm. Li Heiren turned on the recording and began explaining to the camera. "Savor delicious food, enjoy life. Today, at Jiangbei University Town, an unnamed stall offers braised pork belly for a total of 22 yuan. Chen Feng quickly served the braised pork on the small table. Li Heiren began his video with his usual opening remarks. "Today, this stall only sells noodles and braised pork with rice. The only vegetable dish is tiger skin green peppers. From the perspective of the variety of dishes, it's a bit monotonous," said Li Heiren, a senior wok chef at Yurenju, sharing his insights on the catering industry. Although Li Heiren had never set up a stall before, he had worked for many years in one of the top-ranked Shandong cuisine restaurants in Jiangbei City, and through his experience, he could talk about setting up a stall quite knowledgeably. "If you're going to run a fast food stall, you can offer several home-style dishes with 3 meat and 2 vegetable options for customers to choose from. This will attract more customers. Of course, some people will say that the quality of a dish is more important than the quantity. If you're going to make braised pork, just make braised pork and perfect this one dish." In Jiangbei City, there are many famous restaurants that made their fortune by relying on just one dish, braised pork. But there is a very important prerequisite: your braised pork must taste exceptionally good. As for this place, Li Heiren shifted the camera to the braised pork in front of him. "The color of the braised pork is fine. I just noticed that the stall owner doesn't look very old, so this braised pork probably wasn't made by him." As a professional chef, Li Heiren could immediately tell that the braised pork belly was colored with perfectly cooked caramel coloring. Under the combined effect of the caramel coloring and soy sauce, the pork belly with alternating layers of fat and lean meat shimmered with an enticing luster, making it incredibly appetizing just to look at. In Li Heiren's eyes, this level of caramel coloring was definitely not something a young stall owner like Chen Feng could produce. Of course, the ability to caramelize sugar only reveals part of a chef's skill level. A bright red color indicates that the chef has accurate control over the heat, but there are many other factors that affect the taste of braised pork belly, and the color of sugar alone cannot tell you much. Li Heiren picked up his chopsticks and took a piece of braised pork. Li Heiren examined the braised pork belly closely and couldn't help but sigh again. The caramelization of this sugar is really good. After taking it in, Li Heiren could see the color of the braised pork more clearly. The level of caramelization was indeed high. At least Li Heiren, who had been cooking for more than 10 years, was not confident that he could stir-fry it to this effect every time. In matters of timing and temperature, a slight difference can lead to vastly different outcomes. When caramelizing sugar, a difference of even a fraction of a second in timing can result in a different final product, which is usually imperceptible to the average diner. Only experienced chefs can tell the difference. Although Li Heiren wasn't a top chef, he was still very experienced, so he was able to see the subtlety of caramelizing sugar. Not to mention himself, even the current head chef of Yurenju wouldn't be able to make a better caramelized sugar. Even if the taste is just average, the presentation of this braised pork belly with its caramelized sugar alone makes it worth the price, Lee Haerin said to the camera after examining it closely. Finally, Lee Haerin put the pork belly into his mouth and took a big bite. Lee Haerin chewed slowly. After a long stewing process, the aroma of the pork belly had been fully released. The flavors of the various spices complemented each other, and after being transformed by high temperature, they all became the perfect complement to the aroma of the meat. Lee Haerin's eyes widened in surprise. As a seasoned chef, he certainly knew that spices were added to braised pork belly. The braised pork belly in front of me must have been cooked with spices, but to Lee Haerin's surprise, he couldn't taste any spices at all. All the spices, after being skillfully added or subtracted, blend perfectly, serving as a complement to the aroma of the meat and making its natural flavor stand out. After long-term stewing, the fatty parts of the pork belly become almost melt in your mouth under high temperature. Some of the fat emulsifies in the broth during stewing, and the broth that absorbs the fat seeps back into the pork belly, giving it a richer flavor. The perfect low heat preserved the chewiness of the lean meat in the pork belly, and the texture of the lean and fatty meat combined perfectly with the aroma of the meat, bursting in Lee Haerin's mouth. The subtle aroma of spices emerges at the end of the braised pork flavor, a faint fragrance that neutralizes the heatiness of the pork itself. What kind of spice is this last one? A question flashed through Lee Haerin's mind. Following the usual procedure for filming videos, Lee Haerin was supposed to give his evaluation after taking a bite. At this point, he should have commented on the taste of the dish, what was good about it, and what its shortcomings were. But Lee Haerin didn't say anything. Instead, he stuffed the remaining half of the braised pork into his mouth and chewed it carefully. The former chef, who had been in a bad mood recently due to poor video performances, showed a satisfied expression. Finally, Lee Haerin swallowed the braised pork in his mouth. This braised pork belly is perfect. Lee Haerin finally gave his assessment. With my skill level, I'm not qualified to comment on other people's braised pork. I can only say that, having been a chef for over 10 years, this is the best braised pork I've ever eaten in my life, Lee Haerin continued. Chen Feng was looking at the stall next door. The girl who sold starch sausages wasn't there today. At this moment, the system's voice in his mind interrupted Chen Feng's thoughts. Bite. The mission, no regrets in this life, has been completed. Mission reward, slight improvement in physical attributes. Chen Feng certainly remembered the long-term mission called No Regrets in This Life. Only diners under certain special circumstances will feel a sense of no regrets in this life when they eat certain delicacies. Whenever a diner truly feels this way, Chen Feng can receive the reward for this task, a slight improvement in physical fitness. It seems that the blogger who just reviewed the restaurant triggered a reward for himself. By the time Chen Feng turned his gaze to the restaurant blogger, he had already finished the first piece of braised pork. He seemed to say something to the camera, and then continued to wolf down his food. Chen Feng didn't pay any more attention to him. New diners had already arrived at the stall. Although the foot traffic on Monday was not as high as on the weekend, the food street still welcomed a considerable number of diners at dinner time. An old man came to Chen Feng's stall. Chen Feng remembered the old man. He had visited Chen Feng's stall twice in the past 2 days. "Young man, are there any new dishes today?" The old man smiled as he looked at the new sign outside the food cart. "That's right, we have braised pork with rice today," Chen Feng replied. "Rice, huh? I haven't heard that in years," the old man said with a smile. "Braised pork." The old man hesitated for 2 seconds. "Give me a piece of braised pork, a tiger skin green pepper, and a bowl of rice," the old man said, seemingly having finally made up his mind. The old man then added, "Give me a piece of braised pork with more lean meat. I'm too old to eat anything too fatty." Although the old man looked to be in good spirits, he was over 60 years old after all. While the fatty pork belly tasted more oily and delicious, it would also put a greater burden on his aging cardiovascular system. Therefore, after careful consideration, the old man finally found a compromise between his desire for delicious food and his concern for his health. "Just one piece, with more lean meat," the old man thought to himself. Chen Feng nodded and scooped a piece of lean pork from the large pot. He then ladled out a bowl of rice and placed it in front of the old man. Actually, braised pork belly is not very suitable for the elderly. It contains a lot of oil and is considered a hot food. Since the elderly have a slower metabolism, eating too much braised pork belly can easily cause phlegm. Chen Feng mitigated the heatiness of the fatty meat by stewing it for a long time and adding a small amount of dried lotus leaves. Therefore, even if the elderly eat Chen Feng's braised pork, it will not have a significant impact on their health as long as they do not eat too much. When the braised pork entered his mouth, a look of satisfaction appeared on the old man's face. He only knew that the young stall owner was a great noodle cook, but he never expected that Chen Feng would bring him another surprise. Chen Feng's braised pork was equally delicious. If it weren't for his advanced age, the old man would have even wanted another piece. Chen Feng's business was very good yesterday, so among the diners queuing up today, Chen Feng noticed several familiar faces. The unique aroma of stir-fried noodles during preparation can be very effective in attracting customers. These returning customers were mostly there for Chen Feng's stir-fried noodles, and a few of them tried a piece of braised pork after seeing the new product launched today. Most diners simply thought it was delicious, as if they had never eaten such delicious braised pork before. Only a professional chef like Lee Hae-rin can truly appreciate just how perfect this braised pork is. After finishing the braised pork and rice in front of him, Lee Hae-rin turned off his phone, which was recording. He didn't leave immediately, but sat on a small stool and pondered with his head down. Braised pork belly, a traditional delicacy, is incredibly common in Jiangbei City, the heartland of Shandong cuisine. Among the countless braised pork vendors, the difference in taste between different styles is no secret in the catering industry. In Jiangbei City, anyone who has worked in the catering industry for more than 10 years can easily name the most famous braised pork restaurants in Jiangbei City and their unique flavor characteristics. However, the braised pork at this small stall tastes different from any famous braised pork vendor in Jiangbei City. This left Lee Hae-rin puzzled. Given the other person's culinary skills, it's impossible for them to be unknown in Jiangbei City. Lee Hae-rin could only be certain that this braised pork was made by an elder in the young stall owner's family. The perfect cooking time and seasoning were definitely not something a young man under 20 could achieve. Even if someone started learning to cook from birth, they could never reach this level. Finally, unable to contain his curiosity, Lee Hae-rin decided to ask the stall owner what kind of braised pork he sold. Chen Feng ladled the noodles from the pot into a bowl and served it to a customer. When he returned to the stall, he found that the blogger who had reviewed the restaurant earlier was already in front of him. "Not full?" Chen Feng asked. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Lee Hae-rin, who was about to ask a question, suddenly froze. "I'm full, but I have another question I'd like to ask," Lee Hae-rin said. As he spoke, seemingly worried that Chen Feng wouldn't like him filming the rest of the conversation, Lee Hae-rin turned off his phone, which was recording video. "What's the problem?" Chen Feng asked, but his hands didn't stop. He ladled out another bowl of stir-fried noodles. "May I ask which famous chef made this braised pork?" Lee Hae-rin asked nervously. He was prepared to face Chen Feng's cold face. After all, as a former chef, Lee Hae-rin knew that this question was indeed somewhat offensive to the stall owner. "What famous chef?" "I cooked it myself," Chen Feng said with a smile. Chen Feng was not lying. Although his culinary skills as a master chef of state banquets in his previous life had already surpassed most so-called famous chefs, in this life he was just an unknown ordinary stall owner. Lee Hae-rin had already guessed that Chen Feng would answer like this, but he was still a little unwilling to give up, so he continued, "I used to be a chef at Yurinju. If possible, I would like to pay a visit to the old gentleman." The old gentleman Lee Hae-rin mentioned was, of course, the chef he thought made braised pork. According to Lee Hae-rin's judgment, only a chef over 50 years old could have such a masterful grasp of heat control and seasoning, which is why he called the other person old gentleman. The reason he mentioned that he used to be a chef at Yurinju was because of Yurinju's status in the catering industry of Jiangbei City. As one of the most famous Shandong cuisine restaurants in Jiangbei City, Yurinju had a good relationship with chefs from several major schools of Shandong cuisine. Therefore, Lee Hae-rin mentioned Yurinju in the hope that the old chef behind Chen Feng would give him a meeting because of their relationship. Lee Hae-rin wanted to meet this old chef so much because he was thinking about his own future. Since leaving Yurinju, Lee Hae-rin has decided to become a restaurant review blogger. Although his cooking skills are much better than those of ordinary chefs, they are still far from those of top chefs. Lee Hae-rin had never apprenticed before. His current culinary skills were all honed through hard work and experience in the kitchen. With this level of culinary skill, things were fine in the early stages of his restaurant visits. Thanks to his relatively professional cooking skills, Lee Hae-rin could still speak eloquently. However, as he visited more and more restaurants, Lee Hae-rin's culinary skills became somewhat insufficient. Therefore, Lee Hae-rin wanted to meet the old chef behind Chen Feng. For Lee Hae-rin, it would be best if he could become the chef's apprentice. Even if he couldn't become the chef's apprentice, it would still be very beneficial for Lee Hae-rin to know such a top-notch chef. As the saying goes, a true master's teaching can be conveyed in a single sentence, while a false master's teaching can fill countless books. This old chef's casual remark could be of immense benefit to Lee Hae-rin, and might even elevate his culinary skills to a new level. When Chen Feng heard Lee Hae-rin mention Yurinju, the name sounded somewhat familiar. He must have only heard about it after he transmigrated here. There are many subtle differences between the parallel world of his previous life and the original owner's world. Chen Feng is quite certain that he had never heard of a restaurant called Yurinju in his previous life. Before Chen Feng could recall when he had ever heard the name Yurinju, a new customer arrived at his stall. "There really aren't any experienced chefs," Chen Feng said to Lee Hae-rin, then got back to work. Seeing that Chen Feng had started working again, Lee Hae-rin suppressed his urge to ask more questions and simply waited silently by his side. It took nearly an hour for this wave of customers to finally end, and only then did Chen Feng have some free time. Li Hairan only dared to step forward when he saw that Chen Feng was finally free. "Boss, how about I offer 10,000 yuan for the recipe for braised pork belly? If that's not enough, I can add more." Having worked as a chef for so many years, Li Hairan naturally has some savings. If becoming a restaurant blogger doesn't work out, he can use those savings to open a small shop. That's why Li Hairan understands the value of the braised pork recipe better than anyone else. Many chain restaurants in Jiangbei City have made their fortunes based on a single recipe for braised pork belly. For those who have no interest in starting a business, this recipe is utterly worthless. But for those in the food service industry, this recipe is indeed invaluable. Moreover, there might be an unknown master chef behind the stall owner. If you could befriend that culinary master, then the money would be well spent. Li Hairan's target price was even higher. Even if Chen Feng raised the price of the formula to 20,000, Li Hairan could accept it. Upon hearing Li Hairan's words, Chen Feng looked at him with more appreciation. The fact that the other party offered such a price clearly indicates that they are someone working in the catering industry. In fact, it's difficult to define the price of braised pork or other dishes. For example, braised pork belly, a unique recipe, may generate millions in commercial value after years of operation. But that doesn't mean the recipe for braised pork belly is really worth $1 million. Once you have the formula, everything from site selection, material selection, labor, and service will affect the final commercial returns. Therefore, while recipes are the core of restaurant management, they are not everything in restaurant management. Moreover, braised pork belly is ultimately just a snack, not some long-lost classic dish from both the north and south. The fact that the other party was willing to spend 5 figures to buy a snack recipe is quite a bold decision. Seeing that Chen Feng had fallen silent, Li Hairan spoke again. "I promise I won't tell anyone, we can sign a contract. If that doesn't work, you can pay more." Chen Feng waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to pay extra. Chen Feng was very familiar with Li Hairan's current gaze. He had seen that look in his eyes more than once in his past life. That was the look in the eyes of a pure chef yearning to take his culinary skills to the next level. Such a chef desperately longs for someone to guide him. Of course, Chen Feng had always played the role of a guide in his previous life. "You want to learn? I'll teach you," Chen Feng said calmly. Chen Feng naturally wouldn't mind passing on the formula to others. However, Li Hairan immediately doubted whether he had misheard. Just then, the system's voice suddenly echoed in Chen Feng's mind. "Bite. To truly enter the world of culinary arts, a good teacher is essential. Experienced chefs can help you avoid many pitfalls in your learning journey." Detection indicates the host has become acquainted with veteran chef Li Hairan. A task is now being issued. Mission objective: establish a master-disciple relationship with Li Hairan. Task reward: 10,000 RMB in cash. A hint of surprise flashed across Li Hairan's face, while Chen Feng was processing the information that had just appeared in his mind. A reward of 10,000 yuan. It was only then that Chen Feng realized that the restaurant review blogger in front of him was named Li Hairan, and that he was also a senior chef. However, based on the other party's evaluation of the braised pork, Chen Feng could tell that this senior chef had some skill, but not much. If it were the original owner of this body who was a complete novice in cooking, Li Hairan would still be able to teach her. However, if Li Hairan were to teach Chen Feng, his skill level would be far too low. In his previous life, Chen Feng was a master of state banquets and served as a consultant in many famous restaurants. In those restaurants, chefs like Li Hairan were not even qualified to receive guidance from Chen Feng. There is no penalty even if the system task is not completed. Chen Feng's stall business is now on the right track, and to be honest, he doesn't need the 10,000 yuan cash reward. Just as Chen Feng was about to give up on the mission, Li Hairan spoke up. "Is this recipe for braised pork really meant to be passed on to outsiders?" Li Hairan's tone was full of doubt. "Of course I can teach you." Chen Feng didn't care about the so-called secret recipe. After transmigrating to a parallel world, Chen Feng finally realized what he wanted. Since it allows more people to enjoy delicious food, why wouldn't Chen Feng do it? Moreover, even if someone were to share the recipe with others, those whose culinary skills are inferior to Chen Feng's would not be able to completely replicate Chen Feng's flavor. Therefore, as long as someone is willing to learn, Chen Feng can pass on all the thousands of dishes he knows without reservation. As for how much the other party can actually learn, that's none of Chen Feng's business. A passerby came to the stall and, after thinking for a few seconds, ordered a bowl of stir-fried noodles. Wait! A thought suddenly flashed through Chen Feng's mind. The not-so-smart system's mission objective was to establish a master-disciple relationship with Li Hairan. Therefore, Chen Feng does not necessarily have to become Li Hairan's disciple. "If you become my apprentice, I will teach you the recipe," Chen Feng said. Since the system requires establishing a master-disciple relationship, Chen Feng can simply accept Li Hairan as his disciple. That would also fulfill the mission. Li Hairan looked at Chen Feng in the stall and couldn't accept that he was going to become the apprentice of a stall owner who was 10 years younger than him. He still believes that Chen Feng has a highly skilled old chef behind him, and if he could become the apprentice of this old chef, Li Hairan would naturally agree. But Chen Feng looks so young, he doesn't seem like the type to be my teacher at all. Li Hairan assumed Chen Feng was joking with him and was about to refuse. At this moment, Chen Feng's hands were not idle. He heated the oil in the pan and added chopped green onions. Li Hairan was interrupted by the sizzling sound of scallions being added to the pan before he could finish his refusal. As scallions are added to the pot, a rich aroma spreads around the stall. How could stir-fry smell so good? A thought popped into Li Hairan's mind. For Li Hairan, a seasoned chef, stir-fried noodles are a basic dish, and he can make them naturally. He had made them quite a few times when he worked in a restaurant before. But Li Hairan never imagined that stir-fried noodles could release such a strong aroma when stir-fried. The aroma disrupted his thoughts and interrupted his refusal. I'll go back and edit a video first, and then come back to learn another day. Li Hairan still couldn't make up his mind to become Chen Feng's apprentice, but he didn't refuse. Instead, he made an excuse to leave. The task just released by the system had no time limit, so Chen Feng was not in a hurry and simply smiled as he saw Li Hairan off. Four hungry college students walked out of the teaching building. Song Jia had class tonight. He and his 3 roommates were practically starving by the time they finished their last class. During the last class, Song Jia flipped through his probability theory textbook again and again, wishing it were an edible pie. Thanks to the cafeteria's specialty braised pork, the 4 of us barely ate our fill at lunchtime. When it was time for dinner, because of the tight schedule of evening classes and the fact that the braised pork at noon had left them with little appetite all afternoon, they did not eat dinner. By the time the last probability theory class ended, it was already past 9 o'clock at night. The cafeteria was already closed, and the only things that could save the 4 of them, besides the instant noodle stalls on campus, were the food street outside the school gate. Go to the food street for noodles? Boss, didn't you say there's a stall there that makes the best stir-fried noodles in the world? Indeed the best in the world, but as far as I know, the stall owner is also a student at Jianzi University. I don't know if he's setting up his stall today, Song Jia said. Song Jia only felt that the food at Chen Feng's stall was indeed delicious, but as for whether it was the best in the world, Song Jia couldn't say for sure. But it's normal to exaggerate a bit in front of your roommates. A new product? Song Jia and his group asked in surprise, looking at the long queue in front of the stall and the newly added braised pork sign on the food cart. How about trying braised pork belly? Song Jia said, turning around. The braised pork belly served at the cafeteria at noon had clearly left a significant psychological scar on the group, causing them to hesitate for a moment. Fan Zio looked past the line and towards the front, where Chen Feng was scooping a trembling piece of braised pork from a large pot. Judging from the color, it should taste good, Fan Zio, a native of Jiangbei, commented. Braised pork belly is a traditional delicacy of Jiangbei City, and Fan Zio, who was born and raised there, knows it very well. Why don't we give it a try? Fan Zio said, turning around. After a wait that wasn't too long, they finally got to line up. Chen Feng looked up at the familiar returning customers. 4 servings of braised pork and 4 servings of rice, Song Jia said. Pour a spoonful of meat broth over the rice, Fan Zio added. Rice served with meat broth is a classic way of eating for people from the old Jiangbei region. The broth absorbs enough meaty aroma during the long stewing process, and when poured over the rice, it gives the rice a unique flavor. Moreover, meat broth is a great accompaniment to rice. In some stalls or restaurants selling braised pork in Jiangbei City, many people who are reluctant to eat braised pork will choose to mix meat broth with rice and a vegetable dish. This way, they can fill their stomachs and the aroma of the meat broth can also satisfy their cravings. Therefore, when Fan Zio asked for meat broth, Chen Feng deduced that he was a local from Jiangbei City. Eat here or take away. No need to pack it up. Song Jia and the other 3 were already starving, and the aromas from the surrounding food street only intensified their hunger. Therefore, they gave up on packaging. Sitting down with his bowl of rice and braised pork, Fan Zio looked at the braised pork in his bowl, his thoughts seemingly drifting away. The braised pork belly nowadays is nowhere near as good as the kind I ate when I was a child, Fan Zio suddenly sighed. There used to be a dry food stall next to my house, Fan Zio said, seemingly recalling something. A dry rice shop? Aren't all the people in there just doing nothing? Zhang Jinwei laughed. Read it with the first tone, Fan Zio corrected. That's how it's called in Jiangbei City. It's the opposite of porridge, it refers to the rice we eat now. That rice shop was famous for its braised pork. Back then, my mom gave me 3 yuan a day for food. Braised pork cost 5 yuan a piece. Rice was 50 cents. The broth is free. I only order 1 serving of rice with the broth each time. I save up the money, and that way I can eat braised pork every 2 days. Later, that rice shop moved away, and I never got to eat such delicious braised pork again. Fan Zaya was lost in his melancholy, unaware that his 3 friends were already engrossed in their meal, paying him no heed. This is what you call braised pork belly. What kind of food is that in the cafeteria? Zhang Jinhui suddenly put down his bowl and said angrily. Judging from his roommate's expressions, Fan Zaya realized that the meat should taste pretty good. Fan Zaya picked up the bowl, picked up a piece of braised pork, and put it in his mouth. The rich flavor, along with the oily juices and meaty aroma, exploded in Fan Zaya's mouth. A mist seemed to rise before my eyes. 10 years ago, in the summer, Fan Zaya, who was running wildly with his friends on a nearby hill, suddenly stopped. Looking at the setting sun, Fan Zaya figured it was about time. Master Feng should be setting up his stall today. Fan Zaya immediately said goodbye to his friend, saying he was going home for dinner. Fan Zaya's parents are busy with work, so they give Fan Zaya money every day and let him take care of his own dinner. His dirty little hands clutched the few 1 yuan and 50-cent coins in his pocket. At the entrance of an alley, the 5 large characters Feng Family Rice Shop written in red paint came into Fan Zaya's view. The old man, who was busy at work, smiled when he saw Fan Zaya approaching. The old man served Fan Zaya a bowl of rice, poured a little meat broth on it, and then picked out a piece of pork belly with a 70% fat and 30% lean ratio from the pot and placed it on top of the rice. Out of breath from running, Fan Zaya picked up a piece of braised pork with chopsticks and put it in his mouth. As the tears in his eyes cleared, Fan Zaya felt as if he had returned to that summer 10 years ago. Bite. Complete the task, food from my memories. Current progress, 1/5. The system's voice suddenly appeared in Chen Feng's mind. Chen Feng naturally remembered the task, food in my memories. This task required him to make dishes that would help 5 diners recall the food they remembered, and the reward for the task was the right to use a shop in the Jiangbei University Town Commercial Street. Chen Feng turned his gaze to the tables next to the stall. The person who helped him complete the task this time should be a diner who was enjoying braised pork at the table. Chen Feng should have realized that in Jiangbei City, braised pork belly is indeed a dish that many people can't forget. Song Jie and his group had already started eating voraciously. They were already hungry, and after tasting such delicious braised pork from the capital, they were so focused on eating that they forgot to talk. Boss, another one for each of us. Li Heiren finally released the edited video. He rubbed his slightly sore shoulders and stood up. Although he recently lost his job, Li Heiren, a former senior chef at a well-known restaurant in Jiangbei City, still has a considerable amount of savings. This savings will allow him to live comfortably for a period of time, which is the source of his confidence to try becoming a restaurant review blogger. Just as Li Heiren was recalling the strange young stall owner, his phone suddenly rang. They were colleagues who worked together in the kitchen of Yurenju. Old Li, have you found a new job yet? Not yet. Are you still messing around with your short videos? How many followers do you have now? It's not much, just trying it out. What's up? This colleague had a decent relationship with Li Heiren before, so he naturally knew that Li Heiren was going to do some restaurant reviews. The kitchen staff were laid off again recently, and I reckon I'll be next. That's why I wanted to ask you if you have any good job options. Quite a few small restaurants have approached me, but I couldn't become the head chef, so I didn't go, Li Heiren said. By the way, why are there layoffs in the kitchen again? Li Heiren suddenly asked. It's all because of that young manager. Ever since the previous owner retired, the young manager has taken over the Yi Renju business, and then he started some kind of reforms in the kitchen. By the way, I heard that the young manager made a special trip to the capital and invited Mr. Yang, who was a consultant at a restaurant there, back with him. Next month's wedding banquet will mark the day when old Master Yang returns to public life. 30 years ago, Mr. Yang served as the head chef of Yi Renju. Later, as he got older, he retired and went to the capital. He no longer cooked himself, but only served as a consultant for a few restaurants. Old Yang's braised sea cucumber with scallions was once famous throughout the Jiangbei catering industry. In the past few years, although Yi Renju has maintained a good reputation, its business has indeed declined somewhat in the face of the rapidly developing catering industry. After the new owner took over, he seemed to have the idea of reviving Yi Renju. He must have spent a lot of favors to bring back old Master Yang. Forget it, none of this concerns us anymore, Li Heiren said. By the way, I posted a new video, go and give it a like. After hanging up the phone, Li Heiren opened his phone again and started scrolling through Douyin, TikTok, aimlessly. A dozen minutes later, he finally made a decision. It's just becoming an apprentice, right? Fine, I'll do it tomorrow. I have a full schedule of classes tomorrow, so I won't be setting up my stall. Late at night, Chen Feng, having finished his business and returned home, looked at his class schedule and pondered silently. From now on, we'll be closed every Tuesday. We need to post that on the stall, otherwise repeat customers will make a wasted trip. Today, the customers' feedback on the braised pork was quite good, and even some customers who don't like fatty meat gave it very high praise. The apprenticeship task that the system issued today has not yet been completed. However, there was no time limit for this task, so Chen Feng was not in a hurry. Chen Feng roughly calculated that his stall's revenue for the day had exceeded 5,000. Even after deducting costs, Chen Feng's net profit today is a considerable sum for a college student. However, Chen Feng doesn't care about profits now. In his previous life, the price of one dish of his was more than the daily turnover of today. Now that he's transmigrated and has a system, Chen Feng, who is all alone and has no worries, just wants more people to enjoy delicious food. As for money, enough is enough. There are always things more important than money in this world, such as dreams. Of course, dreams can't put food on the table, but since Chen Feng is no longer short of money, there's no need for him to haggle over a little bit of revenue. Moreover, graduating from university was the original owner's dream, so Chen Feng not only stopped setting up his stall but also refused to skip classes. Chen Feng considers himself a principled person, even a bit stubborn. Perhaps that's why people who become top chefs all have some of these qualities. Before going to sleep, Chen Feng glanced at the invitation on the bedside table and reminded himself not to forget to attend Uncle Zhang's daughter's wedding next month. Chen Feng has a full day of classes tomorrow, and he can't say whether teaching or cooking is more tiring, so he should get some rest early. Students, based on my analysis, civil engineering will become the major with the best employment prospects and highest salaries in the next 10 years. The middle-aged professor on the stage went off topic during his lecture, talking about the development history of civil engineering and its employment prospects. With the original owner's knowledge in his mind, understanding these courses was not too difficult for Chen Feng. In a corner that Chen Feng didn't notice, people were whispering about him. Chen Feng did not attend yesterday's class dinner, and Shen Xinyi even called him specifically about it. However, Chen Feng did not attend the dinner gathering because he had to set up his stall yesterday. Now that he's in university, missing one dinner party won't isolate Chen Feng. However, with the class fund covering the meal expenses, the fact that he's not going to eat the free feast does raise some questions and curiosity among the others. But none of this concerns Chen Feng. Lunchtime arrived quickly, and Chen Feng decided to try the school cafeteria. The gravy in this noodle soup has lost its starch, so the texture won't be very good. The pig hair in this braised pork wasn't completely removed, so it's bound to have a muddy smell. Why is more than half of this kung pao chicken made with cucumber? What is this banana and grape stir fry? In the end, Chen Feng had no choice but to choose the original braised noodles. Although the braised noodles had many flaws and, from a professional chef's perspective, there was much room for improvement, in the face of all the other dishes served at the cafeteria, this bland and tasteless braised noodle dish became the only edible option. Chen Feng placed the braised noodles on the table, ready to eat. 2 seats away from Chen Feng, another boy sat down. The boy put down his plate and then took out his phone and started scrolling through it. This is a common practice for many college students today. Before eating, they open Douyin, TikTok, to find suitable electronic pickled vegetables. Playing TikTok aloud in an already noisy cafeteria isn't considered a particularly heinous crime, so even though Chen Feng was 2 seats away, he could vaguely hear the other person playing TikTok aloud. Savor delicious food and enjoy life. Today, at Jiangbei University Town, an unnamed stall sells braised pork belly for a total of 22 yuan. A slightly familiar voice came from the boy's phone next door. Chen Feng recognized the voice. Just yesterday, the owner of that voice had spent quite some time in front of his stall. Unsurprisingly, this video is the same one that the food blogger filmed yesterday at Chen Feng's stall. The boy seemed to be using the delicious-looking braised pork belly in the video to make his rice more palatable. The video wasn't long and ended quickly, so the boy played it twice more from the beginning. That's when it continued to decline. The next video is a bit louder, featuring a catchy, almost hypnotic, sales pitch. Bobo chicken, 1 yuan a skewer of bobo chicken. As Chen Feng ate his noodles, the system in his mind stirred again when the hawking sounds from Douyin reached his ears. Bite. The sound of a classic snack vendor hawking has been detected. A task is now being issued. Make a plate of spicy Sichuan-style boiled chicken with red oil that scores over 60 points on the system. Note, making the chili oil for bobo chicken is quite difficult, almost impossible for the current host. Please improve your culinary skills as soon as possible to complete the task. Mission reward, random food cart module. This can trigger a quest? Although this system isn't very smart, it's quite sensitive when it comes to task triggering. Okay, then we'll sell bobo chicken tomorrow. Chen Feng made the decision. But how can you sell bobo chicken by the plate? However, since that's what the system task requires, I'll install it after I finish making it and let this not-so-smart system rate it. A day passed quickly, and it was time for Chen Feng to set up his stall. However, Chen Feng, who was busy with classes all day, had no time to prepare food and had to temporarily suspend business. However, Chen Feng still went to the stall and posted a sign that read "Closed today." A sudden exclamation came from a male dormitory at Jiangbei University of Architecture. Holy crap, I actually saw that stall from yesterday on Douyin. Upon hearing the sound, Song Jae walked up to the other person and looked at the video playing on the phone. It was a restaurant review video, in which the blogger was praising the same braised pork that his dorm group had tasted at Chen Feng's stall the day before. This braised pork is perfect in terms of both seasoning and cooking time. Even some of the old shops in Jiangbei City that started with braised pork can't compare to this stall. There's a real expert behind this stall owner, the food blogger exclaimed. This blogger is quite professional, their evaluation of this braised pork is very fair, Fanzaya commented after watching the video. The video performed well, although it wasn't wildly popular, it still garnered a significant number of likes. Judging from the comments, most of the people who saw the video were from the Jiangbei University town area. Oh no! Song Jae suddenly cried out. With so many people seeing this video, that stall will definitely have a long queue today. Chen Feng's stall only has one chef. Although Chen Feng is extremely skilled at cooking, the speed at which one person can prepare food is limited. Therefore, the number of dishes that the stall can make each day is limited. In the past few days, the stall has accumulated a lot of repeat customers, but it is not well known, so the waiting time is not too long. Chen Feng alone can basically meet the needs of diners, so there's no problem getting food. However, the situation changed after this Douyin video was posted. This video has just surpassed 10,000 likes so far, so it can't be considered a viral hit, but it has still been seen by quite a few people near Jiangbei University town. Students in Jiangbei University town are known for their love of joining in the fun. Therefore, Song Jae could predict that Chen Feng's stall would be very popular tonight. This will significantly increase the difficulty for Song Jae and his group to successfully buy food. Do you want to eat braised pork again today? Song Jae asked. Yes, the other three roommates answered in unison. What time is it now? Song Jae asked again. 5 o'clock sharp. Let's set off now, we might still make it in time. The four of them worked together seamlessly and immediately prepared to leave. The two who were lying on the upper bunk even rolled off the bed without touching the ladder. They ran all the way, and by the time they arrived, the four of them were panting heavily. The constant pop-up notifications on Douyin made Lee Haerin think he was being cyberbullied. Of course, he wasn't that unlucky. The sudden increase in messages didn't come from cyberbullying. His restaurant review video, which he posted yesterday, went viral. Although it can't be called a viral hit, the data has already far exceeded his previous videos, and it's still rising. This is Jiangbei City after all, so the term braised pork belly is inherently popular. In addition, the video quality was good, and many people in the Jiangbei University town area saw the video in a short time. Moreover, the video views continue to rise, and many people near Jiangbei University town are commenting that they want to try this stall today. Lee Haerin has figured it out and will go to become an apprentice today. For a seasoned chef like Lee Haerin, taking the initiative to become an apprentice to a snack stall owner who is 10 years younger than him is an extremely difficult decision. However, Lee Hao started learning to cook at a young age, and all his skills were self-taught, learned through trial and error in the kitchen. In another sense, every colleague in the kitchen in the past was once his teacher. Among them are chefs who are even younger than Lee Haerin. However, as his culinary career progressed, Lee Haerin increasingly felt inadequate. Having never systematically studied culinary arts, he could barely work as a wok chef in a high-end restaurant and could cook dishes that met the needs of customers. However, when faced with some elaborate dishes, he was completely at a loss. Take, for example, the dish braised sea cucumber with scallions, a specialty of Master Yang, which the new owner of Yi Ranju recently brought back. This level of culinary artistry is something Lee Haerin could never replicate. This is also what prompted Lee Haerin to make up his mind. Lee Haerin's real target is still the old chef behind Chen Feng. As long as I can get in touch with the other party, even if I nominally become Chen Feng's apprentice, it doesn't matter if I suffer some losses. Lee Haerin was unaware at this moment that this might be the most correct decision he had ever made. Even so, Lee Haerin didn't want too many people to see him becoming an apprentice to a chef so much younger than himself, so he decided to go early and become Chen Feng's apprentice as soon as he set up his stall. Even if Chen Feng's offer to take him as a disciple was a joke, he wouldn't lose too much face. With that in mind, Lee Haerin immediately set off. The timing was perfect. By the time he arrived, Chen Feng should have just set up his stall, and there wouldn't be too many people on the food street. Shen Xinyi closed her laptop. She was sitting at the table in the dormitory where there were only two people, her long hair casually tied up. As the class monitor, she has a lot of work to handle on a daily basis. Just now, she filled out a form related to student information in her major. After submitting the form to the counselor, she finally finished the extra work that belonged to the class monitor. On the form she had just seen, she noticed Chen Feng's background and realized that he was an orphan. For a moment, Shen Xinyi felt a mix of emotions. No wonder Chen Feng didn't come to the dinner party yesterday, turns out he went out to set up a stall. Just as I was thinking about Chen Feng, someone mentioned his name again. She was a slightly chubby girl who shared a dorm room with Shen Xinyi. In the civil engineering major, there are only two girls, her and Shen Xinyi. Shen Xinyi's attention was immediately drawn to what the other person was saying. In the video of the shop visit, the stall owner's face was not shown. However, there were several blurry side profiles and back views in the video. Because Chen Feng was quite handsome, the girl paid more attention to him than usual. That's why she was able to recognize Chen Feng from the video. The food blogger said their braised pork belly is really good. How about I go support my classmate's business today? The slightly chubby girl said. No, I'm on a diet right now, so I'm not going. Before Shen Xinyi could speak, the slightly chubby girl immediately rejected her own idea. Why don't we go try it? We need to eat well to have the energy to lose weight. This was said by a slightly chubby girl. After much internal struggle, she finally decided to try Chen Feng's stall. Out of curiosity, Shen Xinyi decided to go with her to take a look. At this moment, Chen Feng had just hung up the blackboard that read temporarily closed. If I'm going to sell Bo-Bo chicken tomorrow, then I need to go buy the ingredients today. The core of Bo-Bo chicken is the chicken broth and chili oil. Chicken soup can be cooked fresh, but chili oil must be prepared in advance. It's best to do it tonight. Therefore, after hanging up the blackboard with the sign temporarily closed, Chen Feng immediately set off for the vegetable market. However, the vegetable market in Jiangbei University Town soon disappointed Chen Feng. The main customers of the Jiangbei University Town Farmers Market are nearby residents and a few catering professionals. Therefore, this market is not very large. Is this the only kind of chili pepper you have? Chen Feng asked as he walked up to a condiment stall. Yes, these are locally grown millet peppers, they're both spicy and fragrant, the stall owner, a middle-aged man, replied with a smile. Chen Feng shook his head inwardly. To make Sichuan-style chili oil, one type of small red chili pepper was far from enough. It's not that small chili peppers are bad, they're just not suitable. There's another type of chili pepper, also locally produced, which is spicier than the bird's eye chili, the stall owner added, seeing that Chen Feng seemed somewhat dissatisfied. I'll go check out other stalls. Since chili peppers weren't suitable either, Chen Feng turned and left. He arrived at the next stall. Boss, do you have bell peppers? Chen Feng asked bluntly. Bell pepper? Is that a green pepper? The young stall owner asked, somewhat puzzled. Chen Feng shook his head. Jiangbei City boasts the best scallions in the entire country. Shandong cuisine has been renowned for its use of scallions since its inception. However, relatively speaking, Shandong cuisine has not made much use of chili peppers. In the long history of Shandong cuisine, chili peppers are not an important piece of the puzzle. Because Shandong cuisine has such a long history, chili peppers had not yet been introduced to China when Shandong cuisine originated. At that time, Shandong cuisine chefs often chose to use pepper to add spiciness to their dishes. This tradition has continued to this day, and even though many Shandong dishes now use chili peppers, local condiment vendors still don't know enough about them. Green bell peppers are often called lantern peppers because they look like lanterns, but those are vegetables and are completely different from the lantern peppers used as a condiment. Local residents rarely use these dried bell peppers in their cooking, so it's understandable that the stall owner was unaware of this. No, they're dried bell peppers, Chen Feng explained. The young stall owner shook his head, indicating that he did not have this type of dried chili on his stall. Chen Feng had no choice but to move on to the next stall. Making Sichuan-style chili oil requires 3 different types of chili peppers. These 3 types of chili peppers are Erjingtiao, wrinkled Qinjiao, and lantern pepper. Most stalls in this market do not have Qin pepper or lantern pepper, and even stalls that have Erjingtiao pepper are only a few. We do have Erjingtiao peppers, the stall owner, who looked to be in his 50s, pointed to a corner of his stall, but we don't have lantern peppers or Qin peppers. Nobody buys these 2 types of chili peppers normally, and even if we stock them, they don't sell, the stall owner explained. Even though Chen Feng had anticipated this situation, he still overestimated the vegetable market. It's normal for a small, average-sized convenience market in Jiangbei City to not have these types of chili peppers. You want to cook Sichuan cuisine? The elderly stall owner suddenly asked. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng raised his eyes slightly. This stall owner was quite knowledgeable and knew that these kinds of chili peppers were commonly used in Sichuan cuisine. I did business in Sichuan for a while when I was young, the stall owner explained, noticing Chen Feng's slightly surprised expression. There aren't many Sichuan restaurants in this Jiangbei University town. You could search the entire market and still not find Qin peppers or lantern peppers, the stall owner continued. Do you know where those Sichuan restaurants get their chili peppers from? Chen Feng asked immediately after realizing that these types of chili peppers were not available here. Outside Jiangbei University Town, about a 20-minute drive away, there is a large spice market where most restaurants in Jiangbei City get their supplies. This was no secret, everyone in the Jiangbei catering industry knew about that large condiment and ingredient store, so the stall owner told Chen Feng directly. The condiment industry has developed for so many years that the internal channels are already very transparent, and most of the stalls in the vegetable market also get their supplies from that condiment market. Chen Feng memorized the address the stall owner gave him and took out his phone to check the time. It's 5:30 p.m. now, there should still be enough time. After leaving the vegetable market, Chen Feng took a taxi directly to the spice market that the stall owner had mentioned. If I'm going to sell spicy chicken in chili oil tomorrow, I have to make the chili oil tonight. Why is it so lively over there today? As usual, the fried food vendor set up his stall early, before 5 p.m. His business was quite good yesterday. Under Chen Feng's guidance, he had previously improved the sauce recipe for his family's fried skewers. The improved formula showed remarkable results on the very first day. Several regular customers who often buy fried skewers from his shop were surprised to find that the skewers tasted much better than before after trying them yesterday. New customers haven't tried the original recipe, so they just think it tastes good, but only regular customers know that the taste of the fried skewers has indeed improved significantly. I must find a chance to properly thank that young man next time, the fried food stall owner thought to himself as he set up his stall. After setting up the stall, the fried food vendor's attention was drawn to the spot where Chen Feng usually set up his stall. Today, the food truck did not appear in its usual location, and now the place is surrounded by people. Judging from their appearance, these people should all be students from the nearby universities. In the middle of the stall, which was surrounded by layers of people, was a small blackboard that was hanging up. The words "temporarily closed" were written in chalk on the small blackboard. The fried food vendor's attention was drawn to the crowd, but when he noticed that Chen Feng hadn't set up his stall, he couldn't help but feel a little sorry for him. So many people came today, why did we have to close down? That's a huge loss of money. If the vendor had Chen Feng's contact information, he would have called him by now. Li Heiran parked his car outside the food street, turned on his phone's video recording function, then got out of the car and walked towards the food street, heading towards Chen Feng's stall. When Li Heiran made up his mind to become an apprentice, he realized that this was a great video topic. Therefore, he decided to document the process. If the young stall owner doesn't want to be in the picture, he can always turn off his phone later. As Li Heiran walked toward Chen Feng's stall, he looked around. It's still early, and there's still some time before dinner, so there aren't many people on the food street. Looking around, there were hardly any customers nearby. Most of the vendors had just started setting up their stalls, and many stalls were still empty, which meant that the vendors hadn't even arrived yet. There are fewer people now, so even if I become an apprentice, it won't be too shameful, Li Heiran comforted himself. As Li Heiran approached Chen Feng's stall, he suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. So many people? Only then did Li Heiran remember his viral video. Did they all come because they watched my video? Li Heiran didn't know if this counted as shooting himself in the foot. As he got closer, Li Heiran breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the sign that read "temporarily closed." Come another day, come another day. Li Heiran thought to himself. No, since we're already here, and he's not setting up his stall, we might as well film another video. Li Heiran turned his gaze to several nearby stalls that had already opened for business. A 20-minute walk isn't too far. Chen Feng got out of the car and looked at the condiment market in front of him. This condiment market is so large that Chen Feng could smell the strong aroma of spices in the air even when he was hundreds of meters away. The market is mostly filled with vendors, and there aren't many customers. It's already 6 p.m., and at this time, very few people would come to the spice wholesale market. The market's name is painted in red on the wall outside the market, and the paint is already peeling and fading, indicating that this spice wholesale market has been around for quite some time. As Chen Feng stepped inside, an even stronger aroma of spices assaulted his nostrils. A shop located on the outskirts of the market, with a sign that read "Chili Pepper Specialty" on its storefront, caught Chen Feng's eye. Even though the entire market was filled with the strong smell of spices, Chen Feng could still smell the pepper aroma emanating from this shop. People who don't usually cook might even be overwhelmed by such a strong pepper aroma when they smell it for the first time. Chen Feng walked straight into the shop. When the shop owner saw a customer come in, he naturally stood up. However, upon noticing Chen Feng's youthful appearance, the shop owner immediately showed some disappointment. Retail is not his main business. The average person can't buy many chilies at a time. The main customers of these shops are people working in the catering industry. Do you have every kind of chili? Chen Feng asked, glancing around the store. We have them all. The stall owner was clearly not a local from Shandong province. He spoke with a heavy Guizhou accent. This is what we usually use for cooking at home, the stall owner said, pointing to where the small red chilies were placed. No, I'm using it for my stall, Chen Feng said. As soon as Chen Feng mentioned setting up his stall, the owner immediately became very enthusiastic. Commercial and household use are completely different. If you're setting up a stall, the amount of chili peppers you use every day is more than the amount an average family uses in a year. I need 3 kinds: Jingtiao pepper, Chin pepper, and lantern pepper. do you have them? Chen Feng asked. Yes, we have them all, the shop owner immediately began to introduce them. Jingtiao tea comes in different price ranges. Which one do you want? The stall owner asked. Just choose the regular Jingtiao peppers, but both the Qin peppers and lantern peppers should be from Guizhou, Chen Feng replied. The stall owner was very honest and didn't try to fool Chen Feng just because he looked young. Chen Feng looked at the chili peppers the stall owner had taken out and confirmed that they were indeed from Guizhou. Qin pepper originated in northern Shaanxi. It is an improved variety of chili pepper that was cultivated in northern Shaanxi after it was introduced to China, hence the name Qin pepper. However, the soil and climate in Guizhou are more suitable for the growth of Qin peppers, so the Qin peppers produced in Guizhou are large, thick-skinned, moderately spicy, and of the highest quality. Bell peppers, on the other hand, should be selected based on their intended use. There are three main production areas for bell peppers: Guizhou, Henan, and Xinjiang. Xinjiang lantern peppers are cost-effective, offering both aroma and spiciness, making them a top choice for food factories producing spicy snacks. Henan province lantern peppers are relatively small and have the highest spiciness among lantern peppers. If you want to make dishes that utilize the spiciness of lantern peppers, Henan province lantern peppers are the best choice. Guizhou lantern peppers are characterized by their low spiciness, rich aroma, and bright red color. In chili oil, lantern peppers mainly serve to enhance the aroma and color. Therefore, if you want to make Sichuan-style chili oil, Guizhou lantern peppers are the best choice. Use 3 kinds of chili peppers for your stall? The shop owner asked with some doubt after Chen Feng selected the chili peppers. As a native of Guizhou, he naturally knows a great deal about chili peppers. He knows that Chen Feng chose these types of chili peppers most likely to make chili oil or something similar. Many Sichuan restaurants aren't so particular about chili oil anymore, the stall owner lamented. Some restaurants even use commercially available chili oil. Before Chen Feng left, the stall owner left his contact information so that he could deliver the goods directly to Chen Feng's door if needed in the future. Chili peppers alone weren't enough, so Chen Feng also bought rapeseed oil and white sesame seeds. Authentic Sichuan-style chili oil must be made with rapeseed oil. After returning to his residence, Chen Feng began to prepare Sichuan-style chili oil. Enjoy life, love food. Today, at the Jiangbei University Town Food Street, there is an unnamed fried skewer stall with a total of 25 pieces. Li Heiran delivered his familiar opening remarks to the camera. Yesterday's video of Chen Feng's braised pork stall became a minor hit, and many people near Jiangbei University Town saw it. Chen Feng's stall has become a celebrity shop in a certain sense. College students are known for their strong curiosity and drive, so tonight many of them who came across Li Heiran's video came to Chen Feng's stall to find out more. No one expected that Chen Feng would be temporarily closing down today. Disappointed college students left in droves. But since we're already here, and it's lunchtime anyway, even if we can't get braised pork, it's fine to eat something else. This area happens to be a food street, with many food stalls nearby. Therefore, many people who missed out at Chen Feng's stall opted to eat other food at other stalls nearby. Thanks to Chen Feng, the average turnover of the food street stalls has increased today. In front of Li Heiran was an iron plate covered with a plastic bag, on which were placed various fried skewers. Using plastic bags to line metal plates is a common practice at street stalls, so you only need to change the plastic bags later, without having to wash the metal plates. It's hard to pinpoint exactly where fried skewers originated, Li Heiran said to the camera. This kind of food is a very common snack. It's not very healthy, but you'll crave it if you don't eat it for a while. The method is very simple: skewer vegetables, bean products, and meats, fry them until cooked, and then spread with sauce. The flavor of fried skewers mainly depends on the sauce. It's usually a 5-spice blend with a savory sesame sauce. If you like spicy food, you can add some chili. Li Heiran is a professional chef after all, and he speaks eloquently about food. This is what makes him better than many ordinary restaurant review bloggers. Some restaurant review bloggers have no cooking skills at all and can't distinguish between good and bad food. Their evaluation of food depends entirely on whether the restaurant has paid them. Even with positive reviews, these food bloggers only repeat the same few phrases over and over again. At most, add some physical gestures. Li Heiran continued, "Let's try their sauces to see how good they are." As he spoke, Li Heiran picked up a bunch of cabbages from the plate in front of him and took a bite from the top of the cabbage. After chewing a few bites carefully, Li Heiran's eyes suddenly widened. Instead of directly commenting on the taste of the fried skewers, he looked around and glanced at several stalls nearby in the food street. Are the barriers to setting up a street stall this high now? Li Heiran suddenly said. This food street is full of hidden talents. The sauce is indeed peanut and sesame paste, combined with 5-spice powder, and some chicken essence and message, making it a 5-spice, salty, and savory sauce. However, this sauce recipe is unusual. The sauce has a very balanced flavor and can also bring out the oily aroma of the fried skewers soaked in fat. This stall owner must have spent a lot of money to buy this recipe, Lee Hae-rin continued. It would take 1 or 2 years to figure out the recipe for this flavor on your own. If you were to buy the recipe directly, it would cost at least 5 figures. Lee Hae-rin had never run a stall before, so he couldn't say the exact price of the recipe and could only guess. Chen Feng washed the 3 types of chili peppers in water and set them aside to dry. In Shandong province, where the climate is relatively dry, the peppers can be air-dried directly. However, in some humid regions, the peppers may even become damper as they are dried. Chen Feng still remembers that the Sichuan cuisine master who passed on the Sichuan chili oil recipe to him in his previous life once told him that when making chili oil in Sichuan, it is best to choose a sunny morning so that the chilies can be dried quickly. If chili peppers are not washed properly, they will accumulate a lot of dust. If you wash the chilies but don't let them dry completely, there will be a small amount of water droplets on them. If you put them in the pot with water on, it will affect the release of the chili's aroma. While drying the chili peppers, Chen Feng began preparing other ingredients. Red oil chicken in chili oil is a typical modern Sichuan dish. Sichuan chefs divide Sichuan cuisine into 24 flavor profiles, and red oil chicken in chili oil belongs to the red oil flavor among these 24 flavor profiles. The Sichuan-style chili oil recipe used by Chen Feng came from a Sichuan cuisine master in his previous life, and Chen Feng later improved upon the recipe taught by the master. This type of chili oil can satisfy the needs of most chili oil-flavored dishes. For some special dishes, the amount of chili in the chili oil recipe needs to be adjusted appropriately. For some even more special dishes, the heat for frying the chili oil needs to be adjusted. For example, sometimes it is necessary to increase the heat when frying chili peppers, aiming to fry them until they are burnt, so that they release a special charred aroma while frying. This kind of chili oil made by frying chili peppers until they are burnt is called charred chili oil. Besides the spicy flavor of chili peppers, Sichuan-style chili oil also requires a small amount of other ingredients. The core of chili oil is its spiciness, and these other ingredients are just garnishes. The recipe for Sichuan-style chili oil is not complicated. Chen Feng mastered it in a very short time in his previous life. Chen Feng also prepared scallions, ginger, diced cardamom, bay leaves, and star anise, which are other spices to enhance the aroma of the chili oil. In addition, there is a special spice created by Chen Feng. This spice is extremely unique, and most people would not even recognize it as a spice at first glance. In his previous life, the Sichuan cuisine master had warned Chen Feng more than once that chili oil was not a flavored oil and there was no need to add too many kinds of spices. Adding too many kinds of spices would only ruin the original flavor of the chili oil and affect the taste of the final dish. Some chefs, when frying chili oil, seem to want to include an entire spice shop in their recipe. Chen Feng did a quick calculation in his mind and decided to prepare 12 caddies of chili oil for his first time setting up a stall. Chili oil can be stored for a long time without spoiling, and it's okay if you don't use it all in one day. When making chili oil, the ratio of rapeseed oil to chili peppers is 5:1. That is, for every 10 caddies of rapeseed oil, 2 caddies of chili peppers are added. Among the 3 types of chili peppers, the ratio of chin pepper, Jingtiao pepper, and lantern pepper is 5:3:2. So Chen Feng prepared 1 pound of chin pepper, 6 ounces of Jingtiao pepper, and 4 ounces of lantern pepper. The 3 types of peppers play a role in adding color, spiciness, and aroma to the chili oil, respectively. Before frying, there is a step of stir-frying the chili peppers. Chen Feng chopped the 3 types of chili peppers into small pieces and then stir-fried them separately in a pan over low heat. The stir-frying process involves extremely low heat, which is referred to in the catering industry as candlelight, with only a tiny flame on the stove. Add a very small amount of oil to the pot, so small that you can barely see any oil in it. The oil only coats the sides of the pot. In his previous life, when the Sichuan cuisine master told Chen Feng the recipe, Chen Feng realized that the 3 types of chili peppers could not be put into the pot at the same time. Stir-frying is to dry out the chili peppers, making them easier to crush in the next step, and also helps release their aroma. The 3 different varieties of chili peppers have significantly different skin thicknesses, so they cannot be stir-fried to the right temperature at the same time when they are put into the pan together. Therefore, different types of chili peppers must be stir-fried separately. While chopping the chili peppers, Chen Feng prepared a container in advance to hold the chili seeds. To make the chili oil fragrant, you absolutely must add chili seeds. Without them, the flavor will be greatly diminished. The chili seeds also need to be stir-fried over low heat. This means it needs to be stir-fried 4 times. Chen Feng first put the chin peppers, which were cut into small pieces, into the pot and stir-fried them over low heat, keeping the peppers turned over throughout the process. Soon, a rich aroma wafted from the wok. Chen Feng gently shook the wok, and the chilies, which had been thoroughly stir-fried, made a crisp sizzling sound. The aroma and sound indicate that the stir-frying has been done properly. Chen Feng then used the same method to stir-fry the other 2 types of chili peppers, and then stir-fried the previously scattered chili seeds until they became fragrant. At this point, the chili peppers are considered to be stir-fried. The chilies are now much crisper than before, and the high temperature has released a strong aroma. The next step is to crush the chili peppers into chili powder. Actually, at this step, you can either crush or chop the chili. This kind of chili powder is called knife-cut chili in Sichuan cuisine. If the amount needed is not large, you can chop it. However, Chen Feng had to process 2 pounds of chili peppers at a time, and if he chopped them all with a knife, it would take him forever. Therefore, Chen Feng chose to crush the chili peppers. Chen Feng took out a mortar and pestle, mixed the 3 kinds of chili peppers and chili seeds, and then crushed them in the mortar and pestle. At this point, the chili flakes are ready. Chen Feng divided the chili powder, which was a mixture of 3 kinds of chili peppers, into 3 equal portions and set them aside for later use. Next, Chen Feng put 10 caddies of rapeseed oil into the pot and heated the oil. Sichuan-style chili oil must be made with rapeseed oil because it has a unique aroma that complements the aroma of chili peppers perfectly. In addition to its aroma, rapeseed oil also has a higher viscosity than most vegetable oils. Aroma and viscosity determine that rapeseed oil is the best raw material for making Sichuan-style chili oil. However, compared to other vegetable oils, rapeseed oil has one disadvantage. Raw rapeseed oil has an unpleasant odor. To make the chili oil perfect, you need to find a way to remove this odor. The way to remove this odor is to heat it, and to heat it to an extremely high temperature. In comparison, if you need to use oil at 60% of its maximum temperature when frying food, you can simply heat the peanut oil to 60% of its maximum temperature. Rapeseed oil, on the other hand, cannot have its off odor removed at 60% oil temperature. Therefore, if you want to use rapeseed oil at 60% oil temperature, you need to raise the oil temperature to 80%, which is 240 degrees Celsius. Only by heating it to this level can the abnormal taste of rapeseed oil be completely removed. Then wait for the rapeseed oil temperature to drop to 60% before using it. Therefore, after heating the rapeseed oil to 80% of its maximum temperature, Chen Feng turned off the stove. At this point, the oil temperature is 80%. Chen Feng put the sesame seeds into a fine mesh strainer, and then put the strainer into hot oil. Sichuan-style chili oil requires the addition of roasted sesame seeds. Roasted sesame seeds can be roasted, fried, or even purchased pre-roasted sesame seeds. Of course, the aroma of the finished roasted sesame seeds will be greatly reduced. Chen Feng did this in order to fry the sesame seeds until they were cooked. Sesame seeds burn very easily. When frying sesame seeds at 80% oil temperature, the time required is very short. If the sesame seeds are not removed from the oil for a little while, they will burn. With Chen Feng's ability to control the heat, this was naturally no challenge for him. When the sesame seed showed signs of rising, Chen Feng removed the strainer, drained the oil from the cooked sesame seeds, and set them aside for later use. After that, Chen Feng put 2 scallions and half a slice of ginger into the pot. When the scallions and ginger, rich in moisture, are added to the still, hot oil, a large number of bubbles immediately rise to the surface of the pan. Under the influence of the oil temperature, the scallions and ginger are quickly fried until golden brown. Adding scallions and ginger at this point not only improves the flavor but also accelerates the cooling of the oil, allowing it to reach a usable temperature more quickly. After frying the scallions and ginger until golden brown, Chen Feng removed them from the oil. Afterwards, Chen Feng put 2 seedless cardamom pods, 10 bay leaves, and 2 star anise into the oil pot, and the spices began to release their unique aromas in the hot oil. Cardamom seeds have a bitter taste, so they must be removed. After releasing the aroma of the spices, Chen Feng scooped them out. Next, it's time to add the chopped chili peppers. Adding chopped chili peppers to boiling rapeseed oil is a crucial step in making Sichuan-style chili oil. Oil temperature is the key factor. Chen Feng had already turned off the heat, and the rapeseed oil in the pot was in the process of cooling down. Adding chopped chili peppers requires waiting until the rapeseed oil cools to the appropriate temperature. If the chili peppers are added when the oil temperature is too high, they will caramelize and produce a burnt taste. If the chili peppers are added when the oil temperature is too low, the flavor compounds in the chili peppers will not be fully extracted, resulting in a bland and tasteless final product. Whether the final chili oil is perfect depends entirely on the timing of adding the chili peppers. The best time is when the oil temperature reaches 65%. Rapeseed oil has a smoke point of 300 degrees Celsius, so each 10% of the oil temperature is 30 degrees Celsius, and 65% of the oil temperature is 195 degrees Celsius. Adding the chopped chili peppers at this point will achieve the best balance in the spiciness, aroma, and color of the chili oil. For ordinary people, the only way to determine this temperature is by using an oil temperature gun or some tricks for detecting oil temperature. For example, you can insert one end of a chopstick into hot oil and judge the oil temperature by observing the size of the bubbles that rise around the chopstick. Chen Feng's grasp of timing relied entirely on experience and intuition. With his deep understanding of the properties of ingredients, Chen Feng doesn't even need to make deliberate calculations to know the different states of ingredients at different times. All variables are exposed under Chen Feng's instinctive control over the heat. Chen Feng had already divided the chili peppers into 3 equal portions. When the oil was at 60% heat, Chen Feng decisively added a portion of diced chili peppers. The chili peppers sizzled in the hot oil, and their addition further accelerated the cooling of the oil. Chili peppers were added this time to enhance their aroma. When the oil temperature dropped to 40%, Chen Feng added the second portion of diced chili peppers. Chili peppers were added this time to enhance the spiciness. After waiting a while, the oil temperature dropped below 100 degrees Celsius, only slightly above room temperature. Chen Feng added a third portion of chopped chili peppers, specifically for their bright red color. After adding 3 portions of chili peppers, Chen Feng poured in the prepared roasted sesame seeds and added 2 seedless cardamom pods. After that, Chen Feng took out his specially prepared ingredients. Chen Feng took out 3 walnuts, washed them, dried them, and used a kitchen knife to crack them. Chen Feng then threw 3 walnuts and their shells into the red oil. The unique aroma of walnuts is slowly released from the cracks, adding a richness to the red oil. At this point, the various ingredients piled up in the chili oil didn't look very appealing. This is because chili oil has another crucial ingredient: time. In his previous life, Chen Feng asked that Sichuan cuisine master for the recipe of Sichuan-style chili oil. Finally, Chen Feng asked the master what the key to making Sichuan-style chili oil was. The renowned master smiled and said, "Wait. Once the ingredients are added, the chili oil must not be touched at all. It won't even stir." After the ingredients are added, some people always want to stir them to mix them evenly, but little do they know that this will ruin a pot of chili oil. Once stirred, the final color, flavor, and even viscosity of the chili oil will be greatly reduced. That's why the Sichuan cuisine master said the key is waiting. Let it sit overnight, and the chili oil will naturally be ready. Chen Feng put the lid on the prepared chili oil and let it sit. As for the other ingredients needed to make the spicy Sichuan-style chicken and chili oil, Chen Feng plans to prepare them tomorrow. Besides the core ingredient of red oil, another important component of red oil chicken is chicken broth. Although red oil boiled chicken has the word chicken in its name, its main ingredient is not chicken. Many ingredients, both meat and vegetables, are skewered together and dipped in chili oil and chicken broth. This is chili oil bobo chicken. It is the presence of chicken broth that gives many other ingredients the aroma of chicken, and because the container used to serve this dish was similar to a pot, the dish eventually got its name, bobo chicken. Not only the sauce, but the stall owner also has a good grasp of the heat when frying the skewers. Lee Haerin continued commenting on the fried skewers. Yesterday's video about braised pork belly had gone viral, and he didn't expect the new video to be a hit as well. In his opinion, he would be satisfied if the new video's viewership was even half that of yesterday's video. Not far away, there were hardly any people around the stall that had a sign that read "temporarily closed." The first few groups of students who arrived learned that Chen Feng wasn't setting up his stall that day and told others about it, so the others won't have made a wasted trip. Song Jie glanced at Chen Feng's stall and sighed. Now we don't have to worry about the queue being too long. They didn't even set up their stall today. Since we're already here, let's eat something else. The enthusiasm came and went quickly. Apart from regular customers like Song Jie, the other students who came out of curiosity soon forgot about it. The stall owner is also a student at our school. Do you think he didn't set up his stall because he had class today? Zhang Jinhui suddenly had a flash of inspiration and said, "How could that be? Look how well his stall does business. This stall's daily turnover may be higher than the average monthly salary of our school's graduates. If it were me, I would skip class to set up a stall. Why not make money?" Fan Zhao said, indicating that Zhang Jinhui's idea was definitely wrong. "Anyway, let's come again tomorrow," Fan Zhao said. Although he had only eaten it once, he had already fallen deeply in love with Chen Feng's braised pork. People say that the food enjoyed in childhood can never be surpassed by the food eaten as an adult, because even if the food eaten later can surpass the food of childhood, it cannot overcome the filter that childhood food comes with. With the help of childhood nostalgia, even very ordinary food can become a rare delicacy. Moreover, the braised pork belly that Fan Zhao ate when he was a child was already extremely delicious. Over the years, since Master Feng's restaurant moved away, he has never been able to taste such delicious braised pork again. Until yesterday, Chen Feng's braised pork at his stall made him feel as if he had returned to that summer of his childhood. That's why he has become a loyal fan of Chen Feng's stall. Although he was disappointed with his braised pork today, Fan Zhao had new expectations because he knew Chen Feng would be setting up his stall again tomorrow. On Wednesday morning, Chen Feng opened the lid of the Sichuan-style chili oil that had been sitting overnight. Looking at the brightly colored Sichuan-style chili oil in the container, Chen Feng nodded silently and put the lid back on. Judging from its appearance, this is indeed top-quality red oil. As long as there are no mistakes in the production process, the final product will naturally be without any problems. However, Chen Feng cannot start making red oil pot chicken yet, because I have class on Wednesday morning. Out of respect for the original owner's obsession, Chen Feng naturally wouldn't skip class. After the morning classes ended, Chen Feng immediately set off for the Jiangbei University Town Vegetable Market. Besides the Sichuan-style chili oil that was made last night, many other ingredients are needed to make chili oil pot chicken. In fact, most of the ingredients can be delivered to his door by the vendors. Given the quantity of vegetables Chen Feng buys, there are plenty of vendors willing to deliver them to him. However, there is one crucial ingredient that Chen Feng needs to personally select when making bobo chicken. That was the old hen used to make chicken soup. The reason why there is a chicken in the name of bobo chicken is because many of the vegetarian dishes in this dish have the flavor of chicken soup. To make this kind of chicken soup, the chicken needed is naturally not an ordinary chicken. Only a rich and flavorful chicken broth can infuse vegetarian dishes with its distinctive chicken taste. To achieve a rich and flavorful chicken soup, it's best to choose hens that have been raised for a longer period of time. Chicken soup can be made from broiler chickens that have grown for a shorter period of time and look similar, but because the broiler chickens have grown for a shorter period of time, the flavor of the chicken meat is not strong enough. Although the final products look similar, the taste is completely different. Chili oil has a strong flavor, and if the chicken soup paired with it is bland, it will be difficult to achieve a balanced flavor. The final product will only taste spicy and lack umami. Therefore, in order to ensure the quality of the final product, Chen Feng had to personally go to the market to select a suitable hen. Chen Feng soon arrived at the Jiangbei University Town Vegetable Market, looking for a stall selling chicken. Chicken sales are high every day, whether for home or commercial use, as nearby residents and businesses require large quantities of chicken daily. Therefore, there are several stalls selling chicken in the market. Chen Feng paced between the stalls, and after a few glances, he knew that they didn't have the chicken he needed. These stalls are not far apart, and they sell basically the same chicken. A stall selling white-feathered chickens, mutton chickens, and cut-up chickens had an old-fashioned electric loudspeaker playing announcements about the main types of chickens sold at the stall. White-feathered chickens are the most common type of broiler chickens. Mutton chickens are of slightly better quality than white-feathered chickens. Because these chickens are often free-range, they are also called free-range chickens or native chickens. Their characteristic is that their chicken feet are usually black. As for cut-up chicken, it means selling chicken meat in pieces. As the catering industry develops, people's demand for different parts of chicken has also begun to change. Chicken feet, chicken breast, chicken drumsticks, chicken legs. Previously, only chicken farms sold them this way, but now even street vendors are starting to sell them this way. This is a good thing for most people. Before street vendors sold cut-up chickens, ordinary families could only buy frozen products if they wanted to make dishes like cola chicken wings at home. Chen Feng checked the chicken at these stalls and found the quality to be quite good, enough to satisfy most of his dish requirements. However, it's still not enough to make chicken soup. Do you have any old hens for making soup? Chen Feng was still unwilling to give up, so he found a stall and asked the stall owner. No. If you want to buy an old hen, go to the back door. The stall owner shook his head and said, The back door? The stall owner's answer made Chen Feng a little suspicious, but he still walked towards the back door of the vegetable market. The Jiangbei University Town Vegetable Market is rectangular in shape, and the further you go in, the sparser the stalls become. Chen Feng had been to this vegetable market several times, but he had never been to the back entrance. If you walk in the opposite direction from the entrance, in less than 10 minutes, there will be almost no more stalls nearby. Just then, Chen Feng smelled a certain odor. This smells rather unpleasant. An ordinary person might not be able to tell what the smell was at first glance, but as soon as Chen Feng smelled it, he immediately understood the source of the smell and realized why the stall owner wanted him to go to the back door. This smell is the smell of chicken, or rather, the smell of a live chicken. Chen Feng could even hear the cooing sounds coming from outside the back door. Clearly, there was a stall selling live chickens outside the back gate, a rare sight in a convenience market of this size in Jiangbei University Town. But if you want to buy the freshest chicken, you have to go to these kinds of stalls. The chicken bought from these stalls is still warm even when it's ready to be cooked. These freshly slaughtered chickens are the best ingredient for making stir-fried chicken. In addition, old hens are often sold at these stalls. Stepping out the back door, Chen Feng saw the stall selling live chickens at a corner. The tall stall owner was lifting a bloodied chicken with one hand and throwing it into the plucking bucket. Next to the stall were stacks of large iron cages, each crammed with dozens of live chickens. There were too many live chickens, and the smell was not good. Chen Feng guessed that it was because of the smell that the stall owner had to move the stall outside the back gate of the vegetable market. The stall owner only noticed Chen Feng after throwing the live chicken into the plucking bucket. The stall owner, wearing a black raincoat, turned to Chen Feng and smiled. "Young man, what would you like? If you don't do a good job of killing chickens, you can easily get smelly or bloody stains on your clothes." Therefore, people who do this kind of work wear special aprons. However, raincoats are a cheaper and more practical option. When the stall owner opened her mouth, Chen Feng realized that this stall owner, who was nearly 1.9 meters tall and had a burly build, was actually a middle-aged woman. The stall owner noticed Chen Feng's shock and then smiled. "It's all for making a living." It seemed that many people had the same expression as Chen Feng when they first met her. "Do you have any hens that are over 3 years old?" Chen Feng asked. "Yes. They just arrived today. How many do you want?" The stall owner's smile widened even more. "Old hens are much more expensive than regular chickens. 2 should be enough," Chen Feng estimated in his mind. 2 old hens should be enough. The stall owner immediately selected 2 brightly colored old hens from the iron cage. Chen Feng carried 2 whole chickens, whose internal organs had been removed, back to the market. He also needs to purchase some ingredients commonly used in bobo chicken, such as vegetarian dishes like mushrooms and potatoes, and meat dishes like chicken hearts and gizzards. After telling the stall owner what he needed, Chen Feng left the market. The stall owner would deliver all the ingredients Chen Feng needed to his home in the afternoon. Chen Feng returned to the food truck parked next to the rented house and opened the container of chili oil. At this point, it has been left to stand for more than 12 hours. After a long period of standing, the red pigment in the chili peppers continues to be released, making the red oil even redder and brighter. Chen Feng took a large spoon and gently stirred the chili oil. With a large spoon, the sesame seeds and chili peppers in the chili oil floated up and down, releasing a strong aroma. If you stir it right after it's made, the consistency of the chili oil will be affected, and it may even fail to coat the dishes later. After letting it stand, stirring the chili oil will not affect its viscosity. Chen Feng put the chili oil aside and began preparing the chicken soup. Chen Feng took the 2 old hens out of the bag and casually pressed the collarbone of the whole chicken. This is a professional habit of experienced chefs. The chicken's collarbone, commonly known as the 3-pronged bone, can be pressed to determine the age of the chicken meat. In ordinary broiler chickens, the collarbone area is quite loose and can be pressed without much force. The longer the chicken grows, the harder the collarbone area becomes. Chen Feng slightly increased the pressure on his hand, but still couldn't press the collarbone, which meant that this chicken was indeed an old hen that was over 3 years old. Chen Feng placed the still warm whole chicken on the cutting board and picked up the cleaver. The whole chicken used for stewing soup doesn't need to be chopped into pieces. The vendor has already bled it and removed the internal organs, so Chen Feng doesn't need to do much processing. However, the whole chicken still needs to have its 4 tips removed. The 4 points of a chicken refer to the tips of its claws, tail, wings, and beak. When cooking chicken, most families or small restaurants only remove the tail tip, commonly known as the chicken butt. However, to better remove the chicken's own odor, you must remove the 4 tips. The wing tips, claw tips, and beak tips all have a slight fishy smell, and these sharp parts can easily affect the diner's eating experience. Therefore, when Chen Feng first started learning to cook, the old man had repeatedly warned him that the chicken must have its 4 points removed. After removing the 4 tips, Chen Feng rubbed a little salt on the surface of the whole chicken and began to scrub it vigorously. Even after the feathers have been removed, a faint smell of feathers will still remain on the chicken skin. Only by rubbing it with salt can this smell be completely removed. Even at this point, the freshly killed chicken was still warm. If you're cooking frozen food, blanching is often necessary to thoroughly remove any fishy smell, but it would be a shame to blanch such fresh chicken. Although blanching can thoroughly remove blood foam and odor, it also causes a significant loss of the chicken's freshness. Therefore, Chen Feng chose not to blanch the vegetables. Even after bleeding and removing the internal organs, a small amount of chicken blood still remains inside the whole chicken. This chicken blood is difficult to completely remove without blanching. Chen Feng chose to soak it in clean water. Chen Feng picked up a chicken and made a cut on the inside of its claws, the inside of its wings, and the top of its neck. He then put the whole chicken into clean water to soak. Chen Feng made several cuts in the chicken's veins, which were also the places where chicken blood was most likely to remain. After making these cuts, a short soak will completely remove any remaining chicken blood from the whole chicken. After soaking the whole chicken in water, Chen Feng turned on the stove and started boiling water. If the chicken is not very fresh, it is best to put it in cold water. The cold water will help remove the blood foam from the chicken as it heats up. But since the chicken Chen Feng just bought was so fresh, there was no need to put it in cold water. After the water boiled, Chen Feng put the 2 chickens into the pot. Then Chen Feng took half a piece of ginger, smashed it, and put it into the pot. The chicken soup only uses the fresh aroma of the old hen, so there is no need to add too many other ingredients, just a piece of ginger is enough. Salt should not be added when the chicken is put into the pot, salt can be added later. A moment later, the water in the pot, which had cooled down because of the chicken, boiled again. Seeing the water in the pot begin to boil, Chen Feng turned down the heat on the stove. To make chicken soup, you have to simmer it over low heat. When stewing chicken soup, you only need to pay attention to controlling the heat. If the heat is too high, the clear soup will turn into a milky soup, resulting in a thick white color in the end. Some dishes require a rich, creamy broth, but bobo chicken is clearly not one of them. Therefore, this chicken soup needs to be simmered over low heat for 1.5 hours the whole time. Just then, Chen Feng's phone rang. It turned out that the ingredients I ordered at noon had arrived. After receiving the 2 large bags of ingredients, which contained both meat and vegetables, Chen Feng did not immediately begin processing them. We won't be selling braised pork today, but it's not good to only have Sichuan-style boiled chicken either. Paired with stir-fried noodles, it should be about right. Therefore, Chen Feng first put the ingredients for the bobo chicken aside and then started kneading the dough. While the dough was resting and rising, Chen Feng began to prepare the ingredients for the Sichuan-style boiled chicken. For Chen Feng, a top chef, this kind of multitasking was not difficult. In his previous life, at state banquets of some large-scale summits, Chen Feng, as the head chef, had to coordinate the actions of hundreds of chefs to ensure that all dishes were served at the exact same time. Even when he was alone, Chen Feng's efficiency far exceeded that of the entire kitchen team in an ordinary restaurant. In his previous life, Chen Feng completed in less than 10 years the journey that other master chefs of state banquets took 50 years to complete. In addition to his seasoned experience, Chen Feng also possesses the boundless energy characteristic of young people. The best in the world, terrifying indeed. Therefore, for Chen Feng, even alone, preparing 2 dishes for a small stall in an afternoon was not difficult at all. While the dough was proofing, Chen Feng washed and prepared the vegetables, slicing the potatoes, tearing the mushrooms into pieces, and removing the stems from the shiitake mushrooms and scoring them. While the vegetables are being skewered with bamboo sticks, the dough has already risen. Chen Feng soaked the shredded vegetables in water to prevent oxidation, and then began kneading the dough again. After finishing the hand-pulled noodles and covering them with a damp cloth, Chen Feng began preparing the meat dishes. The choice of meat for bobo chicken is more flexible than that for vegetarian dishes. Any small, skewerable animal suitable for cold serving can be used as a meat ingredient in bobo chicken. In some regions, the bill is calculated by counting the number of bamboo skewers left over by the diner. For some higher-cost ingredients, they will be skewered with more bamboo skewers. It is said that some shops will even skewer a chicken foot with more than a dozen bamboo skewers. Chen Feng placed the chicken gizzard on the cutting board, made a cut in the middle, and removed the white fascia on both sides of the gizzard. These 2 fascia were extremely tough and chewed like rubber bands. Bobo chicken cannot be cooked for too long, so in order to make the final dish taste better, the 2 tendons of the chicken gizzard must be removed. After the specific ingredients were processed, the aroma of the stewing chicken soup began to waft from the large pot. The chicken soup has been simmering for long enough. Before the chicken soup was ready, Chen Feng picked out several skewers of various ingredients and put them into another pot to cook. Opening the lid reveals a clear, tea-like chicken broth, with a layer of pale yellow chicken oil floating on top. This layer of chicken fat is the main source of the aroma of chicken soup. Only old hens with plenty of fat and meat can produce such fragrant chicken fat when stewed. Chen Feng poured the chicken soup into a large porcelain bowl, then poured an equal amount of chili oil from the container into the bowl and mixed it with the chicken soup. The scalding hot chicken soup brought out the aroma of the chili oil, and in an instant, the entire food truck was filled with the fragrance of the chili oil and chicken soup blending together. After mixing the chicken broth with the chili oil, Chen Feng grabbed several bamboo skewers of already cooked ingredients and put them into the chili oil. The broth for bobo chicken is now a mixture of chicken broth and chili oil, and it is still warm at this time. When the ingredients are first added to the broth, they haven't fully absorbed the flavor yet, so they need to soak for a while. A dozen minutes later, the soup had cooled down, and the ingredients in the bowl had absorbed the flavors. The first serving of red oil boiled chicken is now officially complete. Chen Feng took a plate and placed several skewers of Sichuan-style boiled chicken on it. The system's requirement was to make a plate of bobo chicken with a score of 60 or higher. Since the system's quantifier was a plate, Chen Feng decided to use a plate to serve it first. Chen Feng didn't cook a large quantity of ingredients in the first batch, since he wouldn't set up his stall until the evening. If he cooked them in advance, they would inevitably spoil by the time he set up the stall. Various ingredients, coated in chili oil, lie quietly on the plate, the enticing oil releasing the unique aroma of cayenne peppers, whetting the appetite. Bite detection indicates the host has successfully prepared a plate of spicy Sichuan-style boiled chicken. System rating 99. Reward vintage oven module. An old-fashioned oven? This reward brought Chen Feng even greater surprise than the previous cash reward. This old-fashioned charcoal grill is the best choice for making many Chinese pastry snacks. Nowadays, most stalls have switched to liquefied gas grills or electric grills to save costs. However, only this kind of old-fashioned oven can heat the food most evenly and bring out the best results. This type of oven is only used in some areas of central and northwestern China. These snacks can be made in other ovens, but to make them the most authentic, you have to use this old-fashioned oven. If it weren't for the editable module that comes with the food truck, it would be incredibly difficult to find such an oven in Jiangbei City. Therefore, for Chen Feng, this reward is much better than a simple cash reward. Although we don't need it for now, we really can't do without the old-fashioned oven if we want to make some specific snacks in the future. After a busy half-afternoon, Chen Feng decided to try making bobo chicken himself. As Li Heiren expected, the data for yesterday's fried food review video was not much different from usual. This is normal, though. Li Heiren would be satisfied with just one small hit, since 90% of self-media success depends on luck. Li Heiren still hasn't forgotten the promise he made to become an apprentice. Therefore, in the afternoon, Li Heiren immediately set off for Jiangbei University town. For some reason, Chen Feng didn't set up his stall yesterday, so Li Heiren is going again today to become an apprentice to a stall owner who is 10 years younger than him. If he could tell me the recipe for braised pork belly, it wouldn't be a loss even if I became his apprentice, Li Heiren thought to himself. When Li Heiren arrived at the Jiangbei University town food street, Chen Feng had just parked his food truck. Li Heiren strode toward Chen Feng's stall, thinking the same way he did last time, take advantage of the fact that there were fewer people now and become his apprentice. There are indeed not many people on the food street now. There are basically no diners, only a few early arriving vendors setting up their stalls. As Li Heiren got closer to Chen Feng's stall, he began to doubt whether he was seeing things. The familiar braised pork belly did not appear in sight. On Chen Feng's stall, there were two large earthenware jars, from which the aroma of chili oil was wafting. Behind the earthenware jar was a large freezer, which contained various ingredients skewered with bamboo sticks. The blackboard on the food cart no longer displayed the words braised pork belly, but instead listed chicken in chili oil and stir-fried noodles. As a seasoned chef, Li Heiren naturally knew that bobo chicken is a Sichuan dish and xiangguomian, a type of noodle dish, is a Shandong dish, and these two delicacies should not appear at the same street stall. What's more, they were selling braised pork the day before yesterday, so why did they switch to boiled chicken today? It's important to know that most street vendors won't easily change the snacks they sell. There are two main reasons for this. First, the kitchen utensils used to make a particular snack are often specific, and changing the ingredients would increase the cost of purchasing new kitchen utensils. On the other hand, different dishes use different ingredients, and few stalls can use up all their ingredients every day. Therefore, they cannot change the dishes at will, otherwise the unused ingredients would be wasted. For these two reasons, small stalls generally don't easily change their dishes. Although Li Heiren had never run a stall before, he naturally understood the reasons after years of working in the catering industry. But what he didn't know was that neither of these 2 points mattered to Chen Feng. The food cart used by Chen Feng has a built-in modular editing function, and changing different tools is just a matter of giving Chen Feng a single instruction. As for the second point, Chen Feng, who has hosted several state banquets, has an ability to coordinate and match ingredients that Li Heiren could not even imagine. For Chen Feng, accurately predicting the amount of ingredients needed for the day and preparing slightly more than needed is a very simple matter. Chen Feng's stall is doing good business, not a single piece of braised pork was left from the day before yesterday. Therefore, Chen Feng could set up a stall randomly every day and sell whatever he wanted. Li Heiren was unaware of all this, so when he saw Chen Feng suddenly selling bobo chicken at his stall, he was surprised and a little puzzled. If Li Heiren hadn't seen Chen Feng busy at his stall, he might have thought he'd gone to the wrong place. Li Hao found himself increasingly unable to understand Chen Feng. The last time Li Heiren saw Chen Feng, he was selling braised pork belly. Judging from the taste of the braised pork belly, Chen Feng must have a highly skilled Shandong cuisine chef behind him. But this time, the dishes at Chen Feng's stall have been transformed into Sichuan cuisine. Could it be that the Shandong cuisine chef is also proficient in Sichuan cuisine, or is there more than one experienced chef behind this young stall owner? Li Heiren had many guesses in his mind, but he never thought that all these different dishes were made by Chen Feng alone. It's perfectly normal for him to have such thoughts. The 4 major cuisines of Sichuan, Shandong, Guangdong, and Huaiyang require at least several years of hard work to even get started with, and at least 10 years of practice to truly master any one of them. To achieve true mastery and reach an exceptionally high level of culinary skill, the time required is immeasurable. As for those who are truly proficient in the 4 major cuisines of Sichuan, Shandong, Guangdong, and Huaiyang, they can only be called masters. Such people are extremely rare in the catering industry, and according to Li Heiren, the youngest of these culinary masters is already over 70 years old. This is why there is such a scarcity of excellent Chinese chefs. Some dishes simply cannot be made without sufficient skill. Take the braised pork belly from the day before yesterday, for example. Li Heiren judged that this one dish alone took at least 20 years of preparation. Even if this young stall owner had started learning to cook from the womb, he could never have reached this level. This is the limitation of Li Hao's understanding. However, this is not his fault. Chen Feng is someone he could not even imagine. Top talent, countless famous teachers, years of honing his skills in a top-notch kitchen, and even the ability to travel through parallel universes. That's how Chen Feng, an 18-year-old monster whose culinary skills were unparalleled, came to be. Just as Li Heiran walked toward Chen Feng's stall, Chen Feng noticed him. Chen Feng remembered the blogger who had filmed a store visit video at his family's stall the day before yesterday. At that time, the system had also issued a task requiring him to establish a mentor-apprentice relationship with this store visit blogger named Li Heiran. However, the system only requires the establishment of a master-apprentice relationship, but does not specify who is the master and who is the apprentice. Therefore, Chen Feng took the initiative to offer to take the other party as his apprentice, thus establishing a master-apprentice relationship. Chen Feng didn't set up his stall yesterday, so he didn't know that Li Heiran's video had made his stall a hit in the Jiangbei University town area. As Li Heiran walked toward Chen Feng, he felt a little uneasy. You should know that this is Jiangbei City, the capital of Shandong Province, and Shandong Province places great importance on etiquette. Although Li Heiran learned his skills through trial and error in the kitchen and had never formally apprenticed, he had always heard about the complicated apprenticeship ceremonies in Shandong Province. If Chen Feng were to demand that he perform the ritual of kneeling and kowtowing 3 times and offering tea, he would definitely be in deep trouble. Have you thought it through? Chen Feng took the initiative to ask. Have you thought it through? Are you really going to give me the recipe for braised pork belly? Chen Feng put down the string of shiitake mushrooms he had just skewered and nodded. Alright, then you'll be my apprentice from now on, Chen Feng said calmly. Is that all? The contrast between reality and what Li Heiran had expected was so great that he couldn't help but speak up. I mean, no need for kneeling and kowtowing and serving tea, etc. Li Heiran's expression was a little strange. I won't stop you if you want to. Chen Feng has never been fond of these formalities. Most of those etiquettes and rules are passed down from the old society. At that time, because the industry as a whole was underdeveloped, the master and apprentice had to form a contractual relationship comparable to that between father and son, which is why so many etiquettes arose. For example, in many industries, when a master gets old, the apprentice is expected to take care of the master in his old age and see him off in his final days. That's why so many rituals are needed to strengthen this acquired father-son relationship. In addition, through this ritual, if the master is quite famous, he can also increase the disciple's reputation. This is why some highly respected veteran chefs hold grand banquets when accepting apprentices, inviting people from all walks of life to witness the apprenticeship ceremony. Chen Feng didn't care about any of that. On the one hand, he didn't expect Li Heiran to take care of him in his old age and see him off in his final days. On the other hand, he was just an ordinary stall owner with no reputation. As for taking Li Heiran as a disciple, besides receiving system rewards, it would also provide an extra handyman, so why not? Bite. Detection indicates that the host has established a master-apprentice relationship with senior chef Li Heiran. Task completed, reward 10,000 yuan in cash. System notification, the host has finally taken the first step on the path to culinary skills. We hope the host will continue to study cooking and become a true chef as soon as possible. Chen Feng didn't care too much about the 10,000 yuan reward. A chef of Chen Feng's caliber would never be short of money. But why not take advantage of it? Having more apprentices isn't a bad thing. The system really isn't very smart, Chen Feng muttered to himself. He then looked at Li Heiran. Anything planned for tonight? Chen Feng suddenly asked. No, the video I was supposed to update today has already been released. The sudden question caught Li Heiran off guard, and he answered truthfully. Okay, since there's nothing else, I'll stay at the stall and help out tonight. Li Heiran. Li Heiran initially wanted to refuse, but when he thought about the recipe for braised pork belly, he decided to stay. After all, Li Heiran was a senior chef who had worked in the kitchen of a high-end restaurant like Yuranju for nearly 10 years, so helping out at this small stall was not a difficult task for him. You know how to stir-fry? Without stopping his work of tidying up the stall, Chen Feng casually asked. Chen Feng's question left Li Heiran speechless once again, but for the sake of the recipe for braised pork belly, he patiently replied, of course. Stir-frying is a basic technique in many Shandong dishes, and Li Heiran is confident in his culinary skills. Okay, if you get too busy later, you can make me some stir-fried noodles. What difficulty could there be in making a simple noodle dish? Li Heiran thought to himself. Soon, the lights in the food street gradually came on, and the crowds began to thicken. Song Jie and his 3 companions arrived at Chen Feng's stall immediately. Today I'm going to eat 5 pieces of braised pork, Fan Zaya said with a hint of excitement as he walked toward Chen Feng's stall. I arrived relatively early today. There weren't many people at Chen Feng's stall yet. The 4 looked delighted, thinking to themselves, it's all settled. Until the rich aroma of chili oil wafted into the 4 people's nostrils. Is this what braised pork belly tastes like? Zhang Jinwei suddenly asked. They had now arrived in front of Chen Feng's stall. The 3 large characters for, a type of Sichuan-style boiled chicken, appeared in front of them on the small blackboard. "Boss, why aren't you selling braised pork today?" Fan Xiao asked. "We'll sell the braised pork another day, but you can try the Sichuan-style boiled chicken today," Chen Feng replied. Fan Xiao secretly breathed a sigh of relief at Chen Feng's answer. He had thought that the change in Chen Feng's stall menu was permanent, and that he would never sell braised pork again, only boiled chicken. Fan Xiao breathed a sigh of relief after learning that Chen Feng would continue selling braised pork another day. "Bo chicken. I've never had it before. Is it any good?" Fan Xiao whispered in a voice only his roommate could hear. "Give it a try. I trust Mr. Chen's cooking skills. Even instant noodles are the best he can make." Although he had never tried bobo chicken before, Song Jie still blindly trusted Chen Feng. "You have to choose your own ingredients for the bobo chicken. They're all in the freezer. Vegetables are 1 yuan each, and meat dishes are 2 yuan each," Chen Feng said. "Also, the Sichuan-style boiled chicken will take a little longer to arrive. The ingredients for bobo chicken need to be cooked first, cooled, and then soaked, so it takes much longer than braised pork belly, which can be eaten directly." After the four of them prepared the ingredients, Chen Feng separated their ingredients and placed them one by one into different strainers in the large pot. But bobo chicken doesn't include staple food. Zhang Jinhui, who comes from a province with a high carbohydrate intake, suddenly asked a thought-provoking question. "Boss, another bowl of stir-fried noodles," Zhang Jinhui said. "I'll have another bowl of stir-fried noodles," the other three said in unison. "I'll watch the pot over here. You cook 3 bowls of stir-fried noodles first," Chen Feng suddenly said, turning around. The food truck is spacious enough to accommodate 4 chefs working inside at the same time. Li Heiren, who was sitting on a small stool scrolling through Douyin, suddenly stood up when he heard Chen Feng's words. For some reason, although Chen Feng looked so young, his commanding presence in the kitchen was very similar to that of the former head chef at Li Heiren's studio. This triggered a conditioned reflex in Li Heiren's DNA. Li Heiren subconsciously obeyed Chen Feng's command. Walking up to the stove, Li Heiren skillfully turned on the fire. Although he has now switched to being a restaurant review blogger, Li Heiren still has 10 years of experience as a chef. For Li Heiren, making stir-fried noodles is a piece of cake. Just as Li Heiren started cooking and heated the pot, Chen Feng's voice suddenly came from behind him. "We use both peanut oil and sesame oil for stir-frying," Chen Feng said. A true teaching can be conveyed in a single sentence, while false teachings can fill countless volumes. Chen Feng's casual remark struck Li Heiren like a bolt from the blue. The same applies to cooking. Some techniques that seem simple can take you 10 years to master if no one tells you how. If you don't understand the key points, you'll never be able to replicate that flavor. Chen Feng's words about 2-in-1 oil suddenly enlightened Li Heiren. Li Heiren added sesame oil and peanut oil to the pot and waited for the oil temperature to rise. When Li Heiren thought the oil was hot enough, he put the Sichuan peppercorns into the hot oil. The Sichuan peppercorns were added too early. Chen Feng's voice came through my ear again. Li Heiren looked back. The large stew pot was on the other side of the food cart, so Chen Feng shouldn't have been able to see him. If he couldn't see him, how could Chen Feng know the cooking was off? The people waiting outside the food truck couldn't see Li Heiren's location, so they only knew that Chen Feng seemed to be talking to someone. Chen Feng seemed to see through Li Heiren's silence and doubt, and continued, "I can't see the wok, but I can smell it. If you add Sichuan peppercorns at the wrong time, you won't be able to bring out their aroma to the maximum extent." Just then, the ingredients in the stew pot were cooked. "Wait a minute," Chen Feng said, turning around to Li Heiren. Chen Feng took the ingredients out of the pot, put them in water to cool, and then soaked them in chili oil. Then, Chen Feng turned and walked towards the wok. "I'll demonstrate it once, and you can watch carefully." Chen Feng cleaned the wok and then turned on the stove. Add oil, add Sichuan peppercorns, crush the peppercorns, add scallions. All done in one go. The rich aroma of scallions wafted out from inside the food truck. "Did you understand?" Chen Feng turned to look at Li Heiren and asked. Li Heiren shook his head stiffly. "Never mind, you go watch the stew pot, I'll stir-fry the ingredients." Chen Feng sighed and shook his head. "Do you know how to use a slow cooker? Let alone a seasoned chef like Li Heiren, even the lowest-ranking apprentice in the kitchen can tell whether the ingredients in the pot are cooked or not." If someone had asked Li Heiren this question before, he would have thought they were insulting him. But after witnessing Chen Feng's skill in stir-frying, Li Heiren began to realize that something was off about the young stall owner. "Yes," Li Heiren nodded emphatically. As they approached the stew pot, the people outside the food cart could clearly see Li Heiren's appearance. "Hey, aren't you that restaurant review blogger?" Fan Xiao was the first to recognize Li Heiren. College students watch so many videos every day that, unless the blogger has very distinctive features, it's hard for them to remember what the blogger looks like over time. But there's still a short time. Most of them had only watched Li Heiren's video yesterday. Li Heiren could only manage a slightly awkward smile. However, today's embarrassment is far from over. Most of the students who came yesterday were there because they had seen Lee Haeran's videos. The enthusiasm came and went quickly. Chen Feng didn't set up his stall yesterday, so many people forgot about it. But a large number of students still choose to come and see today. Almost everyone recognized Lee Haeran. The stir-fried noodles for Song Jie and his 3 friends were ready quickly, and as usual, they did not choose to take them away. The stir-fried noodles made by Mr. Chen are still as delicious as before. It's a bit of a shame that there's no braised pork belly. What's up with that restaurant review blogger? It seems like he's helping out in the kitchen for Boss Chen? The 4 of them ate while discussing things in hushed tones. Just then, the spicy Sichuan-style chicken in chili oil was served on the small table. The rich chili oil clings to the various ingredients, making them incredibly tempting. This smells amazing. Song Jie quickly swallowed the noodles in his mouth and picked up a skewer of potatoes to put in his mouth. Although Song Jie didn't consider himself a big fan of spicy food, the rich aroma of chili oil still made his mouth water. The spicy aroma of chili oil and the rich flavor of chicken broth burst forth on Song Jie's tongue. Although potatoes are a vegetarian dish, after being coated in chili oil, their flavor became incredibly complex. Song Jie suddenly stopped talking and began chewing frantically. At the same time, he picked up a skewer of chicken gizzards, put them in his mouth, and continued to chew them frantically. The perfectly stewed, crisp chicken gizzards, paired with rich chili oil, were irresistible to Song Jie. For Song Jie, who doesn't like spicy food, the spiciness of this red oil chicken was a bit too high. After eating just 2 skewers, fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. But even though he doesn't really like spicy food, he still can't stop eating it. For Song Jie, who can't handle spicy food, this spicy chicken soup was like a giant, spicy hand roughly tearing open his skull and then pouring thick chicken broth into his brain. Spicy, and I'm happy about it. Is Boss possessed? The other 3 were puzzled when they saw Song Jie suddenly stop talking and just stuff his mouth with bobo chicken. I'll try one too. Zhang Jinhui also picked up a string of potatoes and examined it in front of him. The boiled potatoes were coated with slowly flowing red oil, and under the streetlights, they even had a somewhat translucent appearance. Unlike Song Jie, Zhang Jinhui, who was born in northern Shaanxi, has eaten a lot of spicy food since childhood. Shaanxi-style red oil is a well-known oil that can rival Sichuan-style red oil. Zhang Jinhui grew up eating rice noodles coated in chili oil. Therefore, before even taking a bite of the bobo chicken, he already had a preconceived notion of what this delicacy would taste like. But when he actually tasted the Sichuan-style boiled chicken, he discovered that it was a flavor he had never imagined. Zhang Jinhui thus entered the same state as Song Jie. A few minutes later, the pot-boiled chicken on the table was completely eaten. The spiciness of this chili oil is addictive. The more you eat, the more you want to eat. How about we buy some more to take back to the dorm and eat slowly? Song Jie invited others to join the group order. Good. The 4 of them stood up, wanting to order more food. But they found that a long queue had already formed in front of the stall. Should we go back to that stall from yesterday today? Okay, their restaurant was closed yesterday, so I didn't get to try their braised pork. I don't know if it's as delicious as the videos on Douyin say. Such conversations can be heard throughout Jiangbei University town. Although most people forgot about it after a day, many college students were still curious and decided to go to Chen Feng's stall today. When these people arrive at the stall, they all ask 2 questions. Where's the braised pork belly you were promised? Aren't you that food blogger? Do you own this stall? Unlike repeat customers like Song Jie, they had visited Chen Feng's stall several times before. Therefore, they naturally knew that Chen Feng was the owner of the stall. But it's different for those diners who came today because of its reputation. Judging from their appearances, Lee Haeran seemed more like the stall owner, while Chen Feng looked more like a student from a nearby university working part-time. Only a few people happened to see Chen Feng disciplining Lee Haeran and were wondering why this temporary worker dared to speak to the boss like that, and why the boss seemed so convinced. Thanks to that Douyin video, the number of diners today is significantly higher than the day before yesterday. Bobo chicken is a traditional dish from the Sichuan and Chongqing region, and it is rarely seen in Jiangbei City, where Shandong cuisine is the main cuisine. Many locals in Jiangbei have never even eaten bobo chicken, but that didn't stop them from being attracted by the aroma of chili oil. The aroma of Sichuan pepper released by rapeseed oil at the optimal temperature is irresistible to most people, unless they cannot eat spicy food at all. Even after the dinner rush, there were still quite a few people at Chen Feng's stall. A man and a woman are walking on the food street in Jiangbei University town. Judging from their age, they should be students from a nearby school. Would you like something to eat? The boy asked in a gentle tone. No need, the petite girl shook her head and replied in Mandarin with a slight Sichuan Chongqing accent. Since coming to Jiangbei City to study, this girl from Sichuan has lost 4 pounds because she can't get used to Shandong cuisine. The two continued to wander aimlessly through the streets. Just then, the girl suddenly stopped, her gaze drawn to a small stall that was crowded with people. Inside the stall was a large food cart. The boy had better eyesight and could vaguely see two people working inside the cart. A long queue had formed outside the stall. The queue was so long and the street was so narrow that the line even had to turn back. Why did it suddenly stop? The boy asked, his tone tinged with confusion. The girl didn't say anything, she just sniffed. She smelled a scent that was incredibly familiar to her. Then, the girl took the boy's hand and ran towards Chen Feng's stall. After a long wait in line, selecting ingredients, and waiting, the prepared spicy chicken in chili oil was finally served. "I don't eat spicy food, you eat it," the boy said. Before the boy could finish speaking, the girl had already picked up a skewer of mushrooms and started eating. Since coming to Jiangbei City to study, she has never tasted such authentic red oil chicken. As one of the birthplaces of Shandong cuisine, Jiangbei City has very few Sichuan restaurants. There are very few Sichuan restaurants in the Jiangbei University town. As for the school cafeteria, you can't find a single normal Sichuan dish. Although the menus at some windows in the cafeteria do indeed list dishes such as mapo tofu, boiled sliced pork, and twice-cooked pork. However, the dishes served in the cafeteria are not exactly the same as authentic Sichuan cuisine, they are completely unrelated. After several months, the girl was finally able to eat normal Sichuan cuisine again. Moreover, the flavor of bobo chicken is the most typical red oil flavor in Sichuan cuisine. The girl believes she practically grew up soaking in chili oil. But after tasting Chen Feng's bobo chicken, the girl even felt that even the authentic century-old shops in her hometown might not be able to match the red oil in the bobo chicken in front of her. It reminded the girl of the first time she ate bobo chicken. The girls quickly devoured the more than 20 skewers of various kinds of chicken, some with meat and some with vegetables. There was only one last string of chicken gizzards left in the bowl. The aroma of chili oil constantly stimulated the boy's taste buds, causing his saliva to flow uncontrollably. Although he said he didn't eat spicy food, he was eventually won over by the aroma of bobo chicken. Just one skewer, it shouldn't be too spicy, right? The desire for delicious food ultimately overcame the fear of spiciness. The boy reached out and picked up the last string of chicken gizzards. "Put it down, you idiot." What the boy didn't know was that the Sichuan Chongqing girl who snatched the last string of chicken gizzards was incredibly terrifying. Bite. Chen Feng, who was busy in the food cart, suddenly heard a system notification in his mind. "Complete the task, food from my memories, current progress, 2/5." There were only a few small tables next to Chen Feng's stall, which couldn't seat too many people. Therefore, even though most people chose to take their food to go, the small dining tables were still insufficient. After the couple occupied the last table, there was nowhere for new diners to sit. Fortunately, the snack, bobo chicken, can be placed in a paper bowl and eaten on the go, which relieved the pressure on Chen Feng's stall. Looking at the long queue outside, Chen Feng estimated that he had enough chicken soup and chili oil, but not enough other ingredients. With his extensive experience in the kitchen, Chen Feng was originally very good at controlling the quantity of ingredients. Based on his prediction of the business situation, the amount of ingredients he prepared today should be just right. However, Chen Feng did not expect that Li Heiren's video would generate a wave of attention for him. This variable, which Chen Feng was unaware of, caused the number of diners coming to the stall today to exceed his expectations. After cooking another pot of stir-fried noodles, Chen Feng called the vegetable stall at the market. "Boss, I have a stall in the food street, but I'm running low on vegetables. Could you send some over? It's past dinner time now, and usually very few vegetable shops can deliver at this time." "Oh, you're Mr. Chen, right? Luckily you called early, I was just about to pack up." Then Chen Feng told the other party the location of the food cart, and the stall owner said it would be delivered in about half an hour. Half an hour later, the vegetable stall owner walked up to Chen Feng's stall carrying several large plastic bags. "Mr. Chen, there are too many people in the food street, and cars can't get in, so I moved it over for you. It may have taken a little longer, but I hope it didn't delay your stall opening," the middle-aged man said with a smile. "It's nothing." Chen Feng reached out and took the vegetables. "Thank you for your hard work. Your food stall is doing really well," the middle-aged man remarked, glancing at the line of people outside the food cart. "What kind of snacks are you selling? Mala tang?" he asked with a hint of curiosity. The ingredients Chen Feng ordered from him looked like those for mala tang. "Today's dish is bobo chicken," Chen Feng replied. He then took out his phone to transfer the payment. The middle-aged vegetable vendor turned and left, but still had some doubts. "What do you mean by today's bobo chicken? Does that mean it won't be tomorrow?" Chen Feng carried 2 large bags of ingredients back to the food truck. Then he turned his gaze to Li Heiren. Even if Chen Feng were alone, and even if there were long queues outside his stall, he could still perfectly coordinate the handling of new ingredients and the preparation of meals. But as I said before, since it's free, might as well use it. "You know how to prepare food?" Chen Feng's question was like a sharp sword piercing Li Heiren's heart. As a seasoned chef who has worked in the kitchen for 10 years, Li Heiren is naturally confident in his knife skills. However, after experiencing the question, "Can you stir fry?" he realized that his cooking skills might not be up to par. "Probably. I think so," Lee Heron replied, sounding somewhat unsure. "The sink is over there. Wash these vegetables, chop them, and then skewer them with bamboo skewers." Chen Feng tossed the ingredients in his hand to Lee Heron. Washing vegetables was not difficult at all, and Lee Heron quickly finished washing them. Lee Heron placed a freshly peeled potato on the cutting board and took a deep breath. Before becoming a wok chef, Lee Heron worked as a food preparation worker for 2 whole years. Back when he worked in the kitchen of Yi Ranju, Lee Heron once cut up to 100 kidneys a day. The number of other ingredients was countless. Even now, knife skills remain Lee Heron's forte. Even dishes like cucumbers wrapped in straw raincoats and eggplants with coiled dragon design, which require exceptional knife skills, are easy for him to prepare. But now, facing an ordinary potato, not even shredded but just sliced, made Lee Heron feel nervous. Even if you're nervous, you can't be slow in making the cut. For ingredients like potatoes, the slower you cut them, the worse they will be. First, cut off a small piece from one side of the potato to make one side flat. You can lay the potato flat on the cutting board. Next, Lee Heron began to quickly cut the potato into slices similar to those found in the freezer. The sound of clattering echoed on the cutting board. A potato was quickly cut up. "Master, is it okay to cut it like this?" Lee Heron showed the cut potatoes to Chen Feng. At some point, he began to address Chen Feng as master. Chen Feng turned around, but his hands continued to stir-fry the food. "It's all right, let's cut it like this." After pondering for 2 seconds, Chen Feng said. Lee Heron breathed a sigh of relief. He returned to the cutting board and continued preparing the ingredients. Chen Feng turned around. In fact, the potato slices that Lee Heron cut were already of a moderate thickness, but he was, after all, just an amateur. Although he had worked in the kitchen of a high-end restaurant for 10 years, he had never received systematic training. The evenness of the potatoes cut by Lee Heron was far inferior to that of a top chef, let alone compared to Chen Feng. But it's enough for making bo-bo chicken. Bo-bo chicken itself isn't a dish that requires much knife skill. If you ask Lee Heron to make wensi tofu, he could manage to do it, but the final product might not be very good. The business was booming until 10 p.m. That night, many college students' WeChat moments were flooded with posts about a type of Sichuan-style boiled chicken. The night deepened. The crowds on the food street gradually dispersed. Lee Heron stretched and yawned, loosening his stiff body. Since switching careers to become a restaurant review blogger, he hasn't experienced such high-intensity work in a long time, so it's understandable that he's finding it a bit difficult to adjust. "Master, can you tell me the recipe for braised pork now?" Lee Heron asked. The beginning is always the hardest. After witnessing Chen Feng's culinary skills, Lee Heron started calling him master more and more naturally. Calling a college student nearly 10 years younger than him master seems to have no psychological burden on him at all. "Tomorrow, I'll set up a stall to sell braised pork tomorrow. Come watch me make it." Unlike plain noodles, the steps for making braised pork are inevitably a bit more complicated. The recipe for Yangchun noodles could be directly dictated to Song Jie, because the recipe for Yangchun noodles is very simple and the production process does not require too complicated techniques. However, the method of making braised pork belly is much more complicated than that of plain noodles, and it is difficult to explain clearly verbally. Even if Chen Feng could explain it clearly, Lee Heron might not be able to understand it. Hearing Chen Feng's reply, Lee Heron finally breathed a sigh of relief. Even if all that's left is the recipe for braised pork belly, Lee Heron's cheap master is still worth it. This flavor surpasses the recipes of 99% of the braised pork in Jiangbei City, and its commercial value is immeasurable. After tonight, Lee Heron was now convinced that the braised pork was indeed made by Chen Feng. "Well then, since there are no customers right now, I'll teach you how to cut vegetables first," Chen Feng suddenly said. "Teach me how to chop vegetables?" Lee Heron asked with a hint of doubt. Although he had indeed witnessed Chen Feng's abilities after setting up his stall tonight. However, he still didn't quite understand why Chen Feng offered to teach him how to cut vegetables. "Isn't chopping vegetables something that you can master just by practicing more?" Lee Heron expressed his doubts. His knife skills were honed entirely through years of hard work in the kitchen. "Indeed." Chen Feng agreed with Lee Heron's idea, but quickly changed the subject. "However, it's not entirely correct. If you don't build a solid foundation, you'll only go astray with practice, heading in the opposite direction." This was a phrase Chen Feng often heard in his previous life, and now he was telling Lee Heron the same thing. As he spoke, Chen Feng casually picked up a potato. "Slice a potato into thin strips and let me see." Stir-fried shredded potatoes with vinegar is a classic Shandong dish, so Lee Heron had cut plenty of shredded potatoes in the kitchen before. He was quite confident about it. Place the peeled potatoes on the cutting board, and Lee Heron cut a small flat surface on one side of the potato to make it more stable. Slice the food before shredding it. Compared to the potato slices used in bobo chicken, these potato slices, which will be cut into shreds in the next step, are thinner. Lee Hae-rin quickly sliced the potatoes, arranged them, and prepared to shred them. This set of movements is quite fluid and graceful. If posted on a video website, it would likely be well received by many. Unfortunately, he did not gain Chen Feng's approval. Did you learn in the kitchen on your own? Chen Feng suddenly asked. Yes, I worked at Yurenju for 10 years. I learned everything step by step. Lee Hae-rin nodded. No wonder, there's something wrong with how he's holding the knife. The name of the restaurant, Yurenju, sounds familiar. It seems to be an old established Shandong cuisine restaurant in Jiangbei City. Is there something wrong with how you hold the knife? Shouldn't you hold the knife however you feel comfortable? Lee Hae-rin expressed his confusion once again. Having worked in the kitchen of Yurenju for 10 years, he has seen many different ways of holding a knife, and even several head chefs have held the knife differently. Even so, there is a most reasonable posture. This is the experience summarized by our predecessors and improved by chefs of later generations, which has resulted in the posture with the best overall effect. You sliced the potatoes quite thinly, but that's the result of countless hours of practice. The way you hold the knife is actually holding you back. Chen Feng's next words were even more unacceptable to Lee Hae-rin. Can you use a wheat ear flour knife? Of course. Lee Hae-rin, who had cut countless pork kidneys in the back kitchen of Yurenju, was most confident in his wheat ear-shaped knife, which was the knife needed to make the classic Shandong dish, stir-fried pork kidney. Kidney slices cut with this technique curl up when cooked, resembling ears of wheat, hence the name wheat ear flour knife. This is also one of the most familiar decorative knives to Lee Hae-rin. He wants to test my wheat ear knife skills? But there are no pork kidneys at the stall. Lee Hae-rin was a little puzzled. Chen Feng walked to the freezer and took out a piece of squid, which is one of the ingredients used to make bobo chicken. Let me see how you cut a wheat ear pattern. Lee Hae-rin then realized that squid could also be used to cut wheat ears into flower shapes. The upper part of the squid is also a commonly used ingredient in Shandong cuisine. In some Shandong dishes, squid that is a few millimeters thick is used to cut wheat ear-shaped cuts. Lee Hae-rin placed the squid on the cutting board, first trimming it into a suitable shape, and then began to make decorative cuts. Lee Hae-rin was cutting with extreme care, so much so that he didn't even realize that beads of sweat had formed on his temples. Squid and pork kidneys have slightly different characteristics. Pork kidneys are thicker but softer than squid, while squid are thinner and crisper than pork kidneys. It's hard to say which of these two ingredients is more difficult to use for making a knife. But for Lee Hae-rin, making pork kidneys was undoubtedly simpler. It was simply a matter of practice. If it were a coastal chef specializing in Jiaodong cuisine, they might find the squid slicing technique simpler, because seafood is used much more frequently in Jiaodong cuisine than in inland cuisine. You see, the problem isn't obvious when slicing potatoes, but it appears when cutting wheat ear patterns, Chen Feng suddenly said, interrupting Lee Hae-rin. Lee Hae-rin looked down at the squid that had already been cut in half. The cutting is alright, even in the kitchen of Yurenju, this level is already up to standard, Lee Hae-rin thought to himself, but didn't say it aloud. The key to making perfect flour cuts is to apply even force with your hand, and each cut must be the same depth as the previous one, Chen Feng said. Lee Hae-rin nodded. As a seasoned chef, he naturally understood this principle. Therefore, this requires the chef to have absolute control over the knife. Look at you, is this how you hold a knife? Chen Feng picked up the kitchen knife from the cutting board and made a gesture. This is exactly how Lee Hae-rin holds the knife. His middle, ring, and little fingers grip the handle, while his index finger bends down and pinches the upper part of the blade together with his thumb. Your knife holding posture has two flaws, Chen Feng continued. Although his knife-wielding posture, which he had used for 10 years, was rejected, Lee Hae-rin didn't bother to refute it at all. Instead, he bent down to listen carefully to what Chen Feng had to say. First, the point of force application on the back of the knife is too far back. If you consider the blade of the entire cleaver as a lever, the range you can reach is too small. To control the entire knife, you have to apply more force in your hand. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Lee Hae-rin immediately nodded in agreement. Chen Feng's words also stirred up a long-buried memory for Lee Hae-rin. 10 years ago, when Lee Hae-rin first entered the industry, he was just a prep cook, only responsible for cutting vegetables in the back kitchen and not qualified to cook on the stove. At that time, he noticed that some chefs seemed to have exceptional stamina when chopping vegetables, unlike him, who would always get exhausted after chopping vegetables for a while. At that time, Lee Hae-rin hadn't thought about the way he held the knife. He just felt that he lacked experience and physical strength, and that he would get better with time. Later, Lee Hae-rin got used to the fatigue and gradually forgot about it. Chen Feng's words suddenly enlightened Lee Hae-rin. Looking back, it seems that chefs with master chefs as their mentors do indeed get less tired when cutting vegetables, and the finished products they cut are also of better quality. At that time, Lee Hae-rin was still unconvinced and felt that as long as he practiced more, he would eventually surpass them. Looking back now, the way I hold the knife alone was an insurmountable barrier. Although Lee Hae-rin later improved his knife skills to a high level with his 10 years of experience, if someone had corrected his knife-holding posture back then, his knife skills might have reached an even higher level now. Over the past decade, Lee Hae-rin had considered the issue of how he held the knife, but only this particular grip made him feel comfortable. Any other grip always made him feel very uncomfortable. Over time, he came to realize that the way he held the knife was simply the one that felt comfortable to him. There's a second flaw in how you hold the knife, Chen Feng continued. Will you just get used to this way of holding the knife after a while? Chen Feng suddenly asked. Although Chen Feng was famous throughout the world in his previous life and many chefs had received his guidance, he had never actually taken on any apprentices. Strictly speaking, Lee Hae-rin was Chen Feng's first formally accepted disciple. Although this apprentice was a bit old and not particularly talented, Chen Feng still accepted him as a disciple thanks to the system's matchmaking. When Chen Feng was teaching his first real apprentice, he found himself talking more and more than he intended. Will you just get used to this way of holding the knife after a while? Chen Feng suddenly asked. Lee Hae-rin nodded heavily. This is because your body has become accustomed to this posture. When a chef is chopping vegetables, he is completely focused, and all his strength is used to assist in chopping. Your grip on the knife is incorrect, which makes it harder on your hand. You need to adjust your arm position. But if the arm position changes, the distance between the body and the cutting board will be incorrect. Afterwards, your spine, waist, legs, and other body parts will move involuntarily to make your hands feel more comfortable. Over time, your body will get used to this way of holding the knife. If you suddenly want to change it, you'll feel that nothing is right and it will be difficult to cut vegetables well. This is the second flaw in your knife holding method. Holding the knife like this for a long time will harm your body. Many chefs suffer from occupational diseases when they get old, which is caused by the incorrect way of holding the knife. As soon as Chen Feng finished speaking, Lee Hae-rin's expression changed immediately. Incorrect knife holding technique not only affects the cutting results, but it also harms the chef's health and can lead to occupational diseases. The correct way to hold a knife. Lee Hae-rin couldn't help but ask. Chen Feng reached out his right hand and picked up the kitchen knife, gripping the back of the blade with his index finger and thumb, while the other 3 fingers gripped the handle tightly. There are 2 key points. First, there should be no gap between your palm and the handle of the knife. Second, your index finger should be naturally bent and extended, and you should not rely solely on your index finger and thumb to pinch the blade. You give it a try. Chen Feng placed the cleaver on the cutting board. Kitchen safety is paramount. Cleavers cannot be handed directly to others. Following Chen Feng's instructions on how to hold the knife, Lee Hae-rin picked up the kitchen knife from the cutting board. Holding the knife like this definitely makes it easier to exert force in my hand, Lee Hae-rin thought to himself. Next, Lee Hae-rin tried using this way of holding the knife to cut some things on the cutting board. But as soon as he put the knife down, his grip on it changed again, reverting to the incorrect way he had been using for 10 years. As I just mentioned, the incorrect way you hold the knife before will affect the power you generate throughout your body. Therefore, once you develop a habit, even if you change how you hold the knife, your body will adjust your grip back to the previous state. What should we do then? Lee Hae-rin asked anxiously. He hadn't expected that what he thought was a symbolic apprenticeship with a cheap master would turn out to be so valuable. So you need to correct the way you hold the knife. Simply changing your hand posture won't work. You also need to change your footwork. Footwork? Chen Feng's words were beyond Lee Hae-rin's comprehension. Wasn't he talking about the way he held the knife? What did that have to do with footwork? Look, when you're chopping vegetables, your feet are parallel and your body leans slightly forward. This is because your previous incorrect way of holding the knife made it difficult to exert force. Only this standing posture can barely exert force. In this way, as you change your grip on the knife, your feet should be one in front of the other, with your toes pointing vertically, and your body slightly turned to the side. This standing posture is commonly known as the T-stance, Chen Feng said. Is this all it takes? Lee Hae-rin was a little doubtful, but he still gave it a try. Sure enough, after intentionally changing his standing posture, his grip on the knife also changed. He continued cutting the remaining half of the squid on the cutting board. Although he was a little unskilled at holding the knife, he still managed to make some fancy cuts. Next, you just need to remember this way of holding the knife. You'll get used to it after a while, Chen Feng concluded. Lee Hae-rin's eyes suddenly welled up with tears. If Chen Feng hadn't stopped him, he probably would have immediately bowed down in reverence. It's so late, you should go home first. Aren't you going to film a restaurant review video tomorrow? Chen Feng said. Oh, by the way, don't forget to come over tomorrow afternoon. I don't have class tomorrow afternoon, so I can teach you how to make braised pork. Just as Chen Feng finished his lesson, new customers arrived at his stall. Besides the many universities, there are also several older residential areas in Jiangbei University Town where rents are not expensive. There is a commercial area near Jiangbei University Town, and many people who work there rent apartments in Jiangbei University Town. This time coincides with the time when those working overtime get off work. After get off work, these people are often hungry and tired, so they inevitably want to have a late-night snack. Therefore, the food street experiences another small peak late at night. "Boss, a bowl of noodles, please." A slightly familiar voice came from the food cart. He was a slightly overweight young man. Chen Feng remembered him. It was he who triggered the long-term mission "No regrets in this life" for the system. Liang Wenbin found a table next to the stall and sat down. "Boss, what's that smell? It smells so good," Liang Wenbin suddenly asked. "Bo chicken," Chen Feng replied. "Never tried it. How much does it cost?" "Vegetarian skewers are 1 yuan each, meat skewers are 1 yuan and 50 cents each. Can you handle spicy food? If you can try it." Although I had already eaten dinner around 5 p.m., eating too much late-night snack is bad for my health. But Liang Wenbin ultimately couldn't resist the aroma of the chili oil. He finally decided to try some Sichuan-style boiled chicken. While selecting ingredients, Chen Feng chatted with him casually for a few minutes. Chen Feng then realized that Liang Wenbin was from Henan Province. Liang Wenbin came to Jiangbei City from Henan Province to study, and after graduation, he stayed here to work. "Boss, when will you be able to offer takeout?" Liang Wenbin asked. "My workplace isn't far from here, so it would be even more convenient if I could order takeout," Liang Wenbin said with a hint of regret. "Takeout? I haven't considered it yet," Chen Feng said with a smile. "It's really not suitable for a family-run stall to do takeout. Whether a food cart with a fixed business location can pass the review of a takeout platform is still unknown. Even if he could pass the food delivery platform's review, the dishes sold at his own stall were entirely up to Chen Feng's whims. He might sell braised pork belly one day and switch to boiled chicken the next. This frequency of menu changes makes it unsuitable for takeout. After a small peak in late-night snacks, the streets became increasingly deserted. Several nearby stalls have also started to pack up and close. Finally, it was time to close up shop again. As he was packing up, Chen Feng suddenly remembered the girl who had brought him starch sausages last time. That girl used to run a stall selling starch sausages next to Chen Feng's stall, and by a rough calculation, she hasn't set up her stall for several days. Judging from the other person's age, they are also a student from the neighborhood. However, the two were just casual acquaintances and not particularly close. After tidying up his stall, Chen Feng quickly forgot about the incident. Chen Feng did a rough calculation and today's turnover has reached a new high. Even those food stalls that have been open for many years, with their many repeat customers, would find it difficult to achieve such high sales figures. Of course, because the prices are relatively affordable, Chen Feng's stall is not considered to be making exorbitant profits. Back home, Chen Feng suddenly noticed the invitation he had placed on his bedside table. "By the way, Uncle Zhang's daughter is getting married at the beginning of next month. Actually, I was just a tenant and landlord to Uncle Zhang. There was no need for Uncle Zhang to invite me to his banquet. However, Uncle Zhang was a kind and warm-hearted person. In the original owner's memory, Uncle Zhang had always taken good care of him, and the rent was always deferred whenever possible. Uncle Zhang knew that the original owner was an orphan. Perhaps Uncle Zhang invited me to his daughter's wedding banquet simply to treat me to a nice meal. However, since Uncle Zhang has invited me, there's no reason not to go." After looking at the invitation again, Chen Feng realized why the name of the restaurant, Yurinju, sounded familiar when he heard it earlier. The wedding banquet for Uncle Zhang's daughter was held at Yurinju. The beginning of next month is the National Day holiday. This year, National Day and Mid-Autumn Festival are only a few days apart, resulting in a 7-day holiday. The next day, Chen Feng had an early morning advanced mathematics class. Looking at the dense array of letters and numbers on the projector, Chen Feng felt dizzy. Without the knowledge left behind by the original owner, Chen Feng would probably have had a huge headache just from this advanced mathematics subject. While Chen Feng was teaching, Li Shan, the counselor of the civil engineering department, had just finished a meeting in the office building next door. Although counselors do not teach classes, they are responsible for managing the daily affairs of students in their major. For example, regarding holiday arrangements. During holidays, the population of China seems to increase significantly. By then, buying tickets became a difficult task, especially for those going home right after the holidays started. Therefore, before every holiday, some students skip class in order to go home early. By leaving early, you can avoid peak hours. The dean just emphasized this point at the meeting, instructing counselors of each major to keep a close eye on their students, especially during the last few classes before the holiday. It just so happens that there is a calculus class for civil engineering students this morning, so Li Shan decided to take advantage of the end of the calculus class to emphasize this matter, thus saving the need to gather the students together at other times for this purpose. Of course, Li Shan himself had been a student, so he knew that even if he spoke, the students might not listen. He could understand the students' eagerness to return home, so in previous years, although he would still issue the necessary notices at this time, he would turn a blind eye as long as the students didn't go too far. In the corridor, Li Shan ran into the counselor of the major next door. The other party was also going to the teaching building to emphasize the National Day holiday to their major students. Just as the two were chatting, an old man walked towards them. Professor Zheng. Upon recognizing the visitor, the two immediately greeted the old man. Professor Zheng is highly respected and can be considered a pillar of Jiangbei University of Architecture's flagship programs in the academic world. It is no exaggeration to say that Professor Zheng single-handedly raised the college entrance examination admission score for the Department of Architecture at Jiangbei University of Architecture by 30 points. Professor Zheng was approachable and responded to Li Shan and his companion with a smile. Seemingly having overheard their conversation, Professor Zheng suddenly sighed, "It's Mid-Autumn Festival again." After saying that, Professor Zheng shook his head and slowly walked away. Li Shan looked at the other counselor, his face showing confusion. "I heard that Professor Zheng is not a native of Jiangbei. Professor Zheng's hometown is Suzhou, so he always feels a bit lonely during the Mid-Autumn Festival." Upon hearing this, Li Shan was even more puzzled. With transportation so advanced now, it only takes 2 hours to travel from Jiangbei to Suzhou by high-speed rail, right? Professor Zheng, why? Hey, think about it, at Professor Zheng's age, even if he goes back to his hometown, who will he see? Li Shan then realized why Professor Zheng had sighed. The feeling of homesickness has existed since ancient times, but ultimately it is the people in one's hometown who are waiting for them that one misses. Professor Zheng is now over 70 years old, and even if he returns to his hometown, there will be no one waiting for him. This is the true, unsolvable homesickness. Seeing that the topic was somewhat heavy, another counselor took the initiative to change the subject. "I recently heard there's a stall on the food street in Jiangbei University town that has pretty good food. Want to go try it sometime?" After a morning of advanced mathematics classes, Chen Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. "I have no classes in the afternoon, so I can prepare the ingredients and teach Li Heiran how to make braised pork belly." The calculus teacher left the classroom, and then Counselor Li Shan walked in. "Students, please sit down first. I'll say a few words." It was lunchtime, and in a few minutes, the cafeteria would be at its most crowded. It was inevitable that everyone was somewhat distracted. After Li Shan finished speaking and left, all that remained in everyone's mind were the words Mid-Autumn Festival, National Day, and Holiday. Chen Feng wasn't in a hurry, as he had already added the meat stall owner's contact information last time. The meat at the other stall was of good quality and reasonably priced, so Chen Feng could contact them directly and ask them to deliver a batch of pork. Therefore, Chen Feng does not need to go to the vegetable market again this afternoon. Shortly after Chen Feng left the teaching building, his phone suddenly rang. Chen Feng took out his phone and looked at the contact name, Counselor Teacherly. After chatting with the counselor of the department next door for a while, Li Shan suddenly thought of Chen Feng. As a counselor, he had seen the files of all the students in the major, so he naturally knew that Chen Feng was an orphan. Li Shan was somewhat worried about Chen Feng's mental state. As the Mid-Autumn Festival approached, he was concerned for Chen Feng, who had nowhere to go. "Chen Feng, what are your plans for the National Day holiday?" Li Shan asked. Li Shan was worried that mentioning the Mid-Autumn Festival would touch a nerve with the other person, so he only mentioned the National Day holiday. "Teacher, I don't have anywhere to go during the National Day holiday, so I should stay near the school during the holiday." "Oh, is it for a part-time job? It's good to get some experience during the holidays," Li Shan said with a smile. "Part-time job." Chen Feng hesitated for 2 seconds. "I guess so." That's good, that's good." Li Shan breathed a sigh of relief. "By the way, if you feel lonely, you can come to my place during the holidays. My home is in Jiangbei City," Li Shan added, still a little worried. Chen Feng naturally understood what the counselor meant, but he ultimately declined the counselor's offer. Chen Feng's stall was bustling with activity, it was anything but lonely. As usual, Li Heiran found a restaurant that looked decent and filmed a restaurant review video. "Dear viewers, look at this squid flower, it's cut so well." Li Heiran commented on the quality of the dish to the camera. He suddenly fell silent halfway through his speech. In front of Li Heiran was a plate of coriander fried squid, a classic Shandong dish whose main ingredients are coriander and squid. Coriander, also known as cilantro. In this dish, the squid is cut into wheat ear shapes. Although this restaurant is not very large, the chefs are quite disciplined in their cooking, and they do not cut corners when making the decorative cuts. Of course, it was just an ordinary restaurant after all, and the chef's culinary skills were still somewhat inferior to those of Li Heiran, who came from Urinju. However, his skill with the flour knife is not much worse than Li Heiran's. If it were Li Heiran before yesterday, he would certainly praise such a decorative knife. By Li Heiran standards, a wheat ear decorative knife made like this is definitely excellent. But Li Heiran is different today. After yesterday, Li Heiran's perspective changed. After being taught by Chen Feng, Li Heiran lost confidence in his knife skills, and when he saw knife skills similar to his own, he found it difficult to praise them anymore. "This squid flour is cut, the chef seasoned it well, the taste was very precise, and the fresh flavor of the cilantro was very prominent. In the end, Lee Hae-rin turned around and praised the seasoning. The video was filmed quickly, and Lee Hae-rin edited and uploaded it as fast as he could, not forgetting his promise to Chen Feng. This afternoon, Chen Feng was going to teach him the recipe for braised pork belly. When Lee Hae-rin arrived at Chen Feng's residence, the butcher had just delivered enough pork belly. Perfect, I'll explain and demonstrate as I go. If you don't understand anything, just ask me, Chen Feng said. Preparing the ingredients in the early stages was not difficult at all. Lee Hae-rin, who had 10 years of experience in the kitchen, understood it without any pressure. After Chen Feng briefly explained the proportions of the spices, Lee Hae-rin immediately listened attentively. This spice blend may seem simple, but it is actually far more complex than it appears. The highlight of braised pork belly is its meaty aroma, so the principle of seasoning is to emphasize the meaty aroma. However, pork itself has a slight off odor, which affects diners' perception of the meat's aroma. A certain spice can suppress this odor, thus making the meat aroma stand out more, but this spice also has another odor. Then another spice is needed to suppress the odor of the first spice. This new spice has a new flavor, and it needs the flavor of another spice to complement it. Ultimately, the spices reached a certain balance, much like a balanced chemical formula. However, if too many spices are used, they will eventually mask the aroma of the meat. Therefore, for a dish like braised pork belly, the fewer spices used in the final dish, the more skill is required. Therefore, when Lee Hae-rin actually saw the proportions of the spices, he was completely convinced. He didn't know whether Chen Feng had created the recipe or not, but the person who created it must have been a master. The opposite of braised pork belly is Sichuan and Chongqing-style braised dishes. In Sichuan and Chongqing-style braised dishes, meat is merely a carrier of spices, making the seasoning process more complex. The recipes for Sichuan and Chongqing braised dishes are similar to those for traditional Chinese medicine, emphasizing the principles of principal, assistant, and adjuvant ingredients. This is a unique skill that seeks balance among countless flavors. Lee Hae-rin is not a Sichuan cuisine chef, so naturally he doesn't know about these things. He kept his expression in check, not letting himself appear too excited. His composure finally crumbled when he saw Chen Feng stirring sugar over a high flame. Caramelizing sugar over high heat might be incomprehensible to the average person who doesn't know cooking, but Lee Hae-rin, a seasoned chef, understands that it's simply incredible. Caramel coloring is a product of the denaturation of sugar after it has been melted and heated. If the heat is too low, it will be too sweet. If it is too high, it will be bitter. Properly caramelized sugar is neither bitter nor sweet, but has a unique caramel flavor. This type of caramelizes meats with color and adds a special aroma. Because caramelizing sugar requires extremely precise control of the heat, even experienced chefs often prefer to use candlelight to better control the heat when caramelizing sugar. For professional chefs, caramelizing sugar over high heat is like picking their ears with a rolling pin. The caramel coloring is now complete, a perfect maroon color. Master, aren't you afraid of burning the sugar when you're using such a high flame to caramelize it? Lee Hae-rin called out the word master without any hesitation. Just control the time well, Chen Feng said calmly. Chen Feng's answer silenced Lee Hae-rin. It's like when you see someone break a steel bar in half with their bare hands, and you ask them how they did it, they reply, just use force. Picture. In a group chat called Sichuan and Chongqing Girls Are One Family, someone suddenly posted 2 pictures of various skewers covered in red oil. Is this bo chicken? The color of the red oil makes it look authentic. Which restaurant in my hometown did you take this picture of? I'll try it when I go back for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Someone replied very quickly. It wasn't filmed in my hometown, it was on the food street in the university town. My boyfriend and I went for a walk yesterday and found a stall with really authentic food. The message was sent by the girl who triggered the food in my memories reward for Chen Feng yesterday. The girl's name is Tang Yatong. She came from Sichuan and Chongqing to study in Jiangbei City. While eating bo chicken at Chen Feng's stall yesterday, she casually took a few photos. I didn't expect to find such authentic bo chicken in the university town. Anyone want to go tonight? Someone sent an invitation in the group. Soon, several people responded. This group consists of girls like Tang Yatong who came from Sichuan and Chongqing to study in Jiangbei City. The taste of Jiangbei City is too different from that of Sichuan and Chongqing. There are no authentic Sichuan restaurants in the university town. They finally found a place that looked so authentic, so they naturally had to try it. I've been there once, I'll lead the way tonight, Tang Yatong said in the group chat. Not everyone in the group was available, but they eventually managed to form a group of 7 or 8 people who agreed to go to Chen Feng's stall together that evening to taste the flavors of their hometown. Night gradually fell. The familiar aroma of cooking wafted through the food street once again, as hungry people sought solace in its vibrant atmosphere. Worried about the long queue, Tang Yatong and her group went to Chen Feng's stall early. However, when they saw the 3 big characters Bazairo written on the blackboard, the the 7 girls from Sichuan and Chongqing, led by Tang Yatong, were stunned. Where's the promised bobo chicken? How could such a big pot-boiled chicken stall just disappear? Tang Yatong's tone was full of confusion. It was here yesterday, right in this spot, and the stall owner is the same person. How did it turn into braised pork today? Tang Yatong was caught off guard by the unexpected situation. This stall looks familiar. I think I saw it on Douyin a couple of days ago. The thing they sell in that video is braised pork belly. The food bloggers who reviewed this place gave it high praise, but I wasn't really interested in braised pork, so I didn't go, another girl said, as if she had suddenly remembered something. Tang Yatong was somewhat unable to accept it. She could still recall the aroma of the chili oil from the pot-boiled chicken at this stall last night. How could it just disappear like that? In the end, the girl from Sichuan and Chongqing decided to go up and ask. Just as Chen Feng finished setting up his stall, he noticed a petite girl walking up to it. Hello, I remember this stall sold bobo chicken yesterday, how come it's braised pork today? The girl's clear Sichuan dialect was filled with confusion. Yes, today we're selling braised pork belly. Chen Feng answered the girl's question with a non-answer. Slightly disappointed, Tang Yatong returned to the others. It's the same stall as yesterday, but today they're selling braised pork instead. What can we do? I don't like braised pork. Last time I ate a piece of braised pork from the cafeteria, I felt nauseous for 3 whole days, another person said. Yeah, the others chimed in. Braised pork belly is a typical savory Shandong dish, which is very different from the Sichuan cuisine from their hometowns. It's understandable that they didn't like it. Moreover, the main ingredient of braised pork belly is pork belly with alternating layers of fat and lean meat, which inevitably has large chunks of fat on it. Since the group consisted of girls, they found it difficult to develop an appetite for greasy fatty meat. What many people don't know is that well-made braised pork belly is not greasy at all. They had only tried the braised pork belly at the school cafeteria once out of curiosity, and the taste of it made them never want to try it again. Unlike them, Tang Yatong had never even tried braised pork in the school cafeteria. Chen Feng's pot-boiled chicken is so delicious, maybe his braised pork belly is too. Although she didn't particularly like fatty meat, Tang Yatong was still a little curious about the braised pork that Chen Feng made. For a moment, Tang Yatong was conflicted. Never mind, it looks like we won't be able to have bobo chicken today. How about we go eat hot pot instead? Just as Tang Yatong was struggling with her decision, a girl suddenly spoke up. Her suggestion was immediately endorsed by several people. Immediately, someone took out their phone and searched for nearby hot pot restaurants. I'm still a little curious and want to try what braised pork tastes like, Tang Yatong said. I won't go today. Tang Yatong didn't know why she could refuse a hot pot meal. Even in Jiangbei City, as long as the hot pot broth used by the restaurant is authentic, it can remind them of the taste of home. Moreover, since everyone here is from Sichuan and Chongqing, we can all handle spicy food, so if we're having a hot pot dinner, we don't have to insist on ordering a half and half pot. Normally, Tang Yatong would be the first to agree to have hot pot together, but she gave up today. For some reason, perhaps she hasn't forgotten the taste of that pot-boiled chicken from yesterday. She still held a certain expectation for Chen Feng's stall, and this expectation, combined with her curiosity about braised pork, led her to make this decision. Believe me, you won't like eating braised pork belly, another girl said, both amused and exasperated. Oh, if I don't like the food, I'll pack it up and take it back for my boyfriend. It won't be a waste, Tang Yatong said. Upon hearing this, everyone laughed. In the end, the other 6 people went to the hot pot restaurant together, while Tang Yatong walked in the opposite direction. Boss, a piece of braised pork, a green pepper, and half a serving of rice, please. Tang Yatong returned to Chen Feng's stall. Fortunately, there weren't many people queuing at the stall, so she quickly ordered her food. Tang Yatong looked at the braised pork lying on top of the rice in front of her and took a deep breath. The braised pork belly exudes a unique meaty aroma, and the dark red slices of meat shimmer with a glossy sheen. If you ignore the fat that makes up a third of the whole piece of meat, it even looks quite tempting. Tang Yatong isn't the kind of girl who can't eat fatty meat at all, but a whole piece of braised pork belly is still a bit hard for her to accept. The glistening fat was slightly whiter than the rest of the meat. Although it looked different from the fat she usually saw, it was still a bit difficult for Tang Yatong to put it in her mouth. After a few minutes of mental preparation, Tang Yatong decided to eat the lean meat first. The moment the chopsticks reached out and touched the braised pork, the force in her hand surprised Tang Yatong. The junction between the fat and lean meat seemed to be completely unaffected. The moment the chopsticks touched the pork, the fat and lean meat separated immediately. With a slight press of the chopsticks, the fat and lean meat separated instantly as the chopstick sliced across the entire piece of pork. Tang Yatong picked up the lean meat with her chopsticks and took a small bite from the edge of the piece. The whole piece of meat was cut against the grain of the pork, and all the muscle fibers of the lean meat were cut off, so it can be easily bitten open with a gentle bite. Tang Yatong chewed slowly. The taste was somewhat unfamiliar to her. The lean meat of the braised pork belly has a great texture, slightly chewy but not difficult to chew. The savory aroma of meat filled Tang Yatong's mouth, causing the petite girl to squint her eyes involuntarily. It tasted much better than she had guessed. Along with rice, Tang Yatong quickly finished all the lean meat. What's left in the bowl now is a whole piece of fatty meat with skin on. Such meat could even cause psychological trauma for a girl like Tang Yatong. In Tang Yatong's memory, she rarely ate this kind of meat, and the few times she did, it left her with unpleasant memories. Just a small bite to try, Tang Yatong thought to herself. Then Tang Yatong used chopsticks to pick up the meat in the bowl, and with a little force, a small piece of meat separated from the whole piece. Tang Yatong closed her eyes and forced herself to put the piece of meat into her mouth. It melts in your mouth, and its oily texture is not greasy at all. Tang Yatong's eyes widened in surprise. She had never tasted fatty meat with this texture and flavor before. Actually, the reason why pork fat feels greasy is because it contains a lot of fat. Fat combines with water and is fixed in the pig's fat layer, forming a relatively stable state. Therefore, fatty meat is not only greasy, but also difficult to flavor. To make fatty meat taste good, both cooking time and seasoning are essential. Chen Feng simmered the meat for a long time, allowing the fat in the fatty meat to almost melt and enter the broth. The lard blends with the broth, which in turn enhances the flavor and texture of the braised pork. The key is controlling the heat. If the cooking time is too short, the fat will not be hydrolyzed enough, and the food will taste greasy. If cooked for too long, the pork belly will become mushy and lose its shape. Only when the cooking time is just right can the braised pork belly be made so that it is rich but not greasy, and melts in your mouth. Tang Yatong was surprised to find that fatty meat tasted quite good. When Tang Yatong finished eating the braised pork in front of her, she realized something. Perhaps it's not that she doesn't like Shandong cuisine, but that she just hasn't had any good Shandong cuisine before. The difference between braised pork belly and boiled chicken is that braised pork belly can be prepared in a large pot in advance, and can be served directly from the pot as soon as a customer orders it. Bobo chicken needs to be made and soaked to order. In comparison, Chen Feng had a much easier time today than yesterday. He only needed to cook the noodles himself when someone ordered them. Aside from helping serve rice, Li Heiren couldn't offer any other assistance. "Young man, a bowl of stir-fried noodles, please." A familiar voice reached Chen Feng's ears. It was a slightly aged face, and Chen Feng naturally recognized the man. This old man was a regular customer of Chen Feng's stall. The old man saw Li Heiren, but didn't pay much attention to him. After serving the stir-fried noodles to the old man, Chen Feng returned to the food cart to serve new diners. The number of customers is still very high today. Many people immediately called their roommates after seeing that Chen Feng's stall was selling braised pork today. "Remember that braised pork stall that I saw on a video last time? The one that the food blogger said was really delicious. They're setting up a stall today." After exchanging a few words, the person on the other end of the phone would always ask a customer at the stall to pack one of his food for him. Therefore, many diners today choose to order several pieces and take them away. 2 days have passed since Li Heiren posted that video, but many people still remember it. Braised pork belly is one of the most suitable snacks to pack, which is especially different from noodles. Noodles, especially noodles in soup, are not suitable for takeout. If noodles are placed in a takeout container with the soup, they will absorb too much soup, affecting the final taste of the noodles. Faced with this problem, most restaurants solve it by separating the soup and noodles. That is, there are 2 takeout boxes, so that the noodles don't absorb too much soup. Chen Feng's solution was to control the heat. If a customer chooses to take away the stir-fried noodles, Chen Feng will control the cooking time of the noodles to control the speed at which the soup seeps into the noodles. Fortunately, Chen Feng used stir-fried noodles. If it were ordinary dried noodles, even if Chen Feng controlled the heat well while cooking the noodles wouldn't stay in the soup for long. Chen Feng couldn't be sure how long it would take for the customer to eat the stir-fried noodles after taking them home, so he could only rely on his extreme control of the heat to extend the optimal time for the noodles to taste. Many people who bought noodles from Chen Feng's stall only ate them after returning to their dormitories. When they eat the noodles, they are surprised to find that although the noodles have been kept in the soup the whole time, the taste is even better than noodles in other restaurants where the soup and noodles are separate. It's almost as good as freshly made hand-pulled noodles. As the dinner rush gradually subsided, the number of pedestrians on the food street began to decrease. However, Chen Feng's stall still had quite a few customers at this time. Most of these people came after hearing that the braised pork stall had opened. Therefore, Chen Feng's stall's peak hours lasted almost an hour longer than other stalls. After the initial flurry of activity subsided, the number of diners gradually decreased. "Master, the Mid-Autumn Festival is in a few days, and I'm going back to my hometown for a few days." Li Heiren has now completely accepted Chen Feng as his master and no longer fantasizes about getting to know the old chef behind Chen Feng. After witnessing Chen Feng's culinary skills, Li Heiren realized that the braised pork at Chen Feng's stall was indeed made by him, and that Chen Feng's culinary skills far surpassed those of any veteran chef Li Heiren knew. Chen Feng then realized that the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday and the National Day holiday were combined this year. However, this has little impact on Chen Feng, as the holiday does not affect his ability to set up his stall. For Chen Feng, cooking and setting up a stall are like taking a vacation. From this perspective, every day is a holiday for Chen Feng, except for Tuesdays, because Chen Feng has classes all day on Tuesdays and cannot set up his stall. Mid-Autumn Festival, how about selling some festive snacks? Chen Feng suddenly thought. Do you like mooncakes? Chen Feng suddenly asked Li Heiren. Mooncakes. I liked them when I was little, but I don't like them as much now, Li Heiren replied. The mooncakes these days are hard and unpalatable. We only eat one symbolically during the Mid-Autumn Festival, Li Heiren continued. Before I switched careers to become a restaurant review blogger, the kitchen was busiest during the Mid-Autumn Festival, so I didn't have the energy to pay attention to these things, Li Heiren continued. He hadn't been back to his hometown to see his parents for several Mid-Autumn Festivals. In previous years, the kitchen staff would get together for a meal after get off work and eat a mooncake to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival. Li Heiren's words made Chen Feng fall into deep thought. The most common type of mooncake on the market now is the Cantonese-style mooncake. The reason why this type of mooncake occupies the largest market share is not because it tastes particularly good. Rather, it's because the production process of this type of mooncake is so well suited for industrial production. Industrialized production has driven down the price of Cantonese mooncakes, but as a result, most Cantonese mooncakes on the market today don't taste very good. Many schools in Jiangbei University Town give away mooncakes for free during the Mid-Autumn Festival, but many people don't even want the free mooncakes. I wouldn't even take a free one. You can imagine how bad these industrially produced Cantonese-style mooncakes must taste. Bite. Just then, the system's voice rang out again at just the right moment. The system has detected that a holiday is approaching and is now issuing a special holiday task. Task requirements: make a type of mooncake before the Mid-Autumn Festival and sell it at a street stall. Task reward: a handy kitchen knife. System notification: making mooncakes by hand is extremely difficult, and it is almost impossible for the host to complete with their current culinary skills. We hope the host will not be discouraged after failing the task. Okay, now the system has issued a task, and Chen Feng is very satisfied with the reward for this task. The reward was a handy kitchen knife. In Chen Feng's opinion, this reward was much better than 10,000 yuan in cash. A kitchen knife can be quite inexpensive, even high-end. Hand-forged knives rarely cost more than 10,000 yuan. Actually, a handy kitchen knife isn't a necessity for Chen Feng. With his knife skills, a sharp enough knife is sufficient. However, for a chef of Chen Feng's caliber, a kitchen knife that is easy to use is something that money can't buy. Therefore, Chen Feng began to think about what kind of mooncakes to make. First, we can rule out Cantonese-style mooncakes. Chen Feng has no prejudice against Cantonese-style mooncakes. The reason I'm not planning to make Cantonese-style mooncakes is simply because there are already too many of them on the market. Almost everyone has tasted the flavor of Cantonese mooncakes. Moreover, making Cantonese-style mooncakes requires custom-made molds, and the patterns on the surface of Cantonese-style mooncakes are very difficult to make by hand. It's already close to the Mid-Autumn Festival, and it's definitely too late to order molds at this time. There are still 3 days until the Mid-Autumn Festival. Which kind of mooncake should I make? Chen Feng pondered. In Jiangbei City, there is a restaurant located in a prime location. The restaurant is decorated in an antique style, a typical traditional Chinese restaurant. At the entrance, there is a slightly old plaque with the 3 characters, Yi Ranju. This plaque, which has a history of over 100 years, is often a topic of conversation among the residents of Jiangbei. This restaurant has weathered many storms, experiencing both peaks and troughs. Right now, the person most concerned about this restaurant is Gu Yanming. Sitting in the general manager's office on the top floor of Yuranju, Gu Yanming looked at the menu in his hand, seemingly deep in thought. A few months ago, Gu Yanming, who had returned from studying abroad, took over the restaurant from his father. This restaurant was founded by Gu Yanming's great-great-grandfather. It has grown from a small eatery in the late Qing dynasty to a top-tier restaurant in Jiangbei City today, and has been passed down through several generations of the Gu family. However, no glory lasts forever. When Gu Yanming was a child, the restaurant had already begun to decline. Over the past decade or so, the catering industry in China has developed rapidly, with many new restaurants emerging and high-end establishments like Yi Ranju facing challenges. Yi Ranju has lost its former status in the eyes of diners. When Gu Yanming took over Yuranju, his goal was to revive its former glory. To this end, he drastically reformed the kitchen of Yuranju, firing many chefs he considered mediocre. In addition, he put in a lot of effort to finally persuade Mr. Yang, who had already retired, to come out of retirement again. Master Yang is an officially certified Shandong cuisine master and enjoys a long-standing reputation in the entire Shandong cuisine catering industry. Mr. Yang served as the head chef of Yurinju decades ago. The years Mr. Yang spent at Yurinju were the peak period of Yurinju. Next month will be the first wedding banquet where Mr. Yang returns to the role of head chef. For Gu Yanming, using this wedding banquet to rebuild Yurinju's reputation was undoubtedly a high-stakes gamble. Gu Yanming was not only risking the reputation of Yurinju, but also his own. The groom of this wedding was Gu Yanming himself. Gu Yanming made this decision after careful consideration to use his own wedding banquet as Yang Lao's first battle after his return to public life. Because of his special status, on his wedding day, in addition to relatives and friends from both the bride and groom's families, many people from the catering industry in Jiangbei City will also attend the banquet. Even though Yiranju has declined somewhat compared to its former glory, the wedding of the young owner of Yiranju is still a major event in the catering industry of Jiangbei City. Gu Yanming was gambling that the wedding banquet couldn't afford to go wrong in the slightest. However, since Elder Yang is involved, there shouldn't be any problems. Gu Yanming could already foresee how much fame Yang Lao's reappearance of his signature dish, braised sea cucumber with scallions, would bring to Yiranju at that wedding banquet. Which type of mooncake should I choose? Chen Feng was still pondering this when his stall wasn't busy. There are so many kinds of traditional mooncakes in China, but fortunately Chen Feng had learned about them all in his previous life. Making mooncakes is a challenge for most chefs. Making mooncakes is a type of traditional Chinese pastry, and it's considered one of the more difficult and less common types of pastries. Although according to the traditional classification in China, chefs can be divided into white-cooked and red-cooked chefs, in reality, in many restaurants, the distinction between the two is not very strict. Chefs specializing in red dishes can also steam buns and make hand-pulled noodles, and the chefs who cook pastries sometimes stir-fry a dish or stew a soup. Unlike other white pasture dishes, mooncakes are a relatively niche and specialized type of dessert. Unless you are a pastry chef specializing in dim sum, it is very difficult for an average chef to make this. Fortunately, Chen Feng is a top chef who is proficient in the four major cuisines of Sichuan, Shandong, Guangdong and Huai, and is extremely familiar with red dishes, white dishes, seafood dishes, and thousands of snacks from all over China. Therefore, whether it's Cantonese-style mooncakes, Beijing-style mooncakes, Yunnan-style mooncakes, Chaozhou-style mooncakes, Shaanxi-style mooncakes, or Anhui-style mooncakes, they are all easy for Chen Feng to make. It was precisely because there were so many kinds of mooncakes that Chen Feng found himself in a dilemma, unsure of which one to choose. There are still a few days until the Mid-Autumn Festival, and the moon in the sky has not yet reached its fullness. However, it's not far off. Today's moon is only a tiny arc away from becoming truly round. Fortunately, the weather is nice today. The night sky over Jiangbei City rarely has such high visibility. With the bright moon hanging high in the sky, Chen Feng's thoughts drifted away. Chen Feng remembered something. Although the most common type of mooncake on the market now is Cantonese style, in his memories from his previous life, the first mooncake he ate was not a Cantonese style mooncake. When Chen Feng was 4 or 5 years old, it wasn't the Mid-Autumn Festival. His grandfather took Chen Feng to visit an old friend. Chen Feng ate a type of mooncake there that left a deep impression on him. When the old man found Chen Feng, he was running a steamed bun shop. Therefore, Chen Feng naturally recognized the steamed bun. So when Chen Feng first tasted that kind of mooncake, he called it a bun without pleats. This remark made the two elderly people burst into laughter. Even after Chen Feng grew up, the old man still frequently brought up this matter. That's a type of mooncake, specifically the Suzhou-style fresh meat mooncake. The old man's old friend was a master of traditional Chinese cuisine, and he later taught Chen Feng many things. Chen Feng, give me 2 pieces, no, 3 pieces of braised pork, to go. The diner's voices urged Chen Feng to pull his wandering thoughts back. Chen Feng looked at the diners outside the food cart. One of them was a slightly chubby girl. For some reason, Chen Feng felt that the girl looked familiar. It seemed that this girl was someone the original owner knew, and she just called out the name Chen Feng. This means he knows Chen Feng. After putting the braised pork into the takeout box, Chen Feng remembered that the girl was in the same major as him. In the predominantly male-dominated civil engineering program, she was one of only 2 female students. After handing the braised pork to the girl, the slightly chubby girl smiled as she paid. I didn't expect you to be secretly running a stall business. I saw that video of your stall last time. I'll go back and try it. If it's good, I'll help you promote it. It's clear that the slightly chubby girl has a very cheerful personality, but she's a bit talkative. Chen Feng wasn't familiar with the other person, so he could only return a polite smile. The girl finally left with the takeout box, and as she left, Chen Feng could vaguely hear her talking to herself. Unfortunately, I'm on a diet and need to control my calorie intake, so I can only eat 3 pieces. Soon, it was time to pack up and close the stall. Chen Feng had already decided which type of mooncake to make. That is the Suzhou-style fresh meat mooncake, which is very popular in the south. Unlike the commonly seen Cantonese mooncake, the Suzhou-style mooncake has a flaky crust, and its taste is completely different from that of the Cantonese mooncake. In fact, Suzhou-style mooncakes appeared earlier than Cantonese-style mooncakes. For a long period in Chinese history, Suzhou-style mooncakes were a regular feature in pastry shops. Later, the market share of Suzhou-style mooncakes was gradually taken over by Cantonese-style mooncakes. Even so, in many regions, people still prefer Suzhou-style mooncakes when celebrating the Mid-Autumn Festival. The reason why Cantonese-style mooncakes can occupy a larger market share is not because they taste better. Rather, it's because Cantonese-style mooncakes are more suitable for industrial production and are also easier to preserve. Cantonese-style mooncakes are rich in oil and sugar, and they won't spoil even after a long time. They'll just get harder. Some Cantonese mooncakes can be kept in the refrigerator for a whole year without spoiling, and can even be used to hammer nails. Suzhou-style mooncakes are different. Short-crust pastry has an excellent texture, but the trade-off is that it doesn't keep well. The best Suzhou-style mooncakes are naturally the ones that are freshly baked. Even if left for only 3 to 5 days, Suzhou-style mooncakes will still have a good flavor and taste good when eaten at this time. If left for a few more days, the flaky crust of Suzhou-style mooncakes will become completely soft and lose all its texture. Moreover, the most typical and popular filling for Suzhou-style mooncakes is fresh meat filling. Fresh meat mooncakes become completely inedible if stored for too long. This disadvantage in shelf life limits Suzhou-style mooncakes to a relatively niche market. Moreover, making delicious Suzhou-style mooncakes requires even higher skill from the chef. Therefore, even with today's advanced logistics, it is still difficult to find authentic Suzhou-style mooncakes if you don't have a high-quality pastry shop nearby. The Mid-Autumn Festival is just around the corner, and Suzhou-style mooncakes will be available for sale tomorrow. The next day, today is Friday, the last day before the National Day holiday. Chen Feng had no classes this morning, but he still got up early. We're on holiday starting tomorrow, and the Mid-Autumn Festival is the day after tomorrow. The system requires you to sell a type of mooncake that you made yourself on the Mid-Autumn Festival, but it doesn't say that you can't sell mooncakes before that day. Not only on the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, but also in the days leading up to the festival, is the time when mooncake sales are at their highest. Therefore, Chen Feng decided to start adding Suzhou-style mooncakes to the stall today. However, mooncakes are just snacks and cannot be eaten as a staple food, so braised pork belly can still be sold as usual. Mooncakes are best made fresh, so Chen Feng decided to prepare braised pork belly in the morning. After the pork belly is cooked, it can be soaked in a pot and reheated when it cools down. It can be sold anytime. So Chen Feng got up early and immediately contacted the meat stall owner at the market. It was too early, the other party still had several deliveries to make, so Chen Feng had to wait a little longer. Chen Feng hung up the phone and walked out of the rented room. Next to the rental house, there are many breakfast stalls. This isn't a food street, it's just that there are quite a few tenants here. The tenants who get up early to go to work support these breakfast stalls nearby. Chen Feng ate a bowl of plain noodles here last time. Rujiamo, Chinese hamburger, dash. Beside a small stall, an electric loudspeaker was tirelessly blaring. The sound attracted Chen Feng's attention. Chen Feng walked over, and there were 3 or 4 people queuing in front of the stall. Upon seeing Chen Feng approach, the stall owner, who was cutting meat, looked at Chen Feng and said in a standard Jiangbei accent, "Handsome, would you like to try a rujiamo? It's authentic Shaanxi rujiamo." This rujiamo, Chinese hamburger, doesn't look like an authentic Shaanxi rujiamo at all, but Chen Feng still decided to give it a try. After cutting the meat, the vendor put it into a pancake and handed it to the person at the front of the line. After a few minutes, it was finally Chen Feng's turn. The vendor skillfully chopped green peppers and fatty pork together and placed them into the cut pancake. Then he packed it in a paper bag and handed it to Chen Feng. Chen Feng put the rujiamo, Chinese hamburger, into his mouth. As soon as Chen Feng took a bite of the rujiamo, Chinese hamburger, his brows furrowed. The broth was a bit too salty, and the meat was of average quality. You could only taste the saltiness, with no meaty flavor whatsoever. Although authentic rujiamo, Chinese hamburger, doesn't contain green peppers, Chen Feng has no prejudice against this localized change. But this stall had way too many green peppers. So much so that when you put a rujiamo, Chinese hamburger, in your mouth, you can only taste the green peppers, not the meat. Of course, compared to the flatbread, the meat and green peppers in this rujiamo, Chinese hamburger, are not such a serious problem. The pancakes at this stall are made using semi-finished products. This type of flatbread is the kind that is mass-produced and packaged in a factory. After the vendor receives the goods, all they need to do is heat up the dough. This kind of pancake is neither soft inside nor crispy on the outside. Eating it is like biting into a piece of sponge that can't be chewed. Adhering to the principle of not wasting food, Chen Feng still finished the rujiamo, Chinese hamburger. Chen Feng glanced back at the stall and finally let out a deep sigh. The stall owner uses this type of dough simply to reduce costs. People who get up early for work don't care about the taste of breakfast, they just want to find some cheap, not too bad food to fill their stomachs. Not all stall owners have Chen Feng's culinary skills. Bite. Just as Chen Feng finished eating the rujiamo, Chinese hamburger, the system notification sounded again. The system detected that the host has tasted a well-made and reasonably delicious rujiamo, Chinese hamburger. This is considered acceptable? Chen Feng silently complained to himself as he listened to the system's notification. This rather unintelligent system clearly lacked intelligence, so it naturally didn't respond to Chen Feng's complaints and simply continued issuing tasks. Task issued: sell the rujiamo, Chinese hamburger, made by the host at a street stall. Task time limit: 1 month. System notification: rujiamo, Chinese hamburger, is a classic dish with extremely high difficulty level. The host needs to seize the time to improve their basic skills in order to have a chance to complete the production process within a month. Reward for the task: 10,000 RMB in cash. Just like when Chen Feng ate that ordinary bowl of plain noodles, the system gave the rujiamo a good review and issued a task requiring Chen Feng to make rujiamo. Rujiamo, let's talk about it another day. It's not that Chen Feng can't do it today. Even though he was already prepared to make braised pork and fresh meat mooncakes today, making rujiamo, Chinese hamburger, at the same time was not difficult for Chen Feng. The real problem is that the perfect match for rujiamo, Chinese hamburger, is liangpi, cold skin noodles. Making liangpi, cold skin noodles, requires Shaanxi-style chili oil. Like Sichuan-style chili oil, Shaanxi-style chili oil cannot be made in a day. If Chen Feng were to sell rujiamo, Chinese hamburger, at a street stall, he would definitely need to make liangpi, cold skin noodles, to sell alongside the rujiamo. Just as Chen Feng was walking back, his phone suddenly rang. The pork that Chen Feng had ordered had arrived. This time, in addition to asking the stall owner to deliver the pork belly needed for the braised pork, Chen Feng also bought some other types of meat from the stall owner. The meat needed to make braised pork belly and fresh meat mooncakes are different. The best cut of braised pork belly is the lower 5-layered pork, which is also known as 5-layered pork belly and has a high proportion of fat. The most suitable meat for making Suzhou-style fresh meat mooncakes is pork foreleg, which is a cut of meat with alternating layers of fat and lean meat and is also called sandwich meat. While both types of meat contain both fat and lean, there are significant differences between pork foreleg, pork hind leg, and pork belly. Because pigs have more exercise in their forelegs, the lean meat in the forelegs is higher. Usually, the lean-to-fat ratio of foreleg meat is a standard 3:7. Chen Feng took out the pork leg that the stall owner had brought him, and touched it with his finger. The meat felt slightly sticky, which meant that the pork was very fresh. If the pork feels slippery, it means that the pork has been sitting for a while. Looking at the lean-to-fat ratio of the pork leg meat the stall owner brought, it was a standard 3:7 ratio. Chen Feng nodded slightly. The meat at this butcher shop had always been of good quality. Based on Chen Feng's experience, he could tell how much a piece of meat weighed just by touching it. This stall owner was very honest. Even though the amount of meat delivered was quite large, the stall owner did not take the opportunity to shortchange him. The reason for choosing pork shoulder is precisely because of its excellent fat-to-lean ratio. The ideal filling for fresh meat mooncakes is 3 parts fat and 7 parts lean meat. Moreover, pigs are top-heavy animals, and their front legs bear more weight for a long time, so the meat from the front legs is chewier than the meat from the hind legs. In addition, because of the hydrophilic nature of protein, the foreleg meat, which has a higher lean meat ratio, can retain more juice. For a juicy and flavorful texture, the ideal ratio is 3 parts fat to 7 parts lean. Fatty meat absorbs water less effectively than lean meat, and lean meat is less fragrant than fatty meat. Only a ratio of 3 parts fat to 7 parts lean meat can achieve the best balance. In his previous life, when Chen Feng first started learning to cook, the old man told him more than once that no matter if it was steamed buns, dumplings, or pies, as long as it was meat filling, pork shoulder was the best choice. Chen Feng placed the 50 pounds of pork foreleg in the refrigerator's crisper drawer, as he wouldn't need the meat that morning. Next, Chen Feng began to prepare the braised pork belly he needed for his stall that day. I have classes in the afternoon, so the braised pork belly can only be prepared in the morning. As for the mooncakes, they are made during the time before the stall opens in the evening. The key to fresh meat mooncakes is freshness. They must be made and sold on the spot to ensure the best taste and texture. Today is the last day before the holiday, and tickets for tonight were sold out several days ago. As a result, many students had no choice but to settle for second best and try to buy tickets for this afternoon. This afternoon is a weekday, so there are still tickets available. If you don't have classes this afternoon, you can naturally leave school and go home. However, many majors have classes this afternoon. Even so, many students who were eager to go home still chose to skip class. When Fan Zhao arrived at the classroom, the large classroom, which could accommodate a whole class, seemed rather deserted. Fan Zhao is a local resident of Jiangbei City, so he was spared the trouble of scrambling for tickets during the National Day holiday. His 3 roommates were already wet, and judging by the time, they should be getting on the bus soon. The middle-aged lecturer who taught physics walked into the classroom and remained silent for a few seconds, looking at the sparsely populated seats. His thick glasses reflected a cold light, making it impossible for Fan Zio to see his eyes. "Classmates, I've been teaching this course for half a semester now, and I've realized that I still can't seem to remember everyone's names. How about this, let's take attendance today, so I can get to know everyone," the physics teacher said with a smile. Fan Zio's phone, which was on silent, suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Jong Jinhui. "Godfather, if you take attendance in physics class, please answer for me." This was followed by an emoji of someone kowtowing and crying. A few seconds later, his 2 other roommates sent him almost the exact same message. Fan Zio. Chen Feng's class attendance rate was also less than half. However, the teacher did not call roll, presumably because they understood the difficulty of everyone returning home for the Mid-Autumn Festival. After the afternoon classes ended, Chen Feng immediately returned to his residence. "It's almost time to set up the stall for the evening, so it's time to start making Suzhou-style mooncakes." Chen Feng first took out the pork that the stall owner had delivered that morning and cut it into small pieces. Chen Feng first placed some meat on the cutting board and then began to mince it. There are 2 ways to make minced meat. One way is to use a machine to grind the pork into minced meat. Another method is to chop it with a knife. Although hand-chopping meat is much slower than using a meat grinder, the taste of hand-chopped meat is far superior to that of machine-made meat. Many steamed bun and dumpling shops will specifically emphasize that their steamed buns and dumplings are made with diced filling. Chen Feng naturally chose to chop the filling by hand. Chopping filling by hand is a difficult and time-consuming task for beginners. In his previous life, when Chen Feng first started learning, he was often so tired after chopping filling all day that he couldn't even lift his hands. The old man ran a steamed bun shop, and he still insisted on chopping the filling by hand even when he was over 70 years old. For beginners, using a meat grinder might be a better choice, as they might not be able to chop the filling properly even after a whole day. But for Chen Feng now, chopping filling doesn't take too much time. As the name suggests, cutting filling involves cutting it out piece by piece. Those steamed buns with meat filling and dumplings with meat filling mostly use this kind of purely chopped meat filling. However, the meat filling used in fresh meat mooncakes is still different from that used in this type of mooncake. Fresh meat mooncakes are baked instead of steamed or boiled, which requires the filling to have stronger water absorption, otherwise, the meat filling will be very dry after baking. While simply cutting the meat may improve its texture, it does not increase its water absorption. Therefore, for the meat filling of fresh meat mooncakes, Chen Feng chose to cut it first and then chop it. Chen Feng first took a piece of pork and precisely cut it into slices 2 mm thick. Next, Chen Feng cut the sliced meat into evenly sized shreds. Next, Chen Feng cut the shredded meat into small cubes. If you're only making the filling, this step would complete the process. However, this step is not enough to make fresh meat mooncakes. After that, Chen Feng cut several pieces of foreleg meat into the same diced pieces. Chen Feng gathered the diced meat on the cutting board, picked up 2 cleavers, and began chopping the filling. Cutting before chopping is a method that can improve the texture of minced meat and increase its juice content. The sound of clattering echoed on the cutting board. Chen Feng wielded 2 kitchen knives with incredible speed and precision, each rise and fall perfectly executed. Both kitchen knives are perpendicular to the cutting board, forming an angle of 40 or 50 degrees between them. 2 cleavers were moved from both ends of the minced meat toward the middle, the blades colliding with the minced meat again and again. Mincing meat is a tough job in the kitchen of any restaurant. For most chefs, it takes a lot of effort to chop dozens of kilograms of minced meat properly. Therefore, apart from restaurants that use meat grinding as a selling point, most restaurants use meat grinders whenever possible. Moreover, chopping filling is far more complicated than it seems. If the chef lacks the strength and skill, the filling will run around on the cutting board. In this way, if you chop the filling a little faster, the filling will become less and less. In his previous life, when Chen Feng first chopped meat filling, he chopped a pound of meat filling into 8 ounces, with 2 ounces of meat filling flying onto the table. Moreover, that time it really exhausted Chen Feng. Later, the old man told Chen Feng that there is a technique to chopping filling. When Chen Feng first learned, he only used his wrist to move the knife on the cutting board. This not only made it difficult to control the knife, but also made his wrist very tired. The muscles in a person's wrist are so few, relying on just those few muscles to move a kitchen knife up and down so many times would definitely tire them out. The correct way to chop filling is to use the shoulder to lead the elbow, and the elbow to lead the wrist, so that the whole arm should exert force. With the strength of the entire arm, the kitchen knife becomes very easy to control. It's difficult to even pick up a kitchen knife using only your wrist, let alone control it. Soon, Chen Feng had chopped the meat on the cutting board into a fine and even minced meat. After cutting the filling, Chen Feng began to prepare it. Fresh meat mooncakes come in both sweet and savory varieties. At first glance, they may look similar to meat-filled buns, but they are actually quite different. Chen Feng put the minced meat into a large bowl, and then began to add various seasonings. For fresh meat mooncakes to taste good, seasoning is of paramount importance. Chen Feng added salt, sugar, soy sauce, ginger juice, pepper, and white wine in that order. Salt is the mother of all flavors. To make the meat filling taste fresh, salt is indispensable. Chen Feng adds salt to the meat according to a ratio of 3 grams of salt per pound of meat. Next, Chen Feng added more sugar than salt. Mooncakes are ultimately a type of pastry, and the sweetness is a perfect match for the flaky crust of fresh meat mooncakes. Sugar also enhances the flavor. Next, Chen Feng added white sugar according to the ratio of 30 grams of sugar per pound of meat. After adding a sweet and salty flavor, it still needs to be colored. The meat filling also needs to be colored. When diners take a bite of the mooncake, the color of the meat filling directly affects their appetite. Color, aroma, flavor, shape, and utensils are all important, with color being the most important. For coloring the minced meat, don't use caramel coloring, instead, use dark soy sauce. The caramel flavor of the sugar coloring doesn't really go well with fresh meat mooncakes, so Chen Feng added dark soy sauce at a ratio of 8 grams per pound of meat. Next, Chen Feng took a piece of ginger, ground it into juice, and added half a gram of ginger juice to each pound of meat. There is still a lot of fat in the minced meat, so ginger is needed to cut through the greasiness. Half a gram of ginger juice per pound is the perfect ratio, which will not let diners taste the ginger, but will completely neutralize the potential greasiness of the minced pork. If it were a filling for steamed buns, scallions would be added, but the aroma of scallions doesn't go well with fresh meat mooncakes, so Chen Feng didn't add any. Even the freshest pork will have a slight fishy smell. Therefore, Chen Feng added pepper powder at a ratio of half a gram per pound of filling to thoroughly remove the fishy smell. However, pepper powder alone is not enough to remove the fishy smell. Half a gram of pepper powder is already the limit, and such a small amount of pepper powder will not be reflected in the final product. However, if pepper is added, diners will taste the slight spiciness of the pepper in the final meat mooncake, completely ruining the balance of the filling's flavor. Therefore, in addition to pepper, Chen Feng also needed to add other ingredients that could remove the fishy smell. Chen Feng took out the high-proof liquor that he had prepared beforehand. Baijiu, Chinese liquor, was added at a ratio of 1 gram per pound of pork. Actually, Suzhou-style mooncakes, which originated in Suzhou, are often made with yellow rice wine to remove the fishy smell. In his previous life, the master chef of white wine told Chen Feng that white wine was a better choice than yellow rice wine. If the alcohol content of the rice wine is too low, adding too little will not be enough to mask the fishy smell, while adding too much will make the minced meat too moist, affecting the final baking result. Therefore, Chen Feng chose to add high-proof liquor. Only after adding the white wine are all the necessary seasonings for the minced meat complete. Then, Chen Feng began to knead the filling. The minced meat is constantly turned over in the large bowl, and various seasonings are mixed with the minced meat in the process. Chen Feng stopped kneading the minced meat into a cohesive whole. This means the filling is ready. The next step is to make the mooncake crust. Unlike Cantonese mooncakes, sushi mooncakes have a crust made of layers of flaky pastry. The flour used to make the flaky pastry is different from the high-gluten flour used to make noodles. To achieve a good flaky texture, the short crust pastry must be made in 2 layers. These 2 layers consist of a water oil dough and a dry oil pastry. The mooncake crust is made up of layers of water oil dough and dry oil pastry. The process of making flaky pastry involves dividing the dough into several layers, a process known as opening the pastry, which gives the mooncake crust its crumbly texture. To judge whether a pastry shop's Suzhou-style mooncakes are authentic, it is often enough to just look at how well the flaky pastry is made. For a good flaky pastry, the dry oil pastry should not have gluten. Therefore, the flour used to make dry shortcrust pastry is a type of low-gluten flour specifically designed for making pastries. Chen Feng changed the cutting board and poured the dry flour with gluten onto it. Since it's called oil pastry, it must contain oil. Dry oil pastry cannot be made with water, it can only be made with oil. That's why it's called dry oil pastry. Chen Feng added lard to dry flour in a 1:2 ratio. That is to say, for every pound of flour, add half a pound of lard. The pastry made with lard is not only crispy and soft after baking, but also has the aroma of lard. The action used when making the oil-based pastry is not kneading, but rubbing. Lard is too slippery and is difficult to knead when combined with dry flour. Therefore, this step is called rubbing the oil paste. The oil-based pastry is only complete when the flour and lard are kneaded together thoroughly and evenly. Most pastry chefs wouldn't dare use too much flour and lard in this step. They'd rather use just a few ounces at a time. It is very difficult to knead lard and flour thoroughly and evenly, so kneading in small amounts multiple times is to reduce the difficulty. Chen Feng's movements were perfectly timed, allowing the lard and flour spread across the entire cutting board to blend quickly. Under Chen Feng's hands, the dry powder gradually formed a ball, and the lard was incorporated into the flour. Soon, the dry oil on the cutting board was completely melted together. Chen Feng placed the dry oil paste into a clean basin and then covered it with a layer of plastic wrap. The state of the dry oil-based dough directly affects whether the final product will be successfully rolled out and whether it will break apart, so it needs to be kneaded extremely evenly. Furthermore, the dried oil pastry cannot be exposed to the air for a long time after it is kneaded. Contact with air will affect the dryness of the pastry and ultimately increase the probability of it breaking apart. After the dry oil pastry is finished, the next step is to make the water oil dough. As the name suggests, water oil noodles are noodles made by kneading water and oil together. Unlike dry oil pastry, in order to ensure the smoothness and evenness of the pastry, no water can be added when kneading the dough for dry oil pastry. The key to water oil pastry is its softness and extensibility, which ensures that the mooncakes do not break apart during baking. The phrase, "not breaking the flaky pastry," sounds simple, but it has been a problem that has plagued beginners of pastry making for hundreds of years. In his previous life, the master pastry chef once told Chen Feng that the key to preventing the mooncake crust from breaking was that the water oil dough and the dry oil dough had to be just the right consistency. When flour is combined with water, it forms gluten, which is the source of the elasticity and firmness of mooncake crust. To achieve the perfect balance of softness and firmness in mooncake crust, it's essential to control its elasticity. Unlike when making hand-pulled noodles, Chen Feng even added salt and alkali to make the noodles more chewy, in order to promote the formation of gluten in the noodles. When making Suzhou-style mooncakes, if the mooncake crust contains too much gluten and is too elastic, it will break like an overstretched rubber band once it is baked. However, it also won't work if the dough contains absolutely no gluten. The crust has no gluten, so it has no elasticity at all. Before baking, it's like a lump of mud, and after baking, it's impossible for it to have the crispy, layered texture of a pastry. Therefore, the dough for mooncake should be made with a water oil flour. Using both water and oil when kneading dough prevents it from completely losing its elasticity and also prevents it from becoming too hard, which would cause it to break apart. Chen Feng poured the all-purpose flour into a mixing bowl, then added a little sugar. The mooncake crust also needs to be sweet, which is why Chen Feng added white sugar at this stage. However, if the mooncake crust is too sweet, it will mask the flavor of the mooncake filling, so Chen Feng only added 1 ounce of white sugar per pound of flour. Next, Chen Feng mixed the sugar and flour together. At this point, no water had been added, and the flour in the basin was still dry. Next, Chen Feng added a little lard to make the dough softer. However, Chen Feng hadn't started kneading the dough yet after adding the lard. At this point, water needs to be added. Chen Feng put 3 pounds of flour into the first batch of water oil noodles. In fact, it is not advisable to knead too much water oil noodles at once, because if the chef does not have the skill and strength, it is difficult to knead so much flour evenly at once. Moreover, if the kneading process is prolonged, the gluten in the dough will gradually overlap, causing the dough to harden. However, Chen Feng's mastery of kneading techniques had already reached a state of perfection. As long as the force applied during each kneading was precise enough, he could make the water and oil dough completely even before it hardened. After adding the lard, Chen Feng took out the boiling water that had been heated and cooled for a while. At this point, the temperature of the boiling water had dropped to around 90 degrees Celsius. Chen Feng poured hot water at 90 degrees Celsius, which weighed half the amount of flour, evenly into the dry flour. Dough made by adding hot water to dry flour is commonly known as scalded dough. Scalding the dough is a common technique in white dough making. Adding hot water to the flour promotes the gelatinization of the starch in the flour and reduces the hardness of the gluten, resulting in a softer final dough. In addition to adding lard, scalding the dough further enhances the extensibility of the water oil dough. Only in this way can the water oil dough reach the standard of being soft and firm. After waiting a short while, the temperature of the flour gradually decreased to a level that Chen Feng could tolerate. Chen Feng then began kneading the dough. The biggest taboo in making water oil dough is kneading for too long. Although hot water is added to scald the dough, there is still a small amount of gluten in the flour. This gluten can improve the texture of the final mooncake crust. If kneaded for too long, the gluten will accumulate and the dough will harden, inevitably causing the mooncake crust to crack and break apart during baking. After kneading the dough, Chen Feng covered it with plastic wrap and let it rest. The purpose of letting the dough rest is to allow the tangled gluten in the dough to loosen itself. Water oil noodles are made from medium gluten flour with less gluten. Chen Feng added lard and boiling water when kneading the dough, so the gluten content of the dough is very low. Therefore, after only 10 minutes of resting, Chen Feng judged that the dough had risen properly. Next, Chen Feng took out the dried oil pastry he had made earlier and began to make the mooncake crust. This step of making mooncake crust is commonly known in the pastry industry as wrapping the pastry. As the name suggests, baozi means wrapping dry oil pastry inside a water oil dough. Most crispy desserts that have multiple layers require this step. The dry oil dough and the water oil dough must be clearly separated after baking to ensure the dessert is crispy enough. There are also two methods for wrapping the puff pastry: large wrapping and small wrapping. In his previous life, when the master chef first started teaching Chen Feng, he said that small-sized pastries were relatively simple, so he started by teaching small-sized pastries. He never expected Chen Feng to be so talented. After learning how to make small-sized pastries, Chen Feng applied his knowledge to other recipes and, after some thought, also learned how to make large-sized pastries. In fact, when pastry chefs are of equal skill, the probability of making a mistake with small package pastries is much lower than with large package pastries. The so-called small package crispy refers to the fact that the crust of each mooncake is made separately. Take out the dry oil dough and water oil dough needed for a single mooncake. Wrap the dry oil dough with the water oil dough, then fold it layer by layer, and finally roll it out to make the mooncake dough. Although this method is slower, it has the advantage of being more precise and less prone to errors unless the chef's skill level is exceptionally high. Chen Feng naturally used the large-sized pastry. Chen Feng tore off a large piece of the water oil dough from the risen dough. Chen Feng had an extremely precise grasp of weight, tearing off a clump, exactly 3 pounds, no more, no less. Chen Feng sprinkled a little dry flour on the cutting board to prevent sticking. Next, Chen Feng placed the water oil dough on the work surface, pressed it with both hands, and shaped it into a slightly thicker, round pancake. Next, Chen Feng took out a lump of dry oil pastry, which weighed half the weight of the water oil dough. Place the dry oil paste in the middle of the dough, reach out and grab the side of the dough, and quickly gather it up. Soon, the water oil dough completely wrapped the dry oil dough. This is one of the difficulties in making large-sized pastries. The larger the dough, the more difficult it is to wrap it up tightly. For most pastry chefs, gathering a 3-pound dough ball at once using the filling gathering method is too risky. However, Chen Feng was skilled enough to maintain absolute precision while increasing speed. The force of each upward pull was almost the same, and the extensibility of the dough was perfectly utilized in Chen Feng's hands. Finally, the point where the water and oil meet on top of the oil-based dough is exactly the center of the entire dough. After sealing the water oil dough, the dry oil pastry is completely encased inside. Dry oil dough and water oil dough do not mix, and the reason why the final flaky pastry can take shape is because of this characteristic. Chen Feng reached out and pressed down, and the dry oil pastry inside the water oil dough began to move under Chen Feng's action. Chen Feng flattened the entire dough again, and the dry oil pastry was evenly spread inside the water oil dough. Now, there is only one flatbread on the cutting board, formed by wrapping dry oil dough with water oil dough. After sprinkling a very small amount of dry flour on the cutting board, Chen Feng took out a rolling pin. Chen Feng gently pressed the rolling pin onto the dough and rolled it out from the center outwards to both sides. Both the dry oil dough and the water oil dough are extremely soft. If the chef does not control the force well, the water oil dough can easily be torn. Moreover, the larger the dough, the more difficult it is to roll out. Rolling out half a pound of dough at a time is something that seems impossible to an ordinary pastry chef. The dough should not be rolled into a circle, but rather into a rectangle. Under Chen Feng's control, the dough quickly turned into a rectangle less than 2 millimeters thick. At this moment, the long side of the rectangle was facing Chen Feng, while the short sides were on either side. Rolling the dough this thin, the dough surface area is already quite large. If the cutting board on the food cart provided by the system wasn't large enough, it would indeed be difficult to roll out such a large dough. After rolling the dough into a thin rectangle, Chen Feng reached out, grabbed the long side that was furthest from his body, and slowly rolled it up toward him. Rolling up the dough seems like a simple step, but it's the part where novice pastry chefs are most likely to mess up. Moreover, the larger the dough, the greater the chance of it going wrong. This dough itself has a low gluten content, and hot water was added to scald it, while lard was used during the kneading process, making this dough extremely soft. Rolling up an extremely soft rectangular dough requires a high level of skill from the chef. It's important to know that when rolling up the dough, you must keep one long side of the dough aligned. If the long side is not stressed evenly, the dough will easily break, exposing the oil filling inside. Moreover, simply moving in parallel is not enough. If the progress along the entire long side is exactly the same, stress concentration will occur at the edge of the dough, causing the short sides, which should always remain parallel, to turn into an outward trumpet shape during the rolling process. If the dough is turned outwards, it will affect the final layering of the flaky pastry. Therefore, while rolling up the dough, Chen Feng had to constantly change the force in his hands and always keep control over the long side of the dough that was being rolled up. No two doughs in the world are exactly alike, so making a perfect roll of dough depends entirely on the chef's improvisation. The larger the dough, the more variables there are. This is why the master chef of pastry in his previous life suggested that Chen Feng start by learning small pastry. Finally, the entire dough was just a few centimeters away from being rolled up by Chen Feng, becoming a standard cylinder with a vortex shape on the side. But you can't close the opening directly at this point. Chen Feng wet his fingers and gently pressed them against the long side that hadn't yet rolled up, then applied a little cool water to it. After the dough is rolled up, in order to maintain the standard shape, the last part cannot be pressed to seal it. Therefore, Chen Feng applied cold water to the last edge. With the help of cold water, the rolled-up dough adheres perfectly and seals itself. After that, Chen Feng slowly rolled the dough on the cutting board in a spiral motion. The position of the hand is constantly changed to ensure that the long strip made of dough remains the same thickness. The process of rolling up the dough is essentially a folding process. During this process, the water oil dough wraps around the dry oil filling, creating a layered shape. As the dough rolls, its internal layers become increasingly compact. Soon, the original dough turned into a cylinder of uniform thickness with a base diameter of about 4 centimeters. The two ends of the cylinder now have spiral patterns. Chen Feng stretched out his fingers and pinched one side inward to gather it up, then did the same on the other side. At this point, only the final step remains in making the mooncake crust. Chen Feng then reached out and tore off a dough ball weighing about 40 grams from one end of the long strip. The so-called dough pieces are small, even pieces of dough that are pinched off from a long strip of dough during the mooncake making process. Of course, when making other plain dishes such as steamed buns, dumplings, etc., these small dough balls are also uniformly called dough balls. Each dough ball weighs 40 grams and is paired with about half an ounce, or about 25 grams, of filling. White pastry, especially white pastry, has very high requirements for the ratio of fillings. Therefore, many pastry shops keep small scales that are accurate to the gram to ensure that the ratios do not go wrong during the production process. Chen Feng doesn't need to weigh the ingredients. His extraordinary talent and hard work have made his hands incredibly precise. With a casual pinch of dough, he can measure a standard 40 grams, and with a spoonful of mincemeat, he can measure a standard 25 grams. But it's not time to start wrapping mooncakes yet. The final step in making the mooncake crust is not yet complete. After preparing the dough balls, Chen Feng first placed them on another cutting board and covered them with plastic wrap to prevent moisture from evaporating. The entire dough was thus transformed into uniformly sized dough pieces. Chen Feng took a dough ball, which was now almost cylindrical in shape. There was a barely noticeable seam on the edge of the cylinder, which was the seam where the dough was sealed when it was rolled up earlier. Chen Feng laid the dough sheet flat on the cutting board with the seam facing up. With the seam facing upwards, the probability of the pastry breaking apart during baking can be reduced. Next, Chen Feng took a smaller rolling pin and rolled the dough into a round sheet. A cylinder lying flat instead of being placed vertically, if flattened directly, should become a shape that is approximately rectangular or elliptical. Therefore, when rolling out the dough, you need to control the pressure. The pressure you apply will vary depending on the angle you roll it out at, so that you can eventually roll it into a perfectly round sheet that is slightly thicker in the center and slightly thinner at the edges. If it were an ordinary pastry chef, their hand strength wouldn't be as precise as Chen Feng's, making it difficult to roll the dough into a perfectly round shape. Therefore, most chefs roll the dough out from the middle to the long side, and then use a rolling pin to trim the four sides, which can also make it into a nearly round shape. At this point, the crust of a Suzhou-style mooncake is finally complete. The mooncake crust is now ready. It's time to wrap the filling. Chen Feng scooped out a spoonful of filling. Chen Feng's technique was extremely precise, with an error of less than half a gram for the spoonful. After wrapping the meat filling in the mooncake skin, Chen Feng once again used the filling gathering method to seal the opening. Unlike making steamed buns, when gathering the filling for Suzhou-style mooncakes, the crust must not have any pleats. Pleats will inevitably break the flaky pastry. After putting the dough together, Chen Feng gently rubbed the seam to completely close it. A small lump of dough protruded from the seam. This is normal. As the round dough is closed, more and more dough appears in the middle, eventually resulting in an extra piece. However, Chen Feng had considered this from the beginning and had already left some extra dough when kneading it. Now, by removing this extra bit, the ratio of filling to dough was just right. Chen Feng placed the wrapped mooncakes on the cutting board, then used 4 fingers of one hand to gently grasp the mooncakes and rotate them lightly on the board to make them rounder. Next, Chen Feng gently pressed the mooncake to flatten it, rotated it slightly, and then flattened it again. In this way, a mooncake that is as white as jade, smooth and round, and about an inch thick is completed. Next, all that's left is to bake it. Baking the mooncakes is the final step in making fresh meat mooncakes, and in some ways, it's also the simplest. In this step, the chef only needs to control the heat and time when baking the mooncakes. However, for most pastry chefs, baking mooncakes is also the step most prone to problems. The fact that something is most likely to cause problems does not contradict the idea that it is the simplest. This is the area most prone to problems because of the complexity of the overall production process of Suzhou-style mooncakes. In the several steps before baking, problems can occur at any step. The moisture content of the filling and dough is incorrect, the kneading force is incorrect, and the technique for wrapping the pastry is incorrect. However, these problems are not immediately apparent. Instead, they remain on the mooncakes, and only chefs with exceptional eyesight and experience can spot them in advance. If mistakes are made in the preceding steps without the person realizing it, the problems will surface during baking. If the filling technique is incorrect, the mooncake will break apart, but this happens after the mooncake is baked. So before baking, no one can say for sure what the mooncakes will be like, we'll only know after they're baked. Chen Feng's food cart already had an oven, and the system gave him an extra old-fashioned oven as a reward for completing the last mission. The oven that came with the food cart is the same type of oven used in most cake shops today. This type of oven is electrically powered, the temperature is easy to control, and it also has a timer function. The old-fashioned oven that the system rewards you with is charcoal-fired and has a better heat retention function. An oven is not necessarily better the older it is. Old-fashioned ovens and electric ovens each have their own advantages and disadvantages. Electric ovens are better suited for making desserts, while old-fashioned ovens are better suited for making pancakes. Although mooncakes have the word cake in their name, they are genuine pastries. Therefore, Chen Feng chose to use an electric oven to bake Suzhou-style mooncakes. Place the fresh meat mooncakes evenly on the baking tray. To ensure the final product of mooncakes is cooked to the right temperature, they must be heated evenly. Therefore, it needs to be baked on both sides. Chen Feng preheated the oven to 200 degrees Celsius for the top heat and 180 degrees Celsius for the bottom heat. Next, place the baking tray in the oven and wait for 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, take the mooncake out and carefully flip it over. After 10 minutes of baking, the flaky crust of the mooncake will begin to form. If you flip it over too forcefully, you can easily break the flaky crust. In many pastry shops, flipping these flaky pastries requires specific tools. However, Chen Feng was highly skilled and daring. He held the mooncake with one hand and gently lifted it with a chopstick with the other end. The force of this lift was so exquisite that the mooncake was perfectly flipped over without any damage to the crust. Maintaining the same temperature, Chen Feng put the mooncakes back into the oven and baked them for 8.5 minutes. The first batch of mooncakes has been baked. The mooncake has a faint fragrance, and its top and bottom sides are a perfect golden yellow, while its body is a slightly yellowish white. You can tell if a mooncake is cooked to perfection just by looking at its color. If the color is a few shades darker, it means the mooncake has been overcooked. If the color is not golden, it means it has been undercooked. The mooncakes were still too hot, so Chen Feng waited a few minutes until they cooled down a bit before picking one up and taking a bite. Chen Feng nodded slightly. It tasted the same as in his previous life. The mooncakes are ready. The time to set up the stall is fast approaching. Chen Feng quickly tidied up and drove the food cart to the stall. Chen Feng arrived a few minutes later than usual today. When Chen Feng arrived, most of the stalls on the food street had already been set up, and some stalls had even made several sales. Today is the last day before the holiday, and the streets are much busier than usual. Although the number of students at nearby schools has decreased due to the holiday, the number of people on the street is still much greater than on weekdays. With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, many supermarkets have already displayed mooncakes at their entrances. The days leading up to the Mid-Autumn Festival are the peak sales days for mooncakes. Once the Mid-Autumn Festival is over, the number of people buying mooncakes will plummet. Tomorrow is Saturday, and the day after tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Not long after Chen Feng set up his stall, a girl came to his food cart. She looked like a student from a nearby school. "I came here yesterday, but the line was too long, so I didn't buy anything," the girl said to Chen Feng with a smile after ordering a plate of braised pork with rice. "I couldn't get a ticket today, so I had to stay at school. I figured there would be fewer people in line today, so I came to check it out, and I actually managed to get one. I wonder if your braised pork belly is as delicious as it looks in the video," the girl continued. Just as Chen Feng turned around to serve rice, the girl's gaze was drawn to a glass display case on the food cart. Fortunately, the system's food cart came with a snack display case component, otherwise, Chen Feng would have had to buy one separately. "What kind of pastry is this? It looks like a shortbread?" the girl asked, pointing to the Suzhou-style mooncakes in the glass display case. "Mooncakes," Chen Feng replied. "Mooncake? This is the first time I've ever seen a mooncake like this. What kind of filling is it? How much does it cost?" The girl had only ever seen Cantonese mooncake since she was a child, so she was curious about the shape of the Suzhou-style mooncake, which was different from that of the Cantonese mooncake. The girl decided that as long as the mooncake wasn't the 5-nut filling, which she hated the most, she would definitely buy one to try. "Fresh meat ones, 5 yuan each," Chen Feng replied. At 5 yuan each, the price far exceeds that of packaged mooncakes sold in supermarkets, but if they are handmade and freshly made, the price is not considered expensive. Many popular pastry shops sell handmade mooncakes for more than this price. What truly shocked the girls was the filling of the mooncakes. For an ordinary female college student who grew up in northeast China, mooncakes should not contain fillings like fresh meat. Just like most people in the South didn't even know that some tofu puddings were salty before the internet became widespread. Fresh meat? The girl was stunned for a few seconds before she could process the information. This kind of mooncake, which she had never seen before, greatly aroused her curiosity. Phew, let's eat first, and then try the mooncakes, the girl said to herself. Chen Feng will serve the pork and rice to the girl. Li Hairan went back to his hometown for the Mid-Autumn Festival and won't be able to come back for the next few days of the holiday. Thank you, the girl said to Chen Feng in a cheerful and clear voice. A few seconds later, the girl's voice rang out again from the small table next to the stall. This cut of meat tastes even better than it did in the video. The girl quickly finished her bowl of rice and then walked back to the food cart, seemingly struggling with something. The braised pork is so delicious, I want to eat another piece, but I'm almost full. If I eat another piece of braised pork, I won't be able to eat any more mooncakes, the girl murmured to herself in a voice only she could hear. This girl from northeast China had always believed, for the past 18 years of her life, that the best way to cook pork in the world was to make pork stew with sauerkraut and glass noodles. It wasn't until she came of age that she went to university in Jiangbei City, one of the birthplaces of Shandong cuisine. The food in the university cafeteria solidified her ideas. Just now, she ate a piece of braised pork at Chen Feng's stall. As she ate it, she realized that perhaps in her heart, braised pork with sauerkraut and vermicelli would only be second place in the future. The braised pork was indeed delicious, she wanted another piece. However, she was really curious about fresh meat mooncakes. That's why she's caught in a dilemma. It was lunchtime, and the food street was getting increasingly crowded. Many diners began to gather in front of Chen Feng's food cart. The girl realized that if she continued to think about it, she would have to queue up again soon. Ultimately, she chose, "Boss, I want them all. Give me 2 mooncakes and a piece of braised pork belly to go, I'll keep it for a late-night snack." Chen Feng packed the mooncakes and braised pork and handed them to the girl. When the girl took a bite of the fresh meat mooncake, she realized that the pork and sauerkraut stew with glass noodles might have to drop to third place in the rankings. A long queue gradually formed in front of Chen Feng's food cart, many of whom were students who wanted to buy braised pork belly during off-peak hours after seeing the long queues yesterday. They didn't expect that even on a holiday evening, there would still be such a long queue in front of Chen Feng's food truck. Many people bought a fresh meat mooncake on a whim. Some, who grew up in the north, did so out of curiosity, while others simply felt that after queuing for so long, it seemed like something was missing if they only bought a piece of braised pork. In their view, this stall might make braised pork belly very well, but mooncakes should just be something they sell on the side. Mooncakes are a kind of pastry, and someone who can make braised pork belly may not necessarily be able to make mooncakes. Many people even believe that this is because the Mid-Autumn Festival is approaching, and the stall owner took the opportunity to stock up on mooncakes to make some extra money. When they learned that a mooncake cost 5 yuan, they were all somewhat skeptical. The mooncakes sold in bags at the supermarket are priced by weight and are much cheaper than these mooncakes. Especially after the Mid-Autumn Festival, fewer people buy mooncakes, and the price of mooncakes can even be halved. You can buy 3 mooncakes that are twice the size of those at Chen Feng's stall for 5 yuan. In fact, most mooncakes in supermarkets are mass-produced industrially. Although they don't taste very good, industrial production can indeed reduce costs, so the price is naturally cheaper. For those who have never bought handmade mooncakes before, 5 yuan a mooncake is indeed a bit expensive, and they naturally have some doubts. But when the mooncake entered my mouth, all my doubts vanished. The layers of flaky pastry, with its delicate strands, paired with the juicy and flavorful meat filling, create a delightful fusion of sweet pastry and savory meat flavor that instantly captivates the diner's attention. After eating one mooncake, some people immediately went back to queue up without saying a word. "Boss, I'd like 5 mooncakes, to go." "Boss, I want 10. "Boss, I'll take the whole batch." Batch after batch of freshly baked mooncakes were sold out in a very short time. Unlike braised pork belly, which is a main dish and has a savory flavor, it tastes even better when served with rice. Even people with a large appetite can't eat more than 3 to 5 pieces of braised pork in one meal. Mooncakes are different. Fresh meat mooncakes are small in size, easy to eat, and very convenient to pack and take away. Because of the characteristics of fresh meat mooncakes, there are many people who want to buy them in bulk. The popularity of fresh meat mooncakes lasted for a long time. Even after the peak hours of the food street had passed and the crowds began to thin out, there was still a long queue in front of Chen Feng's food cart. These people are eagerly waiting for the next batch of mooncakes to bake. It wasn't until after 9 p.m. that the last person who bought mooncakes finally left. Chen Feng breathed a sigh of relief and began baking the next batch of fresh meat mooncakes. Today is the last day before the holiday, so there are fewer office workers working overtime and fewer students studying in the evening. Therefore, the number of people in the food street should be less during the late-night snack time. Chen Feng looked at the ingredients he had prepared and figured that the estimated quantity of ingredients for today should be fine. A few minutes later, the mooncakes in the oven were baked. Chen Feng used tongs to take the mooncakes out and put them in the display case. A mother and child walked by under the streetlights. As they approached, Chen Feng saw the current appearance of the mother and son. The other person had a very distinctive appearance, and Chen Feng remembered him. This mother was the same stall owner that Chen Feng had seen when he bought an old hen at the back gate of the Jiangbei University Town Vegetable Market. The middle-aged woman was nearly 1.9 meters tall and had a burly build, making her look like a strong man at first glance. Before she spoke, Chen Feng almost mistook her for a man. A middle-aged woman is holding the hand of a little boy, who was presumably her son. Because the woman was so tall, she had to bend down slightly to hold the hand of the 8 or 9-year-old boy next to her. As the two passed by Chen Feng's stall, the boy's gaze suddenly fell upon Chen Feng's stall. The boy slowed his pace a bit as he looked at Chen Feng's stall. The mother, holding the boy's hand, noticed that he was slowing down. The tall woman stopped, bent down, and turned towards the boy, saying in a gentle tone, "Cheng Cheng, what's wrong?" Cheng Cheng must be the boy's nickname. The boy, nicknamed Cheng Cheng, looked at the mooncakes Chen Feng had placed in the display case, his innocent eyes revealing a hint of curiosity. "Is Cheng Cheng hungry?" The woman turned around and led her son to Chen Feng's stall. The woman's chicken stall has many customers every day. Although Chen Feng had bought an old hen from her stall once before, it did not leave a deep impression on her. Having seen so many people every day, the woman only felt that Chen Feng looked somewhat familiar. "What's this?" the boy asked in his childish voice, pointing to the mooncakes in the display case. "These are mooncakes." Chen Feng was naturally very patient with an 8 or 9-year-old child who seemed very obedient. Upon hearing the answer, "This is a mooncake," the boy's big eyes showed great confusion. At only 8 years old, he couldn't understand why there were mooncakes like this. "Boss, how much is this mooncake?" the middle-aged woman asked. 5 yuan each, Chen Feng replied. Judging from the other person's expression, this price might be a bit expensive for a middle-aged woman. "I'll buy one." But the other person didn't hesitate at all and bought a mooncake. Chen Feng packed the mooncakes and handed them to the little boy. The little boy took the mooncakes and said in his childish voice, "Thank you, uncle." Then the boy looked up at his mother and asked, "Mom, aren't you going to eat mooncakes?" "Mom doesn't like mooncakes." The middle-aged woman smiled and ruffled the boy's hair. The mother and son gradually walked away, their shadows growing longer and longer under the streetlights. The boy seemed unable to resist, opened the paper bag, and took a small bite. By this time, the two were already some distance from Chen Feng's stall, and Chen Feng could only see their shadows. The boy suddenly stopped and held something up above his head in both hands. Then, the tall mother bent down, and her shadow kissed the boy's hands. A system notification rang in Chen Feng's ears. "Bite. The host has completed the mission, no regrets in this life. Reward, slight improvement in physical fitness." Hearing the system's prompts in his mind, Chen Feng smiled knowingly. Although he didn't know whether it was the mother or the son who triggered the no regrets in this life effect, Chen Feng knew that the mother and son must be very happy now. No Regrets in This Life is a long-term hidden quest previously released by the system, and the requirements for this quest are extremely high. The system will only determine that a task is completed when a diner eats a specific dish in a specific context and truly feels a sense of no regrets in this life. To evoke genuine emotions in diners, food must not only conquer their taste buds but also heal their hearts. This task can be completed an unlimited number of times, and you will receive a reward each time. The rewards for this task are commensurate with its difficulty. Each completion of this task slightly improves Chen Feng's physical fitness. When Chen Feng first transmigrated to this world, the original owner's physical condition was extremely poor. At the beginning, the original owner, who had suffered from malnutrition since childhood, was truly powerless. Given the original owner's physical condition when he first transmigrated, preparing many dishes was quite difficult for Chen Feng. If it weren't for the reward from the No Regrets in This Life quest, even kneading noodles would have been a challenge for Chen Feng. In that case, Chen Feng would have to reduce the amount of dough he needed each time, otherwise the original owner's physical condition would definitely not be able to handle it. After the latest No Regrets in This Life reward distribution, Chen Feng's physical condition is already very close to that of his previous life. You should know that Chen Feng in his previous life had been learning to cook since he was a child, and his physical fitness had been trained to be far beyond that of ordinary people through countless flips of the wok. After transmigrating, Chen Feng retained his experience and skills, but his physical fitness was far inferior to that of his previous life. The distribution of this reward signifies that Chen Feng's physical condition has essentially returned to its peak state from his previous life. In Jiangbei University Town, there are more than a dozen universities scattered throughout. Next to Jiangbei University of Architecture is Jiangbei University of Finance and Economics. The two schools are only one street apart. In a female dormitory room at Jiangbei University of Finance and Economics, a girl is reading a thick book under a small desk lamp. Squeak! The dormitory door was pushed open. Another girl skipped in. The girl who was reading suddenly turned around and, upon realizing that the person who had just entered the dormitory was her roommate, she turned her attention back to the book in her hands. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, one of the other two roommates went home, and the other went on a trip with her boyfriend. The remaining two were unable to secure train tickets home and had to remain at school. Still looking at your cookbook? A girl who had just entered the dormitory glanced at the book in another girl's hand and asked with a smile. "This isn't a recipe book," the girl said, closing the book in her hand to reveal a cover that read The Complete Guide to Shandong Cuisine Techniques. "Also, has anyone told you that your northeastern accent is really strong? If you keep this up, you'll become a comedic girl," the girl holding the book continued. "I don't think I have an accent," a girl who had just entered the dormitory said in confusion, placing the bag she was carrying on the table. Then, she walked up behind the sitting girl and asked, "Also, I've been curious for days, can you understand this cookbook?" "Of course I can't understand it." The other person slammed the book down on the table and said matter-of-factly, "I just want to understand why the noodles from that stall next door smelled so good last time." Her roommate has heard her mention this more than once. The girl reading the book is named Lin Xinyu. Last month, in order to achieve her goal of starch sausage freedom, she bought several packs of starch sausages online in one go. They even bought a small-sized sausage grill and commercial sausage sauce. But even the most delicious food can become tiresome if you eat too much of it. After buying the starch sausages, she discovered that even if she mobilized the entire dormitory to eat them as their main meal, it would still take a long time to finish them all. Although the items weren't expensive, Lin Xinyu's elders had taught her since childhood not to waste things. So she chose to set up a stall. Starch sausages are considered snacks, and they sell well in food streets. They don't require much skill from the vendors, and as long as the price isn't too high, they'll always sell. Lin Xinyu set up her stall sporadically, using up the starch sausages stored in her dormitory. She doesn't bake too many starch sausages each time, but normally she can sell them all. Until one day, the instant noodle stall next door, which used to be deserted, suddenly started doing good business. Judging from the sign on his food cart, the dish he sold that day was probably stir-fried noodles. For some reason, their stir-fried noodles have a very strong aroma, which can be smelled from more than 10 meters away. Lin Xinyu watched as several passers-by who were originally heading towards her stall were drawn in by the aroma from the stall next door and changed direction halfway there. Even Lin Xinyu herself was tormented all night by the unattainable aroma of stir-fried food. The more fragrant the food smelled from the stall next door, the hungrier Lin Xinyu felt. So, driven by hunger, Lin Xinyu, who weighed less than 100 pounds, ate several unsold starch sausages. Business was slow that day because of the stall next door. By the time we closed up shop, there were still several starch sausages left unsold. Lin Xinyu really couldn't eat anymore, so she gave the last few starch sausages to the stall owner next door. Judging from his age, that stall owner should also be a student from a nearby school. Lin Xinyu recalled Chen Feng's tall figure under the streetlights, and then remembered her own embarrassing behavior of burping 3 times while saying a sentence. Her face flushed slightly. At this point, Lin Xinyu suddenly sniffed. "What does it smell like? It smells so good." Both girls simultaneously turned their attention to the braised pork on the table. Next to the pork, in a bag, was a mooncake. "This is..." Lin Xinyu realized that she should probably have a late-night snack. "Oh, this is the braised pork I bought from the food street today. They also sell mooncakes, so I bought 2 on the way. I ate 1 on the way, and I'm saving the other for a late-night snack." When the topic turned to the braised pork at Chen Feng's stall, my roommate, a meat lover, suddenly started talking non-stop. "You don't know, their braised pork is especially delicious. A food blogger went there the other day and gave it rave reviews. That video is really popular at our school." Lin Xinyu listened to her roommate's words and nodded perfunctorily, but her slightly dazed gaze remained firmly fixed on the table. "How about we split this mooncake in half?" my roommate suddenly suggested. Lin Xinyu's previously somewhat dazed eyes immediately became clear. "Okay. No take-backs." Night fell quickly, and as usual, it was time for Chen Feng to pack up and close his stall. The stalls in the neighborhood closed up a few minutes earlier than usual today. The Mid-Autumn Festival is just 2 days away, and many stall owners who came to Jiangbei City from other places have chosen to return to their hometowns tomorrow. Moreover, because there were fewer people working overtime in the nearby office buildings today, the peak period for late-night snacks was also very short. It is now autumn, and as a northern city, Jiangbei City is experiencing a chill in the autumn nights. With fewer and fewer people walking around the food street, there was no point in continuing to move there any longer, so many vendors chose to close up shop early. Chen Feng was among the last vendors to close up shop on the food street. The last batch of fresh meat mooncakes has also been sold out. On the first day of the National Day holiday, Chen Feng got up early as usual. Getting up early is Chen Feng's habit, and it has little to do with whether or not he has classes at 8 a.m. After tidying up quickly, Chen Feng plunged into the lively atmosphere outside the door. 5 minutes later, Chen Feng sat at a table at a small stall, nodding slightly as he looked at the fried dough sticks on his plate. The fried dough sticks from this stall were quite good, even by Chen Feng's standards, they were excellent. On a square stainless steel plate, 2 golden yellow, straight-shaped fried dough sticks lay. Chen Feng reached out and picked up a fried dough stick. The moment he touched it, the perfect balance of softness and firmness was felt in his fingertips. This shows that the vendor fried the dough sticks to perfection, and the hot oil caused them to expand to the right degree. When you put a fried dough stick in your mouth, it's crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with a slight chewiness but not too tough. Even if Chen Feng were to do it, he could only make slight improvements. The stall owners were an elderly couple who looked to be in their 50s or 60s. The wife was in charge of kneading the dough, and the husband was in charge of frying the dough sticks. The elderly man, around 60 years old, kept his eyes glued to the hot oil in the pan the entire time, seemingly oblivious to the hustle and bustle of the street. These 2 golden, crispy fried dough sticks on the plate are the result of the old man's lifelong efforts. Chen Feng couldn't help but cast an admiring glance at this veteran craftsman. Next to the plate with the fried dough sticks was a bowl of tofu pudding with a few drops of bright red chili oil. In addition to chili oil, the tofu pudding was also evenly sprinkled with chopped chives. Add chopped chives and chili oil. The broth is a soy sauce broth with added spices. This is the practice in Jiaotang County, Shandong Province. Tofu pudding is similar to tofu flour, but not exactly the same. A few years ago, the online debate about whether tofu pudding should be sweet or savory brought this long-standing traditional delicacy into the public eye. However, in many northern provinces, there is a soy product similar to tofu pudding, but little known in some parts of the South tofu brain. Tofu pudding is slightly softer than tofu pudding, and it is almost always salty and spicy. Like tofu pudding has developed into a variety of ways of eating in different regions. In northeast China, tofu pudding is served with a gravy, similar to that used in braised noodles. In some parts of northern Shaanxi, tofu pudding is served with sesame paste and chive blossoms. In the Central Plains region, there is even a type of tofu pudding served directly with spicy soup. In Jiaotang County, in northwestern Shandong Province, tofu pudding is served with spices and soy sauce. However, apart from people from Jiaotang and the surrounding areas, very few people would accept adding raw chives to tofu pudding. Chen Feng didn't have any dietary restrictions. Chen Feng put a spoonful of tofu pudding into his mouth and sighed slightly. The tofu pudding was decent overall, but it was far inferior to the fried dough sticks. Bite. After finishing the fried dough sticks and tofu pudding in front of me, the system in my mind sounded the familiar notification sound again. The system has detected that the host has tasted high-quality tofu pudding and fried dough sticks. A task is now issued: sell tofu pudding and fried dough sticks at the host stall. Reward for the task, 10,000 RMB in cash. As expected, the task required Chen Feng to set up a stall selling tofu pudding and fried dough sticks, with a mediocre reward of 10,000 yuan in cash. System prompt: frying dough sticks requires extensive training, which is too difficult for the current host. The host may choose to use pre-made semi-finished dough sticks purchased in bulk. As for the mission prompt this time, it left Chen Feng speechless. This system is indeed not very smart, as it actually suggested that Chen Feng use semi-finished fried dough sticks. Chen Feng quickly put this task out of his mind. Chen Feng is not short of money right now, so he's not in a hurry to do tasks that offer cash rewards. Compared to the ordinary 10,000 yuan in cash, a handy kitchen knife was much more attractive to Chen Feng. Moreover, Chen Feng usually sets up his stall at night, and fried dough sticks and tofu pudding are typical breakfast items. Selling these things at night is really inappropriate. Let's think about it another time. Chen Feng quickly made a decision in his mind. Before leaving, Chen Feng hesitated for a moment, looking at the old man frying dough sticks. The fried dough sticks at this stall were almost perfect. Chen Feng couldn't offer any more suggestions for improvement. If Chen Feng fried them himself, the finished product might be a little better, but he couldn't help the stall owner with suggestions alone. While the tofu pudding at this stall surpasses that of most breakfast stalls, it still has considerable flaws. With Chen Feng's keen sense of taste, he naturally detected the problem with the tofu pudding seasoning and came up with a solution. Faced with this craftsman who was over 60 years old, Chen Feng was naturally willing to share his suggestions for improvement. The problem is that Chen Feng looks like a student who is not even 20 years old. If he rashly makes a suggestion to this stall owner, the other party may not accept it. Without much hesitation, Chen Feng finally decided to tell the other party. When paying the bill, Chen Feng casually remarked, "The broth for this tofu pudding tastes good, but it would be even better if you added half a chien more fennel seeds per jin of broth and 1 less clove per 5 jin of broth." After Chen Feng finished speaking, he turned and left, leaving it to the other party to decide whether to listen or not. Before Chen Feng had even stepped out of the third section, a slightly aged voice came from behind him. "Young man, thank you." Whether he believed it or not, the stall owner thanked Chen Feng verbally. In fact, only stalls that have reached a certain level can receive precise improvement suggestions from Chen Feng, whether it's the sauce for fried skewers before or the gravy for tofu pudding this time. The stall owners have already done a good job, but there are still flaws. Chen Feng can point out these flaws and help them improve. Some stalls, however, have absolutely no room for improvement. For example, the Rujiamo Chinese hamburger that Chen Feng encountered yesterday morning, made with semi-finished dough. Chen Feng couldn't offer any advice because every step of the process at that small stall was flawed in making Rujiamo Chinese hamburger. After finishing breakfast, Chen Feng neither returned to his residence nor contacted the market to prepare ingredients. Tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival, and the day after tomorrow is Uncle Zhang's daughter's wedding. Chen Feng is currently wearing the original owner's clothes. The original owner only had 2 sets of clothes, which he changed into daily. Chen Feng didn't care much about his clothes, but since he was attending Uncle Zhang's daughter's wedding, he had to at least get a decent outfit. Chen Feng rode a shared bicycle and randomly found a clothing store in Jiangbei University Town, where he spent several hundred yuan to buy a set of clothes for the season. In his previous life, Chen Feng never really cared about clothing brands or similar things. Even when he needs to attend important occasions, Chen Feng just wears any decent-looking clothes. Therefore, Chen Feng did not choose too carefully and ignored the clothing store owner's recommendations. He just picked a piece of clothing that looked okay. Then, Chen Feng immediately dialed the phone number of the stall owner at the vegetable market. "We'll be setting up our stall as usual today, we need to prepare the ingredients early." But, Chen Feng made a prediction about today's passenger flow. "Let's not make braised pork today. Tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival, so let's make more mooncakes today." In the evening, in the Jiangbei University Town, in front of a pastry shop, the owner leaned against the door, looking at the street, seemingly lost in thought. The days leading up to the Mid-Autumn Festival are usually the peak season for mooncake sales at pastry shops. That's been the case for at least the past few years. The peak sales period for mooncakes is usually not on the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, but rather as the festival approaches. Shandong Province places great importance on etiquette, and mooncakes are a popular gift during the Mid-Autumn Festival, as people come and go in large numbers. For this reason, the pastry shop even launched special gift box packaging for mooncakes. This pastry shop has been open for several years. Because the owner is very skilled, in the past few years, every time the Mid-Autumn Festival approaches, especially on the eve of the Mid-Autumn Festival, many people come to his shop to buy mooncakes. This pastry shop is usually quite busy, but it gets even busier as the Mid-Autumn Festival approaches. Today should have been like this. However, reality was completely different from what the pastry shop owner had in mind. Yesterday, mooncakes sold very well, but today's sales are much lower than yesterday's. Even at this time, which should be the busiest time for the dim sum shop, the shop owner has already prepared for a flood of customers. However, the owner glanced back at the pastry shop and saw only 2 or 3 customers selecting pastries. None of them were even there to buy mooncakes. The dim sum shop owner turned around and looked up at the bright moonlight in the sky. Although it was not yet the Mid-Autumn Festival, the moon was already very bright and had some of the characteristics of a full moon for the Mid-Autumn Festival. What's going on? Looking at the moon, the pastry shop owner was filled with confusion. "I want 8. I want 10. I want 1 furnace." A long queue formed in front of Chen Feng's food truck. Today, there were far fewer vendors at the Jiangbei University Town food street than usual, as they had all gone home early for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Even the small stalls that were open as usual didn't have many customers. The food street in Jiangbei University Town is not very large, and it only gets crowded on weekday evenings. During the National Day holiday, people have plenty of time to go wherever they want to eat and shop, no longer limited to a small food street, so the number of customers on the food street naturally decreases. There were surprisingly many diners in front of Chen Feng's food cart. These people are mostly there for the fresh meat mooncakes, and they usually buy quite a few to take away. Suzhou-style mooncakes are a novel delicacy for most people in Jiangbei, while most people in the urban area of Jiangbei grew up eating Cantonese-style mooncakes. Moreover, Jiangbei City is the capital of Shandong Province, and many southerners who came here to make their fortune live here. For them, fresh meat mooncakes are a rare taste of home. While busy, Chen Feng also noticed the faces of the customers who came today. He didn't recognize most of them, which meant that they had heard about this place from other places and came here specifically to buy mooncakes. Given the overwhelming popularity of the fresh meat mooncakes yesterday, Chen Feng had already anticipated this. Information travels so fast these days. Yesterday, so many people tasted Chen Feng's fresh meat mooncakes. Word spread like wildfire. Now that it's the eve of the Mid-Autumn Festival, it's no surprise that more people will come to buy mooncakes today. Besides, mooncakes and braised pork are not the same thing. Most people would hardly drive an hour to a restaurant just because they've heard that their braised pork is delicious. Mooncakes are different, they are easy to pack and convenient to share with family. Therefore, it is understandable that some people would drive to buy mooncakes from a particular vendor just before the Mid-Autumn Festival, after hearing that the vendor's mooncakes are delicious. While Chen Feng's mooncake stall was being snapped up, two girls walked into the food street. Lin Xinyu and her roommate walked together toward Chen Feng's food cart. "Are you sure that mooncake stall was right next to where I set up my stall?" Lin Xinyu asked again on the way. "You've asked 3 times already," the girl from Northeast China said helplessly. "But I remember it was clearly a noodle stall." Lin Xin's tone was still somewhat puzzled. Could it be a new stall? "I don't know about that, but the person selling mooncake should also be a student from a nearby school. Haven't you seen that Douyin video? A lot of people from our school have seen it these past few days. I've been reading that book whenever I have free time these past few days," Lin Xinyu replied. As they spoke, the long queue in front of Chen Feng's stall came into view. "Hiss," the girl from Northeast China gasped. "Wow, there are so many people queuing up at their place today," the girl from Northeast China said with a hint of surprise, even using her local dialect. "Should we still buy mooncakes? The line is so long, I don't know how long we'll have to wait." The girl from Northeast China hesitated. "You line up first, I'll go check the front," Lin Xinyu said, then walked around the line and went to the food cart. The familiar food cart came into view, and Chen Feng's face could be clearly seen through the window. Then, Lin Xinyu returned to the end of the line and started queuing with her roommate. "I just checked, and it really is him. But why did he suddenly start selling mooncakes again?" Half an hour later, the group had moved forward quite a bit, but when they looked back, they saw that a new group had arrived behind Lin Xinyu and her companion. "I'm going to buy 10 of them later, and then eat them all tonight," the girl from Northeast China said fiercely while waiting. After a long wait, it was finally their turn. "Boss, 10 mooncakes." A woman's voice with a slight northeastern accent rang out. Chen Feng had already anticipated that today would be very busy, but I was still incredibly busy today. Even if the crust and filling are prepared in advance, mooncakes must be made and baked fresh. If the mooncakes are made in advance and left for a long time, the moisture from the filling will seep into the crust, ultimately affecting the taste of the finished product. And customers are buying a lot of mooncakes. Tonight, 3 customers have already bought an entire batch of mooncakes at once. Chen Feng was constantly cycling between wrapping mooncakes, baking mooncakes, and packing mooncakes, without any time to rest. If it weren't for the serendipitous completion of the No Regrets in This Life mission yesterday, which restored Chen Feng's physical condition to near the level of his previous life, such high-intensity work would have been quite troublesome for him. Even with a large number of diners waiting, Chen Feng still managed to maximize efficiency through meticulous planning. However, perhaps because the oven in the dining car was always on, it was a bit hot inside, or perhaps because Chen Feng was indeed too busy, beads of sweat had already appeared on his forehead. Li Heiren went back to his hometown for the Mid-Autumn Festival, otherwise, he would have had another assistant for Chen Feng. However, Li Heiren is a chef specializing in Shandong cuisine, so he definitely can't make or bake mooncakes. Even if he stays here, he can only help with packing and collecting payments. "Boss, 10 mooncakes." A woman's voice with a slight northeastern accent reached Chen Feng's ears. Chen Feng turned his gaze to the window. It was a regular customer from yesterday. She had arrived very early yesterday and had a very distinctive accent, so Chen Feng had a vague impression of this girl. There happened to be 10 fresh meat mooncakes left in the display case. Chen Feng packed them up and handed them to the girl. The girl with the northeastern accent left the group satisfied and even immediately took out a mooncake to eat. When she tasted the mooncake, she felt that it was all worth the long wait in line. After the girl from Northeast China left, Chen Feng looked at the next person at the front of the line. "The next batch of mooncakes will be ready in a while," Chen Feng said with a smile. At this moment, Chen Feng suddenly realized that the girl looked familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. "It's that starch sausage vendor from last time," Chen Feng remembered. After all, the other party had given Chen Feng 2 starch sausages for free last time, and Chen Feng still remembered that. "Thank you for the starch sausage last time." Out of politeness, Chen Feng said, indicating that he hadn't forgotten about it. Although the other party's skill in grilling starch sausage was mediocre. The girl lowered her head and answered in a voice that Chen Feng could barely hear. "Do you want a few mooncakes? I'll treat you." Chen Feng didn't like owing favors to others. He had eaten the other person's starch sausage for free last time, so he had to treat them back this time. "No, no." The girl suddenly raised her head, her voice sounding somewhat anxious. Whether it was an illusion caused by the lighting or not, the girl's face seemed to blush slightly. A few minutes later, the mooncakes came out of the oven. Chen Feng, who was in the food cart, couldn't stop the girl from scanning the QR code to pay. After paying, the girl immediately fled. Chen Feng could only give a wry smile and let it go. The number of people in line began to decrease late at night. Chen Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The remaining ingredients were only enough for 5 batches of mooncakes. There aren't many people queuing now, so the ingredients should be just enough, or perhaps slightly surplus. By this time, all the surrounding stalls had already closed up shop, except for Chen Feng's food cart. After the last customer who bought mooncakes left, it was time for Chen Feng to close up shop. Tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival, so I won't need to prepare so many mooncakes for my stall. Mooncakes for the Mid-Autumn Festival are usually bought in advance, and most people don't queue up to buy them on the night of the festival. On the eve of the Mid-Autumn Festival, while a long queue formed in front of Chen Feng's stall, Uncle Zhang was chatting with the owner of the snack shop next door in front of another small shop in Jiangbei University Town. Uncle Zhang is quite well known among many businesses in Jiangbei University Town. Uncle Zhang is not a native of Jiangbei City. He came to Jiangbei City to work hard when he was young and built up a considerable fortune. Later, when Uncle Zhang retired, he sold off all his previous businesses. Later, Uncle Zhang saw that the location of Jiangbei University Town was quite good, and before the housing prices skyrocketed, he used his savings to buy a lot of street-front shops in Jiangbei University Town. The returns from this investment far exceeded those from Uncle Zhang's previous 30 years of ups and downs in the business world. Even though he has long been financially independent, Uncle Zhang still can't stay idle. He and his wife opened a small shop in Jiangbei University Town, not to make money, but just to have something to do. Next to Uncle Zhang's shop is a pastry shop that has been open for several years. Seeing the somewhat gloomy expression on the face of the pastry shop owner, Uncle Zhang walked over with his thermos. "Xiao Wan, what's wrong with you today?" Uncle Zhang. Upon seeing Uncle Zhang approaching, the pastry shop owner greeted him first, then let out a long sigh. "I don't know why, but there are very few people buying mooncakes today," said the pastry shop owner, nicknamed Xiao Wang. "It's alright, don't worry," Uncle Zhang said with a smile, offering a few words of comfort. The two chatted for a few more minutes, then a cool breeze blew outside, and they each went back into their shops. "Oh, right." Before heading back, Uncle Zhang suddenly said, "Do you have any gift boxes of mooncakes? Give me a box." Uncle Zhang took the mooncakes and was about to pay when the pastry shop owner stopped him. "We see each other all the time, why would I ask you for money? One thing at a time." Uncle Zhang was an old hand at this business, and he paid the money while the pastry shop owner wasn't looking. When Uncle Zhang returned to the shop carrying a gift box of mooncakes, his wife saw him. "Didn't we already buy mooncakes at home? Today, someone even delivered a bag of fresh meat mooncakes. What kind of mooncakes did you buy again? A gift box, no less? Are you going to give them as gifts?" Uncle Zhang's wife asked with a smile, looking at the mooncakes in his hand. "Consider it a gift," Uncle Zhang said with a smile. "Do you remember the guy I told you about last time, the one who rented our house, Xiao Chen? He's an orphan like me. Tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival. He's so young, I'm afraid he'll feel unhappy seeing other people's reunions tomorrow." Uncle Zhang's smile faded a bit. Uncle Zhang was also an orphan. He was alone and helpless when he was young, and he worked hard on his own to build his current business. Although he can now talk about his past experiences with a smile, but he still remembers the unspeakable sorrow he felt when he was young, seeing other families reunited during the Mid-Autumn Festival. "I want to go see him again tomorrow." When Uncle Zhang saw Chen Feng, he was reminded of his younger self. The next morning, the morning of the Mid-Autumn Festival, Chen Feng had just gotten up when he heard someone knocking on the door. "Who is it?" Chen Feng asked, puzzled as to why someone would knock on his door so early in the morning. Chen Feng walked over and opened the door, only to find his landlord, Uncle Zhang, standing outside. "Oh, just got up." Uncle Zhang laughed. "These days, there aren't many young people your age who get up this early." As they were talking, Chen Feng stepped aside, and Uncle Zhang entered the room. Uncle Zhang casually placed a beautifully packaged box of mooncakes on the table. "A friend gave it to me. We had too many mooncakes at home and couldn't finish them all, so I picked out a box for you." Uncle Zhang explained with a smile, "Isn't today the Mid-Autumn Festival? This way you won't have to buy any more mooncakes." Uncle Zhang had also been through that age, so when he brought Chen Feng the mooncakes, he simply said they were a gift from a friend. Chen Feng couldn't refuse, and in the end he had no choice but to thank Uncle Zhang for his kindness. "Is that food cart outside yours? It looks pretty well equipped," Uncle Zhang said with a smile, remembering the food cart he had seen at the entrance. When Uncle Zhang realized that Chen Feng had set up a food truck and started his own business, his eyes held a hint of admiration. "By the way, I was planning to come this afternoon. But my daughter is getting married tomorrow, and I have a lot to do this afternoon. Don't forget to come tomorrow, just bring your invitation and go straight in." Uncle Zhang's emotions were somewhat complicated when he mentioned his daughter's wedding tomorrow. It was a feeling of joy mixed with a touch of sadness. "Of course I can't forget it," Chen Feng replied. Uncle Zhang then chatted with Chen Feng for a few more minutes before leaving. Unfortunately, all the fresh meat mooncakes were sold out yesterday, otherwise Chen Feng would have liked to pack a few for Uncle Zhang to take home. After Uncle Zhang left, Chen Feng called the meat stall owner at the market. Fortunately, the other party is a local resident of Jiangbei City, so setting up a stall during the Mid-Autumn Festival will not affect their ability to go home for the festival that evening. Even during the Mid-Autumn Festival, many vendors in the market were still operating normally. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, most families who want to reunite will either choose to eat out or cook a big meal at home. Therefore, the Mid-Autumn Festival is the busiest time for all kinds of food stalls. Chen Feng anticipated that the number of customers today would be significantly less than yesterday, so he reduced the amount of ingredients ordered. In addition to fresh meat mooncakes, Chen Feng is also selling braised pork as usual today. There are always people who are stranded away from home and unable to reunite with their families who will choose to buy a piece of Jiangbei specialty braised pork to comfort their hungry bodies and minds on this long autumn night. In the afternoon, all the ingredients Chen Feng had ordered were delivered. In the afternoon, many chefs were busy in the kitchen of Yi Ranju restaurant. As a long-established and well-known restaurant in Jiangbei City, Yi Ranju's kitchen team is naturally much larger than that of ordinary restaurants. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival, a holiday for most people, but it is the busiest time for chefs. Century-old establishments like Yi Ranju do not close during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Even a starved camel is bigger than a horse. Although it has declined somewhat, Yi Ranju is still the first choice for many people in Jiangbei to gather during festivals. Some longtime residents of Jiangbei have been booking a family banquet at Yi Ranju for every major and minor festival for over a decade. Moreover, there are quite a few such customers. In order not to disappoint these loyal customers, the chefs at Yi Ranju naturally had no chance to rest during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Moreover, established restaurants are financially strong, and every chef who works overtime during the Mid-Autumn Festival receives double the normal overtime pay. After the young manager took over, he tripled the overtime pay for holidays. Therefore, even though the young manager's reforms to the kitchen caused some complaints from the chefs, they were generally quite convinced. Although it's only afternoon and not lunchtime yet, the chefs at Yi Ranju are incredibly busy. In addition to preparing for tonight's business, the kitchen also needs to prepare ingredients for tomorrow's wedding banquet. Many ingredients for tomorrow's wedding banquet need to be prepared in advance. The diced, sliced, and shredded ingredients needed for stir-frying should naturally be cut fresh at the time of cooking. However, the sea cucumber for braised sea cucumber with scallions, the broth for various dishes, scallions, peppers, and rice wine must all be prepared in advance. The wedding banquet is at noon tomorrow. If we wait until tomorrow to prepare the broth and wait for the kitchen to serve the dishes, the guests will have dinner. In the kitchen, there was a figure that seemed somewhat out of place. It was an old man with white hair and beard. He was standing in front of a large pot, which was simmering a clear soup over a small fire. Various kinds of meat were floating in the soup. The reason he seemed out of place was because the old man was quite old. Kitchen work is tiring, and in most restaurants, chefs are in their prime. Even in established Chinese restaurants like Yi Ranju, it's rare to find chefs over 70 years old. Chefs of this age are rare, but they are often pillars of strength and stability. For high-end restaurants, this level of experienced chef represents the restaurant's traditional flavor. The recipes and steps for cooking are exactly the same, but if a young chef is hired, even a seasoned gourmet can tell that the food has changed. The old chef who was concentrating intently on preparing the soup was none other than Old Yang, whom Gu Yanming had painstakingly invited back from the capital. The veteran chef kept his eyes on the soup pot, occasionally giving instructions to the other busy chefs in the kitchen. Under Mr. Yang's direction, the kitchen of Yi Ranju was busy, but it did not fall into chaos. Two of the chefs even had a chance to chat for a bit. Master Zhao, Old Yang is really amazing. He arranged so much work in a calm and orderly manner, said a young apprentice in charge of cutting and preparing the ingredients. The middle-aged chef, known as Master Zhao, smiled and said, "You don't know this, but Old Yang wasn't like this back then. Master Zhao came to Yi Ranju when he was young, before Master Yang left, so he worked under Master Yang for a period of time. Old Yang was a very impatient person back then, and he did everything in a whirlwind. Later I heard that Mr. Yang was diagnosed with heart disease and retired to go to the capital to recuperate. Everyone has a love for gossip, and Master Zhao was naturally happy to share it with the younger generation. Now that old Master Yang is in such a good mood, his heart disease definitely won't flare up again," said the young apprentice in charge of cutting and preparing the ingredients. "Shut your mouth." Master Zhao glared at the young apprentice. "Xiao Zhao, chop up some swill for me." Old Yang's slow, leisurely voice came from afar. So-called white scrambled eggs are minced chicken breast meat. This meat paste turns white after cooking, hence the name white scrambled eggs. In the Shandong dialect, also means kitchen waste. Why is this chicken breast paste called kitchen waste? Because it's a consumable item used when making broth, used to absorb impurities from the clear soup. After absorbing the impurities, the chicken breast puree is no longer edible and must be thrown away, hence the name white swill. "Alright, Mr. Yang." Master Zhao immediately responded and went to get busy. Soon, Chef Zhao chopped the chicken breast into minced meat. Old Yang put the minced meat into a large pot in batches. As time went by, the broth in the pot, which was originally slightly cloudy, turned into a clear light tea color. Old Yang looked at the clear broth in the pot and nodded slightly. Chen Feng covered the prepared mooncake dough with plastic wrap and prepared to set up his stall. Today happens to be Mid-Autumn Festival night, and there are fewer vendors on the food street than yesterday. There are two reasons why the stall owners are not setting up their stalls today. One reason is that there were indeed few customers on the food street today. Why would people who can enjoy family reunions at home come out to stroll around the food street? The second reason is that many vendors have gone home for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Why would someone who can enjoy a family reunion at home be out setting up a stall? As a result, the food street was no longer as bustling as it used to be. Under the streetlights, only Chen Feng and a few other stalls were struggling to stay afloat, making the place look rather desolate. However, Chen Feng's stall still had quite a few customers around dinner time. These are students from several nearby schools who couldn't get train tickets home. Most students have left campus, and only a minority failed to get train tickets, leaving many to stay alone in their dormitories without even a roommate. At least today, you don't have to wait in line for too long at Chen Feng's stall. In the blink of an eye, only one customer remained outside Chen Feng's food cart. It was that familiar face to Chen Feng again, the same stall owner who sold starch sausages last time. The other person had visited Chen Feng's stall yesterday, and Chen Feng had even offered to give her a free meal, but she insisted on paying and then ran away. Chen Feng was unable to stop her. It's a bit strange. This girl came alone today. Chen Feng remembers that yesterday a girl who speaks northeastern dialect came with her. Come on, Lin Xinyu, you can do it. Lin Xinyu cheered herself on in her heart. I want 3 fresh meat mooncakes, Lin Xinyu said. After receiving the mooncakes, Lin Xinyu stood in front of the food cart, seemingly hesitant. What's wrong? Didn't you bring your phone? It's okay, I'll give you a free meal. Chen Feng noticed that Lin Xinyu was taking a long time to pay, so he generously said. After all, the other party had treated him to starch sausage last time, and although the starch sausage didn't taste very good, Chen Feng still wanted to reciprocate. Oh, okay. Hearing Chen Feng's words, the girl hurriedly took out her phone and scanned the code to pay. Chen Feng still couldn't stop him. After the payment was made, the girl didn't leave, seemingly still hesitating about something. After what felt like an eternity, the girl finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. Your stall is doing really well. Are you too busy to manage by yourself? Why don't I stay and help you? These few words seemed to have exhausted all of Lin Xinyu's courage. After saying them, she held her breath. My face feels so hot. This was a feeling Lin Xinyu had never experienced before in her life. She could even hear her own heartbeat. Unfortunately, the streetlights were too dim and there were too few stalls. Although a full moon hung in the sky, the food street was still not as bright as usual, and Lin Xinyu's blush was not very noticeable. No need, it's the Mid-Autumn Festival today, there aren't many people coming to eat. Chen Feng was a little puzzled as to why the other party would say such a thing, but he still answered truthfully. Oh. For some reason, the girl's tone carried a hint of disappointment. Lin Xinyu turned around, clutching the bag of mooncakes in her hand, and slowly left. Unable to comprehend what had happened, Chen Feng shook his head in confusion. He continued baking the next batch of mooncakes. Yes, neither Chen Feng, the renowned master of state banquets in his previous life, nor the original owner of Chen Feng, an ordinary student, had any knowledge related to romance in his memories. By this time, the peak dinner time had passed, and the flow of people on the food street gradually dried up. The autumn nights were really chilly, and another group of the already few stall owners chose to pack up and close. Chen Feng didn't pack up. After the new batch of mooncakes was baked, he put them in the display case, picked up a small stool, and sat down to watch the moon. In his past life, Chen Feng would return to his grandfather's place every Mid-Autumn Festival to spend the holiday with him. The moon is fullest on the 16th of the lunar month, and the crescent moon, missing a bit of its curve, shines down on the earth at the moment when the moonlight is at its brightest. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, the shops along the street that usually close late were already closed. The moonlight spilled onto the roller shutter, turning it into ripples of white frost. Just as Chen Feng was staring blankly at the moonlight, a somewhat desolate figure walked into the food street. The shadow stretched long in the moonlight and came into Chen Feng's sight. It was a figure Chen Feng was familiar with. However, this figure was somewhat different from usual. After Chen Feng transmigrated, when he first started setting up his stall, an old man patronized it. Later, the old man came several more times, becoming a loyal repeat customer of Chen Feng. In the previous few times Chen Feng had met the old man, although he was nearly 70 years old, he was in good spirits and had a strong and vigorous gait, looking much more energetic than the average elderly person of the same age. It's easy to see that the old man is in good health. But the elderly man's steps were somewhat frail today. Despite it being the Mid-Autumn Festival, the elderly man showed no joy whatsoever. An elderly man with a familiar face walked past several stalls that had already closed up shop and arrived at Chen Feng's food cart. He also remembered the young man who ran the stall. Seeing Chen Feng still setting up his stall so late on the Mid-Autumn Festival, the old man's eyes showed a hint of doubt, as well as a sense of shared misfortune. The old man was about to nod slightly as a greeting to Chen Feng when his eyes were drawn to the display case on the food cart. Behind the transparent glass display case, several Suzhou-style mooncakes are neatly arranged. "Young man, are you from Suzhou?" the old man suddenly asked in a Suzhou accent. In his previous life, Chen Feng was a chef specializing in state banquets. He had also traveled extensively throughout China to learn culinary skills and visited Suzhou more than once. However, he really couldn't understand the Suzhou dialect spoken by the old man. Unlike northern dialects, Suzhou dialect is highly regional. The dialects are the same throughout the three northeastern provinces, but in Suzhou, your dialect might sound like a foreign language if you just walked down another street. Seeing that Chen Feng didn't understand him, the old man quickly realized the characteristics of the Suzhou dialect and asked in Mandarin, "Young man, are you from Suzhou?" "No," Chen Feng denied, while also wondering why the old man would suddenly ask such a question. Seeing the old man's gaze fall on the Suzhou-style mooncakes in the display case, Chen Feng finally understood. "I'm not from Suzhou. I learned how to make this mooncake from someone else," Chen Feng explained. The old man nodded, indicating that he understood. The Suzhou-style mooncakes in the display case looked very authentic. It seemed that the person who taught Chen Feng how to make mooncakes must be from Suzhou. "How much are your mooncakes?" The old man was not in a good mood today, but when he saw the mooncakes in the display case, he suddenly became interested. The old man looked at the fresh meat mooncakes in the display case, his gaze seemingly traveling through 50 years of time. "Give me a mooncake," the old man said directly without asking Chen Feng the price of the mooncake. Chen Feng opened the display case, took out a mooncake, and put it into a paper bag. The old man seemed a bit tired from walking. Instead of leaving with the mooncakes, he took a paper bag and sat down at a table around the stall. The old man opened the paper bag, and through the bag, he could feel the mooncake's soft yet firm texture. This firmness came from the elastic filling beneath the crust. Even through the paper bag, you can feel the distinct layers of the pastry. The old man stared at the mooncake in his hand, seemingly lost in thought. The extremely crispy mooncake crust already showed signs of cracking just from holding it in your hand. The soft and flaky crust is an advantage of Suzhou-style mooncakes, but it is also the reason why they are difficult to compete with Cantonese-style mooncakes in the market. The flaky, crumbly crust of Suzhou-style mooncakes makes them unsuitable for long-distance transportation and storage. Mooncake crusts will gradually break and fall apart due to the influence of time and space. Just like human memory, the longer the time passes and the farther one travels, the more blurred one's memory becomes. The old man's gaze fell upon the mooncake so close at hand, and also upon Suzhou, 1,000 miles away, 60 years ago. Chen Feng noticed that the old man was just staring at the mooncake in his hand, seemingly preoccupied with something. Chen Feng also made sure to move quietly so as not to disturb the old man. After watching for a full 10 minutes, the old man finally put the mooncake into his mouth. The old man took his first bite very carefully. For some reason, the small mooncake made him feel a sense of trepidation, as if he were returning home. This bite was filled with anticipation, but also with a touch of unease that seemed to come from nowhere. Will it taste the same as it did back then? When you take a bite of a Suzhou-style mooncake, the first thing you taste is its crispy crust. The dry oil pastry and the water oil pastry are clearly distinct, forming a layered texture after baking. Chen Feng's perfect puff pastry technique ensures the ultimate taste of each layer of pastry. The crust is crisp yet not hard, with each layer possessing a subtle chewiness within its crispness, and its thickness is just right. If each layer of pastry were any thicker, it would lose its crispy texture. If it were any thinner, it would lack the proper chewiness. The lard and flour, roasted at high temperatures, carry a unique, subtle aroma. As they enter the mouth, this special fragrance melts on the tongue, awakening the elderly person's taste buds. After the pastry comes a juicy and tender meat filling. The perfect ratio of 3 parts fat to 7 parts lean meat makes the meat tender and juicy. The minced meat, which is first chopped and then minced, has a unique texture. You can clearly feel the strands of meat, and the chewy meat fibers are wrapped in savory juices, which complement the sweet and fragrant pastry. The minced meat carries an elusive aroma of spices, which, upon closer tasting, vanishes like morning mist under the sun. The elusive aroma of the spices fully enhances the pork's fragrance while masking any slight gamey smell that might be present in the pork itself. The simple flavors blend perfectly in the fresh meat mooncake, making its taste distinct and three-dimensional, just like back then. The meat mooncake wasn't very big, and when the old man looked down again, he realized he had already finished eating it. The old man remained silent, lost in thought. He simply raised his head slowly and looked at the full moon hanging in the sky. 60 years ago, in the autumn, Professor Zheng was just a child living in a small town south of Suzhou. At that time, Professor Zheng's father was a worker in a steel wire factory. The workers in the city were relatively well off compared to others at that time. However, resources were scarce at the time, and Professor Zheng's mother was in poor health, unable to work, and bedridden for many years. Therefore, even though the father was a worker, their family's life was not very good. They could only barely make ends meet. It's rare to have the chance to eat meat normally. It's a delicacy that can only be enjoyed during festivals and holidays. Children of any generation are the same. At that time, Professor Zheng was running wildly with other children on the stone steps beside the water lane after school, and some greenery was still preserved in the cracks of the stones in early autumn. I stepped over 3 stone slabs. It was time to go home and prepare medicine for my mother. With his school bag slung across his shoulder, the then young Professor Zheng pushed open the door to his home. A pungent smell emanated from the earthenware pot on the small stove, and young Professor Zheng was dozing off beside it. The kerosene lamp in the house was not as bright as the moonlight shining through the window. The moon is so bright. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival, but since my mother fell ill, we haven't bought any snacks for a long time. It was late at night when the father, who had been working overtime, finally rushed home. With an expectant look in his eyes, his father took out 2 vegetarian buns from his bag. This was a Mid-Autumn Festival perk from the steel wire factory. My father couldn't bear to eat it and brought it all home. My father said he had eaten in the cafeteria, so he and my mother each got a steamed bun. His mother ate half of the bun but couldn't eat anymore, so she left the other half for him. At the age when he was growing, even after eating 1.5 buns, he still stared longingly at his father. After all, it's the Mid-Autumn Festival today, and the children still have some expectations in their hearts. No one knows a son better than his father, and his father saw right through his thoughts. Then, to his expectant gaze, his father pulled a paper package from his pocket. He seemed to already smell the fragrance emanating from the paper package. The father untied the rope binding the paper package and opened another layer of the package. A golden yellow meat mooncake lies in the middle of the oil paper. Perhaps because the paper was wrapped too tightly, or perhaps because the mooncake had been squeezed in my arms, several pieces of the crispy crust had fallen off. His father handed him the mooncake, and after hesitating for a moment, he took it and went to the kitchen. It's called a kitchen, but it's really just a small partition made of wooden planks. He took a kitchen knife and, using the knowledge he had just learned from school a few days ago, divided the mooncake into 3 equal parts under the moonlight. The teacher said this is called 1/3, he said in a clear voice. So the family of 3 shared the mooncake, which was slightly larger than a chess piece. After finishing the mooncake, he still felt a little unsatisfied. The moonlight shone on the table, onto the oil paper used to wrap mooncakes. There were still a few pieces of mooncake crust left on the oil paper. Bathed in moonlight, he gently picked up crumbs of crisp mooncake crust and put them in his mouth. The old man looked up at the moon for a while, then looked down and tore open the paper bag that Chen Feng had brought to hold the mooncakes. At the bottom of the paper bag, a few crumbs of mooncake crust lay quietly. The venerable old man, disregarding his table manners, reached out a hand under the moonlight to pick up the crumbs of mooncake crust from the bottom of the paper bag and put them into his mouth. The old man sighed, paid the money, and left silently. Bite. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Food from my memories. Current task progress, 3/5. The system's voice rang out in Chen Feng's mind at just the right moment. Chen Feng had been silently watching the old man, who seemed to have been reminded of something by the fresh meat mooncake. The system notification that the task was completed meant that the fresh meat mooncake was indeed a delicacy from his memories. Chen Feng didn't know the old man's past, he only knew that, perhaps at some point, the fresh meat mooncake had indeed healed the old man. It was already quite late, and it was time for Chen Feng to pack up and close up shop. On the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, a day when families should be reunited, the chefs in the kitchen of Yi Ranju were busy at work. Old Yang is getting old, and his body can no longer support high-intensity cooking. Besides, the other chefs in Yi Ranju's kitchen are also quite skilled. Therefore, for many dishes, Old Yang only needs to provide guidance. Before Mr. Yang returned, Chef Zhao was able to satisfy many diners' demands for various dishes. Most of the traditional Shandong dishes that are quite difficult to prepare can be solved by a group of experienced chefs led by Master Zhao. Old Yang only needs to offer some suggestions or make the final decision. But some dishes can only be prepared by Mr. Yang himself. For example, braised sea cucumber with scallions. Braised sea cucumber with scallions is the highlight of tomorrow's wedding banquet, and it may even be the key to Yi Ranju's comeback. Back when Yi Ranju was still in business, braised sea cucumber with scallions was its signature dish. Before leaving, Mr. Yang passed on the steps for making braised sea cucumber with scallions to several younger chefs in the kitchen of Yuranju. Mr. Yang left to recuperate due to health reasons. His departure from Yuranju was amicable, so he did not conceal the steps of braised sea cucumber with scallions before leaving. But this dish is just too difficult for these young chefs. After learning the steps, the young chefs discussed and exchanged ideas, and practiced for a long time until they were finally able to make this dish without making any mistakes. If they don't make any mistakes, it means their braised sea cucumber with scallions has reached a passing grade. However, some of these steps cannot be taught and can only be mastered through the chef's experience and intuition. For example, how long should you steam scallions to make them flavorful? The recipe specifies a fixed time. However, in reality, time is not fixed. No two leaves are exactly alike, nor are any two scallions exactly alike. The moisture content, fiber thickness, and white part thickness of scallions vary depending on where they are grown. These are all variables that directly affect the time required to steam the scallions. This is similar to a chaotic system in mathematics, where complex variables make this process extremely difficult. Even if you asked Mr. Yang himself, he couldn't give a specific time, he could only rely on his feelings and experience. If you're just looking for a good enough dish and ignore these variables, you can still make a passable braised sea cucumber with scallions. Ordinary diners would find it difficult to discern the subtle differences in the flavor, and even if they did notice a slight change, they would simply dismiss it as their own imagination. But a connoisseur can tell at a glance that this braised sea cucumber with scallions is not perfect. Even after more than 10 years, their braised sea cucumber with scallions is still not quite as good as Mr. Yang's. Over the years, many ordinary diners still order braised sea cucumber with scallions, and many diners who try it for the first time give it high praise. But since Mr. Yang left, those gourmets have rarely ordered Yi Ranju's braised sea cucumber with scallions. This caused Yi Ranju to lose a large number of high-end customers. This is a significant blow to a long-established Chinese restaurant whose main business is high-end Shandong cuisine. Old Yang sat calmly in the kitchen. He had worked at Yi Ranju for many years. For a chef of his caliber, working was more like being a senior partner in the restaurant. Gu Yanming was someone he had watched grow up. When Gu Yanming was in elementary school, he showed a strong interest in the kitchen and often ran around there. More than once, old Yang at the time grabbed him by the collar and dragged him out. Unfortunately, he didn't have the talent to cook, so he had to switch to management later on. Old Yang sighed. He was already so old, and a chef of his caliber was certainly not short of money. His comeback was mainly due to his old friendship with Gu Yanming, whom he had watched grow up. I'm getting too old, and even if I only work as an instructor in the kitchen, I won't be able to do it for many more years. I just hope that Xiao Zhao and the others can learn the skills thoroughly in the next few years. The kitchen was busy but orderly, and in the conference room on the top floor of Yi Ranju, many people were also busy discussing things. Tomorrow is Gu Yanming's wedding, and most of the grooms-to-be are feeling a mix of anticipation and nervousness today. Gu Yanming was the same, but in addition to being the groom, he was also the organizer of the wedding banquet. While he was under pressure, he also had an extra heavy burden on his shoulders. The guest list for tomorrow has been finalized. In addition to the relatives and friends of both the bride and groom, there are many well-known figures from the catering industry in Jiangbei City and even Longguo. For a typical wedding, as long as the food at the banquet is decent, they will be satisfied. But this time it's different. Although the people of Lu place great importance on etiquette, even if the food quality is subpar tomorrow, no one will point it out on the spot. However, once everyone returns home, they will inevitably talk about the wedding banquet with others. By then, it will be extremely difficult for Yi Ranju to turn things around. The wedding banquet menu had been finalized long ago, discussed by the kitchen staff of Yi Ranju and Gu Yanming, and ultimately decided by Old Master Yang. The dishes served at the wedding banquet not only conformed to the common patterns of wedding banquets in Shandong, but also had a unique characteristic: showing off skills. This wedding banquet featured many dishes that required considerable skill and expertise. While ordinary diners might not notice the difference, discerning gourmets would. The menu consisted almost entirely of traditional Shandong cuisine dishes that were quite challenging to prepare. Any one of these dishes, if placed in a small restaurant, could be considered their signature dish. Gu Yanming was planning the wedding ceremony for tomorrow. Although he didn't have to do anything himself, Gu Yanming's brain was working at high speed. After finalizing all the details, Gu Yanming decided to go to the rooftop for some fresh air. Pushing open the door to the rooftop, I saw a figure already standing there, his back to me. Pale blue smoke rose under the moonlight. The other person must have been smoking. Gu Yanming naturally recognized the figure from behind. It was his fiancée's father. Uncle Zhang worked in the business world when he was young. By chance, he met Gu Yanming's father, and the two became friends. Later, both of their wives became pregnant around the same time, and the two families arranged a marriage between them before they were even born. Gu Yanming and Uncle Zhang's daughter were childhood sweethearts, attending the same school from kindergarten to studying abroad. Although they have never held a wedding ceremony, their relationship was already established. When Gu Yanming first conceived the idea of using the wedding banquet to revitalize Yi Ranju, he even sought Uncle Zhang's opinion. Uncle. Gu Yanming greeted Uncle Zhang as soon as he saw him smoking on the rooftop. "You little brat, you still call me uncle?" Uncle Zhang said with a laugh and a scolding tone. Suddenly, Uncle Zhang paused for a moment, then said, "Never mind, let's change our address tomorrow." "What, have you already arranged everything for tomorrow?" Gu Yanming is young after all, and Uncle John came here today specifically because he was worried that Gu Yanming might have made some oversights in his arrangements. This is, after all, related to Uncle Zhang's daughter's wedding, and also to the life's work of Uncle Zhang's old friend. Gu Yanming once again pondered everything about tomorrow's wedding banquet in his mind. In fact, Yiranju is a well-known restaurant in Jiangbei City, so it naturally has a lot of experience in hosting wedding banquets. Even though the main guest at tomorrow's wedding banquet is the owner of Yiranju, the overall process will not be much different from usual. The only difference is that tomorrow's wedding banquet menu is a special showcase edition. The old man and the young man chatted for a while. Before leaving, Uncle Zhang seemed to suddenly remember something and asked, "Have all the guests been seated?" Uncle Zhang was still a little worried that Gu Yanming might make a mistake in arranging the seating because he was too young. Yes, the people in the catering industry were seated at separate tables. And also, that young man I told you about last time. Uncle Zhang continued. Perhaps it was because Chen Feng reminded him of himself when he was young, that he had also sent Chen Feng an invitation back then. Later, he even brought this up with Gu Yanming. His seat has also been arranged, everyone at the table is around his age. I'll go check the procedures again. After Uncle Zhang left, Gu Yanming, still feeling uneasy, decided to go check again. In fact, given Yiranju's experience in organizing wedding banquets, everything was already perfectly in place. However, this wedding banquet was far too important in every aspect, so he could only check it over and over again to ease his inner tension. Bite. On the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, as Chen Feng was packing up his stall, the system issued a new notification. The host has successfully completed a special holiday mission, selling a traditional mooncake during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Reward: a handy kitchen knife. The system notification sounded, announcing that Chen Feng had completed the special Mid-Autumn Festival mission previously issued by the system. An ordinary-looking kitchen knife appeared on the cutting board of the food cart. Chen Feng tried to hold the kitchen knife and immediately felt as if it had been made just for him. In fact, Chen Feng is not picky about kitchen knives. With his knife skills, as long as the quality of the knife is not too bad and it is sharp enough, it is not a problem for him. Even with some unfamiliar kitchen knives, Chen Feng only needs a little time to get used to them before he can use them without any problems. But this handy kitchen knife gave Chen Feng a completely different feeling. The kitchen knife seemed to be in perfect harmony with Chen Feng's mind, moving with the ease of his own arm. Chen Feng nodded slightly. He was very satisfied with the reward this time. Although the system wasn't very smart, the rewards it gave out were sometimes quite good. Time flies, and the Mid-Autumn Festival has finally come to an end. Chen Feng went to bed early, as he had a banquet to attend the next day. Since it was the landlord Uncle Zhang's kindness, Chen Feng still kept it in mind. But this was no big deal for Chen Feng. For the original owner, if someone invited him to a wedding banquet, he might feel a little awkward and unsure of how to conduct himself at the banquet. But for Chen Feng, it was just a wedding banquet. Having been a master of state banquets in his previous life, Chen Feng had seen all sorts of grand occasions. Back then, at the summit, Chen Feng had even represented the summit's logistics staff and toasted with heads of state from around the world. This is the confidence that comes from weathering many storms. However, Chen Feng went to bed early. After all, it was Uncle Zhang's invitation, so being late wouldn't be appropriate. The next morning, a restaurant in a prime location in Jiangbei City was brightly decorated and bustling with people. In the lobby of Yiranju, two people stood on either side. They were the people responsible for greeting guests today. In addition to relatives and friends from both the Gu and Zhang families, many people from the catering industry were also present at the wedding banquet. In Lu, etiquette is highly valued, and the arrangement of seating for these people is a complex art. In Lu, a person's status, age, gender, and relationship with the banquet organizer all become variables in the seating arrangement. If someone from another province comes here, just one glance at the map will make them dizzy and disoriented. In addition to having people greet the guests, there are also dedicated staff to guide them to their seats. A young man who looked to be around 20 years old walked into the lobby of the restaurant. The young man looks somewhat immature, as if he has just come of age, but his demeanor is incredibly mature. Moreover, this maturity wasn't feigned. The waiter, who claimed to have seen countless people, could tell that this young man might genuinely possess the world weariness to have experienced so much. The young man took the initiative to hand the invitation to the waiter. After the waiter read the invitation, he invited Chen Feng in. Chen Feng had previously considered whether or not to give a gift at a wedding. Giving money as a gift is a custom that has existed in China since ancient times. However, Chen Feng's situation this time is special, because the essence of giving money as a gift is reciprocity and saving up small amounts for a long time. Generally, the better the relationship with the host family, the larger the amount of money given as a gift. Chen Feng and Uncle Zhang were simply landlord and tenant, and the woman he married was Uncle Zhang's daughter. When Chen Feng's daughter gets married in the future, Uncle Zhang will probably have a hard time attending the wedding. So whether or not to give a gift, and how much to give, becomes a difficult question. It wasn't that Chen Feng was worried about the money he had to give as a wedding gift. This is simply the custom in Lu, a region in Shandong province. In Lu, it is considered disrespectful to the host family to give a gift that is disproportionate to one's status at weddings or funerals. The intricacies of it all are usually only clear to the old people of Lu. Even Chen Feng, who had seen all sorts of storms in his previous life, was slightly at a loss at this moment. Before coming over in the morning, Chen Feng had thought about it for a while. In the end, Chen Feng found a supermarket on the street, bought an empty red envelope, exchanged it for 200 yuan in cash, and symbolically gave 200 yuan as a gift. There's a significance to the number 200. These are numbers only old-timers from Lu would understand. Although Chen Feng wasn't from Lu, he knew a little about them. After handing the red envelope to the person keeping track of the accounts at the door, the person handed Chen Feng a bag of wedding candy. Then, someone led Chen Feng to his seat. It's still early, and apart from a few close friends and family members of the couple, very few people arrive at this time. There weren't many people in the banquet hall. A child, who appeared to be a guest from one of the families, was running around in the hall. Whether the seats were empty or occupied, there was a small booklet in front of each seat. This was no exception, even in front of Chen Feng. Out of curiosity, Chen Feng picked up the thin booklet. I opened the booklet and found that this was today's menu. High-end Chinese banquets usually provide a menu for every guest. Looking at the dishes listed on the menu, Chen Feng couldn't help but become interested. There was no other reason than that, in Chen Feng's eyes, today's dishes looked slightly strange. Overall, the dishes were fine, with both meat and vegetables, cold and hot dishes, and both the quantity and variety of dishes met the traditions of high-end Shandong cuisine banquets. However, problems arise when we focus on each individual dish. To the average person, these dishes might seem ordinary, their names alone suggesting they'd taste delicious. Even some of them might be completely unfamiliar to most. After reading the names of each dish, Chen Feng discovered the problem. Today's menu is a bit of a twist and a struggle. Most of the dishes on the menu are performance dishes, or show-off dishes. It felt less like a banquet and more like an exam, with the kitchen staff striving to deliver the best possible results. Bite. As soon as Chen Feng sat down, the system's voice rang in his mind again. Master Zhao walked out of the kitchen, went into a stairwell, took out a cigarette and lit it. Everyone in the kitchen knew that today's wedding banquet at noon would be a tough battle. All the ingredients that can be prepared in advance have been processed beforehand. The remaining ingredients, in order to ensure that they are fresh enough when diners eat them, will be processed just before the meal begins. Therefore, the kitchen, which should have been busy, was temporarily quiet. But all the chefs knew that this was the calm before the storm. So, Master Zhao took a break from his busy schedule and came to the stairwell for a cigarette. Smoking is prohibited in the kitchen. When the chefs have a craving for a cigarette, they can only smoke in the designated smoking area in the stairwell when they have free time. Mr. Zhao's cigarette had just burned halfway when he heard shouts coming from outside the window. Old Zhao, a batch of ingredients has arrived at the kitchen. Come with me to the back door to receive them. Master Zhao sighed, extinguished the cigarette he hadn't finished smoking, and prepared to leave. Before leaving, Chef Zhao habitually took off his white chef's uniform and placed it on the table in the stairwell. Chef Zhao just changed into his chef's uniform today. Wearing a white chef's uniform makes it easy to get dirty when handling ingredients. As Chen Feng sat in his seat, flipping through the menu, the system notification suddenly sounded in his mind again. Bite. Reading 10,000 books and traveling 10,000 miles even without hands-on experience, observing the kitchens of high-level restaurants can still help the host embark on the path of culinary art sooner. The host has been detected attending a banquet hosted by the upscale restaurant Yi Ranju. Task issued: enter the kitchen of Yi Ranju and observe the preparation process of at least one dish from this banquet. System notification: the host has just embarked on the path of culinary arts, and the skill level is far from that of a professional chef. After observing, please do not lose confidence due to the large gap. Reward for the task: 10,000 RMB in cash. Looking at the tasks issued by the system, Chen Feng was speechless once again. Putting aside the task itself, let's just look at the system prompts. Although this system isn't very smart, it knows to reassure itself beforehand not to lose confidence, so in that sense, the system is quite human-like. Just kidding. Is it okay to just walk into the kitchen? To prevent food safety issues, almost all restaurants strictly restrict unauthorized personnel from entering their kitchens. In his previous life, Chen Feng would have been sought after by any restaurant to provide guidance in the kitchen as soon as he revealed his identity. But for the kitchen staff now, Chen Feng is indeed an undisputed, unnecessary person. Any system with a modicum of intelligence would not issue such a task. However, Chen Feng could only accept it as he recalled the system's incredible performance since his transmigration. This system truly has no brain. Chen Feng confirmed this from the very first day he arrived in this world. The reward from this mission system was just an ordinary 10,000 yuan in cash. Unlike a handy kitchen knife, this reward wasn't very attractive to Chen Feng. This kind of task is better left undone. Anyway, even if he didn't complete the task, this not-so-smart system wouldn't punish him, so Chen Feng had always been quite casual about completing the system's tasks. Chen Feng decided to give up on the task of observing the kitchen that the system had just released. The banquet hall gradually became lively. The wedding banquet also gave many long-lost relatives and friends a chance to catch up. Many distant relatives who don't usually have time to get together can take this opportunity to catch up on their recent situations and reconnect with each other. Chen Feng wasn't particularly interested in this kind of scene. It's just a meal. People who are already close won't miss this opportunity to talk. A estranged relationship won't become closer just because of a meal. The banquet hasn't officially started yet, but as more and more people take their seats, the banquet hall is indeed getting quite noisy. Chen Feng stood up and estimated the time. Go outside and calm down for a bit, then come back when the banquet starts. Stepping out of the banquet hall, Chen Feng began to habitually observe the structure and furnishings of the restaurant. Yi Ranju's overall decor has the feel of an old Shandong cuisine restaurant, but because of its age, it must have been renovated more than once. In his previous life, Chen Feng was often invited by restaurants and eateries to provide guidance. It's not just about the food. A high-end restaurant has specific requirements regarding the size of its front hall, the number of private rooms, the size of its kitchen, the length of its corridors, and the location of its food delivery elevator. To break it down further, just talking about the kitchen, where the cold dish preparation area is located, where the cutting board is located, and where the steamer is located are all based on a set of experiences summarized by our predecessors. For example, making cold dishes requires a separate room because cold dishes are eaten directly and are not sterilized by high temperatures, so hygiene requirements are higher. For example, the water washing station involves cleaning chicken, duck, fish, and meat, as well as gutting them, which inevitably produces some odors. If other workbenches are too close to the water washing station, the finished dishes may be tainted with unpleasant smells. After taking a quick look around, Chen Feng nodded slightly. Although I didn't go to the kitchen area, just looking at the front hall, the overall structure of Yi Ranju is quite good. It lives up to its reputation as a long-established Shandong cuisine restaurant. After walking around, Chen Feng was about to go through the stairwell in front and return to the banquet hall. As the guests gradually arrived, the wedding proceeded as scheduled. On one side of the banquet hall, a waiter led a man in a Zhongshan suit to his seat. After the man sat down, the table was full. I thought I was early, but I didn't expect everyone else to be here even earlier than me, the man said with a smile after sitting down. Of course we have to come early. When I received the invitation, I heard that Mr. Yang would be hosting today's banquet. Another man, a few years younger, laughed. Upon hearing this, the guests at the table all exchanged knowing glances. The last man to arrive, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, is the editor-in-chief of the famous Chinese food magazine A Bite of China. The younger man who spoke later was the general manager of a well-known catering company in Jiangbei City. The rest of the people at the table were also well-known figures in the catering industry of Jiangbei City. These people are all gourmets who can be called foodies. I haven't been to Yi Ranju for many years. Ever since I received the invitation, I've been looking forward to this day, said another person at the table. Of course, I never imagined that Mr. Yang, at such an advanced age, could still make a comeback. Today, I had an acquisition deal worth over 100 million to discuss, but I specially turned it down so I could taste Mr. Yang's personally prepared braised sea cucumber with scallions, a middle-aged man in a suit said with a smile. The atmosphere at the table changed immediately after these words were spoken. Boss Wang's business is getting bigger and bigger, several people at the table said with forced smiles. Why did Gu Yanling invite Wang Dali today? Several people at the table remained silent, secretly thinking to themselves. It seemed they didn't particularly like Wang Dali's usual way of doing things. You can tell from what Wang Dali just said that he is very rich. Of course, none of you here are short of money, so even if Wang Dali is rich, it doesn't really matter to them. However, appearances had to be maintained, so although some people were slightly dissatisfied, they did not show it. The man in the suit is named Wang Dali, and he is a well-known, nouveau riche in the catering industry. Wang Dali is a well-known entrepreneur in Jiangbei City and even in Shandong province. His company is worth several billion yuan. His business mainly deals in various condiments, among which soy sauce is the most famous. Dali brand soy sauce is sold far and wide, both domestically and internationally. Since Dali Group's main business is seasonings, Wang Dali, as the president of Dali Group, can also be considered a person in the catering industry. Moreover, Wang Dali doesn't have many hobbies, his only hobby is food. So Gu Yanming sent Wang Dali an invitation as well, and arranged for him to sit at the table with people from the catering industry. The banquet was about to begin, and the kitchen staff were busy preparing. Sitting in the corner, Old Yang took a big gulp of strong tea and finally put down his thermos. The grand finale of the banquet, braised sea cucumber with scallions, had to be prepared by him personally. Although the young people in the kitchen have learned quite well, they are still lacking in skill. Old Yang reached out to support his knees and suddenly stood up. It seemed that he got up too quickly, and Old Yang felt as if his vision went black for a moment. However, Mr. Yang did not take it seriously. After sitting for a long time, standing up suddenly can easily cause temporary ischemia of the brain, which can be relieved by resting. Just take it slow. And then, the old man with white hair and beard suddenly went black and collapsed to the ground. Old Yang. The sudden turn of events startled everyone in the kitchen. People looked toward the source of the sound. Old Yang was already lying on the ground. No one in the kitchen knew first aid, and everyone was in a panic, like ants on a hot plate. While dialing 120, several chefs immediately went out to call for help. Fortunately, there is a hospital just 2 streets away from Yiranju. Soon, the ambulance stopped at the back door of Yiranju, and several doctors were led to the kitchen by a chef. After performing basic first aid, the 2 doctors concluded that the patient is out of danger for now, but the condition is still unstable and could relapse at any time. He needs to go to the hospital for further treatment. When the doctor put Mr. Yang into the ambulance, only the other chefs were left looking at each other in bewilderment. Having worked with Mr. Yang for some time, and during the period when Mr. Yang returned to Yiranju, he often gave guidance to the other chefs in the kitchen, so they naturally had feelings for him. Out of concern, several chefs wanted to go to the hospital with Mr. Yang, but the kitchen staff still had tasks to complete today. Hundreds of guests were waiting to dine at the banquet. Manager Wang from the front of house came to the kitchen and told the chefs to relax, saying that he would bring people to take care of Old Yang. The wedding ceremony is about to begin, followed by the banquet, and time is already very tight. The chefs returned to the kitchen, but after this incident, they were all clearly out of sorts. Without Mr. Yang as the backbone, today's menu is a bit beyond the capabilities of Yi Ranju's kitchen. Uncle Zhang soon learned of this news as well. Chen Feng walked to the outside of the stairwell. He only needed to pass through the stairwell and then through a corridor to get back to the banquet hall. Just then, Chen Feng smelled a slightly pungent odor of smoke through the half-open door of the stairwell. This is not unusual. The chef profession is very stressful, and many middle-aged chefs have a smoking habit. Smoking is strictly prohibited in the kitchen, so the usually deserted stairwell becomes a smoking room for many chefs to sneak in a moment of leisure. However, with such a large banquet today, the chefs in the kitchen must be extremely busy. When Chen Feng entered the stairwell, he saw a familiar face. Uncle John was sitting on the second step of the stairs, having just hung up a phone call, his face showing some anxiety. 5 or 6 cigarette butts lay scattered at his feet. Uncle John. Chen Feng greeted the landlord who had always taken good care of him. Upon hearing Chen Feng's voice, Uncle John looked up, smiled at Chen Feng, and acknowledged him. It's normal to feel down when your daughter gets married, but Uncle Zhang's expression doesn't seem like that. It's more like they've encountered something urgent, but there's no way to solve it. Just now, Uncle Zhang learned that Old Yang had fainted. Uncle Zhang himself doesn't know much about cooking, but he knows that without Master Yang in the kitchen, today's banquet might not have achieved the desired effect. If this banquet is not handled well, it will not only affect the daughter's wedding, but also the reputation of Yiranju. As a father, he certainly hopes to give his daughter a perfect wedding. Therefore, just now, Uncle John made more than a dozen phone calls. He wanted to use his connections to temporarily hire a chef from another restaurant to host the wedding banquet. Although Uncle John has a good reputation in the business world because of his sincerity and kindness, a chef of Old Yang's caliber is not someone you can just hire whenever you want. Even if you search the entire Jiangbei city, chefs whose skill level could rival that of Master Yang were extremely rare. Moreover, every chef has their own specialty, and Master Yang's specialty is braised sea cucumber with scallions. Even if other famous chefs were invited on short notice, it would be difficult for them to produce a dish of braised sea cucumber with scallions that matches the level of Master Yang. The menu has been finalized, and every guest has seen it. It cannot be changed now. That's why Chen Feng saw Uncle Zhang anxiously hang up the phone. Chen Feng noticed that Uncle Zhang seemed preoccupied, so instead of leaving immediately, he walked over and sat down next to Uncle Zhang. Xiao Feng, Uncle Zhang suddenly asked, "Do you know any great chefs?" Upon hearing this, Uncle Zhang suddenly gave a wry smile, as if he had been amused by his own question. Chen Feng is so young and just an ordinary student, how could he possibly know a famous chef? If we were to pinpoint Chen Feng's only connection to the catering industry, it would be that his part-time street vending job could be considered a catering professional. What's wrong, Uncle Zhang? Chen Feng didn't answer Uncle Zhang's question, but asked this instead. Uncle Zhang sighed deeply and began to recount his story. He just felt a bit depressed, and maybe talking about it would make him feel better. I never expected such an unexpected situation to occur in the kitchen of Yiranju. After listening to Uncle Zhang's explanation, Chen Feng already knew the whole story. He never expected that the protagonist of the wedding would also be the boss of the wedding banquet organizer. The owner of Yiranju is quite bold to use his own wedding to promote the restaurant's reputation. Unfortunately, plans can't keep up with changes. Actually, I know how to make braised sea cucumber with scallions, Chen Feng said slowly, looking at the anxious Uncle Zhang. Xiao Feng, stop joking around now. Let me think of another way. Seeing that Chen Feng stopped talking, a glimmer of hope suddenly flashed in Uncle Zhang's eyes. You really know how to make braised sea cucumber with scallions? Chen Feng nodded slightly. Perhaps it was because she was itching to try her hand at cooking, perhaps it was because she didn't want to waste the hard work of the old chef who had fainted, perhaps it was because she couldn't bear to see a long-established Shandong cuisine restaurant collapse, or perhaps it was simply because Uncle Zhang had been good to her and she couldn't watch his daughter's wedding banquet be ruined. Chen Feng gave Uncle Zhang another affirmative answer. By the way, do you have a health certificate? Uncle Zhang suddenly asked. Unlike the tense atmosphere in the kitchen, the front of house was filled with joy. The MC, flower girls, best man, and maid of honor were all ready. Gu Yanming and his fiancée were outside the wedding hall, preparing to walk into the hall of marriage. The guests were chatting, many relatives and friends who hadn't seen each other for years were reunited because of the wedding, and they seemed to have endless things to talk about. As the protagonist of the upcoming wedding, it would be impossible for Gu Yanming not to be nervous at all. Just then, the lobby manager of Yuranju walked quickly to Gu Yanming's side and whispered a few words in his ear. Before the lobby manager could finish speaking, Gu Yanming's expression immediately changed slightly. Thanks to his strong ability to manage his facial expressions, he managed to keep his face calm, but his heart was already in turmoil. Taking a deep breath, Gu Yanming whispered to the lobby manager, "Go tell the chefs in the kitchen to do their best. We have to get through this wedding banquet no matter what." After the lobby manager left, Gu Yanming couldn't help but feel a little pessimistic. Some even had a what's the use attitude. Without Mr. Yang, the kitchen might be able to manage to complete the banquet, but without his supervision, can the quality of the dishes be guaranteed? Gu Yanming was unsure of himself. It is important to know that this banquet is extremely important to Gu Yanming. It is not only his wedding banquet, but also a chance for Yuranju, a century-old restaurant, to regain its reputation. For this purpose, Gu Yanming specially invited several well-known figures in the catering industry. In retrospect, Gu Yanming's arrangement may have backfired, but it's too late to say anything now. Gu Yanming can only pray in his heart that the kitchen can still produce dishes that far exceed their usual standards even without Old Yang's supervision. Also, I hope Old Yang will be alright. Old Yang was specially invited back by Gu Yanming. If anything were to happen to Old Yang in the kitchen because of this, Gu Yanming might never forgive himself for the rest of his life. Even though he was praying silently in his heart, Gu Yanming couldn't show any abnormality on his face. The wedding was about to begin. Before Gu Yanming invited Old Yang back to Yuranju, the main force in the kitchen consisted of several senior chefs, led by Chef Zhao. These experienced chefs are quite skilled. They may be slightly inferior to Master Yang, but in the entire catering industry, their level is quite impressive. A chef like Master Zhao would be more than qualified to be the head chef of a typical 5-star hotel. There are several chefs in the kitchen of Yuranju, who were recruited by Gu Yanming from other places after he returned to China. They are all experienced chefs with many years of experience. But with Mr. Yang not around, it was Master Zhao, who had worked at Yuranju for many years, who took over the main responsibility. Master Zhao began making arrangements. The wedding will be over soon, and then it will be time to serve the food. The kitchen needs to prepare some of the dishes in advance so that the food can be served on time. Xiao Wan, Xiao Lu, you two go and prepare the cold dishes first. In Shandong cuisine banquets, 4 cold dishes are served first. These dishes, which do not require heating, are key to saving time for the kitchen. Preparing cold dishes allows you to save more time for the later dishes. While preparing cold dishes, multiple dishes also need to be prepared in tandem. Some stews and braised dishes that require long cooking times, although they are served relatively late, often in the middle or later stages of the banquet, need to be prepared now. Chef Zhao did his best to get everyone in the kitchen working. At first glance, the preparation of each dish seems to be progressing steadily. Everything looks promising. In this light, it seems that even without Mr. Yang, Yuranju's kitchen could have handled the wedding banquet. Master Zhao took a deep breath. The burden on his shoulders was heavy. Only Chen Feng stood by, watching all this, and sighed softly. Just now, after confirming that Chen Feng had a health certificate, Uncle Zhang decided to give it a try, even if it seemed hopeless. So he greeted Manager Wang, who then led Chen Feng to the kitchen. Chen Feng changed into a chef's uniform and walked in. After that, everyone in the kitchen was busy and no one noticed Chen Feng. Having hosted countless state banquets in his previous life, Chen Feng could tell that Chef Zhao was now in a state of disarray. He just called out the names from memory when he assigned the tasks. He had no ability to arrange all of this properly. A good chef can improve the overall level of the kitchen even without personally cooking every dish. Each dish has specific quality control points. As long as the head chef grasps these quality control points, the rest can be completely handed over to other chefs. But this requires the chef to have excellent culinary skills, meticulous attention to detail, and strong planning abilities. That's why a good chef is so hard to find, even at a high price. If the average level of the chefs in Yi Renju's kitchen is 80, then they can only make dishes at this level on a regular basis. A good head chef, through reasonable planning and guidance at key points, can enable every chef in the kitchen to perform beyond their usual level and produce dishes that are 90 points high. It was like this when old Yang was alive. Today's menu was arranged in the same way. This show-off skills menu is actually slightly more difficult than the level of Yi Renju's kitchen staff. However, with Chef Yang in charge, everyone in the kitchen was able to perform beyond their usual level and complete this menu. Now that Master Yang is gone, although Master Zhao is doing a decent job directing, he is only getting everyone to perform at their expected level. This makes it a bit difficult to complete today's menu. What's more, today's menu also includes a top-tier traditional Shandong dish, braised sea cucumber with scallions. After arranging everything, Master Zhao also came to the stove. It's important to understand that the more complex a dish is, the more details it involves, and the more things the chef needs to consider. Chef Zhao's skills are already quite good. He can arrange both ordinary banquets and daily dining in a very orderly manner. But today's menu is almost entirely made up of dishes that require considerable skill and involve even more intricate details. Master Zhao can only do his best. Chef Zhao was the chef who studied under Master Yang the longest among all the chefs in the kitchen of Yi Renju, and he was also the one who learned the best braised sea cucumber with scallions. Now that old Yang isn't here, we can only have him make the braised sea cucumber with scallions. Before Mr. Yang returned, this dish was on the menu at Yi Renju. At that time, if a customer ordered this dish, it was usually